stream, and we will check the quality of the sound and everything else by starting a call with the real Ian West. Let's see if he joins us. Okay. There we are. Good, sir. How are you? We are live.
Oh, hold on. God damn it. There's that one.
Quite all right.
Hold on, I still can't fucking hear you. Hold on.
Okay. Take your time.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. Yes. Can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, I can hear you now. How are you doing?
Excellent. Much the better for your being here, I assure you. So, we are live, and I'm hoping you can help me by holding, a few minutes of the opening hour. Take your time, speak about whatever you want. The stage is yours. You could catch us up on a lot of stuff you began speaking about the other day. No point with any graphics, however. Understand we don't have a group with us this opening hour. It's just you and the listeners, really. So you can just cover audio with a lot of different audio that you have. Even, say, for instance, that girl who was talking about the young Mongolian boy being torn apart, sundered limb from limb. That audio like that is fine because people don't need to see her physically to hear that. And they get everything from the audio, really. So
Did you get feedback on that last week?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You get any feedback on last week's episode?
People love last week's episode, and people, it was popular, very popular, and so people, of course, are interested in learning from the depth of your research, and so while I do a couple of lines of coke, I'm sorry, I have to take my inhalants, my non-anabolic steroidal nasal spray and the like. Perhaps, just let me know when you're ready to go. Start rolling. Till then, I'll just keep you some company for a few moments while I see if everything's settling in.
Yeah. Have you talked to Brooke lately?
Yeah. She just had a bone graft on her teeth yesterday. That's why she couldn't join us this opening hour. I specifically asked her to come because, you're here and Michelle Carmela Saldana couldn't join us today. So, but she, basically what she told me was she had the bone graft for her tooth yesterday. So she couldn't sleep all night due to her pain. Finally starting to ease up and her eyes are closing. So we'll just let her rest. Poor dear.
Is her mouth broke as of it?
What?
Is her mouth broken because of this?
I don't know. Her mouth can't work now. It's like, she had this bone graft. I don't know what the hell's going on with her tooth, but this bone graft shit sounds like it's serious. It's like, like I guess implant. Yeah, go on. Huh?
No, I said give her mouth rest. That'd be good.
Yeah, yes, it is giving her mouth a rest. Yeah, in its own way. Yeah, poor dear.
Yeah.
I don't know.
She's all the damn time, So.
Yes. True. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. She might even learn something now that she's not talking. She might be able to learn from others, or so.
Learn silence. That'd be like a good virtue to have for her. It's hard to get into a woman like that, but
yes. And aside from that, hopefully she chooses the right source for learning something from instead of losers like Graham Hancock. I mean, she should stick with more neutral types like, Alan Watts or something. But, all that being said, my dear friend, is there something that comes to your mind that you'd like to concentrate on in the opening hour while I'm, doing my thing?
I don't have these notes set up yet, but God, where the fuck did I put them? I had like this big Trump thing you would have liked.
Okay.
This dude's like just ratting on him and fucking man, where the fuck did I put all this shit?
Well, I mean, remember that you showed that video to Peter Moon and I about the young lady talking about, the boy that got all cut up in front of her and everything. I mean, just playing the audio of that would be fine. Remember that we can do some video stuff later when we have a roundtable later tonight or, on other nights. But right now there's just you and the listeners. And
Here, let me pull up the Katie Groves thing. I will. I'll pull
sure.
it.
And then let me inform our listeners of this. I want my listeners to know that, as always, I start the show by reminding them to hit those likes. It's important to do the upvotes because we are automatically hit the moment we start transmission by Autobots that are programmed to give us downvotes. The reason that they do this is to keep us off searches. Remember that YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate, so the more likes you get, the more they distribute your video on searches. So the only way that we can get the word out there at all is by you to taking our side instead of the side of the pedo predators and child rapists who literally dismember children alive before killing them and eating them. You'll hear some audio about that if our man finds his Katie Groves video.
Yeah.
And I just want people to know that you either take their side or you take ours. If you want to take their side, then join the downvotes. But if you want our news to distribute to the world, then we need you to stick an upvote from every IP address you can do, because the enemy fights that dirty, and the only way to win is to fight dirty as well. Nice guys finish last. So remember, hit those upvotes from every IP address you've got: PC, laptop, your tablet, your cell phone, whatever's got a different IP address. Hit those upvotes and get us up there in distribution so more people can hear about this. With that, we turn back to Ian. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Ian. So go back to what you were saying.
All right, so we're going to turn to this little star. She is the featurette here at Uncle Sam's Snuff Farm, located out somewhere outside of Texas in the desert, underground somewhere. But this is one of her testimonies about seeing herself in a snuff film for the first time that she didn't remember being in.
Okay.
So
okay. So I'll go mute. And our man Ian will be the host. He's handled his own radio show before. He'll take it till I get back.
Tell me if the audio is clear enough.
I'll stay here for that. Yeah.
And I'm going to make a difficult and painful video.
Clear. It's clear.
Okay. Take a break.
It's yours.
This is going to be extremely graphic and for my healing. If you cannot handle hearing about graphic descriptions of child sexual abuse and snuff images, then I do not recommend watching this video. You can look into the description for a trigger warning that I will make before posting this. I've been doing some reading about the snuff industry and cases of people who have been tried in courts of law for producing child snuff films, and thinking about the unfathomable size of the snuff and child sexual abuse film industry. As a survivor of both, as neither are really separate, actually, I'll just say as a survivor of child trafficking, that includes those things. I feel such devastation and horror. I'm afraid to leave my house most days. I do it, and I have a partner who's supportive, who helps me do it in small quantities. But I remember going through a period of time when I was 18, when I was terrified to be in public because I was terrified somebody would recognize me from those films. This was shortly after I woke up to having been monarch programmed and was discovering that I had been trafficked. And the thing that catalyzed this terror of being recognized was finding a child sexual abuse image of myself at the age of maybe 11 or 12, I think 11. And in the image, I was wearing a red, as in ginger, wig, sitting on the face of a Latina girl who I figure had been trafficked from Central America, who was wearing blue eyeshadow and had her hair tied up in a high ponytail. She was very skinny. I was thin too, but nowhere near as thin as her, because I was a child of traffickers and was slightly better fed. I was the centerpiece of the image, and on the website that I found it on, it had over 1 million hits. It was on the most viewed or most favorited. I think it was the most favorited section, but probably the most viewed as well. Yes, I was 18 at the time. And I did not find that picture because I was willingly looking at child sexual abuse images. I want to be clear about that. But I was still living as a traffic slave to a handler, becoming conscious of my abuse and deprogramming myself. But I was still, I guess if I was 18, actually, I may have been about 18 because I left that place on my 18th birthday. So I must have been either about to turn 18 or I was not living there at that point, but I was still being used by this man. And after I found that image, I was terrified to go outside. I didn't even become consciously aware in my front personalities that I was the child in the image. I just shut down. I shut down without knowing why. And I shut down. I was dissociated from the awareness that the people in the photograph were even children. Like I knew that somehow, but I was still too programmed to think critically about it. So I just kind of blocked the whole thing out of my mind. One day, however, after a recovery meeting for survivors of child abuse, I was sitting at the donut shop across the street eating a sandwich, and all of a sudden the image came into my head, the photograph crystal clear in my eidetic memory. And I was deeply and profoundly aware that the child was me in the image. And I integrated with the parts, and I think I started sobbing, and I was near my house at that time, the place I was staying, so I left and went home, I think. I don't remember. But it took me several months. It took me about 8 months, I think, to integrate enough to become conscious that I had seen a child sexual abuse image of myself and this other girl. And later, more memories came back of that image being a screenshot in a snuff film in which I had been forced to rip out the girl's eyes and snap her neck after being used to sexually assault her. I was able to force those words out just now with some dissociation, but now I'm feeling the pain. I'm horrified at having spoken of it. Right now I feel like I'm kind of looking at myself through a fog, through a window or something. I suppose that's just the only way that I know how to do this. But even if I do so dissociatively, forcing the words out does help me. It does help me heal. And hopefully it helps others too. And I'm sorry for the sound of the train.
Yeah, that's it, y'all. That's some like hardcore fucking CIA snuff film shit. Like what's his name? What's that fat boy's name? Fucking God damn it. He just got popped. He's in jail. What's his name? The casting couch guy. This is why I wish the girls were here. They could help me out on this. It's not Lou Pearlman. It's Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, this is like pre-Harvey Weinstein days right over here. But anyway, Doug, you there? You there, Doug? Well, shit. All right. Well, I guess Doug's not back. We're going to play another clip. I'm going to finish my couch. What do we got here? You guys hit me up in the chat room. I'm about to get in there right now. I apologize about the delay. If you got any requests or questions, you can hit us up in there. And I got a bunch of new shit coming up right now. We got some. Oh shit! Hold on. Sorry, guys. So we got we finally got the what is it called? I finally got the pictures from the other side of the ice wall, and there's all sorts of like fucking crazy like Egyptian looking pyramids and statues and shit down there that have been abandoned. I mean, it's crazy the shit they have down there, but that little bit of the new Earth is starting to get advertised and displayed and all that good shit. So I'm very looking forward to that. Very looking forward to that. And let me see if I got this new MK Ultra testimony. Fuck. Where the fuck is it? Yeah, you guys, please forgive me. I was very unprepared today. Very. I'm still building my couch. Anyway. All right, let me go here and let me go to wonder. Shit. Oh, I don't know if you guys saw this, but David Lester was David Straight. David Straight got arrested for some reason. I don't know why. It says his wife was trying to kill him. I don't know what was going on with all this, but that just came out too about David Straight getting arrested. Well, I'm sure it's just some domestic shit, you know. So that'll be interesting, you know. Like, you know, it'll be interesting to see what, you know, comes out after time about all that bullshit. Now we're almost to the proper folder, and here it is. Here's MK Ultra recordings. Here they are. Okay, so this is I forgot the chick's name. It's like Whitley Strieber or something. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Whitley Strieber, but I scored this from Archive, and it's pretty sick.
Really understood or been able to integrate into my life. It has become clearer over time what these memories may be about. I've written about them a few times and spoken about them on occasion, but not very extensively. And the reason I haven't done it is that they're quite provocative. They implicate, quite frankly, the United States Air Force in some horrendous crimes. And I just don't know if they're real. And therefore, I haven't felt that it was responsible of me to talk about them. But over this past few months, back in December, I was having a conversation with an old friend who also lived in San Antonio when he was a boy at the same time I did. And he told of something that happened in his early childhood when he was about perhaps 10 or 11, a little older than I was when it happened to me, which involved the arrival of a couple at his parents' home, who were Air Force personnel, who proceeded to tell his parents that they had their son in a Skinner box environment. That is to say, he was in a box which was completely self-contained and was never let out of it, and was living in this and being trained in this. And they were very eager for this man's, now then boy's, parents to get interested and involved in this. They didn't relate it in any way to their Air Force activities, or their professional activities, but rather made it sound as if it was something that they were doing out of conviction that Skinnerian psychodynamics were a good idea. The parents were appalled, and they never had any further contact with these individuals. The father had been doing work involving mind control, legal work, he wasn't a scientist. And I think that what they were trying to do was to recruit this man and his wife in the same way I believe my parents were recruited back in the late 40s or early 50s. Back in those days, I was given an IQ test at a very young age, and I can remember my mother being very excited and amazed by the outcome. And then I was taken to a man whose name I remember as being Antonio Krause, Krause, I suppose, and introduced to him. And he began to come to the house and take me and my sister to Randolph Air Force Base. And I'll tell you how I first met him. I met him before I was introduced to him. And this was through a teacher at the day camp I was at, which must have been 1948 or 1949. This little day camp out on the Austin Highway known as Jack Toller's River Ranch. I loved it there, but one day I was taken not home, but to the house of one of the teachers, being told that my mother was not at home and that I had to be taken there to stay for a while, which scared me because I didn't understand why my mother wasn't at home, and they wouldn't tell me. I was a very much of a, I had a nanny and lived a very wealthy life, and I was used to being in charge of servants because I had them around me, and even though I was a little child, ultimately, my mammy, when I did something, unless it was dangerous, what I said went, after usually something of an argument. In any case, I found myself in a situation I had never been in before. This woman disappeared, and I was left in her living room looking for her, and I was quite frightened. And then I went into the back of the house and into the bedroom and found her tied up on her bed. And it was absolutely terrifying. And then there was this man there. And I told him to step aside, that I was leaving. And I started to walk toward the front door. And he blocked my passage. And that's the last thing I remember of that memory. It's the rest of it is simply black. But that was the beginning. Another memory I have is of being taken to an estate in the area, a house in the area, which I believe might have been the old Murchison estate in San Antonio on Geneseo Road in Terrell Hills, although I can't be sure. I just remember the big gates, and I remember sitting in the front seat of the day cab station wagon and being taken there and given a stuffed bear with some other children. And we were told that Stalin was good and that we were being lied to and that we had to repeat and learn this lesson that Stalin was good. And it was not a lesson I was willing to learn, even at the age of 5, I guess. And I refused to believe it. And that's where that memory ends. I think that this was some kind of brainwashing technique. I don't think that this was a communist operation, although it may have been in those days. Who knows? In any case, these are very disjointed memories. There's also another memory, 2 other memories. One of being in a little tiny room that I think, in retrospect, could have been even a telephone booth, an old-fashioned wooden telephone booth, probably with the windows painted black or something, with other children, all crammed together very, very tightly. Suddenly, this terrible sound starts, a dreadful screaming, and I'll tell you, I heard that screaming again recently, about 3 or 4 years ago, when someone wrote me who had been researching Skull and Bones and included an audio file of a sound that she said was a sound that was played during the initiation at Skull and Bones. And it was the same sort of sound, the same absolutely unearthly, dreadful screaming. Not like, I mean, it's the kind of screaming you might have heard, I suppose, in a gas chamber at Auschwitz or something. Screaming of agony and terror beyond belief. But to be forced to listen to that at the age of 5, 6, or 7 is an absolute outrage. And I do have one piece of physical evidence that this was happening to me. In my 7th year, my immune system collapsed. And understand what I'm telling you. My immune system broke down. I wrote about this in The Secret School. It failed. It simply failed. I began to get every kind of illness, and they found that my white blood count had dropped to 0. There's not much that does this to a little child except extraordinary stress. And I wasn't taken to my doctor to get this treated. I was taken instead to Brooke General Hospital, the military hospital in San Antonio, where I was given weekly injections of gamma globulin, and I was kept isolated for about 2 months, about 8 weeks. There is a record of this, oddly enough. I still have my old grade school report card from the 2nd grade that shows me as having been out of school in the months of November and December of that year of 1951. That's the only thing I have, but you have to ask yourself, why would a child's immune system shut down? It happened again later when the visitors showed up in my life when I was 9. But this is an example of extraordinary stress. Now, it could be that there was something else in my whole childhood that was happening that only makes it seem like this. But these are the memories that I possess. I don't have much more than this. I don't have any detailed memories. I do remember seeing children standing in a cage and being told that I would be put in the same cage if I told my parents what was happening. I do remember that my mother and father were increasingly up.
Oh, no. Sorry, guys.
By the way,
Actually appealed to Lyndon Johnson, who was the senator, and then at that time they were very friendly, and got me out of this program that way. I have another few memories. I have a memory of what would happen when this man would show up, which I believe took place on Thursday afternoons or Thursday evenings in our house. We would know he was going to come because Mother would start to dress us up. Little did she know what was actually happening. Then she would be putting me in my little jacket and tie and combing my hair, and we would try to escape. My sister would run across the street to the neighbors, and I can remember getting up on the roof. Now, this must have been after my 7th year, because my 7th summer, because during my 7th year, an addition was built on our house that would have enabled me to climb up on the roof, but not until I was at least about 8 or 9, maybe a little older even. So it must have still been going on, and this man showed up, and I climbed up on the, got out the window, climbed onto the roof of this 1-story addition, and then climbed from there up onto the roof of the 2nd story of the house. And I can remember standing there and trying, expecting, and hoping that the visitors would take me up, that they would take me up in the air. And instead, this man came in his uniform, and he climbed up on the roof, and he came toward me. And that's my last memory, again, of that experience. Another time, I was in the front yard with a boy who lived across the street at night, and suddenly an enormous fireball came across the sky, immediately followed by a car, an old car, this man's car, in fact, racing down the street at breakneck speed. And we ran out into the street to see what had happened, and we couldn't make heads or tails of it. We didn't know. But I do know, I remember the boy being extraordinarily scared, and he went home. He may have been involved. He grew up, he never left home. He lived in the same house, worked in his father's business, still living when he was married in the same room that he was living in, had been living in when he was a little boy. I guess he was in the military. He may have gone to Vietnam. He died at the age of 53 after an overdose of cortisone given to him at the VA hospital, and for a back injury. And he died a few years after, in fact, his name was Michael Ryan, being interviewed by Edward Conroy for the book Report on Communion, in which he corroborated some of my childhood stories and memories. And this has incidentally been a pattern. Bad things have happened to people from my childhood who I returned to meet again. And so I've been very, very careful about doing that. For example, when I was living in London, I had a marvelous friend there, a delightful guy. And we hooked up again a couple of years ago. And something went wrong. He used to send out emails of his doings and all of his activities and with pictures. And suddenly an email came from him that included a picture of myself, his own family pictures and his pictures of his recent trip, and a picture of myself, my grandson, and my son, and this strange letter that looked like it was written by me, but I had never written about my alleged CIA activities when we knew each other back in London in 1968. I was a boy in 1968. I was 23 years old. I certainly wasn't involved in any kind of intelligence activities. But the point is that this absolutely terrified both of us, because he didn't put it in his letter, in his round robin to all of his friends. I didn't put it in anything. I'd never written it. I don't know. I didn't even know where it came from. It was something designed to frighten us, like a shot across the bows, to say, don't you dare come into contact with this man, because there might be something you'll remember that somebody does not want me to remember. Now, I would like to go on and talk about a couple of other pieces of evidence. And first, to conclude about Mike Ryan. Mike was traumatized, I think, in early childhood. He certainly showed every evidence of this. I think I was traumatized in early childhood, and I don't think we're alone. I think the whole neighborhood was bruised as if an invisible fist had come and struck quite a number of those children. What was it? Was it this? Well, I don't know. And what might have been being done? Well, I believe during the war, the Nazis discovered that they could split the personalities of children with trauma relatively easily, and that they could leave one personality on the surface, but then have access to the other personality, which they could address hypnotically and cause the other personality of the child to repeat everything the child had seen and heard, like the ultimate bug, so that they could find out, for example, by doing this to Jewish children, where their parents were keeping their wealth and so on and so forth, because the children would overhear all of this around the house. And the children could be grabbed off the street, have this done to them, and then returned with the children having no memory, conscious memory of it even happening, because of the trauma being involved was so great. Now, I also have memories, and this is going to be relevant in just a moment, to going to Monterrey, Mexico, being taken there by my father to a school for brilliant children. And at this school, I saw things, the terrible things that I don't wish to repeat, because when you're dealing with childhood imagination, you just don't know. And I may have seen something quite disturbing to me, but that was quite innocuous. But I remember as being very disturbing. But I do remember seeing other children in extraordinary duress and things happening that were making them think that they had been parties to murder. And however, I saw through this. It was obvious that this was not the case, because the people that they had there who were dead had been dead for a long time. I was old enough to understand this, but these other children were not understanding it. And they were terrified beyond words. Terrified into becoming, in other words, completely compliant, which was the purpose, I'm sure. I went back to Monterey for the first time in my life in 2002. And I basically couldn't stand it there. I tried to go up into the hills where the house had been that we were taken to. I probably might have been able to find the house, but the roads seemed so confusing that I really couldn't manage to drive the car up there. I could go back, perhaps, and try again. I don't know. The problem is, what good would it do for me to do this? If I found a house, maybe it would be the wrong house. I have no way of telling. And this is the essential problem with all of these childhood memories. When a mind is 5, 6, 7 years old, it sees the world very, very differently from the mind of a person who is older, because it lacks a great deal of contextual information. And this has given organizations like the False Memory Syndrome Foundation the opportunity to throw up a smokescreen around all childhood memories of abuse and say it never happened, or most of it never happened. We'll talk about the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, which has some CIA-related connections, I believe, in a few minutes. But right now, what I want to do instead is to go to something else. And what I'm looking for at this point is, to a degree, corroboration. In other words, I have these childhood memories. They're rather fragmentary. They're very strange. They lead somewhere, such as somehow or another they're connected with my childhood close encounter experiences, which I...
No, sorry, guys.
Oh, that's okay. You don't need to play anymore. Is that Whitley Strieber?
Yes.
Oh, God, don't play Whitley Strieber on my program. Whitley Strieber is the enemy. Oh, my God. He's one of them. Jesus Christ. But the girl was fine, but then Whitley Strieber's just there to obfuscate the entire issue. The fact that he says, oh, this all started with the Nazis, what they did to the Jews. The insanity of what he just said speaks for itself when you hear what he said, that then they returned the children to their parents, and the children have no memories. They were all going to camps. It's not like they needed to return the children to the fucking parents. It's something that is just part of his preposterous insanity. So when it comes to him, honestly, the very fact that he can go on about it for hours so articulately without a break into irrationality shows that he's a shill, as opposed to somebody who's truly traumatized. So, I mean, oh my God, the fact that he covers it all and then says it's all part of it. But anyhow, you did great otherwise. You certainly brought on that young lady whose testimony is important, pivotal. Continue with whatever else comes to your mind aside from Whitley Strieber.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I really don't have, man, I still don't have all my shit together. I wanted to get that shit together for what's her name, for that end times programming, like how all that correlate, ended up, how all that turned out. But
whatever you can find while I, finish this stupid banana so I can get some potassium in my system. Whatever you can find. Yeah.
Peter,
I'll be with you till you find something.
Okay, is Peter coming on tonight?
Yeah, at the top of the hour. But,
Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. I just gotta take care of a few things till that time.
All right. Well, do you want to hear this shit about Trump?
Sure. Whatever audio you got. That sounds topical, timely.
He dogs him out. He dogs him out though. Okay. Hold on, let me get to it. Okay, but here it is.
Take your time.
His name is Brendan O'Connell.
Okay.
This called Trump's blackmailed.
G'day, it's Brendan O'Connell. It's the 14th of April. It's Friday in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. You've just seen, of course, the Petronas Twin Towers, KLCC, here in central Kuala Lumpur. Well, the bullshit is flowing thick and fast. Again, none of this is rehearsed. I'm just going to spew forth my opinion on the ridiculous goings on. Let me turn down the... and I better hurry before this rain squall comes through. I have never seen so much bullshit in all my time. World War III, my ass. This is so rehearsed, it's almost embarrassing. You're going to see within 1 to 2 weeks, Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump come together and say, World War III has been avoided. Bashir al-Assad has agreed to leave. A coalition is moving in to take control of the country. We'll be splitting it into 3 parts. Benjamin Netanyahu will be giggling his head off on the Golan Heights, having a barbecue, laughing his head off. Fat pumpkin head Alex Jones still cannot say the Anon plan. He recently had a caller on Monday just gone stating that, oh, it's all about the gas pipeline. And by the way, I'm sick of Israel and I hope Iran is a balance of power in the region. And to his credit, Alex didn't lose the plot. But I just can't help but feel this is psychological warfare. Even Dr. Steve Pieczenik, I'm totally off. He's changing his mind every 5 minutes. Look, this is an operation run by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Likud party, and the Jewish neocons. That's what it is. It's not about gas pipelines. That's incidental. That's chicken feed for the pigs in the pig's trough. The farmer comes out, gets what he wants, throws the pigs some scraps. That's all that is. This is the Yanon plan. It's a breakup to make the Middle East safe for Israel, safe for Orthodox psychotic Jews and their psychotic friends in Israel, City of London, Swiss and German banking, and of course New York. That's all this is. This is just a continuation of Jewish power's grab for world domination, with the capital city being in Jerusalem. I'm just so sick of it's not even horse pucky, it's hippopotamus shit. Because hippopotamuses do that beautiful tail wag and the shit spreads beautifully. It's a beautiful shit spread. That's what it is. And we should sort of gag on the whole thing as it goes away. They are all working together. And I'm not saying Putin is not working for the Jewish bankers. He's just one of many getting something out of it. The Middle East is well on its way and there's probably no recourse. If you didn't know, President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad is running again, thank God.
Our top story, more candidates, including former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, have turned up to register their candidacy for Iran's upcoming presidential election. Ahmadinejad's registration came despite a piece of advice by Iran's leader Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei, who urged him not to run. He was accompanied by his close aide, Hamid Bagheri, who also signed up for the race. After registering, Ahmadinejad said that he has stepped in to support Bagheri.
And we might actually see a possibly genuine grassroots backlash. We might actually see conferences exposing Orthodox Judaism, the Yanon plan, the Israeli domination of the high technology industry, which is key, the domination of information, the control of information, the ability to bribe and blackmail. That's what Israel does. That's its job. And nobody talks about it. The great Dr. Steve Pieczenik doesn't mention it. The fat pumpkin-headed prick Alex Jones doesn't mention it. I'm sick of it. I am sick of it. All this analysis by the big players. None of them will say Operation Telpiot. Not one. You think about that. Because that is the key to Israel's domination. No one strung together the fact that Henry Kissinger has very kindly transferred in the 1970s all American manufacturing, heavy industry to China. Thank you very much. And another Jew. And then we have Jews there down the University of Chicago School of Economics. Now they're shifting all the American high technology into Israel, to the point where now they say Israel is a technology juggernaut. All done under Operation Telpiot, all done under Israel military intelligence. And no one's talking about it. I mean, literally no one, except me and a few people dotted, who are finally coming together to spread the word. It's incredible. Donald Trump is a full-blown, 100% compromised faggot piece of garbage of Benjamin Netanyahu. No more, no less. He is a rapist. He is an absolute 100% rapist. Let's have a few words from Robert Morrow. Robert Morrow, who became the president of the Gulf in Texas, around Austin, Texas there, of the Republican Party with his jester's hat. Very funny, very promotional guy. Let's hear what he has to say about the entire Republican Party, Democrats, Donald Trump, the whole lot of them. Here's what he has to say. I might add before we go on that Robert Morrow wrote the book, The Clintons' War on Women, co-written with Roger Stone, or in fact, it was written by Robert Morrow. Roger Stone just put his name to it. They're not friends anymore, and he's got a lot of things to say about Donald Trump, and rightly so.
This week, voters in Travis County, Texas, voted for a Republican chairman, and look who they picked.
Real anger tonight after a man many Republicans considered to be vulgar and brash just won control of their party in Travis County.
I'm not politically correct. I'm politically incorrect. I'm like Donald Trump on steroids, sweetheart. So get ready to have some fun reading my Twitter feed.
He actually tweeted, "I am the face of the Republican Party, and I like boobies." Which is still nothing compared to my absolute favourite tweet of his, which read, "If you Google Robert Morrow 11-inch penis confirmed, you get over 11,800,000 hits. I'm just saying, this guy."
Do you think Hillary Clinton would swallow your cum, or would it be more of a Lorena Bobbitt type situation? George W. Bush is like Rick Perry. Both of them were closet homosexuals. That's my personal opinion. George Herbert Walker Bush was being provided young teen boys to have sex with. I think Barack Obama is a gay man who got married. Bill Clinton, serial rapist. Hillary Clinton, rampaging bisexual adulterer. Rick Perry, rampaging bisexual adulterer. Well, if you find out who somebody's fucking, it tells you a lot about them. You find out a lot about people being compromised. You find a lot about if they're loyal. You find a lot about if they will stab you in the back. So all these guys and women, like Hillary Clinton, for example, she's not some sort of victim of Bill Clinton. She was screwing her law partners, Webb Hubbell and Vince Foster. And once you understand that, the light bulb goes off. Oh, so you're not some little old lady at home, victim of poor little Bill Clinton and all of his hundreds and dozens of affairs and sexual assaults. No, you're a perp. You're a perp in this, and you're a facilitator of Bill Clinton. And, Chelsea's the daughter of Webb Hubbell, not Bill Clinton. Folks need to know that. It tells you a lot about who Hillary and Bill Clinton are.
Hi, Robert.
Hey, Chelsea. Has your mother ever told you that you're the daughter of Webb Hubbell and not Bill Clinton?
I'm so proud to be my parents' daughter.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
One more quick question about this book right here.
Sure.
You say it's targeted towards teenage girls?
It's targeted actually to kids, girls and boys.
Would you say that Bill Clinton also targets teenage girls, except for sexual reasons?
Well, I believe in them. A lot of times I'm very caustic in my opinions, but I always back it up factually. For example, sometimes I just ridicule these political figures who I hate. I'll give you an example. I'll say something like, do you think Hillary Clinton would swallow your cum, or would it be more of a Lorena Bobbitt type situation? And that's my way of expressing my utter contempt and hostility and dislike towards Hillary Clinton, who I know is a criminal, who murdered 76 people at Waco, who hires nasty private detectives to terrify Bill's sex victims and former girlfriends, and who is just basically a sociopathic, vicious, vile criminal. So, I'll use social media to kind of hold them accountable and to ridicule and mock and make fun of them.
And so it kind of
sexual shenanigans. I mean, I think that George W. Bush is like Rick Perry. Both of them were closet homosexuals. That's my personal opinion, okay? And yet they run around with Bibles and telling everybody how Christian they are and how religious they are. When there are a lot of homosexuals in Austin, Texas, who can tell you what a queer Rick Perry is. And there are a certain amount who can tell you about George W. Bush and also George Herbert Walker Bush. George Herbert Walker Bush, he cheated on his wife with a longtime maid named Jennifer Fitzgerald. Everybody knows that. Every biographer knows that, okay? So yet he's presented on TV as some sort of a man with great character and a family man. And then if you read the books on the Franklin pedophile ring, George Herbert Walker Bush was being provided young teen boys to have sex with. That is this guy who is celebrated in Republican Party councils, not in my council, though. Well, the 11th commandment is thou shalt not speak ill of another Republican. And I throw it out the window. If they're misbehaving, if they're doing things wrong politically, they'll hear about it from me. And if they have a wildly hypocritical sexual life, especially if they're a married man and involves adultery with strippers, hookers, and gay prostitutes, there is a prominent local Republican who I knew the manager of the Omni Hotel, the night manager, okay? And he would literally walk 18-year-old hookers up to this guy's room on the 9th floor of the Omni. Yet this guy is a well-known Central Texas Republican who runs on family values and Christian family values, okay? So I'm quite disgusted with people like that,
cheating, having an affair.
A lot, and the media covers it up. A lot of our top political figures are very compromised sexually. They're immense hypocrites. I think Barack Obama is a gay man who got married. I believe he was, when he was a state senator, I totally believe Larry Sinclair that he was having a blowjob and smoking crack while he's being, sucked by a gay prostitute. That's Barack Obama. Bill Clinton, serial rapist. Hillary Clinton, rampaging bisexual adulterer. Rick Perry, rampaging bisexual adulterer. George W. Bush, this great Christian guy. Remember George W. Bush here in Texas, ran with the religious right. You know, there, if you Google George Bush, Leo, and McConnell, who's a Las Vegas prostitute, she talks about him filleting another guy. Okay? And then you read the book, The Franklin Scandal, the Franklin cover-up about the Bush family, who like to pretend there's some sort of great family with character and integrity. And old man Bush is being provided boys in a homosexual pedophile ring. He's really a queer that likes teen boys. These folks need to be exposed and excoriated. And oftentimes the media will cover it up, but I won't. Okay, so they use us, they use me, they use the political process to enrich themselves, becoming tremendously wealthy. Both the Bushes and Clintons have done this. They get sweetheart deals, become multi-millionaires, and then they get presidential libraries, and then they get free Secret Service protection for the rest of their life that we have to pay for. How absurd is that? So I'm for flushing the commode on the American political system, both in the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. You know what? I think her name is Tulsi Gabbard. I think it's her name, the Congress lady from Hawaii who just resigned from the DNC to support Bernie Sanders. She did that because she's anti-war. She saw how horrible the Iraq War was. She knows what a neocon war hawk Hillary is. And so she's not down with the program. Even though the Clintons dominate the Democratic Party, she is bucking the grain on that because she's an Iraq War veteran who saw how incredibly tragic that war was, does not want it to happen again. She's backing Bernie Sanders. So I happen to like that Tulsi gal out in Hawaii. No, I'm not politically correct. I'm politically incorrect. I'm like Donald Trump on steroids, sweetheart. So get ready to have some fun reading my Twitter feed and my Facebook. It's also very educational. And follow up the links that I give to that. Like I'll say something caustic, then I'll have a link that'll follow that. I'll say, gee, I wonder if Karl Rove and Ali Akbar were having a homosexual affair. Then I'll give you a link you can follow up and decide yourself. That's a question that I want people to ask. Were Karl Rove and this blogger, Ali Akbar, who had a Grindr account and who was a friend of Karl Rove, were they having a homosexual affair? You also need to Google a picture of George W. Bush kissing the head of a bald-headed gay prostitute in the White House. Well, you have to understand Karl Rove and George W. Bush based their re-election strategy in 2004 by putting a lot of anti-gay marriage amendments on the ballot in 14 different states. It was one of their biggest pieces to energize the conservative Christian base who thinks that George Bush is a Jesus-loving conservative Christian man who doesn't cheat on his wife. So they're epic sexual hypocrites. You need to Google a picture of George W. Bush kissing the bald head of Jeff Gannon. He's a bald-headed gay prostitute who was posing as a journalist in the White House press corps. Makes me wonder if Karl Rove got him that journalist's pass. Makes me wonder if Jeff Gannon was having sex with Karl Rove. Jeff Gannon was a gay prostitute, who was known for being a top. You know what a top is on the bottom? Okay, Jeff Gannon was a top. And he's running around the freaking Bush White House like he's a stray cat. Just Google this. Google it. He got exposed. I just love exposing these sexual hypocrites in the Republican Party, especially these closeted homosexual. He probably raped one of them, Ivana. If you might want to Google Trump raping Ivana. Google it. Yeah, there's a Texas journalist that's all over that. He wrote it. It was in court filings. When Ivana divorced Donald, she says he raped me. She put it in a court filing. So I'm going to have to believe Ivana in the court filings. Okay, I don't have to, but I kind of think that he would be narcissistic enough to do that. I just love to skewer these political sociopaths on their demented sex. I take a lot of enjoyment out of doing that. Exposing them for the hypocrites and frauds they are, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, you know. I never say bad things about Jimmy Carter on my Twitter feed, do I, ma'am? You ought to check Toothless out of nuclear war in 1962. We came very, very close to that. And if he would have done what all the fucking experts told him to do at that time, who were gathered around him, who were giving him political pressure from the Congress, from his own administration, now, Kennedy was another guy who was sexually demented as well. I love learning about and talking about that as well. But he kept the world from blowing up. So John Kennedy would rank up there pretty high on my scale. Jimmy Carter. But remember I talked about nuclear war when it came to John. John Kennedy is one of the most sexually demented people ever to be in the White House. Yet he kept us out of having nuclear war.
Anyway,
these.
I gotta pause it right there. But this guy's a trip, man. He's a fucking trip. He just I don't know how he got insight into all these elite whatever initiation shit that they were doing, but it's fucking funny as hell.
Thank you.
Any questions in the chat room? Feel free to hit me up.
I'll take a look at the chat room. It's basically, I would say that there's comments as opposed to questions, but Peter Jansen in particular, welcome to T-Tank Barry, of course, and Larry Mills. Dat Dude 873210 says hello, and of course Mrs. Brooke. And I do want Peter Jansen's comments to be taken note of. He said that he himself spent his childhood in hospitals alone. He feels there's a core that cannot be ruined. He did say no World War III is disappointing. There goes his Mad Max fantasy. That refers to the Australian earlier who was speaking about Netanyahu and Trump. He says, let's be honest here, it's not a question of race, social class, etc. It's about the rise of the merchant class since the Renaissance, scheming, backstabbing, and always ready for everything. From the low-level tradesman plumber to the highest state official, all backstabbers. So I guess what he feels most set against is guildsmanship, the guilds, trade guilds, and various sorts of specialized professions that do tend to gouge people for their services. Aside from that, you did great. I really am indebted to you. You helped me get through that opening hour while I was dealing with the unpleasantness of several things, and couldn't have done it without you, and we'll be back for more. How are you for the rest of the night after Peter retreats into the gentle night?
Yeah, I should be done with the couch by then. So, yeah, just give me a call. I'll have everything ready, and I'll have that end time shit ready.
Great. Well, let's wait till Peter is ready to come on. Now, hopefully he's ready to come on because I haven't had any communications from him. He seems to have received my communications, however, so presumably he's out there and kicking. I don't know if he scrolled up to see the rest of my messages, but one would hope that he did. At any rate, I gave him food for thought, put some stuff up on his own timeline. Aside from that, by all means, what else do you feel needs, in the last few minutes we got before bringing Peter on, what else do you feel needs to be brought to people's attention just verbally? I'm sure you can share something with us. I hope everything's going well with you in Florida. Tell us about your own personal situation. Is it stable?
Oh, yeah. Shit's going good. I got another gig tomorrow, so I'll be busy, but I'll have to go to work till noon, so I'll be good.
Okay. And that's wonderful. Oh my God. And so is this again stage building?
Yeah. Well, tomorrow Cat Williams is coming into town.
Okay. And and Cat Williams, what's your opinion on this individual?
Oh, I love Cat Williams. He's probably the greatest comedian of our time right now. Of our time. Okay. And, yeah.
Wow. And aside from all of that, anything else that comes to mind? Your, shall we say, well, I guess I could just kind of reach out to Peter a little bit early, but certainly there must be something else that you think in current events.
And tell you what's up with all the news that's been released. Like they released the pictures of the Seven Island, or they released the pictures of one of the lands of the Seven Island.
Okay. Oh wow. Yeah.
And it's beautiful. There's all sorts of like old ass like Buddhist and Egyptian like temples and statues and shit down there. Like it's amazing.
Wow. So if you have any photographs of this, do share them with me. I mean, I'd appreciate this. Aside from all of that, like I said, I'm terribly distracted at the moment, but I'm doing my best to, just try to Well, we might as well try and bring Peter on. So let's see if we can get him on first, and then you can say good morning to, good night to everyone, and then cut out till I, bring you back on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see if we can get him onto the call. Give him here. Here we are. Let me see. Press the add button. Add participants, and Peter Moon. Peter. Here we are. And press the call button, and press the add button. Okay. Let's see if
Is it ringing?
I think so. There he is. So say hello to Peter and good night to everyone, dear Ian, and Peter and I will be on our way.
All right, guys, have a good night. I'll see you in the future.
Yes. Thank you so much. We love you
Good
dearly.
night.
Hugs. Bye for now. And that's Peter Moon. Let's test your audio, Peter. Say hello.
Hello, and good night to those who are leaving.
Yes. And so, dear Peter, yes, I'm just doing, I'm stable enough, but as you can imagine, barely waking up. I do want people to know it's the Cherry Blossom Festival, which is a very important season in both Japan and Northern California. We are having our 56th annual Cherry Blossom Festival. So this is the Sakura, the national flower of Japan. And of course, this involves the act of flower viewing, which has its own term that I would like to familiarize people with, hanami. And so this is the seasonal peak in different parts of the world. And in Japan, it's the islands are large enough where Tokyo's peak will not happen till around the 14th. Basically this weekend. And so I do want people to know that that will be a large parade in Japantown. They haven't had that for a few years due to COVID. This will be the 56th annual Japantown parade. So this will be held in San Francisco. And so I was very busy last week with not only the Easter celebrations, but the weekend celebrations in Nihonmachi, or the Japantown area. And this weekend will be the parade and the cosplay, people dressing up in costumes. Now, I myself, of course, in the photograph from the last festival of last weekend, am looking pretty lame, but that's because I was freezing my ass off and just not, it didn't photograph well in the wind. But, hell, it's a nice ambience, and we put that in the thumbnail for tonight's live stream. Other than that, I do want people to understand how busy I've been and how busy I will be. I'll be showing my calendar to Peter later, but I'll try to work with him this month on the few free days that I have. But basically, towards the end of the month, we have Japan's version of Asian Lunar New Year, so to speak, the Spring Festival. And that's the Golden Week in Japan. That starts off with Emperor Hirohito's birthday, the only emperor who gets an eternal birthday celebration. Every emperor's birthday is a holiday while the emperor is alive, but Hirohito is the only emperor who gets a permanent holiday forever. So just people understand that. It shows you how the Japanese know he won World War II, even if they don't know it. With that, Peter and I have... Now, Peter, did you get a chance to scroll up and take a look at the other material I sent you, as well as published on your timeline?
I just shared your feed because I've been away.
Okay.
Hang on. I haven't been to my timeline. Well, first let me see what you shared. Hang on a second with me.
Take your time. I published 3 things upon your timeline. Probably the most important is...
Oh, no, I didn't even have a chance to see these.
Okay, so do please take a look at them right now. Open them up, and you can help, just go ahead and read them to the public, because...
Well, let me first start with the cherry blossoms.
Sure.
I have this because you're quite correct. It is the cherry blossom time, and it's. I've been to DC. They have incredible cherry blossoms in DC at this time, as well as Japan.
Yeah.
And oddly, I've seen those cherry blossoms at least 3 times, and probably 4. I've just happened to have been in DC in April during those times. But there is a history to those cherry trees
Yes.
in Washington, D.C., and it has to do with Japan. And it was the Japanese who gave the Americans those cherry trees. Now, this isn't World War II stuff. This goes back.
Yes.
And of course, this I'm reading from my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, which, is, 20 years old or something like that. They basically, this is a quote from one of the characters in the book saying that Japan paid no attention to America and were happily isolated for centuries until Commodore Perry, forced them to sign the peace treaty at gunpoint. We then, having seen what the British had done to China with the opium problems, they wanted no part of the West. America had its own imperial interests. The Spanish had the Philippines, which is the gateway to the oil-rich Brunei, owned by the British, who had China too. America wanted a peace. Of course, this is covered also in our book, Roswell Deception. I was aware of this many, many, many years before. And of course, the reason I was aware of it, because it had to do with Douglas's contribution to certain anime or certain comic books from the Antarctic Press.
Thank you.
And that's where I learned about it, from the Antarctic Press, from these two characters that were involved in a very mysterious group that was tied to the ancient bond meetings, not the Tibetan bond meetings. I can't separate them, but they were bond meetings, sometimes confused with a Bund. But the German, they were aviation meetings, had to do with secret aviation. And these meetings were on Long Island, and they were occurring right before 9/11, because these guys vanished right before 9/11. They knew 9/11 was going to happen. They used to come to our Montauk meetings for a little while. Anyway, let me see here. When the Americans, when the Japanese defeated the Chinese in 1895, the Americans could no longer beat the Japanese. Yes. They grabbed the Philippines as an imperialistic grab after staging a fake incident of the battleship Maine, claiming that the Spanish sunk the battleship Maine, which was in the Havana Harbor or some harbor in Cuba. Russia was defeated in 1905 by the Japanese, which sort of sowed the seeds for the downfall of Tsarist Russia. And Americans cut off the oil supply to Japan. And it says, now this is written in sort of a comical vein, because this is a fictional character in the book, because I'm writing from the perspective of parallel universes. And it says that the Japanese are studying America. We know your weak spots, and we make fun of you just as you make fun of us with buck teeth and glasses. We give you cherry trees in 1910, but your government burns them. We make a political statement by sending you SAKURA, our name for cherry trees, because it is cherry trees you chopped down with George Washington, which makes all Asiatic people feel like scum. Now, the cherry tree, you've all heard the story of George Washington and the cherry tree. Yes. I cannot tell a lie. I chopped down the cherry tree. And that's all based upon the Moroccan flag, which was red, pure red. And they called it the cherry tree. Yes. And they also used this red flag when they would gather up slaves. They would go down to the South and put up a red banner and make, all the slaves gather around this, or even if they had them in a group and they were processing them for recruitment into slavery, whatever they're doing, they'd raise that red flag and, rally around the flag. That red flag was originally known as Old Glory when it was the Moroccan flag in America, before we had the current version of Old Glory. Yes. It is, so George Washington chopping down the cherry tree basically meant that if you were a Moroccan citizen of black skin, you could go up to the White House and knock on the door and say, I'm a Moroccan citizen, and by treaty, they would have to recognize you as a free man. There were free black people in the North. There might have even been them in the South, but nevertheless, it wasn't common. And George Washington chopping down the cherry tree was symbolic of him not telling this. He honored the law, but he didn't broadcast it. So he kind of dishonored it at the same time. In other words, this is him chopping down the cherry tree. He did not protect people equally. So the Americans burned the cherry tree, which was symbolic of George Washington burning down the cherry tree. There was a disease involved in these cherry trees, supposedly. I mean, but Japanese persisted diplomatically and made them plant them again in 1912. So date coincidence with the planting of the cherry trees in Washington in 1912 does Noble Drew Ali, the great Moorish prophet, receive his initiation and announces his prophethood in America. And so that's just my little soliloquy on the cherry tree, since it's cherry tree season. And they're really beautiful if you ever get a chance to see them.
Yeah.
So that's what I have to say about the cherry tree. Now, we're going to go into tonight's broadcast, and this is a very interesting broadcast. And if you want to get Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, it's a very important book, and I highly recommend you read it. It's available either at Amazon on Kindle or on you can buy it at Amazon. You can also get it from skybooks.usa.com. Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal. It's over 400 pages. If you like Peter Moon's writing, you'll like this book. It's very different. But anyway, also at the same time, remember to donate to Douglas Dietrich. DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner yellow button. Some of you have, and we appreciate that, Douglas especially. So please donate to Douglas. And tonight's broadcast is primarily going to be on the Chichewa, the diminutive subspecies of human that originate in Tibet and migrated into Southeast Asia. We're going to be talking about them. I have some interesting things to say, but more ask Douglas, because he's probably, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you'd take a backseat if you should, but he's probably the most knowledgeable person about the Chichewa, outside of maybe Michael Aquino himself, who's no longer with us.
Thank you.
Or
at least not with us in his old form.
Yeah. I don't know if that's something he should be proud of, but because it's something most people don't want to know anything about. Okay, so Douglas is asking me to review this. He dug up some really interesting things. So here I have a statue of. Now this is this drawing of all these body parts.
Yes.
Being cooked. Are those supposed to be pictures of Chichewa? I don't think so.
This is an old woodcut by a German anthropologist who was studying cannibalism in Brazil. But the point was that was the inset image on the original article of the Betty and what is his name? The Microsoft guy, Bill Gates, Bill and his wife, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That was the original inset image that they had on the article, which I simply cut and paste and put in its print format on your timeline, about how they were awarding Chochoa to control the finances of Haiti. And I put a link in there for conference, meaning people can compare, so that you can easily take a look at, if you don't take what I cut and paste into account, just take a look at the other article, and it's far more accessible. You can look.
But you said a mouthful there.
Yes.
You said they were awarding Chocho. Now, what is awarding Chocho? Does that mean chocolate? Does that mean Chocho people? What the hell is?
If you take a look at the Cho chocolate, they only ever use the one word Cho. And of course, their history is something we can go into later tonight, or as we go on in our
Maybe
conversation.
I should read this right now.
Yeah, you should read it
Okay.
out loud for the.
Okay. This is a Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and it's an article that's actually really not so much an article, but a statement from the foundation.
Yes.
It says foundation and U.S. government give 2.5 million prize for transforming banking sector in Haiti. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Seattle, Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Now, it makes it sound like Seattle's a part of Port-au-Prince, Haiti, which Port-au-Prince, Haiti is like the capital of Haiti. Why does it say Seattle? I don't know.
Because the Chochoa Asian population also has a great deal of their network connected in Seattle, along with Bill Gates.
This is very interesting. Well, I guess it means, usually the press release will say, New York, or Los Angeles, California. This says Seattle, Port-au-Prince, Haiti. So anyway, I guess it's coming from both regions. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the U.S. government through the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, announced today that Haitian mobile operator Digicel won a $2.5 million award from the Haitian Mobile Money Initiative. Boy, that's a lot of word salad or an alphabet soup. Like, what are all these companies, doing in Haiti? This is after the, I believe it's quite a well. I don't know when the date is. It doesn't have a date here.
Yeah, it didn't have a date in the original.
Well, it's 2000. This is after the
earthquake.
After the Bill Clinton failed invasion of Haiti.
Yes, that too.
Yeah. Digicel was recognized for being the first to launch a mobile money service in Haiti, Chocho Mobile. Chocho Mobile. Now, okay, here we don't want to just have Cho Chocolate. Well, we got Chocho Mobile.
Yes.
Now,
with the full name of the ethnicity.
Mobile company. You can call the Chocho and, order up a human leg. That means, okay, the first to launch a mobile money service in Haiti, Chocho Mobile, that meets the competition's stringent criteria. This award, presented to Digicel and its partner Scotiabank at a U.S. Embassy event in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, is the first from HMMI, the Haiti Mobile Money Initiative, a $10 million incentive fund to jumpstart the introduction of mobile money for the Haitian people. Now, mobile money sounds like a digital currency, is what it sounds like.
Yes.
I don't know. Mobile money. It sounds like digital currency. I mean,
it's money you can relocate easily. Yes.
Yeah, and you can imagine all these displaced Haitians, walking around. Are they walking around with cell phones? I don't know. Now, it's very important to contextualize this for people who might have some limited understanding of Haiti. I don't not claim to be an expert on Haiti, but it is the homeland of much what we know as what is popularly known as voodoo.
Yes.
Voodoo. And zombies and that sort of thing. So just keep this in mind. And Douglas was talking about the Chocho and the Chochoa and the the biting of the tongue from the zombie and how this was reflected in the Dalai Lama. We'll touch a bit on him again too.
Thank you.
Because he did officially apologize, and he apologized was like, "Hey, man, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man." What the? And that's about all. There's no further out. There's no extended outrage. If Donald Trump makes a faux pas or a stupid statement, and he apologizes for it, they don't let it go.
Yes, that's right.
The same with Biden or anybody. They don't let it go. The Democrats might ignore something it's interesting too. Both the Republicans and the Democrats will just overlook the stupid statements that either one of them make. Say, well, yeah, Trump's got a big mouth, but he's good. And Biden will say, yeah, he's senile, but he's not Trump. That's his best attribute, is that he's not Trump. They are, empowering a senile old man with a cackling vice president. Anyway, she has a reputation of somebody who's corrupt and up to no good. She does not have the reputation of a pedophile. She doesn't have that reputation. I don't know that she is.
I
Cackles.
doubt she needs to be.
She cackles at the children.
Yes.
But Pence had a reputation as one. I don't know if he was. He definitely had a reputation.
Well, so did Joe Biden. Don't forget this footage of Joe Biden sniffing at some little girl's hair in the most obscene manner that had her quite upset.
They seem to have controlled that pretty well. Got that out of. I don't see those. It was going up all the time.
Yeah.
When he was being elected, and that didn't seem to bother people.
I noticed.
who were pro-Biden. Of course, it outraged the anti-Biden people. But so what is outrage anymore? It's a crazy world. So anyway, there's this money being pumped into this mobile money initiative, Cho-Cho Mobile, in the land of voodoo.
Yes. And extreme poverty, and as you said, there's hardly any cell phone towers, so who on earth has the cell phones?
Well, it's a good question. The devastating earthquake in January 2010 destroyed 1/3 of Haiti's bank branches, further limiting access to financial systems that served only 10% of Haiti's population before the earthquake.
You notice how they don't talk about hospitals or orphanages or churches being wiped out. They talk about, hey, this terrible earthquake wiped out 1/3 of Haiti's banks.
Yeah, but what's in it, interesting, it says the financial system served only 10% of the population, is what it says. Yeah, so you lose 1/3 of the banks, and it makes you think, well, this is going to give some, substitute the financial, you're transferring dollars around on cell phones or whatever the currency they use there. I don't know what they use, but
apparently the Cho-Cho buck now.
Yeah, the Cho-Cho dollar, the Cho. Let's call it the Cho. I'll give you 6 Chos. In fact, I'm going to look up right now, what is the currency of Haiti? Well, we don't have one. Haiti is the land of magic. I think they like to call it Obaya.
Yeah, that's one of the terms. Yes.
Yeah, they don't necessarily like to call it voodoo. That's not, and boy, this thing is this is interesting. It's not coming up. Well, no, my computer. It's not that. It's my computer's just really being unusually slow.
Yes.
This does not happen.
Well, mine's been slow lately too. I think both of our internets are being interfered with. Believe it or not, we may or may never straighten it out as to what exactly happened. But I noticed I was unfriended by Brooke Gibson. She swears she did not do it. Anyhow, we're friends again on Facebook, but somebody went in there and unfriended us. So somebody's just accessing our accounts just whenever they wish. So go on.
Now I was able to pull up Yahoo. Boy, this is just not, it never happens. I'm going to go to see if I go to Google.
Just for what it's worth, just for our listeners, the majority of people in Haiti are unfortunately limited to barter. They basically barter. I'm sure they have a currency. I don't think it gets much play for all the reasons we've just articulated. I mean, you've got a bank system that was serving only 10% of the population. 90% of the population doesn't even have any money to put into the fucking banks. So the idea...
Here it is. The Haitian currency is called it's spelled Gourde. It looks like it's pronounced the goud. The goud.
Wow. G-O-U-R-E-D, like gourd? Like gourd.
Yeah, it spells like gourd, but it says the gourd or goud. GB, good. Haitian Creole, the goud is the currency of Haiti. it is divided into 100 centimes. It's basically, but it says that the dollar is used on menus and stuff. So it sounds to me like they probably
use the dollar anyway.
Use the dollar. It's the official currency. The Haitian goud is the official currency of the Republic of Haiti.
It might be pronounced Werde, for all I know, but
it could be. It's, I mean, one pronunciation, I think it's used two ways, but it's is the only country that Haiti's the only country that uses this currency. Demand for it is low outside the Republic of Haiti.
Imagine that.
Yeah. It's historically an important currency infused with cultural pride. Its name comes from the old Spanish currency. The name is French, but it comes from an old Spanish currency called gordos, short for pesos gordos. The name evolved into the current spelling to reflect the French language. Many Creole speakers call gordes good, rhyming with the English word mood, good, mood. Okay. So it's got that Spanish, and then the Creole people who speak with mood, good, you know, it's different. The symbol G represents the currency of the Haitian gourde. First circulated in 1813. It's now in its third issue. 5 of them is called a Haitian dollar. It's just that the goud is one of the few currencies to feature a woman on a banknote. Well, it features Marché Valliere, a famous Haitian market. Oh, it's Marché Valliere. But it doesn't say who the woman is. Oh, Catherine Flawn, a symbol of the Haitian Revolution. She reportedly sewed the first Haitian flag in 1803. The Betsy Ross of Haiti.
Yes.
So anyway, that's a little bit of cultural education for all of us. So anyway, okay, so we're saying that the earthquake destroyed 1/3 of the Haiti's bank branches. The HMMI, which again is the Haitian Mobile Money Initiative, it sounds like this is trying to come in and rescue the lack of currency going on in Haiti after the earthquake.
I noticed that the award, $2.5 million, is like nothing. That is like pennies from a piggy bank for the level of...
Yes. But there's also this $10 million money fund, and it's not still not a lot, but nevertheless, they're trying to, what's it called? Revive the currency, and I'm sure they're trying to manipulate something by doing this. But the devastating earthquake in January destroyed, 1/3 of the bank branches. The HMMI, a partnership between the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and U.S. aid, was established to help launch money mobile services in Haiti and enable Haitians to send, receive, and store money using their mobile phones. It also lays the foundation for advanced banking services that could help millions of Haitians lift themselves out of extreme poverty. So it's obviously a banking vehicle to, quote unquote, help people. The question is, what is the cost? We don't know. Digicel's mobile money service enables customers to use their mobile phones to make deposits and withdrawals at retail outlets and transfer money between Chocho accounts. Now, what's a Chocho account? It mentions Chocho, but it's like Chocho Mobile. It's like, it doesn't say what a Chocho account is. It just says, I guess, Chocho Mobile. So if you have an account, you have your Chocho account with Chocho Mobile. So you can go into the Chocho network, and then, it's just like if Douglas, if we both were using Chase Bank, theoretically, we could transfer between that easier than if we were going through another bank. Still have to send a wire. But the idea is, if it's PayPal to PayPal, I guess that's kind of what it's like. The U.S. In addition to its current services, other mobile banking services will eventually include bill payments, payment for government services, and international remittance transfers. The U.S. government made significant achievements in the immediate aftermath of the earthquake and continues to implement its long-term assistance to help the Haitian people build back better, said U.S. Ambassador to Haiti, Kenneth Merton. The role of innovative companies like Digicel will be critical to ensuring the sustainability of our investments here. Sustainability is a very watchword.
Yes. Yes.
You never want to hear sustainability.
Big buzzword. Yes.
Yeah. The effectiveness of mobile money offerings like Chocho Mobile has been demonstrated by a similar service, M-Pesa, in Kenya. Just 3 years after its launch, M-Pesa has more than 13 million customers, is used by more than 70% of Kenya's households, and does more transfers per year domestically than the money transfer company Western Union does globally. Research shows nobody uses Western Union anymore.
That's right.
I mean, research shows that Kenyan households who have access to M-Pesa are better able to manage negative income shocks such as job loss, harvest, or business. As we have seen in other places around the world, mobile money can unlock the economic potential for millions of people. Making mobile money services available to the poorest families in the developing world can be a first step in introducing a broader range of financial services, helping people build financially secure and productive lives. This is the first award given by HMMI. The second operator to launch a money service within 12 months will receive $1.5 million. Another $6 million will be awarded. So they're trying to, jumpstart the banking network and economy with these grants. And the launch of a mobile money is an encouraging achievement, said USAID Haitian Mission Director Carlene Dye. The additional $6 million in scaling awards will help mobile money become sustainable in Haiti. So basically, the American people have provided economic and humanitarian assistance worldwide for 50 years through the U.S. Agency for International Development. That's also another buzzword, international development. So but the real, it's no surprise that Bill Gates and these countries would be doing quote unquote humanitarian outreaches in a country that's been devastated. You just have to wonder, what is the angle? What is the cost? But the most puzzling thing is, why do they call it Chocho?
Well, obviously, because it's the correct name for the ethnicity, I can only presume the ethnicity is involved. And
Tell me more. Tell me more.
Well, maybe we'll be helped by that other link. There's a link that I put in there that you can click to, and I haven't read, but it looks like it might provide us some more information that might be useful.
Okay. Chocho, it's just so funny to see this because, what's that song? I got Georgia on my mind.
Yes.
All yesterday I've got Chocho on my mind.
I chose you. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. While it's banking and finance with its bank. Okay, this is August 24, 2011. With its banking and financial infrastructure still in tatters, a new mobile service that allows Haitians to make and receive payments via text message is taking off and allowing commerce to flourish. Last year, Haiti suffered a catastrophic earthquake that caused widespread devastation, a tragedy that put yesterday's quake, which sent shockwaves of worry up and down the East Coast despite little damage, into stark perspective. The impoverished country is still recovering, but slowly, as several reports have indicated. But there are glimmers of hope in Haiti's rise from the rubble. Technology is playing a prominent role in the country's recovery, especially in rebuilding Haiti's ravaged economy and financial infrastructure. More than a third of Haiti's bank branches, ATMs, and money transfer stations were destroyed in the earthquake, leaving millions without access to money. Though even before the quake, fewer than 10% of Haitians had ever used a traditional bank. But that's changing thanks to mobile wallet technology. It just sounds weird. 10% of the people don't use banks. What the hell do they need this for?
There you go.
Yeah. In other words, obviously, if their food supplies are cut off, but if they're not using banks, they're living off their goats and chickens and whatever else they have. It sounds to me. I really
they're
don't
at
know.
a subsistence level of survival in the majority of cases. Yes.
And it would be viewed by the West as very poor. Maybe they're just getting along the way they were. I really can't say that, because I know Sean Penn was over there, quote unquote, helping out. And somebody brought up that Sean Penn would appear in all these devastated areas, and that he was, I think it was Brendan Zogart.
Yes.
Who said that he was fingering Sean Penn. But that's changing. And see, Sean Penn fits in synchronistically because he played Harvey Milk.
Yes.
In that movie called Milk.
Yes. That's correct.
And of course, Harvey Milk is the man who was shot with George Moscone, the mayor of San Francisco, by Dan White, who had too much Twinkies.
But just so people,
he got off. He was declared innocent or not guilty because by reason of eating too many Twinkies, insanity by eating too many Twinkies.
Yes,
and this is true. And of course, Dan White later committed suicide because he was very, screwed up. And of course, Harvey Milk was the founder of the Navy SEALs. He was gay, but he was the founder of the Navy SEALs.
Yes,
one of the founders of the Navy SEALs.
Well, not just gay, but a pedophile. Go on.
That I did not know. Yes. And anyway, so Sean Penn, sort of glamorized him in this movie. And also, just to show how Douglas had his finger on the trigger, a woman who was in the room when they were shot was Leon Prifty.
Yes.
Leon Prifty was what Douglas has described as the lap secretary of George Moscone. Yes. But she was in the room. Now, she is the one at the John O'Connell Vocational School where Douglas was attending that told him to get a job at the Presidio. Because he had a clearance to be on the base, being a military dependent, and Aquino later bragged to Douglas that he had sort of arranged that.
Yes, that's correct. And what backs this up is the fact that the person who became mayoress, not by election, she was never elected, but simply by secession, was Dianne Feinstein, who then later saved the Night Stalker serial killer from getting caught because they were about to catch him based on the firearm he was using. So she got on national television and told him, "Change your firearm, Richard, or they're going to catch you." Basically, she didn't use his name, of course. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what she said. She said the Night Stalker's being tracked by his firearm. If he doesn't change his firearm, they're going to catch him. And he started changing his firearm with every murder after that, so that he was able to go on to continue his reign of terror for quite some time. And so this shows she was in league with Michael Aquino to keep his little league, as he called it, of serial killers on the move. So the fact that that happened was one aspect of his having the mayor blown away, but another was that when Dianne Feinstein moved in to take his place, she was known as a lesbian, so she wanted to break that stereotype or that assumption, or shall we say that correct conclusion. She wanted to somehow try and throw people off from knowing the reality of what she was, so she fired the lab secretary immediately. She fired Leanne Prifty. That's how Leanne Prifty wound up working at a vocational high school as a secretary, where she wound up basically having sex with me and then getting me the job at the Presidio military base. She was this Albanian chick who spoke the Albanian language and therefore was working for the State Department on weekends and other times when they would call her in for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, so she could broadcast American propaganda behind the Iron Curtain. So she was already involved with intelligence and espionage, and hence also involved with Michael Aquino. Now, think of the convolution of what I just said, but also it makes perfect sense when you see all of the circumstantial evidence that I say is undeniable. As for Harvey Milk, who was also killed, he was, they've named a U.S. Navy ship after him. And for those of you who doubt that he was a pedophile, all of that is undeniable at this point in history. They've proven that he would, basically, quote unquote, shelter young gay men who were runaways, but he was basically having sex with all these underage young boys who were running away from home because they were gay or kicked out by their families. He was simply taking taking advantage of their precarious situations. He was a predator, like the Dalai Lama, who at least at this point realizes he's pretty much the zombie. He's a walking dead man, and that's why he had the young kid bite his tongue in that ritual manner. But that takes us, back to Peter, and we'll get back on track with the Chochoa, because the amazing thing is about this account, which came out during 2011, which was the year my late and sainted mother was slain, the term they use for vampires, the murdered. That was the year of Fukushima Daiichi. And here you've got this great big earthquake and in Haiti that devastates the nation. And then they move in with this Chocho Mobile to serve a population that essentially is too poor to even really use money, except as a kind of national statement of pride that they even have a currency that no one else will use. They at least, produce the currency for show, but only 10% of the population is really wealthy enough to even use it. But then they go in and say, oh, let's give everybody Chocho Mobile. This thing stinks from, it just stinks. Every aspect of it stinks.
This is an interesting aspect to research in general, yes. The type of research I do. Yes. But let me tell you something. When the CIA or government intelligences are evaluating things, they will take this type of information, that the way we're evaluating it, this anomaly, why are they calling, and they will go at it, yeah. Just like we are.
Yeah.
They will rip it to shreds. Like, what is this? Why is this occurring? Why are anomalies or coincidences occurring in investigation that make no sense? They will approach it this way.
Yeah.
Because it's an approach. It's just one approach of intelligence.
Yeah.
It's like you can look up names in the phone book. You can Google people on the internet, but they also evaluate knowledge this way. Yeah. And this is in the book series. I learned this from Beneath the Wheel. I think it's called Beneath. What's the guy? Oh, this guy who wrote about the gold country and all the anomalies. I want to call him John Bostrom. I don't know what the hell his name is, but I've talked about those books. Anyway, he was a former intelligence officer, and he talked about this. So anyway, here we have this weird Chocho Mobile, and of course, what are the similarities? Voodoo.
Yes.
Zombie.
Yes.
Not voodoo so much as zombie. The voodoo tradition is not the only one to have zombies. Okay. Earlier this year, a fund from USAID and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation sparked a partnership between financial services companies Yellow Pepper, Digicel, and Scotiabank, and spawned the Chocho Mobile Wallet, a simple digital banking solution for the Haitian people. This leapfrog in technology will help the Haitians bring back their financial system quicker than if they tried to build it back the old-fashioned way, says Ray Ruga, a spokesperson for Yellow Pepper, the company that oversees the mobile wallet network. Considering the overwhelming majority of Haitians keep their savings at home and often must take a bus to pay a cable or phone bill, Ruga says, Chocho offers a much safer and more convenient solution to carrying and safekeeping one's own cash. It cuts out the risk factor. Chocho requires nothing more than an SMS capable cell phone, a viable solution to Haiti's problems, given that an estimated 85% of Haitian households have cell phones. That's interesting. They don't have banks, but they got cell phones.
But where are the towers? Especially after the earthquake.
This I don't know. But, I should find out from Paula. She works for a cell phone company. If they build any cell phone towers in Haiti.
There you go.
To sign up, one can easily dial a code to access a digital wallet managed by a local Chocho agent. There are currently 517 agents across the country at various outlets like corner stores. Essentially, the mobile wallet acts as digital banking accounts, enabling Haitians to make deposits, transfers, etc., to receive government aid or NGO grants, all via text message. Forget NFC technology, iPhones, apps, or flashy text message Forget NFC technology. Oh, Chocho works on any mobile phone and with account balances of up to 250. Sounds like it doesn't go beyond 250. And we could probably get our own Chocho phones. The result thus far have been astounding. It grew up to 20,000 users by June. It had doubled to 50,000 users, rocketed to 110,000 mobile wallet carriers. Even more remarkable is the usage of Chocho. In June, there were just 54,000 recorded transactions. Now they're up almost 1 million. And this is years ago. They're going to expand. The Yellow Pepper is expanding to Latin America. Chocho user Gene Rodney Diciembre says Chocho makes it easy for him to transfer money to his two brothers living in Port-au-Prince, which saw major damage during the earthquake. Okay, they're talking about how good Chocho is. So, this is, and then you've got this other, the abduction. Oh, that's a different thing. So I'm like, I'm still puzzled as to why they call it Chocho.
It's one of these things that, why did that guy who used to run Wired magazine get involved with the Chochoa and start Cho Chocolate? It's for one thing, the one thing that we can say is this is what makes this so suspect. It's just so people understand that we're not stringing, like dogs with a bone, not something that's simply trivial. The fact remains that if you were to investigate Cho yourself, which of course I don't recommend that anybody do, except from the safety of your home and going online, and be forewarned, all you're going to find is pure raw crap. You're not going to find anything of any substance online. One of the things I used to tell people to do is look up the language, Cho language, and you will find that anthropologists acknowledge Chocho as a extant language, that it truly exists. This is academic recognition of it, and yet you'll find nothing else about it. I knew a woman whose husband spoke Cho. He was Vietnamese, and he spoke Cho, learned the language to communicate with the ethnic minority that was in his vicinity. And I tried to get him a job with the police department, and the police department said, "Oh, we don't recognize the Cho as a real a real ethnicity." And so they just wouldn't give him a job, even though he clearly spoke the language and could have helped them immensely with investigations in various areas. But you realize the San Francisco Police Department really doesn't want to investigate these areas. So you're talking about this protected minority group that's protected by the U.S. government as a welfare state population. And for anybody who finds that racist or offensive, understand what I've explained before about, say, for instance, the Hmong tribesmen or the Laotian tribesmen, or these various minorities, the Montagnards that were brought to the United States after the Vietnam War as basically food for the Cho, are themselves in the main. This will change with generations perhaps, but they themselves in the main, when they were brought to the United States for many generations, successive generations, were essentially welfare population groups. And this was because they were totally different cultures that could not assimilate at all. And so a great example of
very disturbing. Now this is even more disturbing. Listen to what I have to say.
Sure.
I can't, like, my internet is really acting crazy. So what I did, I went into incognito window.
Okay.
And it doesn't seem to be affected in incognito window.
Okay.
And I could dig up Haiti and Chocho on my incognito window than I could on my regular internet. But then it has this, it's on Pinterest, it says Mon Cash. Why Digicel Mon Cash rebranding for Haiti means mobile money. And Mon, this is M-O-N. Now, I've discussed this before. I've written in my books. M-O-N is the original name, according to this one reference I found, for the Bon tradition of Tibet.
That's right.
And so here we have Chocho that come from Tibet, and we have Mon, and it's all coming through Haiti. What this is telling us, and we're dealing with occult correspondences here, there is a big connection between Haiti and Tibet that I haven't overlooked, that I've never known about it. I mean, yeah, God, it's just screaming.
Thank you.
And it seems to be through these Cho-Cho people.
Yes. Thank you. Thank
I
you.
would also say that Montauk on a meridian line is straight over Haiti, too.
Yes.
Geographically.
Yes. That is incredibly important. And just so people understand this is not like some bone that we're gnawing on for the sake of trying to find, what would they call it? We're not trying to do what Miles Johnston did with poor Max Spears, forced him to hoover up content. It's not like we're trying to generate content at all. What we're talking about is something that if you look up anything about the Cho, and again, that welfare state population statement, just to clarify that, great example of this, you had these Hmong people who were helping the guy who people see on my channel. If you look up Roswell and the Rising Sun on my channel, my YouTube channel, then you're going to see this guy who's turning the slides for me when I deliver that presentation on Roswell and the Rising Sun. His name is Rick Prestel, and he's the guy who later accused me of rape. But he had this Thai wife who looked like a man, which goes a long way towards explaining his rape fantasies with me. And his Thai wife became one of the highest selling vitamin sales girls in America, just working for a vitamin sales company that was telemarketing. And she overnight became the hottest seller of vitamins online and telemarket wise in the United States by harnessing the Hmong population. And the Hmong population of immigrants, they all act in lockstep. So when she said, hey, all of you get on the phone and sell vitamins for me, then they all got on the phone and started selling vitamins for her because they got a commission. And then she, in turn, got the other commission. And then they all skyrocketed together. But it was a pyramid scheme because the government stepped in and the social workers told the Hmong, this means you're all employed. And that means we have to cut you all off Social Security. And then they all immediately stopped selling for her, and then her sales crashed and she went down to the bottom as a salesperson because she had no language skills. She couldn't even speak English and was, she basically looked like a man, but presented herself as female, so she didn't have much charisma. So it's just like, this is like something that gives you a idea of how welfare communities like the Hmong can act in lockstep. The Cho are like this. They're effectively an entire ethnicity in the North American continent that effectively works for the government. These are the people that Whitley Strieber, who we had on earlier, was propagandizing a cover for by saying these are alien grays. We were playing audio of Whitley Strieber earlier, or rather, our man Ian West was. And so that's what I mean by that. He was the guy who was hired by the government to create this alien abduction fantasy so that they would have a cover for the Cho preying on white people, because basically a medical anthropologist named Dr. Cheryl Adler saved the Hmong population and various other Asian minorities by having the government relocate them to the countryside because they were getting wiped out by the Cho in the cities. So, okay, all of this has a great deal to do with what's happening to you. If you know someone who's been abducted by the Greys or assaulted by the Greys, that's the Cho. And it's all been covered up by this guy named Whitley Strieber. And the government, of course, is allowing them to feed on Americans in their sleep so that they can maintain the Cho in their employ. So when the Cho are on their own branching out, haven't been given a 007 license to kill, and they're starting these basically this was Bitcoin before there was Bitcoin. Back in 2011, there was no Bitcoin, but the Cho started Cho Mobile. Then you can see where Bitcoin sourced from. I mean, just basically, the Cho have started it all. They got the thing rolling, or dealing with basically virtual money at the onset of, well, you get somebody like Sean Penn going to Haiti and helping to pass out cell phones and shit. And before you know it, the Cho are controlling the economy of a poor third world nation and, basically they're enthralled to a bunch of Asian pygmies from the other side of the Pacific. Okay, this is something we'll go a bit into as Peter Moon and I progress about this, but by all means, Peter, before I get started on everything, take it away with what else is on your mind about this.
Well, the first thing is, when Whitley Strieber, he wrote the book Majestic.
Yeah.
It's a fiction book which goes into the Roswell crash. Yeah. And I read it, but then it just falls apart in the middle of the book. It just, it's like completely inane. Yeah. It's a good read. It's about what happened at Roswell. Yeah. Of course, I didn't know anything about, what I know about it now, but I couldn't, it just fell apart. It's a historical thriller about the events in Roswell in 1947 and the creation of the alleged secret intelligence organization called Majestic. It just fell apart because it was talking about something that didn't happen the way he said it. Now, it says in 2015 that Cho changed its name to MON, M-O-N, Cash. It's a much simpler approach, and this serves all the Caribbean, including the Bahamas, down to the Lesser Antilles, which are your, Barbados and all those islands down there.
Well, truly, this expedites money laundering for the Cho. Go on, by all means.
That would make sense. Now it says, what does Cho, now this is the word CHO, obviously the same word, mean in Creole? Now, Creole is, of course, a French-style language. It says Cho means hot, hotter, hottest, warm. How does they say it here?
Hot.
Well, it's supposed to say Cho. It means hot in Creole. Now, Creole, in Haitian Creole.
Hot money, yeah.
The people of Haiti profit from money. The school of Monkesh, it says, now here's the article saying that people did not understand. It didn't work. Mobile, unfortunately, Chocho Mobile failed to take off. The main issue was that people did not understand mobile banking. Digicel, they made it sound so easy in those other articles.
Yeah.
Where you're picking up a cell phone, you probably want to throw it in the garbage, You're trying to buy a couch, Digicel realized they had to make some changes. They relaunched the system in 2015 with a new name, Monkesh, and this time hosted over 3,000 education clinics to teach customers how mobile money worked, demonstrating to the skeptical people of Haiti that Monkesh was the fastest and most convenient way to top up their accounts, make bill payments, and send and receive money. So now here we're saying, they're telling us it didn't work so well, because we're getting down into the normal, instead of the rah-rah, we're getting into the human issues. The results have been astonishing. Okay. They're more familiar with mobile money, and they're lauding it. But this is just, it's and this is translation of Chocho into English, and there's a whole Chocho. It says, I'm going to go. The Chocho, and then it says, here it is. This is some page that's trying to understand things. It says, Chocho people are a fictional human people or human-like race in the Cthulhu mythos.
Oh, God.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else here. No, this is just
Yes, crap. You're going to find crap. I will do my best to try and
well, the fact that you even found that, because I did some searches and nothing came up going Cho Haiti. And it was only when I went on incognito that I started finding things.
Imagine what you could find on the dark web.
Yeah. It says Cho translation into English examples French. Like it says here, slower style of Sukos, which he called Chocho. What is Sukos? Soukous.
We'll both have to look that up. Nothing comes to my mind immediately. Looking it up, and I get Suko's Burger House.
Okay. It's a genre of dance music from Congo, Kinshasa, and Congo, Brazzaville. It derived from Congolese rumba in the 1960s. It's an African dance music. Now that could explain if there's a Congo connection to Haiti. I don't know. It stands to reason there could be.
Oh, there is. There is definitely such, because they were slaves from West Africa, so there would be. Yes.
And Congo came up today because I heard they're producing in the Congo vital components for electric cars, batteries for electric cars in the Congo. And it made me think of all the stuff you talked about with the Congo.
Yes.
So, but still, I'm just, this is a point when I want to just start looking. So we'll go back. We'll put this in the bullpen, and maybe one of our industrious listeners will come up with something on Cho.
Yes.
It's DCHO, and it's Haiti. And okay, so anyway, we'll move on. Now, the one thing I wanted to address about the Chichewa is to my knowledge, the name first appears in modern literature. When I say modern, I'm talking about 1900s and forward, early 1900 forward, is in the writings of H.P. Lovecraft. But he doesn't say a lot about it. And he draws on it. Now, I also listened to the website. It's called Esoterica. There's a rabbi who talks about the occult. Mm-hmm. And he had a whole YouTube, about a half an hour or so, on H.P. Lovecraft and the occult. Mm-hmm. And it was very interesting. This guy also did a whole program on the Satanic Panic, explaining the Satanic Panic as a Satanic Panic. He was, in his own way, covering for it. This guy, if I wanted to hire him, I'd say he's perfect for writing Cliff Notes. He writes Cliff Notes on the occult. Mm-hmm. And he's good at it. He can take some subject on the occult and kind of break down its fundamental elements. But when he gets into certain sensitive topics like the Satanic Panic, it's as if he's shilling. It's as if I don't know if he talks about the Edomites because he's Jewish to the core.
So he may be obviously one of the enemy in the sense of an Edomite himself, an Orodian.
He could be. He'll show humor and intelligence, rare intelligence and humor at times. But I don't know if he goes into the Helazon. But he's talking about H.P. Lovecraft, and basically he is complete. He does mention Houdini and how they were both anti the spiritualist movement, and he doesn't. I'm trying to think what he said, but he's missing the forest for the trees here when it comes to your work. He's just not clued in at all. And why would he be? How would he be?
That's right.
Because anybody going to study that stuff is not going to be clued in. So this stuff about the Cho, uh, one of the most successful attributes of Donald Trump is his name, Trump. Trump is, he trumps things. He trumped the real estate market. And of course, I know his name was not originally Trump, but his name is Trump. It's always been Trump. His father's name was Drump or something like that. But it doesn't matter. So he trumped the real estate market, and he trumped the TV market. He trumped the political market. Now, he's trumping. If he can make a comeback like Muhammad Ali did after being defeated by Joe Frazier, Trump would be like, mega big if he can somehow win this election. He would be like, even if he's got all the haters, he's like, he's peaked. He'll have peaked his star power just by the name Trump. So what I'm saying here is that the Cho-Cho with them appearing in H.P. Love. Well, what I was going to say about Trump, excuse me, Douglas Dietrich is playing a trump card. He is the trump card. He really is the trump card.
Thank you.
With all of this stuff, because I've seen martial arts masters talking about the Dalai Lama. These people know a lot of Asians. They're not Asian. They know Asians. They know Asians you haven't even heard of. They know of techniques you haven't even heard of. They don't know about the Cho to any extent. They might have run across him, but they don't know the connection with the Dalai Lama. They decry the Dalai Lama, correctly so, but they don't know this. This is something they could learn. If my Qigong teacher was alive, he's the only person I know who might know of him, because he knew all sorts of dirty things about Asia.
Right.
I don't know that he did, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did. He said, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Well, there were many things he didn't know what I was talking about. So, it's not like he, would be saying it for ego's sake. But so that's one quarter. And then when you watch the news, you'll see that Douglas knows more about what's going on in China. And these people are just, they're talking smack.
Thank you.
It's like, it's like the TV commentators are like or even your quote unquote well-informed people who study Google. They're like, a couple of old geezers at the shoe shine stand talking. You hear interesting talk at a shoe shine stand. I don't know if you've ever been to one. I mean,
I have.
What?
I have multiple times, but most of our listeners are probably too young to even know what it is. Go on.
The only time I really remember sitting at a shoe shine stand was in downtown LA when I was going to have a date with my very first wife. I've got a first wife, a second wife, and a very first wife. Or it's like L. Ron Hubbard likes to say, I never had a second wife. I never had a second wife. He's alluding to Sarah. He had his first wife, Polly, second wife, Sarah, third wife, Mary Sue. But I never had a second wife. I actually had a wife zero. I was going down to see her, and I had these I bought this pair of leather shoes, and I remember the guy's name Pete. All these LA businessmen, they would lay money on him, tip him. They loved him. He was just a character. And I'm just sitting there in this, decrepit shoe stand in downtown LA. And it's just, you hear the people talking. They had a lot of bums in LA. It was strewn with bums. Place called MacArthur Park. There's a song written about it. And it was not a very nice place.
I can imagine.
Because that's a memory. I think it was across from MacArthur Park. I got my shoes shined. But in any case, you know, you're in touch with, I guess you call the common people. But so to get back, Douglas has the trump card. So you hear these commentators, they might as well be sitting at the shoe stand, you know, talking about this, that, or the other thing. In other words, they're not going to be the ones who are, you know, they're just talking what they hear. So the Cho they're a big part of the H.P. Lovecraft mythos. And some of my friends don't even understand the H.P. Lovecraft mythos. They've listened to you. And actually, I'll tell you this, Douglas, I stayed up till 3 o'clock in the morning last night.
I noticed you were up quite late when I sent some messages, yes.
Yeah. And the reason for that, there were two reasons for it. One is I was getting my ticket for Romania. I did that. That can get kind of complicated, especially when you buy the wrong ticket, and you cancel it and then you buy the right ticket. But I got my ticket for Romania. That was a big accomplishment. I don't have to worry about it. I would also say that I paid more for this than I've ever paid for a ticket. You know, inflation has caught up. You know, it's nevertheless. I also talked to one of my friends who I wanted to read your book to her because I wanted to just see how it went over. Okay. She's my, you know, I don't know that she's a Republican, so I don't want to call her my Republican friend, but she's, you know, very much on that side of the fence. Mm-hmm. And she respects your information and knowledge, but she's also very unsettled by you.
I can imagine.
For obvious reasons. Yes. And I also, in addition, well, I'm going to explain what happened when I just read her your introduction. Okay. But in the context, I was explaining to her of all the satanic encounters or synchronicities I've had with Montauk. I didn't talk about all of them, but my whole trail of investigating the time travel of the Montauk Project is Aleister Crowley 666 and the association of those phenomena with the Cameron Wilson clan, eventually leading me to the door of Marjorie Cameron, whose phone number was 6606, ended 6606. And she got that phone number because she had to change her phone number because she was getting too many phone calls after she appeared in the Los Angeles Times article exposing Scientology and connecting her to that. So she said that's how she got that phone number. I said, did you get that on purpose? She goes, no. And then, of course, the OTO, or Ordo Templi Orientis of Aleister Crowley fame, their P.O. box was 7666 in New York. And I had asked the head of the OTO when I met him, he's the one who introduced me to her. And I met him through synchronicity. And he said, no, they got that number. It was assigned to them. They didn't ask for it. You know, fits the coin. Yes. And just to give another example of how the Christ, and I think I was talking about this with her, the Christ interpolates with the Antichrist. I had a pretty voluminous correspondence with Amato Crowley, the self-confessed arguable son of Aleister Crowley. And this guy had a very strong occult streak in him. There's reason to believe he was indeed the bastard son of Aleister Crowley, as he so stated. But one time, it was, I think, one of the last letters I received from him, I had just been at my friend Madeline Suozo's house, and we were going to watch a video together at her house, at her parents' house in Islip, and we had to pick up her friend. And we picked up her friend, and the friend I don't think she knew me from Adam. And we got into it and we were watching this video. But then we started talking. And when I mentioned Aleister Crowley, she had a boyfriend who had, I think, purchased or the walking stick of Aleister Crowley that I don't remember. I think he got it from Jimmy Page, or Jimmy Page's something. I was connected to Jimmy Page, the Led Zeppelin guy, and she had the walking stick. He brought the walking stick home, and ever since he brought it home, she began to have these dreams of this lecherous old man chasing her. But she didn't really know anything about Aleister Crowley, and then I explained it. So I said, this was a really odd synchronicity. Yes. And I remember driving home, and I missed the turnoff to my home. Yeah. And why would I miss the turnoff to my home? I said, I've never done that before. Okay. I'm, coming home to Westbury on the Northern State Parkway, and there's the turnoff to Jones Beach, and that's how I go home. But instead I miss it. I said, how the hell did I miss it? So I take the next, I have no choice but to take the next exit, which I said, well, I'm not that far from the post office. Let me go to the post office. Mm-hmm. See if there's any mail. I go to my box, and it was only, there were 3 pieces in the box. Right after I had this encounter with this woman named Allison and Madeline, and I go into the box, and sandwich it's a letter from Amato Crowley, and it's sandwiched between 2 Jehovah's Witness pamphlets. By 2. It was as if they were, and I think that was the letter said, I think it was the last letter I received from him saying, I'm relieved to be in communication with you, and that was the last I ever heard from him. But he went kind of south after that, I think, and never released his final book, which was to be called The Murder of Aleister Crowley. But I talk about that in the Seventh Seal as well. But the point of it is, this phenomena with the Christ and the Antichrist, it goes together. Mm-hmm. And of course, I was, telling her of all these energies I've had to deal with and process in terms of my investigation. And I have had an ability to deal with a lot of negativity and not let it consume me. And that's what kind of kept me up for so long, was the conversation. The reading of the book, I read the introduction. And she pointed out, she was a little wary because she says, I might read too fast. And I've read newsletters to her too fast, and it doesn't give the person a chance to absorb it. I'm reading it to see if it registers with the person, and also if I see any mistakes in my grammar or whatever. Mm-hmm. But I read it. She got it. Wow. It intrigued her. She wants to continue. So, because the introduction is just basically, I'm giving a summarized biography of Douglas Dietrich and who he is. It's not a biography. It's sort of a 10 or 11 or 12 page synthesis of important key figures of who the hell this person is writing the book.
Yes.
And why he's writing it. And the next part to go in, it introduces Aquino, and then it gets into Lovecraft. Understanding H.P. Lovecraft is absolutely necessary to understanding the geopolitics of this world. Yeah. And it will explain the geopolitics of this world to you in a way that you will never understand it, because it's all reference to it. Whether you believe in what's being said or not, the basic geopolitical manipulators do act on this pattern. It's not a question of belief. It's a question of following a pattern.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to qualify this, and I'm saying this for new people, because H.P. Lovecraft is somebody that has a huge reputation in literature. His reputation in some ways is unequaled. He never interested me, mostly because his work wasn't that accessible. I didn't hear about it. The first time he registered on me, when I got my one rejection letter for my story, not the book, the story, The White Bat, and it mentioned H.P. Lovecraft. I think it said, you want to be like Stephen King. Well, of course, everybody wants to be like Stephen King. Make a lot of money. I don't want to be like Stephen King. I mean, it's not, it's like Stephen King is Stephen King. Ray Bradbury is Ray Bradbury. Arthur C. Clarke is Arthur C. Clarke. Robert Heinlein, they're all different. King is the bestseller. But, so what? But it mentioned H.P. Lovecraft. And I said, and I think it referred to him as Purpellian, like purple, Purpellian. And, if you fit that genre, and of course, if you're going to write something that you want to sell, you want to direct it at an audience.
Yes.
You want to direct it at an audience that might be interested. My initial writing, I decided to write something on Atlantis because there's so many books on Atlantis. People love to read about Atlantis. And I started writing a novel on Atlantis, which kind of out of that came my dream of the White Bat. So writing is an exercise, very important exercise, because it connects your left brain with your right brain. They say, even if you're writing nonfiction, if you're writing a nonfiction paper, it's a creative exercise because there's many ways to say what you're going to say. And the way you structure it and say it makes it a greater impression on the audience. So, and of course, let me just digress for a minute and talk about the New Testament. The New Testament is, by some people, consider the highest expression of truth in literature. Certainly one of the best-selling books of all time. If not I think it is the best-selling book of all time. And of course, that doesn't mean it's the best book. It means it's the most powerful book, the most believed in book. Doesn't mean it's correct. Doesn't mean it's incorrect either. It means that it's infiltrated your consciousness. And this book is expressing a truth or a story with a truth. But you'll find that there's many hidden meanings in it that make more sense than the guttural, exposition of it. And the ultimate expression of, well, as I say, my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal, the Bible doesn't even tell what the name of Jesus is. It doesn't tell his name. The Yod He Shin Vav He, the Pentagrammaton. It alludes to Pentagrammaton. I think it mentions it. But everything is coded. It's just like the Book of the Law. It's coded. It's not a straightforward. And this is why there's all these incredible efforts to understand the Bible. I mean, you can go into websites where there's all this Bible study, and they're looking at it from every possible way because they're trying to understand this because they believe it's true. Will any of these websites say what Phil Dick says in his book and what I put in Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal? Yod He Shin Vav He, the real name of Christ. No, they don't do that. So that's my argument. But the point of it is, when you're writing, you're synthesizing your left and your right brain, which is the, as Phil Dick said, that center point of the brain, the corpus callosum. And I once saw a picture of Tesla's brain. Can't reproduce it. Whereas corpus callosum was just gigantic. It was deformed, but not in a bad way. It just, like it was like there was a network between both hemispheres of the brain. It was on fire, so to speak. And that central point is what separates the two hemispheres. Phil Dick, in his insanity, took a bunch of, I think he was taking Linus Pauling's vitamin C therapy, and he took the wrong dose, way too much. And he theorized that it burned a hole through his corpus callosum and made his left and right brains interacting like a son of a bitch, boom, 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 boom. And this is where he got all of his inspiration from. And of course, Joe Matheny, being a Phil Dick fan, went and repeated Phil Dick's insanity deliberately. And he felt it had a big effect on him too. But he would tell you it's just a theory, because he had his own experiences, which prompted the meta machine and all the stuff that's written about in that book, and which he so brought home to me in our many conversations. But so anyway, what I'm trying to tell the people in the audience, when you write, you are mixing your left and your right brain. You're going for that synthesis. You don't have to be taking extra doses of vitamin C. But when you crystallize something, and just for example, if you want to make a proposal, a petition, an application, you're writing things down. You're synthesizing your left brain with your right brain. And when you, fudge a resume or embroider it or maybe just enhance it is the better word, you're doing this to create an impression to get a result. And that's a synthesis of your creative side with the, the truth side. And that's what you're trying to do when you write. So if you start writing about your problems, you start writing them down, you go into a logical situation. And that's, so writing is a very important vehicle for everybody to do. And I go into this in the White Bat book, The White Bat, The Alchemy of Writing, because it's the act of alchemy. So to get back to the Chocho people and H.P. Lovecraft, well, H.P. Lovecraft has a whole legacy in his history. We won't go into it. Douglas has gone into it many, many times before and after Peter Moon came along. That H.P. Lovecraft had an ancestry. He inherited this library that he was basically found out he was related to this guy called the Bad Arab, who was a worshiper of Cthulhu, the abandoner, the forsaker, the destroyer, who was aligned with the ancient kings of Edom of the Bible, the enemy of the Jewish people. Herod was the offspring of Antipater, who was put on the throne of the Jews by Rome. And Herod and Antipater were not Jews. They were Edomites.
Yes.
You can go into the whole history of, Edom in the Bible if you want, and then there's written about it. But the Edomites were clients of Rome. And Herod was directed, he was not a Jew. But he was the head of the Jewish religion. So he did the slaughtering of the innocents and all this stuff. So all this Christ stuff starts coming to the forefront, and the Edomites they're not just anti-Christ. They're much more than that.
Thank you.
They're negative entropy. They want to destroy the tree of life itself. So Aquino Michael Aquino fits lockstep with these people. H.P. Lovecraft inherited this library. He had a gift for understanding it, for writing about it at a very early age. His father, which Douglas has gone into, was screaming out these names, diabolical names of the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead names. And there's a lot of heavy occultism here and this was going on. And H.P. Lovecraft was, when he married a Jewish woman, she was explained all this to him in a context that made him understand things. And he wanted to expose this. And we write this in more detail in the book. It's very clear to understand the way the book is presented. But H.P. Lovecraft wanted to expose this. And Harry Houdini, he was introduced to Harry Houdini to help him write. And they collaborated. And of course, Harry Houdini learned much from H.P. Lovecraft. And he was going to work with Lovecraft together because he had a big name to expose this. Because Houdini was a devout Jew. His father was a rabbi. And he was very pro-Zionist until he found out who the Zionists were. They were the ones promoting this Edomite tradition. So he divorced himself from the Zionists, was working with H.P. Lovecraft to expose this on a mass level, and he was assassinated, which is a whole nother story we won't go into. And so then Lovecraft began to work with Charles Lindbergh, because Lindbergh needed a writer. And Lovecraft was going to write this whole expose that was going to take Lindbergh to the next, he would be the next president. Lindbergh was the most popular man by far. Roosevelt was the president, but he was very unpopular because of the Depression. So anyway, my mother had always taught me that FDR got the world, the America into war to save the economy. That was her perspective, and was generally well known, but there was much more to it than that. So anyway, Lindbergh, they weren't going to assassinate Lindbergh. Instead, they assassinated H.P. Lovecraft, which is part of the book as well. And then his whole legacy was co-opted. This story would never be told, and I'm only telling bits and pieces of it so you understand the importance of H.P. Lovecraft, because we're going to get back to the Chocho.
Thank you.
But so anyway, the anti-gods, the elder gods, the elder ones, whatever they're called, they're completely antithetical to human life.
Yes.
And they're here to do everything to screw it up, to be quite simple. And H.P. Lovecraft is like, all this was obscured. And this was going to be the big mega book of the last century, first by Houdini and Lovecraft, then by Lovecraft and Lindbergh. Now it's going to come out with Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon. But it's a new time, you know, the forces. And of course, Aquino did so much research into this because he knew he was aligned with this Edomite legacy. It was like, I trying to, you know, sometimes you find yourself in life when you find yourself in the right place at the right time, and you just fit in with a situation, or some people do. You know, they were, you know, Tom Brady was born to be a football player, you know. There's other situations. Bill Clinton was born to be a politician. Michael Aquino was born to be an Edomite who could influence the government and recognize people of like mind. And nobody he recognized more than the Chocho when he was working in Southeast Asia in the Vietnam War as a psychological operative.
Thank you.
He found out who they were and he began to employ them. But the Chocho first appear in the writings of Lovecraft, the first ones that I know of. But they're vague and enigmatic. Then later, the people who co-opted his legacy, like August Derleth, he wrote stories about the Cho-Cho, and they began to create a myth of Cthulhu, the Cthulhu mythos, which is just turning all of this stuff into a myth. But this myth infiltrates the culture. It infiltrates the culture to where it's very prevalent in movies, in comic books, in all forms of media, role-playing games, music. And probably most of you who listen to this are probably not of that culture, or you might not even be aware of it. Dungeons and Dragons, this type of thing. Some of you might know of it, but all of these like negative influences that actually is laced with grimoire, magical grammar that influences the whole psyche and consciousness of the culture and the subculture, not just the culture, but not just the subculture, but the culture in general. Our whole world is inundated with this. So the fact that the Cho-Cho, Lovecraft mentions them, they are completely aligned with the anti-gods, but this is within their own reference frame. They don't necessarily need the Bible to tell them about the anti-gods, because they have their own tradition from Tibet.
Yes.
And Douglas is going to elaborate on this in just a moment.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to give some context with Lovecraft.
Oh, it's important.
And, yeah. And of course, you can read a lot about the Cho-Cho in the context of Lovecraft, and they'll say, oh, it's all myth. Now, when we were talking about this a year or two ago, people started like posting, there are no Cho-Cho. Oh, it's this. There are no such things.
You just have to laugh. Go on.
Yeah, well, but, it's like they're dedicated to just sit there and snarkily reply, like that guy who said about Aquino's death certificate, it's confirmed fake. I said, well, by who?
And there was no response. And when
no response.
When we pursued his, shall we say, his pastiche, his cut together resume that he put together on Facebook, he's highly suspect as talk about somebody who's not true. He was claiming to be a CEO and he's driving a truck and all kinds of other bizarre contradictory bullshit with that guy. So we know what side he's coming from.
So I'll say that the first time I met Douglas Dietrich was in 2014, October. And as I sat there at the dinner with him, we were talking a lot about the Cho-Cho. That's mostly what I wanted to know about. And we're going to get, some answers tonight. And what we also got in the last transmission, he's going to give this to us now. So I'll turn it over to you to talk about this, and I'll step away from the computer for a second. I'll still be able to hear you.
Yes.
When I say a second, I mean like a minute and a half.
Understood. When you return, just let me know when you return so that I can show you something on the screen share. We'll take it from there. So I do want people to understand that I'm taking over the narrative only in a sense. We always transition as a team. Peter Moon and I dialogue, of course. But let's just put it this way. When it comes to what most people are contending with, what they're going to find is they're going to find the Cho-Cho in literature. In other words, just pulp fiction. And this is, of course, part of the problem. And they're going to be looking through, like, where did they first show up? And they're going to basically come across these, generally, in the old days, it would be conflicting. These days, they're more convergent in terms of the narrative. And that's because people have been forced to confront the fact that August Derleth hijacked all of H.P. Lovecraft's life and legacy. They don't understand the fact that August Derleth was an Edomite cultist and was doing his best to distort everything, very similar to the concept of taking the satanic reign of terror that the military had basically installed over the American public as a form of a coup d'etat, a military junta based on horrorism. You've heard the term terrorism. Michael Aquino used the term horrorism, the imposition rather than a reign of terror, a reign of horror. And there is a distinct difference between the twain. Terrorism can imply, of course, destruction of infrastructure, the attacks to weaken an enemy from the inside behind the lines. But horrorism is the destruction of morale, the sense of the concept that anything matters in life. And so horrorism is where Aquino excelled and what your military performs. And this was something that they were performing with the help of the Chochoa. And it's something that I will go into tonight. When Peter Moon returns, of course, we'll get deeper into it. Right now, I'm just kind of setting the pace. Again, the disambiguation. We need to distinguish between what you find from literature, and if you pursue the Cho in terms of literature, you're down the wrong path already. And then if you try to pursue it historically, well, there's almost no one else to turn to besides myself, because I'm the only person who is able to communicate to the Western public what I know from my Asian background, combined with what Michael Aquino was able to ascertain with all of the resources behind him, including the population of the Cho themselves, which were brought to the United States by the tens of thousands. So understand that these people are here. They're among you. And they're running entire networks of finance. They're running dummy front companies that, of course, have purposes all their own. So what I'm going to do now that Peter Moon has returned is we're going to go on screen share, and in a matter of moments, and I will show Peter, of course, some incredibly, in their own ways, bemusing or amusing aspects of the chocolate company, of course, because that's just something that bears looking at. It is something that is actually important, because it is
the Cho Chocolate Company, the Cho Chocolate Company, which Douglas has said was a front for all sorts of smuggling.
Yes, it's basically that's what it's about, and it's amazing just how they're quote unquote succeeding, considering the shall we say the a lot of contradictory stories about that company. Let's just put it that way. So let's start off with the screen share. We're going to go to Peter Moon's own messenger here, and I will show him what's been up with his messenger. So Peter Moon, if you take a look in your messenger, what you'll notice when you scroll up, because aside from the promotional banner I provided you for tonight, there is an illustration right on top of it you probably did not see because you didn't have a chance to look at it.
I saw that illustration, yes.
Okay, so I will provide the story behind that. That is an ancient Chinese illustration of the Cho abducting a senior official, a Mandarin. And of course, here's another illustration for you that is important. I just entered that into your message box right now. This is from the lair of the Star Spawn, which is an incredible story behind this. People often refer to this as an August Derleth story. It is not. August Derleth provided basically some outline of this story, and his co-author, Mr. Shorer, is the man who actually wrote the story. You couldn't even call them co-authors, because what happened was, I'll give people the story behind it, but what's more important is that some people will claim, if you go online, they'll claim this is the first mention of the Chochoa in literature. That's a lie. It's not true. The original man to mention them was a far more erudite and worldly individual. The great American, one of the great American authors, that's one of the lesser known American authors, a man who deserves to be as well known as H.P. Lovecraft in his own right, Robert W. Chambers. So what I've got now on my screen share with Peter Moon is Robert W. Chambers' The Slayer of Souls, which was written in 1920. And based on his travels, he wrote a chapter in The Slayer of Souls called The Assassins. And this was written in 1920, but he wrote, on a wall hung a map of Mongolia, that indefinite region, 1.5 million square miles in area, vast sections of which have never been explored. Turkestan and China border it on the south, and Tibet almost touches it, not quite. Even in the 12th century, when the wild Mongols broke loose and nearly overran the world, the Tibet infantry under Genghis, the Chorcha horsemen, drafted out of Black China, and a great cloud of Mongol cavalry under the Prince of the Vanguard commanding 500 Hazars, these are the militant Turks who had converted to Judaism, never penetrated that grisly and unknown waste. The 8 towers of the assassins guarded it, still guard it, possibly. Now, this is a very important paragraph. This was something that Michael Aquino actually had on a plaque on the wall of our office. So this is the importance of that paragraph. It is history. It is not fiction. So this is written, and it speaks of several different very important historical entities. This was brought up by Robert W. Chambers in a conveyance of reality. When it comes to something as innocuous, while I have our man on screen share here, Peter Moon, we take a look at some articles I collected on the what I call the Cho people pages. And basically, one of them says, Cho chocolate becomes 100% plant-based, which was back in 2021. And of course, I was thinking, the first thing that struck my mind when I saw that was, does that mean they originally had people parts? Like, what the fuck does that mean? But of course they mean they've completely eliminated milk from their chocolate. It's now 100% cocoa. Now, the interesting thing is I see article after article. This woman's face is quite frightening, by the way, for some reason.
It's a very unique face. It's a very unique face.
Yeah, to say the least. She's not hideous. She's not ugly. But she definitely has a few unique features. She's got a few bumps on her face, some warts, and sharp canines, almost as if she filed one. And she is the reporter here, Megan Poinski, senior reporterist, and she goes on to pursue about Cho Chocolate and some chocolate companies. Now, the funny thing about Cho Chocolate is whenever you run into an article about Cho Chocolate, they're half are promotional. They're obviously bought off. This is not them saying that this is something to go after. This is something even unique. I mean, all kinds of companies do this. But when you see Cho, I mean, you'll see articles like, hey, Cho changed its brand. The chocolate brand has undergone a repackaging. When you take a look at something like this, what the fudge? Cho rebrand explored. Who the fuck cares about this? This is something that you almost never see in terms of business articles, this erudite where they're talking about, hey, by the way, this company changed their brand. It's like, I mean, who else gets this kind of press? And every time they get this...
You'll see the repackaging, but they won't talk about it. Maybe they'll talk about M&Ms, but that's about it.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, and then they basically, every article about them is basically a kind of a product placement pitch that is very similar to some kind of an ad campaign. And this is article after article that I've collected on these guys. So when you take a look at these guys, San Francisco Reuters, the world doesn't need another chocolate company, according to digital media pioneer Louis Rosetto, but that didn't stop him from starting one anyway. Now, this guy is simply a co-owner. He is not the founder. He's the co-founder. They'll even say that here. Co-founder of Wired Magazine. He became the co-founder of Cho Chocolate. The actual founder is someone else who's never been identified. And so this guy's kind of like the face. And then when they have been talking about him and what he's been doing, then they go into people who have been working for him. Now, I'm going to point something out here to Peter because it is important. Aside from this very intriguing reporter or journalist, simply because of her, shall we say, unusual look, they basically have a lot of Asians who act as kind of like the face for Cho Chocolate Company. Now, this is the Pacific Coast. This is not, shall we say, to be unexpected. But the same Asian culture that usually would be very scared of the Chochoa as fairy folk has people who are very westernized, who are Asians that kind of present the Cho Chocolate line. And what they'll tell you is visiting Cho Chocolate is a fun experience. Now, what's so interesting about this is that when I had one of our columnists, so to speak, one of our correspondents, Halikaditis Kiefer, visit the site that they said they offered tours at, it does not exist. It's just a blank lot in Oakland. And of course, they keep moving around. Here we are. Cho offered free public tours and private chocolate tours at a cost. At a cost! I mean, who wants to pay for like a tour of a chocolate company? I mean, of course some people would, but it's not something that most people wouldn't be that specialized.
I would pay to go there.
There you go. And they said,
curious.
Yeah. Then it says tours at the Berkeley location are not currently operating. Now, you notice this comes up a lot. They'll start saying that, this isn't currently operating. Now, one of the things that Cho sold itself on was that it wasn't using slave labor. One of the things that I did at Revolution Radio was I exposed the fact that chocolate is based on slave child labor, black child slaves in Africa, where they got children who are out cutting down the cocoa beans. And, the poignant part of this story is that these children have never eaten chocolate in their lives. They never had any idea these seeds they were cutting down with their machetes were being used to make a delicacy, a digestible. They had no idea they could eat it. It's inedible until it's processed. So none of them had ever tasted chocolate in their lives, but they're cutting it down for people who do, and they work for free. They're working for food. And so when I was exposing that, Cho was making a big deal that it uses no child labor chocolate, but it's sourcing from all kinds of these places where they're using child slave labor, like Ghana and like Liberia. I saw it on some of their packages. On their packages, they were using these African sources where they were using slave labor. This is the guy who claims to be running Cho. And of course, he's just some guy who used to work for Wired magazine and says, oh yeah, we're making all these chunky Choella and shit. And then the Cho factory tour is rich, chocolately goodness. Now, for its first 3 years in Berkeley, the chocolate factory was closed to the public. Now it's opened its doors for guided tours. Now, every time you follow up on this, you'll find out that they're closed. That's the funny thing about this. There's all this, bean to bar nerds, you can come take a tour. And yet, when you try and follow up, place is closed. No, we're not having any tours. So this is like, something that goes on. And you'll notice that with all these articles, then they'll say something about after this article was written, they'll say, by the way, they closed and they relocated. So they're constantly relocating all around the Bay Area. It's something that really bears noticing. This guy, for instance, this Japanese guy, Japanese descent, Ari Morimoto, Cho's director of brand marketing. They got some Japanese guy to work for them. Now, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Japanese are immune to Cho attack. They don't, their dreams are not invaded by the Cho. They have a genetic immunity. This is because their bloodline, our bloodline, since I'm a quarter Japanese, comes from the Serpentine race, or the Hachurui, the serpent people, blended from Lemuria, the dragon blood, the so-called dragon bloodline. So it would make sense that a Japanese person could be completely oblivious to the Cho and what he's working for. I've told the story about V's experience with the Cho. I don't need to repeat that right now, but I do want people to understand that when you follow up with these articles like I have, I'm hoping to find here what I had seen myself. But if I don't, I'm sure that you can follow up yourself and you'll find out what I say is true. You'll keep getting these kinds of, and by the way, here's something, Cho is kosher. Here's an article just for Jewish people, telling Jewish people, hey, by the way, kosher certification for the Cho chocolate brand. So Jews can eat Cho. This is like, who the fuck else gets this kind of multicultural press where they're just going all around trying to say all these good things with different articles that push their brand. All of this is just to show you there's something very unusual about this company. And while I scroll up, here we are. They were saying that, 90-minute factory tours take place 2 times a day. San Pablo Avenue, go to Eventbrite for available dates and purchase tickets? Purchase tickets? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm purchasing a ticket to tour a fucking chocolate factory? And, but then again, if you try it yourself, I'd be surprised, go and tell me if you're able to get in somewhere, because one of these articles, like I just said, if I could find it, was pointing about, oh yeah, since originally writing this post, I learned that Cho moved their factory operation to Berkeley, California from San Francisco. Please see their website and details for updates. And then I had other people follow up and was moved to Oakland. Then I had other people follow up and was moved out to Berkeley and then to San Francisco. And then it's just like, so you got all these tours of this constantly relocating factory that when people visited it is a blank lot. Tell me you don't find something strange about this story.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
And it's all this name, this name Cho. Now, Douglas pointed out in the last broadcast that it basically means black magic, right?
Yes, in the most negative sense. And therefore,
yes.
Yeah.
But you see, this is a pursuit of magic we're following here. It's magic in itself. It's as if it's luring us in, calling us and saying, look at us, here we are. And this is the way magic works. Magic, synchronicity, told to me by Marjorie Cameron. She says, synchronicity is the language of magic. And she said to me, your life is laced with it, is what she said to me.
Your life is magical. Yes.
Yeah, she said it's laced with synchronicity. And that's obvious. But here it is. This is just one more manifestation in the context of, I don't want to say the pursuit of evil, but the pursuit of an inquiry.
But just beyond that, one of the things I was trying to emphasize before I explained to Peter the meaning of some of these illustrations, one of the things I was trying to emphasize was that the very word Cho, if you do look it up, the one thing that you will notice inescapably is that it's affiliated with negativity and it's affiliated with evil. And that begs the question, the very name of the ethnos, Cho, is a double jeopardy parable. It means that it's black magic, but it's orders of magnitude worse. Why would any company, first of all, name themselves Cho, using the one syllable as one thing for the chocolate, the financial group using the name of the ethnos, Cho Mobile, and then changing it to Mon later on, which is, of course, has its own occult meaning, as the Cho kind of crashed and burned, that they were trying to use crypto for the masses who are basically operating on barter. It begs the question is, why would you name something? It would be like a company naming itself anything with a profoundly evil connotation or a negative connotation. Now, we all understand that perhaps the West is so ignorant of it, this is more of a taunt, kind of like they're trolling. But the reality is everybody understands the propaganda against the Nazis, so they understand this would not be a selling term. So you would wonder at any company naming itself Nazi chocolate or Nazi mobile. But you get this Cho, which has this profoundly negative connotation in Asia, and you get a double Cho mobile, and they introduce it in the West. This is a form of trolling, a kind of, there's no company in its right mind that would eliminate an entire market in Asia, where the majority of the world's market is, by using a name like this, but they can apply it here in the West. So it's understandably regional. Everything they're doing is purely regional, and therefore they can get away with it. And because the ignorance of the West to this culture, they can do it. But you understand what I'm saying. No one in their right mind would do it at all. It's why would
you're helping us answer our question, and let me just say a few things about this. It's like, pursuing magic. See, the word Cho, magic is all laced in grammar and grimoire. So therefore, Cho is a very powerful word. It's the most powerful word they have in their own lexicon, I think.
Yes.
Cho.
Yeah.
And Cho, they double it up. Yeah. So it's like, this is their power. Yeah. Now, words are power in grammar. So basically, what we're doing is we're honing in and recognizing the power of the word itself. And this is the grimoire. Therefore, they're operating on this power, and it all revolves around this because there is the power. And it reminds me kind of like in this movie, which I found ever so delightful and intriguing, the movie The Ninth Gate with Johnny Depp. And it's Frank Langella is the heavy, the devil seeker in that movie. And at the end, he's got this whole group of occultists. And he sort of storms in on them because he's more evil than they are. And I think he kills, his adversary, the woman, to steal this book. And then he looks at the whole congregation of these people in black robes, and he just looks at him and he goes, boo, boo. And they all go running scared out of his mansion. He goes, boo, boo. It's highly comical. And that is kind of what the real power, when you see something, and it's kind of like Cho it's like you see that this is who they are, that we're seeing the power. We're unveiling the power. We could even say we're unveiling the power of the whole UFO abduction stuff, because it's operating out of the chocolate factory. Now, my friend said,
so to speak. Yeah.
Well, my friend said this was hauntingly similar to I think they're called the Oompa from the Willy Wonka chocolate factory.
And by the way, in the original book written in German, he simply calls them niggers. But go on.
Well, yeah, and it's the I think it's based upon Charlie's Chocolate Factory. I've never seen the movie. I once tried to watch it, but I couldn't. The Gene Wilder movie. Now, Johnny Depp did another one that I'm sure is much darker.
Yeah.
But I've never watched that movie.
They're all dark. I mean, they're killing children.
That I didn't know. So this sounds like, I would say that the Chocolate Factory, I should watch the Johnny Depp one at least. I should watch them both. But it's like...
I could never watch them when I was young either, because they were so hideous. They're just, children are dying in horrible ways, where they're making the children explode, making them drown in chocolate and all this shit. I couldn't understand how this shit was produced.
I didn't know that. I thought it was just a movie about a magical guy.
No, he's a magical guy, but he's killing all these children. The family's bringing their children there to see who inherits his kingdom, his chocolate factory. He says, whoever survives inherits my chocolate factory kingdom. And he's a multi-billionaire, but he kills off all except for one child. And then the child's happy in the end. He inherits the chocolate factory. And it's like, how is this a good movie?
Well, see, I never, ever, ever saw it. So I saying this movie is a question of art imitating the truth.
Yes, and it's a chocolate factory. Brings us right back.
Yeah. So now it makes sense. Cho Chocolate, why they would call it that. And it's right there. I wonder if your friend Beaver would have a clue. Have you ever talked to him about this?
Well, he mentioned the fact that when the language of the Cambodians and Laotians, Da Cho is the god of death who lives underground. So he said, it's like a chocolate named Death Chocolate. It's like, would you ever imagine opening a company in America named Death Chocolate? And, it's black and it comes in a little coffin. I guess it would sell at Halloween, but when, no other period of time would it have very good sales, you would assume. So just that alone is the part of the bizarre nature of this entire affair. Before I go into the history of the Cho themselves, back to Peter with that.
Well, I feel like we're finally arriving at some context here, and it's a bizarre context, but it's telling us one piece of, Bay Area reality. And it's not just Bay Area reality. We find out it's in Haiti. And these are both highly concentrated occult areas, the Bay Area.
Seattle as well, which we know has been subject to much chaos.
Yes. So, this is not necessarily the direction I thought we were headed in, but it's a great direction because, and then you've got this picture of this. Could you tell us more about this picture of the Cho? I mean, where the hell is that one you sent me? Would have been good if you put that on tonight's bill.
Oh
But
God, yeah. It's so we're talking about the one from the Mandarin, Mandarin
yeah,
Su.
yeah.
Yeah, so
What's the
just so
story
people
about?
understand that the abduction of Mandarin Su is actually ink on parchment from the Yuan dynasty. It's in the Shanxi History Museum in Xi'an, China, or it used to be. Now, this is an old tale that had currency throughout China, but which was only committed to print during the Yuan dynasty, that period of Mongol occupation in which much narrative and dramatic literature came to be refined. Now, understand that we were just looking at what Robert Chambers wrote about the Mongols, referencing the Chorchaw. Now, the tale of this illustration involves the waylaying of Mandarin Zu on his way to present a report to the court of the emperor, and several loathsome tribespeople convince the Mandarin to divert his course to a nearby cavern wherein they promise a great treasure will be found, which should be of interest to him. And along the way, his retainers vanish one by one, accompanied by smells of intricate cuisine, reminding the Mandarin of various treats remembered from his youth. And eventually, the scouts bring the Mandarin to a cave wherein a great cooking pot boils, and they urge him to look into the pot, and the Mandarin sees only his own reflection, finally realizing the purpose of this excursion. Now, the tale itself was this black and amusing narrative that saw small vogue during the dynasty, but which was often derided as too subtle and complex in a period when the fashion was for more broad and slapstick types of humor, such as that found in the pages of The Monkey, the Stone Monkey, or The Monkey God by Wu Cheng'en. Now, that being said, the story is a fairly clear example of the Chocho in action, and it presents to the listener some salient details about their culture. And as well, this episode throws some light upon the death of various other people who disappeared in Asia. A British diplomat who disappeared in 1875 under similar circumstances, precipitated the end of the imperial age in China, when the British started retaliating by shelling and invasions. Now, there was a book, of course, that was a grimoire that was sought after by Michael Aquino as a person who ordered it for him from the various libraries and museums around the world. The book that he was seeking about the Cho was called Het Handboek van de Volkeren van Jojo, as in TJO, TJO, meaning the handbook of the people called Jocho. They would pronounce it Tio Tio. It's a kind of a Dutch variant. Now, I remember that I had to really be careful about stealing anything from books like this, because you're talking about grimoires that had to be kept in a refrigerator. There were the people who maintained them in museums warned vociferously that you had to always wear gloves while handling these books, because your mere oil from the flesh of your hands, the oil secretions from your own fingers, would disintegrate them eventually. So you had to always wear gloves. This at least helped to prevent any fingerprints from ever appearing on them in case anyone dusted them for fingerprints. But I was only able to take brief notes before I had to put them back in the refrigerator, simply because of my schedule and opportunities to go through the various sets of locks and keys, sometimes even the combination locks or the various button or digital locks that would be used depending on which safe we were using. So this was an extremely rare book, and you would never find it. The initial print run was maybe 100 octavo copies, designed to accompany ship's captains and port managers and slave overseers in the employ of the Dandel family in their holdings across the world. Nicholas Dandel, while working for his father on his East Indies plantations in Java, recognized a certain fraternity of people living a sub-rosa existence and trying to blend in with the various native peoples of the places to which Dandil's wanderings took him. Thus, he encountered these folk amongst the Malays of Java and Singapore, the Chinese of Hong Kong, the Minang Kabao and Batak peoples of Sumatra, and the Dayak tribes of Borneo. And he rigorously sought out information about these people, the race he called the Dio, and wrote up the things which he found, hoping they would be of use to workers on his family's estates. And the initial run of these books was bound in this really sturdy pigskin. It's like handling a football, with waxed end papers to protect them from the hazards of a nautical life. And each was housed in a wooden box with a sliding lid. So what remaining copies they had extant, we had the only one left in the world that was known of that retained that box. And so from it, I was able to copy the notes and translate them from the Dutch over the years. There was no real problem there. I surmise that while some races of men aspire to rise above the animal state and further the cause of civilization within their bounds, the Tio are predisposed towards quite different goals. I have spraketh to those of them who claim to know the taste of human flesh, and it is well known to all who work with them that they place little value upon the rights or property of others. According to their legends, the race descends from an earlier one that was created by an ancient deity called Shugofan. At the one time they dwelt in an ancient city called Ilozar, high atop a plateau in the east called Ling. Apparently an invading army drove them out, and the race splintered, driven in different directions. A warrior caste fell back to the base of the plateau and established a stronghold there. This later grew into a city named Lilagling, or Return to Ling in their tongue. Other factions threw in their lot with other tribes and other faiths and spread across the face of the world. Those peculiarly attached to the weaver god, Al-Natye, a giant spider god, congregated on the Andaman Islands, from where they send a yearly tribute to their cult leaders on Ling. Now, Nicholas Dandil's observations were useful in his latter life back in the Netherlands in 1786, where his research helped him to win an academic post at the University of Utrecht. However, as word of his book spread out, a lot of missionary organizations launched a really angry outcry against the publication. The Catholic Church especially sought to marginalize the work, and within a period of almost a decade, they had officially debunked most of the book's findings, saying that if such a people existed, we would find these people and bring them to God. Well, if anything, their missionaries were all Aten. As for the author himself, Nicholas Dandil died during the Battle of Neerwinden, giving the Dutch a clear victory over the French. He sacrificed himself at a key point during that time. But when it comes to the church and their desire to get maybe a few copies of the book and then have it pretty much destroyed worldwide, you get an idea of what we're dealing with when you're trying to find any information on these people. There was a few other things that have mentioned them, maybe around 1998. At the time after I had brought down the Presidio military base, you had certain rock bands begin to circulate songs that would speak about this. But aside from people who were deeply into the occult, like some of these heavy metal rock bands, nobody really knew about them at that time. So that's more of a popular culture take on it. But then what we really need to do is get into the academic aspect of this. And the problem that most people have when they try to approach this academically is the first thing they run across is the literary bullshit. In other words, you're just going to find yourself in a world of quote-unquote literary information as opposed to anything academic. So I'm going to try and explain where to look or where not to look, but the real reality is there's nowhere for you to look. Just understand this. that the Chocho people are a group of tribes of near human Asian natives. They can be found in Burma, the Andaman Islands, Tibet, and Malaysia. They were entirely exterminated by the Japanese in China, for which reason all of the local Chinese collaborated quite gratefully with the Japanese. They are genetically from humans, but notably smaller. There's marked physiological differences. The legends purport that they grew from the seeds of twin obscenities, and these legends point to prehistoric genetic engineering of pre-human ancestors by the so-called great old ones, Jar and Loigor. They're feared by other tribes. They're inimical to mankind. They worship the anti-gods, the kings of Edom, notably Han, Shaunarfon, Rantegoth, Hastur, and his spawn. And they're essentially the corpse-eating cult of Ling that's mentioned in the Necronomicon. They have lamas, priests. One source suggests that only the warrior caste are bred small. They might be even smaller than those that are normally encountered, because those that are normally encountered are under 100 pounds and 4 feet at the highest. So the very name Cho, understand, means destroyer or sorcerer. Thus, the Cho-Cho, as a double emphatic, means the destructive sorcerer people. And one of their delicacies is backbone jiao. That's human ganglia paste. That's a sauce spread over vegetables, which takes days to prepare beforehand. The translation is generally given as white pork sauce, with white pork meaning human flesh. And as its real name suggests, it's made of pounded human ganglia and ordinary elements. It tastes like creamed artichokes with a hot peppery aftertaste. I know this because it was basically something that Michael Aquino ate. And he offered me a taste, son of a bitch, before telling me what it was. Yeah, and yes, humans eating it will dream of cannibalistic orgies. So yes, I've eaten of human brain, but I didn't know what was being served to me. Just the kind of humor Michael Aquino had. That's his way of bonding.
Those baseball players that took steroids and didn't know they were taking steroids.
I think their stories are a little harder to believe myself, but...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but in terms of... understand that Robert W. Chambers, he mentioned this race of the Chorcha. That's what he's speaking of, is the Chocho. Then they were mentioned by Frank Belknap Long. The reason I'm giving you this kind of chronology of the literary outing of the Chochoa is because most people are going to find something completely false. If you look this up on the internet, they're going to say, oh, they were invented by August Derleth, which is exactly what August Derleth would want you to think. A real piece of shit, human garbage, this Edomite who hijacked the Lovecraft legacy and narrative. He said he invented the Chochoa, leading many people to think of them as fictive. He certainly had his agenda, but they were mentioned first, chronologically, by Robert Chambers and then by Frank Belknap Long in his story, The Horror on the Hills, in which Shaunarfon is found in a cave in an Asian mountain range, worshipped by a branch of the Chochoa, has this vaguely elephantine appearance like Ganesha. However, its trunk terminates in this large floating disc that drains blood from its victims. It's normally encountered as a grotesque statue, but stirs at night, or at least on some nights. Now, considering the fact that Laos is regarded as the realm of 1 million elephants, which is essentially what their name implies, the name of their nation, dealing with the statue of Shaunarfon or Shaunarfon itself is not just reasonably plausible. This is essentially a cultural dissertation that Frank Belknap Long is writing for public consumption. And the problem is you have this reality that's interpreted as pulp entertainment by the West. And then in 1931, the novella by Frank Belknap Long, The Horror from the Hills, mentions a tribe of abominable and amphibian dwarves who worship Shaunarphone on the hideous plateau of Sang in Tibet, implying their descent from the Mirinigri, a black stunted tribe of the Pyrenees, which, by the way, Howard Phillips Lovecraft knew about. And the problem is that most people think he's just dreaming this shit up. It's not the case. Frank Belknap Long's black squinty-eyed tribe, and then Derlith's Chochoa, which he claimed to invent, they're one and the same people at opposite ends of their migration, in a sort of conservation of cannibal pygmies principle if you're thinking literarily. But when you think historically, well, I'll do that for you. Let me give you the anthropological reality. Basically, the Chochos, among the people of the Pyrenees, puts some of their descendants in the Iberian Peninsula, the borders between Spain and France. Now, millennia before Lovecraft's beloved Indo-Europeans got to the western edge of Europe, those hills were home to the Basques, whose antiquity can be judged by the Basques saying, "God made man out of bones from a Basque graveyard," meaning the Basques do not consider themselves to be human beings. This is a fact you can look up. Don't take my word for it. And what do we find up in the Pyrenean hills, shunned even by these ancient folk? But an even more obscure people called the Cagots, Cagots, in the plurality. Cagot is a word that multiplies, well, when you look at the etymology of it, it's etymologized from Gehets, G-A-H-E-T-S, meaning lepers. Now, there's a Kaz, C-A-S, got, that's a space, then G-O-T, dogs of the Goths. Kaz, space, got, as in Kaz meaning dog, got as in the Gothic tribes, dogs of the Goths. That is that inhuman touch of the Chochoa. The Cagots were shunned and persecuted by their Basque and other neighbors for reasons nobody seemed to be able to articulate, although they were accused of being Cathars 300 years after the fact. What you can look up, if you're not going to take Doug Dietrich learned all this from Michael Aquino, if you're going to dismiss all that as bullshit, don't take my word for it. Look up Elizabeth Gaskell. Elizabeth Gaskell's surname is spelled Gaskell. Elizabeth Gaskell is a female anthropologist of just inarguable repute. One of the first anthropologists on Earth. She wrote an essay on the Cagots, enthrallingly titled An Accursed Race, from which we learn wondrous facts, like the Cagots' reputation for sorcery and alarming levels of body heat, temperature so high that even withering apples by their touch is a regular phenomenon around them. Their reputed cannibalism and tainted smell, the near universal prohibition on allowing the Cagots to drink from town water supplies, or even use the same holy water fonts in the churches, which Cagots had to enter through special lower doors only because the public would force them to, or they would not be allowed to even dwell among the populace. They also had to wear a red duck foot symbol, or even the webbed foot of an actual duck. Now, the laws in some towns forcing the Cagots to remain shod at all times likewise imply their webbed or inhuman feet, more deep one ancestry than Chochoa. What else comes to my mind? There's the suggestive Basque work, spelled T-X-O-K-O. Their word, zoko, means both cuttlefish, think of the hilazon, and angle, which gets us not just Cthulhu, but Loiger. Loigor, the many-angled one. True anti-god ancestry. Similarly, the Cagots' cultural role as woodworkers and carpenters. ties them to Shub-Niggurath cultism. The goat mother was also the goddess of the fertility of the forest. Now, the Cagots infiltrated Basque, Spanish, and French populations, and thence traveled to America in the 15th century. Basque sailors served with Columbus, and Basque fishermen almost certainly found Newfoundland's Grand Banks by 1475 and just didn't say anything about it. Basque whalers traded with the Greenland Inuit in the 17th century. So this Cagot Cho-Cho connection, that's what Aquino referenced as Chogot. In fact, that was the actual term used by military anthropologists. Chogot clans in Quebec, Boston, and Boise, Idaho, home to the largest Basque population in the United States. They're, in this case, pretty unmistakably white. Indeed, they're sometimes described as pale compared to their Basque neighbors, all of this is something that's important to emphasize, because I've had all kinds of people over the years give me a line of shit about, Douglas Dietrich, you're promoting yellow peril. You're talking about, fuck, it's obvious what they're talking about. And obviously what I'm bringing up cancels all that out. Now, these Cagots are sometimes described as even taller than average, but those little doors indicate otherwise. They're described as red-haired, bristly-haired, sickly, stocky, as dark and as gray-eyed. There's your grays. Thin-fingered, thick-footed. This only shows the Cho-Cho tendency to blend in, or the truly amphibian nature of their miri-nigri deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA. The only true test of the Cagot, besides the tainted aura and the invisible leprosy, is what it was called. And I remember the term Aquino used. Invisible leprosy that they carry is this: their ears are differently shaped from those of other people, being round and gristly, without the lobe of flesh into which the earring is inserted. Think of the Comtesse de Bleuvel in the literary work of Ian Fleming, titled On Her Majesty's Secret Service, born without earlobes, as Ernst Blofeld discovered. They're thus exposed as ancestral Cho-Cho, and if Ernst Blofeld, the major villain of James Bond's imposture, bears even a hint of truth, then think of a Cho-Cho as a kind of precursor to the James Bond villain, something that scared even Ernst Blofeld out of his wits. So all of that, of course, is something that when you think of what their origin myth, the Cho-Cho are said to have intermingled with the descendants of a hybrid race from the beginnings of time, when Shaunar Faon made a race of beings to serve it, the Miri-Nigri, a race of black dark dwarves fashioned from the flesh of primitive amphibians that the Cho-Cho were said to have interbred with. This is actually a typical origin myth, no matter where it's found. You have a god that creates a special race imbued with a magical nature, like the Malik Taush, who possesses my own body, created the Yazidi. Think of the parallel of elves and dwarves in Norse mythology, the fairy folk. Then that mates breeds the tribe of followers. The most familiar parallel for this is in the West is the Eden story. You have the Adamic tribes, represented by his sons Cain and Seth, who go down among the Western tribes to find wives and children. The descendants of these marriages become the chosen people, special to their God. The fact that when you take a look at Frank Belknap Long and what he wrote about the Cho-Choa, the phrasing that he used, the Cho-Chos are said to have, well, that hints to be a later addition to what he's presenting as part of a mythical corpus. Now, the relevant quote is, "They are the Cho-Chos, a vile, homeless race, perhaps tainted down to their DNA by their long history of cannibalism and worship of the Cthulhu mythos. No one is sure where they originated. As early as 128 BC, history records a Central Asian tribe known to the Greeks as the Tochoa, T-O-C-H-O-A, Tochoa, and to the Chinese as the Yuechie. The Tochoans rule an area encompassing Afghanistan and the southern regions of what is now the former Soviet Central Asian republics until the 3rd century AD, when they were forced east by the Sassanid Persians. Today they are found mostly in communist-controlled areas of Asia. The Indo-Chinese Wars of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, as well as the Red Chinese Cultural Revolution and pogroms in Tibet, have caused a further diaspora of this vile group. By the way, that was from a CIA field manual that I took this quote from when I worked at the Department of Defense. I was ordered to destroy all copies. I was never able to escape with a full copy. I've escaped with other copies of field manuals. I was dealing with so many things I had to steal. That was one that slipped through, but at least I took notes on that quote. Now, what is important now is to see how relevant the connection with the Tochoa is. You see, in 221 BC, 221 years before Christ, when the Emperor Qin Shi Huangdi established the first empire in China, one of his first orders was the extension and defense of a series of walls in North China, which were transformed into the Great Wall. The wall was designed as a defense against the nomads of the Mongolian steppes, who regularly raided the Chinese cities to supplement their traditional herding culture. As these tribes used up the grazing lands and they could not raid the Chinese, they were forced to migrate to other lands. In India, around the same time, they were experiencing the end of an empire after the death of Ashoka, emperor of the Mauryan dynasty in 239 BC. The subcontinent fell into disunity and the power of regional princes began to rise, the so-called princely states of India. Their power was gone even by the time of the death of the final Mauryan emperor, Pushyamitra, in 180 BC. This disintegration of central rule gave the people of Central Asia a chance to raid and even settle in the subcontinent. One of the tribes that settled in northwest India was the Saka tribe, known to the Greek historians as the Scythians. By 128 BC, they had been forced out of their lands around the Aral Sea by the nomads tribes, the nomadics forced out of the Mongolian steppe by the Great Wall, one of the greatest strategic weapons in history. The Chinese building of the Great Wall ultimately led to the fall of the Roman Empire, as all of the tribes held at bay from raiding the Great China migrated ever west. In the following century, they were followed by the tribe that pushed them out of the Aral area, the tribe of the Yuechie. In the Pinyin, the proper Mandarin pronunciation, Weiji. It is here in the area known today as Peshawar, in modern Pakistan, Salman Sheikh territory, explaining his origins, that the Yueji settled and became kings. They were known as the Kushans by then, and though they were effectively reigning for about a century, what was done under their rule affects the world to this day. Not much is actually known about the Kushan kingdom. The Tochoa ruled over a mixed group of peoples, representing Indians, Sakas, and even Greeks, the remnants of Alexander's colonies. The beginning and end dates are fuzzy, and the names of the kings are uncertain because no human could pronounce them. It is thought that it came to its greatest glory under Kanishka, who ascended the throne in 78 AD, 78 years after Christ walked upon the surface of this earth. The empire lasted until the rise of the Sassanid Persians in the west, who swept across the Iranian plains and deposed an already weak Kushan king. Now, how do these Kushan people compare to what we know, or at least I know, about the Chochoa? Well, one of the most important occurrences in the Kushan kingdom was the widespread acceptance of Buddhism. It is known that Kanishka called the Fourth Buddhist Council, which mediated disputes on doctrine among the Buddhist schools, and most importantly decided that Buddhist scripture would forever thenceforth be written in Sanskrit. Buddhism was widespread among the Kushan, their Tibetan origins. One of their greatest contributions to Buddhism was their use of a human figure to depict the Buddha, who was considered not to be worshipped as an idol. No human until that point thought of worshipping the Buddha as an idol. In previous Indian Buddhist art, there was a taboo on the image of the Buddha. He's shown only by a symbol, such as an empty throne or footsteps. The Kushan art, influenced by Greek sculpture and artisans, began to depict the Buddha as a stylized human figure. And this formed the basis for all depictions of the Buddha and the Bodhisattva, the Buddha to come, the Maitreya, to this day. But understand that the Chochoa themselves worship the anti-gods, the Edomites, and center their culture around ritual cannibalism. So you might think there's no traces in the records of the Kushan kingdom, and you might consider geography to be an impediment. Modern Chochoa are found among the hill tribes of Southeast Asia and the island of Malaysia. The Kushan kingdom was based in the northwest India and Pakistan and had easier escape back into the Central Asiatic plains. There should also be traces of the population across the Indian subcontinent. Of course, your average researcher will think of the race as a myth unless they're a skilled enough linguist or anthropologist who understands the Cho language to be quite real and recognized academically. Unless you learn to speak that language, how are you going to recognize the traces even if you find them? But think of the race, the question of race. Modern Chochoa are definitely among the Mongoloid Asian physiotype, with the distinctive encephathic folds, the eye folds, and short stature of the Eastern type. The Kushans, or Tochoa, were described by eyewitnesses as tall, red or blonde-haired, and pale-skinned. The archaeological examination of the area shows a large number of people with Caucasoid features, and there are tomb paintings and sculpture that depict distinctively sharp-nosed, blonde-haired people ruling in Central Asia. Modern archaeologists are now identifying them as the Tochoa. The Yuezhi, who traveled from the Mongolian steppes west and south into the Indian subcontinent, were not the only Yuezhi population. According to Chinese sources, before the communists burned the books, the Yuezhi had been known in western China before the rise of the Qin Emperor and could be found along the line of the Taklamakan desert oases. Sometime in the early 2nd century BC, the Yuezhi had been viciously attacked and driven away by the Xiongnu, a tidal wave of nomads, thought to be the ancestors to the Huns, a human tsunami. According to Sima Qian, the leader of the Yuezhi was killed and his skull was made into a drinking cup by the leader of the Xiongnu. When the Yuezhi fled the depredations of the Xiongnu, they divided into two main bodies. The Chinese called them the Da Yuezhi, the Great Yuezhi, and the Xiao Yuezhi, or Small Yuezhi. It was the Da Yuezhi that later became the kings of Kushan. The Xiao Yuezhi fled into the mountains south of the Taklamakan. In ancient times, these mountains were known as the Tian Shan, the Celestial Mountains, but are now known as the Kunlun. In the mountains, they began to mix with a tribe known as the Qiang, an indigenous people that the Chinese scholars associate with the Tibetans. Now, despite the long span of literacy in China and Tibet, Tibet was thought to have adopted an alphabet as early as the 7th century. There is little factual material written about these early great highland people because they were so reviled, so hated, so loathed. There was taboo against naming them. That might empower them, call them forth. Much of it that does exist in any writing at all is little more than myth or rumor. The earliest references to Tibetans may have come as early as 2,255 years before Christ, when oracle bone inscriptions indicate that the Emperor Shun banished the tribes of San Miao to Sanwei. Chinese historians identify Sanwei with the Tibetan highlands. After that, there is nothing said until the records of the Grand Historian, written in the 2nd century Anno Domini. Another lacunae is present until the history of the Tang dynasty half a thousand years later, and then another jump to the history of the Yuan dynasty, from whence we get that illustration I was discussing with Peter Moon, in the 14th century. However, from these materials, supplemented by Western accounts and later Tibetan writings, the facts emerge. Tibetan history always begins with Nya Kri San Po and the 27 legendary kings. These are of uncertain historical import, but the king line traces itself back to an agricultural people who lived in the southern hills. Certain legends go so far as to claim that Nya Kri San Po was actually a Hindu prince who had gotten lost, but this again sounds too much like an origin myth designed to give prestige. They also have myths that claim the first king descended from heaven. The line of kings was known as the Yarlung dynasty, and the first accepted as historical was Stogbu Sna Gzigs, who built his castle in a small side valley of the Yarlung River. Though he was part of a plan to create an empire among the Tibetan people, it was his son, Namri Slon Michan, who was able to do something about it. Along with a number of other nobles, Namri Slon Michan attacked and defeated another overlord, Zinpurje. He then turned west and defeated Marmun of Rithanbad. That would be modern Yuzhang, the central provinces of modern Tibet. Zinpurje and Marmun were both vassals to the Ligmi dynasty, whose shadowy Zanzun Confederacy ruled most of Tibet at the time. Namri Slon Michan's son, Sron Bitsan Skampo, married his sister to Ligmi Raya, the king of the Zanzun Confederacy, and then assassinated him, giving Sron Batson Skampo uncontested rule over Tibet. Namri Slon Michan is thought to have ruled over Tibet from 570 to 620 AD. The country was stable and unified under him, though the people were crude and warlike. Each year he would sacrifice animals for what was called the Small Oath, and every 3 years, the Great Oath demanded horse and human sacrifice as well. Their religion was based on sorcery, and even matters of high policy were decided by the priests. It was under Sron Bitsan Skampo, who reigned from 620 through 650 AD, that the Tibetan alphabet was thought to have been developed, based on the model of the Brahmi characters found in Kashmir. Sron Bitsan Skampo also married a princess of Nepal, who introduced Buddhism to Tibet. In 633, the Tibetans sent an emissary to China, and by this time, Tibet ruled over a large kingdom that covered Central Asia. They often fought with the Chinese for control of important Silk Road cities along the oases of the Taklamakan, where we found all those blonde-haired, blue-eyed Caucasian mummies. Now, who ultimately sourced from Romania. Now, this mission that he sent to the emperor was sent to ask for a Chinese princess in marriage, following the examples of the Turks and a people known as the Tukuhuan. The Tukuhan lived near the Koko Nor, the large lake in northeast Tibet. When the request was refused, Sronbitsan Skampo suspected intrigue in the Chinese court by the Tukuhan, so he raised up an army and attacked the tribe. They were suppressed, and Sronbitsan Skampo led his army into Sichuan province, in China proper. His daring impressed Tang Emperor Taizong, and he was given a Chinese bride. Buddhist influences began to increase in the Tibetan royal court, and Sronbitsan Skampo was even said to have translated Buddhist works himself. Now, the nobility remained attached to Tibet's ancient faith of Bonpo, a type of shamanism. It's thought by Chinese scholars to be a degenerate form of Taoism. Over the next century and a half, the nobles' power and religion were undermined by the royal adherence to Buddhism. This finally came to a head in 836, when the nobility staged a coup d'etat and placed Lang Dharma on the throne. Tibetan records call him the wickedest man ever born. The Tang records agree to disagree, or agree only to a degree, claiming that he was cruel and lascivious and given to wine. He destroyed Buddhist monasteries and reasserted the primacy of Bonpo. He was assassinated in 842 AD. He had two sons who were rivals to the throne, and their dispute led to civil war and the fragmentation of rule in the country. It also led to a century of darkness, from which no stories escape. After that dark age, Tibet was transformed completely. Bonpo and Buddhism had fused into what is now known as Lamaist Buddhism. It became so powerful in Tibet that even the provincial governors were replaced by Buddhist lamas. The people became devout and peace-loving, no longer masters of empire or a warlike people. If we accept the identity of Cho with the Yuezhi, and specifically the Zhao Yuezhi, we must look for traces before or outside the Yarlung dynasty and the Buddhist empire of Tibet. Now, if you wonder why I went into the detail in Tibetan history, if it brings us no closer to the actual ancestors of the Chochoa, I had to do this in part to lay the foundations of the times, to give a more complete picture of the tribes in the area under discussion. I also have to do this to introduce what seems to be the likely suspects for the actual ancestral tribe, the Tukuhan. You see, the easiest connection to make, of course, is the similarity in pronunciation. Tukuhan is similar to Tochoa, which some modern scholars record as Tokharian, Tokharian. The actual Tang-era pronunciation of Yeji is Tegar, as best as it can be reconstructed, which has the parallel construction of the T vowel, the velar stop, then the K and the G vowel. Now, such simple sound-alike words you might think make, at best, a tenuous connection, and can never be taken as proof by itself. Well, believe me, it has the support of other evidence. Geographic evidence. The Zhao Yeji are known to have fled into the Tianshan region, and once there, they mixed with the indigenous Qiong tribes. The Qiong of classical times were a power along the edge of the Silk Road, and the Han emperors feared their power. This has the later parallel to the Tibetan Empire during the Tang Dynasty, and the Zanzun Empire might also have extended into the Taklamakan region. When the Yarlung emperors conquered Ritzenbad from their southern agricultural center, they were careful to distinguish themselves from the indigenous people. As other pertinent information, during the 13th century, a number of European travelers crossed Central Asia under the Pax Mongolica, the peace of the Mongols under Kublai Khan. The most well-known of these travelers was Marco Polo, of course, but he was neither the first nor the most detailed of these travelers. In 1245, Piano Carpini was sent on a mission from the Pope to the Great Khan of the East, and he records a strange custom in Tibet. When one's father is about to die, all the relatives meet together and eat him. A decade later, the Franciscan monk Willem de Rubequi heard the same tale while traveling in Central Asia and added the detail that they also make a drinking cup of the skull in memory of the deceased. He also reports that there were many misshapen individuals among this people. Odorico de Pordenone, another Franciscan monk, traveled across Tibet between 1325 and 1330, and he said that the heads of the deceased were cut off and given to the sons, while the body was fed to the vultures. Marco Polo called them idolaters, great thieves, and an ill-conditioned race. He claims that these Tibetans were the best enchanters and astrologers in the world, and that they could perform such marvels of their diabolic art that he would never, ever narrate them in his book. He said he would take the secrets of what they did before his eyes to the grave. But he did hint that before his eyes he saw them, and this is why he would never put it in writing. We only have this from oral relations passed down through tradition. He saw them raise the dead. If that were put into his books, the church would have declared him a heretic, saying that these people could do what Christ did and he would have been crucified. Now, these reports don't necessarily match with the Chinese stories about the Tibetans because of cultural filters. One of the modern scholars suggested that it was perhaps an exaggeration of Lamaist occultism, or actually a tribe that lived on the borders of Tibet. And this later suggestion is actually quite promising in light of what we know about the Cho-Cho propensity for cannibalism. The travelers who crossed Central Asia through the old Silk Road cities, a route which cut across north of the Tian Shan region, were unfamiliar with the actual geography of the area. It would be easy enough to hear that the Tian Shan mountains to the south of their route were filled with these cannibalistic tribesmen, and then hear that those same highlands were called Tibet. It would then be easy to say that the Tibetans are cannibalistic, even though the cannibals were actually a different tribe that the Tibetans were at war with. This is still being done by people today, such as the Iraqis, whose gas attacks on the Kurds newspapers reported as Saddam Hussein attacking, quote-unquote, his own people. It's been said several times that sorcery and magic have been an important part of Tibetan society, even at the time of Nam Rizlon Mishan, just before the introduction of Buddhism to Tibet. Now, this sorcery lies behind the Bompo religion and was used by the people who lived in the Tibetan regions before the coming of the Yarlung kings. It was the sorcery of the Zanzun Confederacy, the Tukuhan, and the Cheong tribes before them. It is connected in some way to cannibalism and most likely had connections to the Tochoa before them. It is well known where this sorcery comes from. The Tibetan Plateau is one of the regions where the Plateau of Leng connects with the waking world. Many previous scholars have posited a connection between the Chochoa and the Plateau of Leng. This is the source of sorcery and much of the corruption associated with the Chochoa. To live on the border of mystical Leng for centuries is going to affect a people. And it is exactly this that happened to the Chochoa. Taking into account the gross and inhuman anatomy that develops in breeding females, as well as William de Rubequi's hints about the misshaped individuals of the tribe, we can only conclude that there must have been crossbreeding with the so-called moon beasts that also dwell on the Plateau of Leng. This would also account for the endemic cannibalism, since humans are a common source of food for the so-called moon beasts, identified by Westerners as blue bears of Tibet or abominable snowmen, at different times depending on who witnesses the attack. And it's also interesting to note that one of the origin legends of the Tibetan people claims that they had been born of the union between a monkey and a mountain ogress. This monkey, which in later times was connected with the Buddhist mythos, came to Tibet and was approached by a mountain ogress. This ogress tried to seduce him, which Buddhist chroniclers claim he resisted until she threatened to mate with a demon and filled Tibet with their monstrous offspring. The monkey finally agreed to her demands, and the children were born as apes. When they were given food from the gods, they transformed into men, and thus were born the people of Tibet. Sometime between the 2nd century BC and the 7th century AD, a tribe descended from the mixed Caucasoid Tochoa and the Mongoloid Jiang encountered the plateau of Lang. Certain members of the tribe were engaged by men of Lang and the moon beasts as worshippers, and their offspring were released back into the tribe. As the descendants continued to interbreed, the genetics were spread until the entire tribe consisted of what we would call Chochoa. How long this process of replacement would take, necessitating short-term or long-term exposure to alien genetics, would also be a factor. By that I mean relic population genes being introduced into the pool. That's the area that geneticists at Letterman Army Medical Center were investigating. At that point, security clearances prevented me from accessing that information. Aquino was keeping it compartmentalized, and I was in the historian's compartment. This tribe of Chochoa, with the magic they learned from the men of Lang, established an empire, which would be identified with the Zanzun, and would run it with the aid of sorcery. Given that they were successful, other tribes in the area imitated their use of cannibalism and sorcery, which is the true origin of Bon Po, rather than the Sinocentric idea of degenerate Taoism. As these people were conquered by the non-Chocho Yarlung kings, they fell north to the Koko Nor, where they were attacked by Sron Bitsans Kumpo in the 7th century. There was no mention of a massacre or persecution, but a part of this tribe was easily driven east before the army, traveling to Sichuan and Yunnan in China, and over the mountain passes into Burma and Southeast Asia. And that, of course, was the area of research pursued by Aquino himself, the migratory patterns of Southeast Asian tribes when he was a Special Forces officer. And that's how he went a long way towards explaining the distribution of Chocho in the area and into Malaysia to the federal government when he promoted the prospectus to bring 40,000 Chochoa to the United States. We're talking about cannibalistic criminals devoted to the worship of the anti-gods, receiving funding and weapons by the CIA-owned campaign to support anti-Vietnamese ethnic groups in Indochina during the early 1970s. This was via Tiger Transit, an Air America-style front company. And then, of course, the one thing that they never tell you in those Rambo movies is how so many of the U.S. Army Green Berets and Special Forces, MACV-SOG, Special Operations Group of the military command, that obtuse acronym that made it sound like a bureaucracy instead of a group of some of the most effective killers the Americans ever fielded, they all got addicted to that delicacy of their cannibalistic cuisine, which they would secretly dole out to unsuspecting diners, or at least the Cho did, at their ethnic restaurants, the dish Bak Bon Jiao, composed of human ganglia mashed into a thick paste served in accompaniment of the other white pork, human flesh itself based dishes. As I said, the bakbon jiao means literally human ganglia paste in their native tongue, though inquisitive outsiders are always told the translation is white pork sauce. The non-chochoa who partake of it dream of lustily partaking in a vile cannibal feast the next time they sleep, as happened with myself to a degree. Milder, I am told, than what happens to most people. Most people apparently have a nervous breakdown because of their dreams, but of course I'm a quarter Japanese, so it left me somewhat immune to some sort of influence that happens to other non-Japanese people when they eat of this. This is why Aquino was convinced that he could risk it, feeding me this without telling me, because he knew I wouldn't break down. He would otherwise feed it to people because they would have nervous breakdowns. He was trying to trigger such. In my case, he knew I was effectively immune. But what I need to emphasize is that all of the U.S. Army Special Forces, such as the uncle of the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, Michael Aquino himself, they're addicted to this dish. At least all the ones from the Vietnam generation. They grew to demand it. So there was a regular trade in white pork sauce among Vietnam veterans of the Special Operations Units. Understand, the overwhelming majority of them came home cannibals. This is something that affects you to this day. And it's something that you ever see that line in the movie Apocalypse Now where Colonel Kilgore says, "I love the smell of napalm in the morning." Well, what does the smell of napalm affiliate with? It affiliates with burned flesh. The smell of burned flesh is appetizing to many Vietnam veterans. And a lot of them would eat that napalm burned flesh, pulling it off a bone like it was cotton candy. Now, it's about midnight. I turned back towards Peter Moon, but if he wants me to go into Derelith and Derelith stealing a bunch of this shit, we can go into it in our next episode on Sunday. But hopefully that provides some background that helps for now.
Well, I want to say that you have outdone yourself, and this is going to keep me very busy just transcribing this. I transcribed the other diatribe of a half an hour, and I do have a couple questions to ask you before I go, but this was just astounding, and I hope. Now, it's a lot to absorb, and people say it's a lot to absorb. Yeah, indeed it is. And my job is to write it down and make it easier to absorb. But that's not going to be done tomorrow. I mean, nevertheless, I hope that the listening audience, and I know they do, most of them appreciate what a depth and wealth of knowledge. You're not going to get this from any Harvard or Stanford or any professor. You might get it from some obscure professor in Asia, if you're lucky. But no, probably not there either. It's like this data is uncovered. It's incredible. It's incredible what he said. This is history. And now we talk about Asia and Taiwan. That's current geopolitics with the art elect. This goes deep, deep, deep into this is the occult beyond the occult. And I want to encourage people to just, thank Douglas and donate to him, even if it's a small amount for what he's given us here. And it's my job to break it down and come back with more questions, because it's just astounding. I want to ask you, this is sort of a question that just came up in the vernacular of what you were saying, that this piece of literature that was framed or whatever by Robert Chambers, you said we had that in our office. Well, that says that basically you were in the same office as Aquino.
Yes.
That's accurate? Could you talk about that for just a bit?
Sure. That, of course, was
about?
not something that was like every day, like, oh,
Right.
every day, just so people understand. It's not like this was a daily affair where I'm going into Aquino's office and checking in and getting the coffee and then sitting down and, oh, we're beginning a regular day. No, this was when I was in his office, would be fairly regularly, but it was never there for the full day. And it was just there to, I mean, we're talking Aquino wasn't even in that office every day. So he basically had an office that was in the intelligence wing of the information department over there at the Presidio military base. He actually had several offices, but the one that I would say was the most comfortable and the largest, the most spacious and the best decorated was the one that had that plaque on the wall with that Robert Chambers quote on the wall. So it was definitely something I wrote down later and showed Peter Moon, one of the original PDF files that scanned one of the original pulp books that was a print of it. So it was something that stands out. The reason Aquino had that was because it's a truly historic quote, it's referencing real history. It's the first mention of the Chochoa in the West, just like Ian Fleming was one of the first men to introduce martial arts to the Western world through his character Oddjob in Goldfinger. So too, Ian Fleming was introducing the Chochoa through the descendant of this female who intimidates Ernst Blofeld. Not that she somehow puts a scare on him in the sense of overwhelming him, but just he's frightened when he suddenly realizes this woman has Cho blood. So this is something that he's hinted at, but it's not like the name Chochoa comes up in the Ian Fleming novel in Her Majesty's Secret Service. Yet you'll find the paragraph that I'm alluding to quite easily. So Michael Aquino was fascinated as a propagandist and a psychological warfare expert with the fact that fiction is oftentimes your best teacher. Say, for instance, when Peter Moon wrote the book on the Seventh Seal, he's writing a book that is effectively history being told to you from a storytelling narrative. And there's many novels that are simply virtual history. War and Peace is a great example of such a work. So Aquino, being someone who would weave fantasy and turn it into reality, thus imposing fantasy on reality itself through psychological operations, psyops, like the Roswell deception, which you have to buy our book in order to understand just how magnificently he pulled that off, or just take a look at our MUFON, our Mutual UFO Network cargo cult ambush of Peter Moon and myself, and you see an example of the true cult believers of Aquino. These are Aquino's cultists, whether they know it or not. One was sleeping and then woke up only to shout, "The aliens will change the life of everyone on Earth." It was when Peter Moon said, "You're getting disclosure now." But that doesn't mean anything to these true believers. Aquino has them in his thrall. It doesn't matter whether he's physically dead or incarnate in another corporeal mortal coil, another meat sock puppet. He's immortalized. To a degree, until we kill his myth. Until we kill his myth, this is where August Derleth came up with his stupid mythos. That CIA field manual that I was reading from even uses that term, mythos, Cthulhu mythos. Where did they get that from? August Derleth. It's something Lovecraft never used. And this way, August Derleth turned something into a permeable fantasy that is reality. When I give you all this history, it's to sunder that fantasy veil so that you understand, no, this is real. This is in bodies found all over Asia, relics that men who are in the know hunt for and kill for to bring such power reliquary home, artilica from the past that they then use against people like yourselves. So yeah, I'm sorry, I went on. I don't know if that answered your question.
No, this is very powerful, and this is going to keep me busy for a while in terms of the composition and writing I need to do on it, and then the clarification issues. We don't need to do it now, but the one issue we want to touch on, and we don't have to do it now. We can touch on the August derelict next week and or next transmission, and also the MyLabs stuff, because it's like you give all this history, and then all of a sudden you'll lace it with some reference to Aquino, and man, it's very rich. This is so rich that and some people are puzzled at why I work with you, and I hope it is more obvious. I hope it is more obvious, because you're not going to hear this. This is the history behind the history. You're just not going to hear it anywhere else. Thank you. Nowhere else are you going to hear this. I mean, I don't know how many times to say this, and the interesting thing about it, we kind of were going on this Cho chocolate, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. I mean, this is an industry of cannibalism. It's an industry of complete and utter madness that certainly you don't want to hear, but it's the reality that is behind, why you get puzzled and hurt when Donald Trump doesn't win, why you get puzzled and hurt when Donald Trump does win, whatever side of the coin you're on. Or Biden, for that matter. These the electric car situation is not what it's all about. It's not what it's all about.
Thank you. And by the way, to show you the madness of, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to show you the madness of. I'm so repelled by him, I even forget his name. The man who runs Tesla. Help me out here, Peter.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Yes. Oh my God, Muskrat. Everybody who's in business has been told, with the most sincere motivation of the U.S. government can muster, but also by any business advisors, that if you're invested in communist China, have a plan B. Everything is going to shut down as hostilities increase, and the communist Chinese themselves begin to nationalize and confiscate business property, whether it's intellectual or physical. And amidst all of this, where everyone is beginning to realize that if they're invested in China, they've got to find a alternative supply chain, Elon Musk is going all in and moving everything to communist China. If it's like
I had no idea. God,
yeah, it's nuts. Like he hasn't lost enough.
Wow. And why is he doing that? Is it supposedly cheaper, or?
I have no idea. I mean, one would think that the so-called, the cost effectiveness is only a short-term benefit when you consider the long-term hostilities that are not that long-term in terms of how they're going to impact him. It's like he's either a traitor, I mean, truly treasonous, or he's and intends to defect there, or he, God knows, we can only speculate.
Maybe he's from South Africa. I mean, maybe they fronted him in the first place. I have no idea.
It's a thought.
I mean, I don't know. Who gave him all his money in the first place? I don't know. Maybe it is China.
Well, I don't know. You remember what I went into about his father? His father.
I don't remember.
Oh, you don't, or do?
I don't know that I heard it. Who was his father?
Oh God, his father. I'd have to look the guy's name up again, because again, somebody so revolting that he just boggles the mind. His father had this young, beautiful wife who he basically raised a daughter with her from childhood. Now, this is not necessarily his biological daughter, but you can look this up. This daughter that he raised with his wife from childhood, from back when she was just a few years old, he married the daughter. He got rid of his first wife, who was the mother, and married her biological daughter. So he's like this individual who then is quite open about what he's done. He's had a child with her, and is basically very boastful about what he's done. He's basically, I fucked the mother and now I'm fucking the daughter. And this is the kind of family that Musk comes from. We're talking satanic ritual abuse that at a level of open public disdain, where it's brazen and gormless, where they put it in your face and troll you and say there's nothing you can do about it. Just at the level of this young lady has been raised brainwashed to worship this creep, this old fuck who looks like Elon Musk with wrinkles. So there you go. I mean, you can look it up. It's nauseating. So their dynasty, they have a dynasty of these morbidly inbreeding types. By the way, the wife and daughter are South African themselves. They have very Dutch Afrikaans sounding names that are very difficult to pronounce. You know, I literally have to look them up every time to even read the names out, because it's something you don't readily remember if you don't grow up speaking the Dutch Afrikaans language. But they're, again, it's just an example of the kind of people that we talk about when we talk about these moneyed classes. They truly live differently. They truly do not live like you and I. They truly think differently. Their reality is not yours or mine, because we simply can't conceive of that much discretionary income.
Well, I think, I've never, this is the most interested I've ever become in Elon Musk, what you said. Never commanded much interest to me. I know people study him. I mean, I don't know where, where does his money come from, et cetera. I mean, he's obviously a person in the news, but he becomes very much a person of interest with regards to just, especially with regards to what you're saying. So, wow, I don't know. It's an interesting situation, but man, you've given me, as they say, a lot of homework to do. So I thank you for that. I'll retire for the night. I want to remind everybody to donate to Douglas, and thank you so much, Douglas. If I get up in the morning, I don't know what I'll have to say. I won't have any more questions. I got my work cut out for me.
Well, bless you. And feel free to join us if you wish, if you happen to get up at that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And good night to everybody.
We love you dearly. Have blessed dreams.
Take care. Okay. Bye-bye.
Yes. SkyBooksUSA.com and the Roswell Deception. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Peter. And what we're going to do now is, first thing we need to do is check the audio. Once the call cuts out like that, then the real issue usually is the audio. I'm going to try and call some different people, and let's see if we can reestablish a call. We still have much to cover about the show, so this will be a running thread for at least till next episode. What I'll do now is see if I can call Michelle and use her as an anchor call, because she does seem to be active. And unless she changes that green button, I'm going to assume she might be available. So then we would use her as an anchor call to bring on some others. So I can refresh myself. See if this works. And everybody, do let me know how we're sounding.
The person you are trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Okay, she might try calling.
Please leave a message after the tone.
Let's hang up there. Let's give a call to the real Ian West, see if this works out. We'll try some of the other people. Says it's unavailable. Okay. So then he went green. So, Ian, you out there? Let me know. So let's. Oh, okay. We got Joe Ty is calling. There we are. He can serve as an anchor. Oh, and an incoming call from our lovely Michelle Carmela Saldana as well, so we can add her onto the call. So, Joe, how have you been? Been a long time.
You out there? Yep. How you doing?
Oh, good. Much better for speaking with you, I assure you. So, aside from our dear Michelle, let's add on who else we can. In the meantime, you tell us a bit about yourself. What's been going on with you?
I've been trying to work out some deals and figure out where I'm gonna go. And my friend Charlie at Sumo offered me. Everybody's offering me their restaurant.
Wow, they've been off. Oh, good. Well, you're doing good.
No. It's just more headache. I've got some ideas, but I don't know if it's gonna go through or fall through. I don't know. But it was interesting. Yeah, your Tibetan. The Tibetan history was very interesting because I was trying to do that research why they would have feng shui in their cosmology too, and how some of these early practices of Bopan, you said?
Yes, Bopan.
Yeah. And how
or Bompo.
The Bompo, yeah. And the Thai Buddhists are linked to those practices of the Himalayas too.
Yes, yes, right. And Michelle's joined us. God bless you, Michelle. I hope your night's going well, smoothly.
It's going.
I don't believe I've introduced you to Joseph Ty. Joseph Ty.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing, Michelle? Yeah.
It's an interesting night.
Well,
it's an interesting night.
Joe was born in Taiwan, just like you and I.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Where were you born? Where in Taiwan were you born, Joe?
Taichung.
Oh,
yeah, in between.
Yeah, in between Kaohsiung and Taipei, the northern capital.
Yeah.
Our lovely Ariana has joined us in Mexico. How are we doing, dear lady?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a little louder than it should be, or something?
It's fine, honey. Believe me, I need it as loud as possible. My microphone doesn't project people's voices to me well. So let me introduce yourself to Joseph Ty. Joseph Ty was born. All three people, Michelle Carmela Saldana, Joseph Ty, and myself, were born in Taiwan. So there you go. Joe Ty, say hello to Nancy Toulouse, who is known as Ariana on her own YouTube channel.
Hey, Nancy, how you doing?
Fine. Nice to meet you, Joe, and nice to hear you again, Michelle.
Nice to hear you too.
Thank you.
Now, Michelle, you sound a little sad tonight. Maybe you'd care to share whatever you're comfortable sharing as to why you sound a little down? Is it more physiological or emotional or both?
It's more there's some spiritual things going on.
Yes. Well, we're always engaged in that spiritual struggle, that war with the darkness.
And I'm not so much down as I'm quite perturbed.
Oh, okay. Something you want to talk about privately, I'm sure, and we can do that later as soon as I can. Obviously, I'm very busy these days. I didn't get a chance to show Peter Moon my calendar. Shit, I better show him that in the morning. I'll show people that later tonight so they understand just how busy I am. But just understand there's a lot of holidays. It's the cherry blossom season, of course, and of course, like I said, the end of the week will be the Japanese Spring Festival. End of the month, I mean to say. End of the week will be the cherry blossom parade in San Francisco for the first time in years because of the COVID. And the end of the month will be the transition week, the Golden Week. And so I went over that earlier. No point in putting you all through that again. How about the three of you talk about, I'm certain you can lead us as always, Carmela. I can go mute and refresh myself for about 10 minutes or so, come back and join you. Is that all right? You ladies and Joe can handle that. I'm certain. I have every confidence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I would like to hear more about Joe and Ariana.
Yeah. Yes. So the two of you engage in that. Joe, tell these ladies a little bit about yourself. I mean, no need to get into anything, that's not socially acceptable, like various organs and inches or anything like that, like you have in past conversations. But something a little more acceptable in terms of dinner table conversation. Think in terms of that, and maybe.
Oh, absolutely. I think they dealt with that enough, especially Michelle, from all the abuse that she's gotten.
Okay, it'd
yes.
be nice.
Yeah, so that's a good start. So, ladies and Joe, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. So I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back soon enough, and glad to. Now, by the way, Amy Komu sent me a question attached to one of the comments left by Ariana under the thread of the episode before last, and hopefully she ultimately gets the response. I actually published it on my Facebook timeline anyway, so it's accessible to anyone there. But now, finally, we have our dear lady Ariana on Facebook. So yes, we'll talk a little bit about that when I return. Somebody just sent me a message with who's did one of you send me a message just now on the Skype?
Yes, I did.
Oh, thank you. Where do I look for it? Is that here in the text box? Let me see.
Yeah, I think so.
Open up the text. Here we are.
In chat.
Let me do that before I leave. Okay, chat. There we are. Oh, so somebody did this out of spite. Jesus. Yes. Is that what it was? Just plain spite? They did this? Okay, she's going to answer by text. This is not the most graceful way to carry out a conversation. She says, I don't think so. I think that's what she's saying. So, that being said, okay. And, yeah, I don't, okay, yes, I get it, yeah. And, by the way, Ariana, how are things in your new neighborhood? Your new home? What's it like?
Pretty good. Thank you. Thanks for asking. I'm just getting used to it. Getting myself to the gym to maintain my health regarding my back and things like that. I need to go to the gym, and so I'm getting used to that. And
so you really have a back problem?
Pardon me?
You have a really bad back problem? Peter Moon has some exercises that can help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, not only that, Peter Moon has that board you're supposed to hang on by your ankles, and that's supposed to help your back a lot.
Yes. I've had that. I would like to get that back again. I've wanted that in the past, and a yoga swing in the past, and those are really good too.
Okay. My herbal mentor, he did that. He would get on that board, and I think it's called an inversion board.
Thank you.
Yes.
So let me go mute while all of you talk about this, and that's a good start to lead into conversation, and I'll be back.
The first time I went to, we'll see you, Douglas. The first time I went to his shop for me to get training from him, I saw him upside down on this board, and his head is on the ground, and his feet are up in the air, and he's like, "Hi, Carmela, how are you?"
That's an unusual way to meet somebody.
That's very. Both of my herb masters are very unusual.
So are these medicine men from the tribe?
He's an American. He was a Marine and a doctor in the Marines, and at some point he said, "This is violating the Hippocratic Oath. I'm not to harm anybody. I'm to heal people. I'm a doctor, but to heal people. And I am in the middle of war, healing people and also shooting people." He said then he became a conscientious objector, finished his time.
So was he serving which war was he serving?
I forget which one.
After what I heard about Vietnam veterans,
I think it was Vietnam.
Oh, okay.
then he became a Hare Krishna, and then he took up learning about herbalism.
Nice.
Interesting.
Yeah, and he's pretty high up there. And yeah, I ended up meeting him when I went to the temple a few times, but I don't think I ever really spoke with him.
What temple?
Really.
Which temple?
So there's the temple was in Mississippi, right outside Picayune, Mississippi, which Picayune is a Spanish denomination of money. It's like very, very small. And denomination, like worth less than even a penny. And the name of the town that the temple was in was called Carriere, Mississippi.
So was it a Buddhist temple or was it a Sikh temple or
It was a
Jewish temple?
Hare
Oh,
Krishna.
Hare
It's
Krishna. Oh.
well, not really a Hare Krishna. It's ISKCON, which is like a derivative. It's not even a denomination of Hare Krishna. But they would call themselves that, but the Hare Krishnas would not.
Interesting.
But it's a ISKCON temple. So, yeah. So yeah, I learned under him, and one of my other is the other one is she was a former biochemist for the USDA.
Okay.
And then she became sick because of all the chemicals she had to handle as well for testing, as well as items that she was testing also made her ill. Combination. So she went to healers, and she went to regular medicine, and they gave her a little bit of help, but not much. And they didn't give her really hope at all. So then she decided to go to the alternative route, and that's when she took on herbalism. And then I really don't even know, or maybe I know and I don't remember how she got involved with the Hare Krishna temple, but she's the one who took me. I was introduced to the ISKCON temple.
So will they learn what Ayurveda medicine?
Yes, there is. And prior to COVID, I would spend approximately 6 months in the Gulf Coast receiving treatment from Ayurvedic practitioners. And then in addition to that, I would receive sports medicine, and that would carry me on for another either 6 years to a year or two. It usually lasted me a very good while. And
nice.
For the listeners out there who are either practicing Hare Krishna, please forgive me if I use them interchangeably. To me, it is pretty interchangeable. Remember, I got my introduction here in the United States, so it's not like I was, and I don't even practice it. I just have a lot of friends who do, and I have a lot of respect for it, and I am very loved and welcome when I'm down there, and I'm very supported in my health and my spiritual work, as well as my other humanitarian work. So I have a great love. I have a lot of respect, but just forgive me if I use it interchangeably. I just have to put that disclaimer out there, because there are some people that are very adamant that ISKCON is something completely different. So, and I can see why. Actually. But
oh yeah.
Anyway, there's that. So now a little bit more about the both of you.
Yeah, I'd love to get to know Joe a little.
Oh, yeah. Me? I got
Sure.
yeah.
This is the first.
I'm
I've
from
seen your name,
the
Joe.
Northeast. Yeah,
You're
Joe.
from where?
I'm right now in Jersey.
Are you? I've been to Jersey.
Yeah,
I've been to
next to your
Delaware.
state of Pennsylvania. So what's the
Yeah.
since is Pennsylvania part of the Dixie Mafia or what's the thing there?
No, no. It has some different rings. It actually has some ties to New Jersey. Yeah,
Yeah, the
New
mob,
Jersey,
right?
New Jersey, Chicago, and New York. It could possibly have ties to the Dixie. Um, I know at
So
one
the
time.
biker
What?
gangs would be considered the Dixie gang, or
What's that?
because the bikers would be part of the Dixie mob, right? The bikers.
Well, really trying to think what the link is. There's been a long time since I've researched any of that. Consider, and usually what I research has something to do with my backstory. Um, we had ties to New York and China.
Huh.
There,
The
there.
China thing, was it because of the CIA and Bush?
It
That's
was
the reason
no,
why.
it was actually oh hell, I'm just gonna go ahead and get into it. Um uh my family that okay, so my grandfather was recruited when he was 5. Al Capone had a fight going on with the Alio.
Wow.
He was from Sicily. So
The hidden
uh,
hands, right? The hidden hands, they call
yeah,
themselves.
they were being stupid with each other, thinking that Chicago wasn't big enough for the both of them. So drove out Alio. Alio ended up on the East Coast. So some of his family members were ended up becoming the ones that recruited my grandfather. And so my grandfather was recruited when he was 5 years old. I was born into it because of my grandfather being recruited. My mother was also born into it because
Because your
of
mother was the Irish part, right?
that was the Italian part.
Oh, the
So
mother was the
that
Italian part.
yeah.
Your
So
father is the Irish part.
boy, you listen. Oh, wow, I'm honored.
Yeah.
Uh, so the Irish part, I'm still trying to figure out how my dad's dad became involved. Um, but I do know he was high ranking. Um, there's some rumor that he was head of the area all the way up into New York, but I'm still trying to research that and have been researching that for decades. Relatives are not forthcoming, of course. Um, and so I've been having to just take little bits and grain. It's like looking for gold in a mine or a river that's been pretty much mined over for a couple 100 years. There's still flecks there
You're looking for
somewhere.
the leprechaun. Huh?
I am. I very much am. Yes. Oh, you know what? When I was speaking of leprechauns, when I was little, like talking about 2 or 3 years old, and I had communication. I've always had communication with the unseen world.
Oh, I know
So
that.
I swear that there was a leprechaun in our house. Uh, and then when the movie Leprechaun came out,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and I was a teenager and I was babysitting, and the how it was a bunch of little boys at that time,
Are you
and
sure
they were
it's
like,
not the South American Dudantes? The little people.
like so the little boys were watching this movie with, which is one of Jennifer Aniston's first movies, by the way. Anyway, I walk into the living room and I see this movie and I see this little impish thing, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's about right. That's what they look like. Those boys looked at
Wow.
me. How do you know? And I said, I do. They got so scared, they went into their beds right away. Did not watch the
Wow.
movie, nothing. I had the rest of the night to watch whatever I wanted to watch. I didn't even have to I went to go tuck them into bed, and they were like, no, 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 stay away, stay away.
Wow.
Do you think
Pretty
they are
impressive.
I'm just figuring if these are connected to the Chochoa because they're
No,
dwarf,
probably. I wouldn't
they're
be
dwarf
surprised.
people, and the leprechauns are the
Yeah, because are
Dudantes.
they always are they considered like sometimes good, sometimes bad, or are they always mischievous?
You have to be able to, there's certain people that they're under if you know the rules, there are certain contractual rules regarding them. So if you know the rules or of the contract that they are beholden to, then you can work it out in your favor. Otherwise, if you are just naive about them, or you break the contract on your end in any way, you become a target. You become their toy, and they will be merciless with you. It's like the fairies. The fairies might be good with you, but as soon as you cross them, you consider yourself targeted for life.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yikes.
So so getting back to yeah, so the alien, so there's that Chicago, Pennsylvania connection, because some of them ended up in Pennsylvania. Then the New York connection was some of them were in New York, but also I think some were also in New Jersey area. But they networked, you know, they networked, and they had their their biological family ties as well as their associate of members and those who had allegiance and the whole corporate networking hierarchy system. And then there were also those without that were without the scope that they brought into as associates. So Hell's Angels in some cases could be brought in to help enforce or relay certain messages sometimes. My dad was actually a mechanic for the Hell's Angels. I got my first pocket knife with a matching Brett and taught how to throw it from the Hell's Angel, and I was in second grade. And I carried that pocket knife wherever I went, back in the days where you could still take it to school. And I wore that hair clip. It was one of my favorites. Then later, when my dad got an El Camino, he painted it, and the El Camino had fins on the back. He painted it the color of my Brett because I favored it so much. Hi, George.
Hello.
How are you?
Dive back on.
Hi,
Okay,
George.
so George, welcome
Hi,
aboard.
Doug.
Yes.
Hi, Douglas.
Hello.
Yes, yes. So I want to introduce you, if I haven't already. I can't remember. Have I introduced you to our young lady from Mexico, Ariana?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
You
okay,
have.
good.
George, yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Now I remember. Did the two of you ever have a chance to talk off bandwidth? I mean,
We
off of
haven't
these
yet.
calls.
No, we haven't yet, Douglas.
Okay.
Haven't arranged that schedule just yet, but we will
Yeah.
do. Definitely
I
on the
was-
agenda.
I reached out to you, George. I don't know if it was email or Facebook, but it was YouTube or something. I made comments about your videos, but I didn't see if perhaps you answered back or something.
No, what we'll do, we'll communicate through private messages, I think, or email. That's absolutely
Oh, yes. Look, I
Yeah.
know what to do. I will give you each your Facebook links. That will help immensely. Then communication with private messages via Facebook would be the most efficient. By the way, of course, say hello to Joe. Joe and George haven't spoken in a long time. Do say hello to each other.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Joe. Mr. Joe Ty. How you doing?
Good.
Jeez, when he said that, it didn't sound good. It sounded like he was dying of a cold or something. So, yes, let me get towards exchanging those links. You continue to talk, George. How long do we have with you?
I think about a good hour, Douglas, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think about a good hour was spent before I have to make a move to go to work. Yeah.
And so tell us a bit about, what's been going on with yourself.
Oh yeah, no, just been work really. Yeah, just going. Basically, it's just a lot of work all the time. Just off to work duties. Yeah, that's it basically, Douglas.
Okay.
I can see that Joe Biden he's visited Northern Ireland with Rishi Sunak. So yeah, he's been.
God.
Yeah, he's done a speech. I just saw on the news this morning, just when I woke up, that they're not promising anything for the Britons. The transatlantic trade agreement with the United States. I think, there's no sealed off deal or anything. Nothing solid and good at this point in time. But it's just basically unlikely going to happen. So yeah, that was
Speaking of leprechauns.
Yeah. Oh my God! It's like some never-ending circus of these are all like clowns of various sorts that are involved with some kind of just play acting. But go on. Yes, when it comes to them, obviously there's no hope to derive from. From
no.
Yeah. What are you gonna get? You're gonna get him being a senile, robotic. I mean, he doesn't even. I'm pretty sure he's still the same Uncle Octopus that he's always been. I've always called him Uncle Octopus. For all the videos that you see with him sniffing and touching, children and
he
women
comes
and
from your
stuff.
state.
There's even a few. He's from the other end. Thank you.
You know that they were putting kids cash for kids, right? In Pennsylvania.
That's the show in itself.
System,
yes,
right?
There's things been going on with Cash for Kids for several decades now.
What the fuck is this Cash for Kids? What is
that's
this shit?
Basically what Michelle was
exactly it's exactly what it sounds like, but this is through court systems for juvenile court, criminal court, as well as family court. Arlen Specter was one of the first that was involved. Also has ties to Aquino.
Ah, yes. Go on and tell us what you know about that if you wish.
Well, first to finish, about Joe with the the Irish connection with the with the North and the South connection.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, I do know it had something to do with my dad's dad.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'll talk about that on another episode. But for Cash for Kids, Arlen Specter, when his family moved from Midwest, wherever it was now, I forget what state, it escapes me. I want to say Wisconsin, but whatever. I don't have my notes, so wing it off the top of my head. They moved to Philadelphia so his sister could marry well and they're Jewish. So this family wanted to make sure that she married somebody Jewish and that came from a quote-unquote upstanding family. At some point, he became a lawyer, and he started defending criminals. And then at some point, he decided to go into politics. But within all of this, now we could say alleged, but I know there's nothing that I say from my experience that I have not researched. I set out to debunk myself, so I can say what I'm saying. He partnered with the Catholic Church and with orphanages, and there are many children that disappeared, most of them boys, through whatever mentorship that he was supposed to have given them. Some of the kids harmed in the way, think of Boys Town.
And who was the coach? Remember the coach?
So I'll just put it simply. Philadelphia became Arlen Specter's version of Boys Town.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Even with that, even with now this I don't have confirmed, but on some of, we know some of the happenings of Boys Town, where the boys ended up. I can't confirm that for my own self, but I know plenty of people that I've counseled, men, middle-aged men, and there's one that has spent his whole life investigating his what happened to his brother, where Arlen Specter was quote unquote the mentor of. Arlen Specter was one of my quote unquote mentors. And so was
your personal mentor?
Yeah, and when I say more mentor, I mean mentor in the way that Aquino was David Shooter and Douglas's mentor.
Got it. In other words, it's not like she likes him.
You're not a willing participant, basically.
Never was. No. And then there was also Congressman Klinger, that I was engaged to his nephew. I idolized Congressman Klinger. I just thought he was doing amazing things for the state. And then when I met him, we were asking permission to get married. He was the term. What I say about I don't shake hands with politicians because I don't shake hands with snakes because snakes don't have hands came from him. Oh. He was, when I met him, I was so disappointed. Never meet your idols. Never meet somebody that you respect so highly. It was very disgusting. It was so bad that I made my boyfriend, who I wanted, who we wanted to marry, I made him take me home. We had drove 8 hours to get there from my town. We drove to Harrisburg. It's almost an 8-hour drive. Pennsylvania is, in some areas, it's really weird because it looks like the distance is almost equal. Yeah, it almost looks like it should on the map that it should be a little bit closer, if not just about the same distance, but it's not. It's quite a long stretch. It's a longer stretch.
It's one of the bigger states, yeah.
Yeah. So we were there maybe not even a half an hour. I made him take me right home, right away.
Was he hitting on you or something?
Oh, he was hitting on me while his wife was. Now I trained. I went to finishing school. I hated every second of it. I was a tomboy, but there I had to learn how to, no one wants to practice alighting on a chair over and over again until they get it right. You sit down on a chair. What's the big deal? But no, there is a whole mannerism, the whole ceremony of just standing up and sitting on a chair. And I know over the years I've come to appreciate my training and other training that I've gotten for certain things. But at that time I didn't want to have anything to do with that. But so the function that we were going to was a picnic fundraiser for a campaign that Klinger was having, because he was going to run again. So there's this huge tent with a dinner table that went very, very long. And they served picnic food, which would actually be called picnic fare. So chicken and fried chicken, mashed potatoes, and all this stuff. Any other picnic, you would be picking it up with your fingers, no problem. But no, we have silverware that's gold plated, and of course I sit down and somebody serves me my plate. Before I pick up my silverware, or even my napkin, as a matter of fact, Congressman Klinger, his wife, is sitting next to me. She puts her hand on my forearm and says, "Dear, the fork you want to use is this one. But if you have any questions, just..." And there was this girl, catty corner from me, that she liked the young man that I was dating. And I looked at her and I said, "Oh, you think because I come from the hills, the plateau of Allegheny? So technically I am part of the Appalachian Trail, or the plateau is part of the Allegheny Plateau, is part of the Appalachian Trail. So we are considered hillbillies in the way that, and they..."
Whoa, you glitched. There was a glitch there for a moment. By the way, I do want to remind you that
that's
George...
part of...
Yeah, go on.
I'm almost done.
Oh, yes.
So,
yes.
That... What those inbred hillbillies?
Yes.
I forget what they're called.
Tables.
Anyway,
yes.
that's what she was equating me to.
Sad.
So
that's awful. Awful.
So between him being slimy and her being insulting, I made him take me back home, which was really sad because his dad was a major for the Army.
Yeah.
Very nice man, but I called up the major and I said, "These are the bastards that you have being the guardians of your sons, and if your sons turn out wrong, just turn out messed up, it's because of them." So that's the end of my story.
No, that's wonderful. No, I'm so glad you shared that.
Oh yeah, and then he goes, "So I take it you're not you're still marrying my son, right?" I said, "Not until you give up your military career and can actually be my father-in-law, because that bastard's not going to be my father-in-law."
Good point. Thank you. That's excellent point. It's
So yeah, no, I did not marry into that freaking family, no. But I didn't do any better. I thought I did, but I certainly didn't. I went from the frying pan into Like, forget the fire. It was like, it ended up being hell.
Well, the Mexican cartel.
Yeah, it was. It was very much.
So sorry.
The Mexican government.
Yeah, basically the cartel.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, in the time we have with George, George, you wanted to say something perhaps about history that our lady Ariana asked you some questions about. Is there something in mind that you had come up with an answer to, or anything that you wish to bring to our attention in what time you have with us?
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Yeah, more.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
thank
value
you. And
anything,
more than
of course, that Michelle Carmela Saldana says, but just wanted to make sure that we got a little of you in before your hour went up. Yeah.
Oh, bless. Thank you so much, Douglas. I really appreciate it. And Michelle, I just wanted to let you know that I did listen to the first hour of the last transmission Sunday night, and I did listen to everything you were saying. So yeah, it's greatly it's insightful, inspiring as well. How you speak. So yeah, I do appreciate that. So I did listen to the first hour. Actually, yes, and then a segment of Peter Moon's entry into the transmission. So yeah, that was it was just because I had some spare time, so I listened to the latest transmission. Most of the time, I go back and review a lot of Douglas's old productions and his old publications of his old previous conducted interviews. So, but I decided to listen to the latest transmission because I wasn't able to attend. It was bank holiday. It was a bank holiday, so I was supposed to be scheduled for work, but in the end, it got declined at the last minute. There was little work out there, so unfortunately, I wasn't able to go to work on Monday. So, but I wasn't able to attend, unfortunately. So, but yeah, I'm more than happy, Douglas, to go in to answer any questions and go into any direction. And that the viewership, I have been given feedback from the listenership, from the people that listen, the listenership, the fans that listen to yourself. They really very much appreciate, everything that you contribute, Douglas, the information that you present to the audience, to the public. They very much appreciate it. And they've informed me that they are very much looking forward to me conducting an interview with Ariana, Christy Joan Hart, as well as potentially another interview with yourself in the future, Douglas. That's what they're looking forward to.
Oh, great!
So
good.
Great
yes.
Yeah.
Me too.
Wonderful.
So yeah, no, happy with the time I have with everyone on this show to go in any direction. Anything I can help contribute, any information that people want me to segue into, I'm more than happy to go into anything.
Sure.
So, any questions, Ariana or Michelle? Any questions, or Jota even? Yeah. Any fire away.
There's a book out.
Yeah.
It's from Tim Cohen. This is like a Air Force officer from the U.S. and he's claiming that Prince Charles is the Antichrist. But he's using Bible revelations on how to pick this Antichrist. And he claims that in 1969, Prince Charles was given the power of a lot of power prior to her, even when her mom was in power. So I don't know if that's true or not.
Actually, I think a more productive question, because that's such a ridiculous posit, it doesn't even bear a response.
Yeah.
A response would only dignify it. I think a more constructive question would be that idiot who kept making fun of his workmate's ears. I'd hate to see what he would say to the king when you take a look at that guy's ears. He was calling the other workmate of George Knight a monkey on the basis of his ears. So what he'd call his own king would be up for question. But anyhow, all that being said, George, Ariana, you had some questions about the Thousand-Year Reich and Exile in particular.
Oh yeah. Well, let's see.
Or anything else that he specializes in quite a bit of history. I've been sharing a lot of his memories on my timeline lately, even some I didn't get a chance to share. So, by the way, I'll go mute for just a few minutes. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. So, go on, continue.
All right, thank you. Yes, George, am trying to catch up with, the knowledge, so much knowledge here, and regarding the exile of this Reich and
Yes.
the amount of years, I would like to know, who is this Reich and why are they in exile?
Right. Okay. Yeah. And just to clarify, firstly, it's a lot to digest and disseminate. It took me several years to even comprehend and to have an integral intellect into presenting this information, because it is a lot to decipher. So it does take an incredible amount of investment and time and research to actually to come to a comprehension of, well, what the about what we are in particular with the transatlantic alliance between the Anglo-American alliance with each other. We are, like I presented last time, we are basically under conditions of wartime. This day, we're still in a state of war. That's the most important factor to just take into account, that we are still legally in a state of war. And
so is
the
this like
legal enemy?
Is this war like behind the scenes or with citizens, or is it between certain two groups that were around in World War II?
Yeah, exactly. So what happened, obviously, the most important point to remember is we're under conditions of wartime. We're still under a legal state of war, which is the reason why the United States cannot legally declare a legal state, cannot declare basically a legal state of war. Just basically means it's declaring basically a full mobilization of a legal state of war against a nation state, a government recognized of a nation state. And we are unable to declare a legal state of war. That is why every conflict, and it's important to understand the terms, conflict simply applies to an undeclared state of war. So all these wars continue, like that, manifested after World War II, as far as the general public understand it, as in ended in 1945, such as the Korean conflict, the conflict in Nicaragua, in Panama, in Kosovo, in Afghanistan and Iraq. They're all illegal, undeclared state of wars. They are not. They're not declared state of wars. They were deemed illegal, and certainly the invasion of Iraq was deemed illegal by Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan. He declared it an illegal, undeclared state of war. So it's important to note that we cannot declare a state of war because we're still in a legal state of war. And the legal enemy is the declared enemy of World War II, which is why the reason why the United Nations itself was founded 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor on January 1st, 1942. So on January 1st, 1942, the United Nations, which is an organization of war, was established outside the Presidio military base. The peace department, the peacekeeping department, was established in 1945, I believe in September, October 1945. That was out of Washington, D.C. But it's important to note that the actual United Nations, an organization of war, under the Article 42 of the United Nations Charter, it is an organization of war, and that was established on site the Presidio military base on January 1st, 1942, 3 weeks and 3 days after Pearl Harbor. And it's important to note that the United Nations had original five founding member states, which was comprised of the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union, the United States, the Republic of France, Great Britain, and the Nationalist Republic of China. They were the 5 original founding member states of the United Nations. It was established to conduct not peacekeeping operations, because that was established in 1945, but to conduct a legal state of war against the Axis nations, against Japan and the Reich, the Third Reich, which was elected, officially elected, democratically elected, mind you, government of Germany since 1933, since the beginning of 1933. So they were the legal government of Germany. So it's important to note that when you declare a legal state of war, you're conducting and declaring a state of war against the government. And so what happened in 1945, with your question about what is the Reich in exile, they were duly elected into a coalition government with the Conservative Party in 1933. They are the democratically elected government. That is the government that the Allies declared a legal state of war with against the Reich government basically the NSDAP, the National Socialist German Workers' Party. So they declared a legal state of war against the government. The government in 1945 relocated into exile, just as the Nationalist Republic of China did, and they relocated onto the island of Taiwan, which was formerly known as Formosa, which belonged to Japan, the Empire of Japan, from 1895 to 1945. It was handed over to the National Republic of China under Chiang Kai-shek, and Chiang Kai-shek then realigned themselves with the Axis, because they're originally the original member, one of the original member states, founding member states of the United Nations. They were the first ones to take arms out against the Axis after the invasion of Manchuria. That was in 1931. That was before the government of Germany, the duly elected government of Germany, were even elected into office as the officially elected, democratically elected government of Germany. So that's important. That all these factors take into consideration. That's why it's a lot of information to digest and disseminate. It's hard for people to comprehend it. So I'm trying to make it as clear as possible. But that government, which was the democratically elected government of Germany, is the government that the Allies, the Anglo-American Alliance, later on, like I said, on January 1st, 1942, when the United Nations was established, and those 5 original founding member states declared a state of war against the Axis. And the whole point of that, and I'm trying to get this right from memory, so I'm going to just blow it out. It was to conduct, I'm just trying to think what the term is, Douglas. I might need your help in a second. It was to conduct operations behind Axis enemy lines from the Philippines to Denmark. That was the mission statement of the United Nations originally. And so they basically, what you're legally at war with today is that government which exists in exile. So that democratically elected government is basically what everyone deride and derogate as Nazis. That term Nazi is an Anglo-American propagandized acronym for National Socialists. And so we don't use that term applicably, neither does scholars in academia use that term National Socialist. They rather use the term Nazi because it's a wartime propaganda acronym, because you're still under a legal state of war with the Nazis. So to speak, with the National Socialists. Yeah, sorry.
So then their real name is the Third Reich?
What's important to note is the First Reich established under Charlemagne, and that lasted for over 1,000 years.
Wow.
And then under the Kaiser Wilhelm II, he established the Second Reich. And when that was dissolved, then you had the Third Reich. And that was basically, like I said, the duly elected government between the Conservative Party and the National Socialist German Workers' Party, which, by the way, they got a minority vote. So they became elected into office under minority vote. But after the Judea Declaration of War in March 1933, so after Judea, the Jewish diaspora around the world declared a legal state of war against the government. And under that government, Adolf Hitler himself, the Reichskanzler, because his title was very important, was Reichskanzler of Germany in 1933. He was not the Führer. He was not the leader. He was duly elected into a duly elected government with the Conservative Party. That's in 1933. It's important to note that. It was after the Jewish Declaration of War, and you can read the headlines in the newspapers. Judea declares war on Germany, boycott of German goods, and heavy sanctions, trade sanctions on Germany, imposed on Germany, on the government. But in 1934, that is when Adolf Hitler, well, essentially immediately, beg your pardon, Adolf Hitler basically he instated an immediate unlimited state of emergency. And in 1934, that was when the government became the Reich.
Right.
That's when it became a dictatorship. And so that's very important to note. That was all because of the Judea Declaration of War. And then it goes into deeper of my previous research before I discovered Douglas into the Havara Agreement, the transfer agreement. We could go into that some other time, but that's a factor that took place from 1933 onwards. And then obviously, if you read Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler's book, he talks about the Bolshevik Revolution. He talks about Zionism. So it's important to note, to take in consideration how he felt towards Zionism. They had an incredible, they basically wanted to accomplish the same thing. But me and Douglas has got into that. I don't want to go into it at the moment because my mind is basically on overdrive. But what I'm going to go into is just to, it's important to note that the government in exile today, you're still in a legal state of war with that government, and they still exist in extant to this day in exile.
Yeah.
That's what's important to know. That government that relocated from 1945 to the present day have been existing in exile. And that is why, basically what's important to note is in 1945, in May, the last Führer that was appointed on the surface world was Cross Admiral Karl Dönitz. He was in charge. He was the admiral of the U-boat, of the Navy, of the German Navy, of the Wehrmacht.
Yes.
And so it's important to note that he was appointed last Führer. He was not appointed basically anything else. So he was just given this title. So he gave Alfred Jodl the orders in Reims, France, to surrender the troops by land, sea, and air to the Allies. And he declared that in Reims, France. So he signed this not official declaration of surrender, which I have the actual official document for, which he signed. And so that's what's important to note. The German nation never surrendered, as opposed to the dignitaries, the German dignitaries, the government.
Yeah.
Yes.
And as for the actually duly elected government, of course, there was no surrender because the Allies were insisting they didn't recognize it. And the end result was, of course, they had to stand back and step down while the actual government escaped because of several factors, including Goebbels declaring that, quote unquote, aliens had been contacted by the Third Reich and recognized the Third Reich as the legitimate government of planet Earth, and they were only going to recognize one government, and the Reich was the first government to contact them. This was a propaganda psyop, what we would call a psyop in this day and age. In those days, they called it the War of Nerves, and the Allies lost the War of Nerves in that operation. Of course, our man George can cover that as well.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. I really appreciate that. And so the Reich in 1945...
By the way, is my volume coming through all right? Usually it's okay on the call, but yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. So
crystal clear, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. I hope my audio sounds...
Yes.
Yeah.
It's clear, and I hope I'm not too loud because...
No, you're fine.
Not at all. And Ariana, I just want to just say quickly that it's a lot of information. Now, when I usually present to people, they usually they look at me with they're overwhelmed. And look at me with the expression as blank faces. It's a lot to take in, and like I said, it takes years to disseminate. It does take a while for it to. Unlike most people, I had an enormous amount of investment in time because it was important to me. I had to do what I did in order to get this information out there. So it was an enormous amount of investment, which was worth it in the end.
Yeah, thank you for what you have done, and thank you for putting it into words now and in the future interviews. Because I think that's what it needs to do. It needs to be done that if you could just put it into words, however you are being moved in the moment, as during whatever the interview today, future interviews, because that's how the information will get out, and that's so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. It's so important. And just to note with Alfred Jodl gave the orders for surrender. He surrendered the troops, land, sea, and air to the Allies. And so it's important to note the German dignitaries, the Third Reich government themselves were never contended with, as Douglas articulated, that the basically at the meeting at Casablanca, you had Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the Socialist Democrats, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He, along with Winston Churchill and Joseph Stalin, basically recognized the Third Reich as being the unlegitimate government of Germany. They recognized them as enemy aliens. So this is what's important to note. They were never recognized as the legitimate government of Germany. So the orders was unconditional surrender. And unconditional surrender, that term, that meaning of that term, unconditional surrender.
No, I'd like to know.
Genocide. It equates to total genocide. There is no conditions for surrender. So basically the condition would be, I'll surrender under these conditions. But unconditional means there are no conditions. Yeah. So that was why the government refused, and Adolf Hitler in his speeches admitted, we will never surrender. Yes. We'll never surrender to them.
Very important also to recognize the dehumanizing aspects here, that just as the Japanese were also put into concentration camps in America, many Italians and Germans were as well. So
wow.
People need to understand that many Germans and Italians were also interned in concentration camps across the United States, and that they were deprived of their citizenship and declared to be enemy aliens. And so they were effectively recognizing that with the entire German and Japanese populations as enemy aliens, declaring them to be effectively not human and therefore ripe for extermination, which is what they were attempting to do. If the Allies had truly won the war, there wouldn't be any Germans or Japanese left alive today. The fact that Germany and Japan became superpowers after the war is living proof, literally living proof, that the Allies lost the war because their objectives were completely genocidal. This can be verified just by any searches into official statements of the Allies at all times during the war. Their official objectives were extermination of the Germans and the Japanese, the Axis powers.
Yikes.
So this is a very important thing to bring up. Also, just so people understand the enormity of how much you've been lied to and how little you understand about World War II. If you ever take a look at the numbers of fatalities of the Allies compared to the Axis, the number of fatalities of on the Allied side is overwhelming. So the Allied forces, despite being quote unquote on the offensive and waging a war of mass carpet bombing and extermination, failed completely to defend their civilian populations. So their civilian populations were left completely defenseless and open to the Axis attacks, whereas the Axis military actually defended its populations, was forced to because of the Allied attacks, and actually succeeded to a far greater degree in defending their populations, whose fatality rates are much, much lower than the Allied civilian fatality rates in terms of their population. This is something most people don't understand. I mean, I've put up graphs of this before, and people simply refuse to believe it.
Yes.
But back to George with that.
Yes, thank you.
No, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, that's so important to know, and that is it's so true and verifiable. It's a lot of factors about history that people just simply ignore. And it's just because they're overwhelmed. It's just their entire life.
George, how do you think we can make the narrative more clear, like our perspective of Douglas and yours perspective of history? Because what I realize is that America has too many things to be classified. I said something for Douglas about the Nixon strategy thing earlier today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Joe. Yes, thank you.
And they were talking about how Kissinger would have certain information released after 25 to 5 years from his death. So these are information that's quite...
I wouldn't hold your breath.
We're living in a fictitious narrative.
Yeah.
So this is the big problem.
Yeah, and Joe Ty, it's also important to note that it's not mine and Douglas's perspective. We're just talking factual reality.
Oh, yeah.
Factual, historical
we're
facts.
With,
yes. Everything is
basically
verifiable.
The U.S. MK Ultra of the whole American society believing in bullshit. And we're trying to get the truth out there. It's like me going to court and being framed by the cops with lies. claiming that accepting their lies to make me guilty.
No, I understand
We're
what you're
basing
saying.
our reality on a lie,
Yeah,
basically.
I understand what you're saying, but it's best not to look at this like that. It's when you look at it with this kind of feeling that you're on trial, then basically you're allowing the enemy to win because what they're trying to do is completely
They jerry-rigged
demoralize.
the system. They're jerry-rigging the system, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but the system is disintegrating, and it's disintegrating before their eyes. Our system is falling apart. I mean, certainly it's falling apart a lot faster in England than it is in America, but they're both in a race to the bottom. So our man George can attest to that. You really just need to keep, of course, saying the truth, and eventually it will out. Obviously, Peter Moon and I are trying to do that. The majority of the population is going to have to come and face reality because their reality is not working. Their reality is simply delivering them nothing but misery. Their quality of life is.
Yeah, they're going to college for this crap. You understand what I'm saying? And they're being brainwashed.
Well, less and less of them. Less and less of them. The community colleges are like emptied out. The very few people are going to the expensive colleges because they can't afford it, and it's not like they're going to the community colleges to make up for that. It's the entire situation.
I mean, I hate to say that we have to have a re-educational system for the American public and for the English public.
Yes, well, there definitely has to be a re-education on a mass scale in terms of enabling people to understand why everything got to this point. All in due time, it all happens. I mean, the collapse will probably happen first, a lot sooner than any of us want.
Yeah.
None of us are looking forward to that, but it's obviously coming. So by all means, you take it from there, George, with anything else that comes to mind as relevant to what we were speaking of with the. I forget, where did you leave off? I was covering. Yes. Go on.
Yeah, it's inevitable, Douglas. Absolutely. The point of collapse is forthcoming. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. And it's important to note the reason, another thing that these conspiracy peddlers, the charlatans and shills that present this disinformation deliberately to the public, it's important to note the reasons why the government were forced to lie about World War II in the first place. It was basically on the part of their failure and incompetence of actually successfully conducting operations in the field. It was,
and their war of extermination. Go on.
Their total war of exactly. Their total war of extermination to cover up their atrocities committed against humanity and crimes against humanity. This is the reason why they lied to the public about World War II, and the only way they could buy off the public is to present them the lie that, for instance, strategic bombing worked during World War II, and that's what ended the war. And this is the reason for it. And, with everything what happened, contending with the Third Reich government in exile, as well as the legal state of war with Japan, leading up to the treaty of peace between Japan and the United States, which ultimately ended up Japan becoming one of the most dominant powers on Earth, with a fully functional economy and having a privileged trade agreement.
Absolutely. They have to accept them in the United Nations right afterward. They had to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It proves that they won, right?
They were forced. It was all forced to. The United States had to sue for peace. They were forced to by the Japanese. The Japanese forced them to. And this is the reason for the cover-up. So what the conspiracy peddlers or the charlatans and shills, they'll simply tell you nothing, but they'll tell you the government's lying to you, but they don't tell you what they're lying about. Yeah, and that's important to know, so you can identify it immediately. They will tell you they are lying, but they don't tell you what they're lying about. And that's what you come across all the time. And this is what makes Douglas so unique to everybody else, is because Douglas gives you all the information and nobody else does. They don't tell you anything. But they'll tell you they're lying, but they don't tell you what they're lying about and the reason for it.
And then they'll tell you that the same government that's lying to you is somehow going to give you disclosure. That disclosure is coming. Yes.
Do you know what I saw, Douglas? Do you know what I saw just 2 days ago was this article presented on Facebook saying that Elon Musk is going to take humans to Mars.
Delightful. Yes.
Yes.
Total
and you know
bullshit.
What? The best comment I saw was the first comment with the most likes, and it says, hopefully when Elon Musk goes to Mars, he'll take all his fans with him.
Yes.
I said he should have a one-way ticket.
Yeah. If he goes, well, hopefully all of Elon Musk's fans go along with him.
Yes.
Take them all to Mars and just dump them there.
Yeah.
Which is just it was, and all it was this it was just a CGI cinematic video.
Yes.
It had nothing to do with reality.
Thank you.
Nothing to do with actually imposing any plans. It was just he paid a bunch of people to create a cinematic movie, just showing you we can go to Mars. Well, no, you can't. Yeah. And it looked very, very similar. Obviously, with the Apollo missions and with every other. I'm trying to think of the other. I know it's the dinosaur program, the dynamic
CGI. Yes.
Yeah, they're all the shape of a phallus.
Yeah.
It's all presented in the
big space fuck. Yes.
Yeah, it's a big space fuck, basically. Thank you, Douglas. And it's important to know that. Yeah, that's what the video showed. It was just basically a great big phallus, like you had with Elon Musk's SpaceX version of when he took himself into low Earth orbit. It wasn't even low Earth orbit. It was just above the stratosphere of the Earth.
Thank you. They're just touching the edge of the atmosphere. Yes, go on.
Thank you. And then
tickling it. They're tickling the edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah,
go on.
They're flirting with it. Yes. And what was the other individual? I forgot his name. Thank God. The guy who owns Amazon.
Jeff Bezos.
That's the one.
Bozo. Yes.
Bozo. Yes, he did the same thing with a great big phallus. Yeah, just went into flirting with low Earth orbit with his great big phallus, and that was what. In basically, they can't do anything. It's just all. It is all just giving the public, feeding the public what they want to hear, and people basically suck it up and they love it.
What's so bizarre about this is it's trying to create a cult of the multi-billionaire, that somehow the multi-billionaire will save you, that these multi-billionaires, the most selfish people on earth, are going to do something for you, for humanity. Exactly. That's the masturbatory, and all they're doing is they're jacking off. They've got this masturbatory fantasy that they've got going that's all very phallic, very fireworks oriented. It's we could go on about this in Freudian terms for quite some time, but aside from that, the point is.
Do you all know that? I'm sorry. Do you all know that Bezos means kisses?
No, it makes sense. It perfectly makes sense. Yeah, I mean, there's a real poetry to a lot of this. I'm not quite sure the poetry always rhymes in a manner that's euphonic, but. So, go on, George, with what else comes to your mind. One of the things you may or may not have noticed was I tagged you with another post where I was answering Amy Como's question about the swastika. So you might go along that line of discussion.
Thank you. I was actually going to bring that up, Douglas, actually. Thank you so much for tagging me in that. And that's very important to note because it explains, and this is something that obviously it's really, this is what it comes down. What's I'm trying to think of the phrase. The expression. It's what brings home to me closely to myself with this. It's because what's important to note is the origins of the Hakenkreuz or the swastika, the actual where it originated from, and why every culture on Earth adopted or used the swastika. It's important to know that every nation on Earth, every culture apart from Semitic, actually appointed and used the swastika as their ward to repel, as their binding. What do you want to call it? Sign, sigil, whatever you want to. Yes,
all that's fine.
Thank you. It's applicable for this for the importance and the power of the swastika. But it's important to note that it's presented to you in the heavens, above the earth, and it's what keeps the anti-gods at bay, binds them. Which basically deprives them of devouring yourselves. Because you are life, they are anti-life. It's important to note the difference. This is where, you know, I have not got the cosmological background or educational understanding, but I certainly do understand it very, very well. And I understand the power of the swastika, and it's presented to you in the heavens. It's the only symbol or sign in the sky that never, throughout the entire year of the Earth's orbit around our own natural star, it never ever dips beneath the horizon. It's presented to you all year round, and it rotates in the direction of the swastika as the Reich, the same one as the Hakenkreuz, the Third Reich swastika.
The Third Reich swastika. Yes,
and that's important to know.
Yeah, the
yes.
sigil has to rotate in the right direction for it to be truly effective. And so the heavenly Hakenkreuz or Hooked Cross very much does that. And so this is why the ancient cultures all appropriated it, except for the Semitic cultures that we know of. But it certainly appears otherwise universally. The thing that I do want to emphasize is that much of what Peter Moon has been trying to put into the book, so this will appear in the next book, is just how people are deprived of the knowledge of the constellations, the constellae, the constellations by people like Graham Hancock, Robert Bauval, who are presenting this funhouse mirror distortion of the heavens in terms of their alignment. Now, you've probably read what I've sent you in the past. I mean, certainly you might remember elements of it to relate about this. I take it, George, or if you don't, let me know.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Thank you so much, Douglas. I have.
Yeah.
Yes. And do you want me to? Yeah.
Sure. Go ahead and relate it. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what. So just relate to all the listenership. Yeah. My understanding of it is. Yeah. The Ursa Major constellation, the constellae, is the only constellation basically in the heavens, in our skies, that never dips beneath the horizon. And every ancient culture recognized that. It's a universally recognized symbol or sigil. And it is appropriately enough, appointed by every culture enough because they understood the power of it, understood why the significance of it. They understood it. And the reason why it is so anti the propaganda against the swastika in the Anglo-American alliance is because of that reason, because they are truly anti-godly. They are truly on par.
Infiltrated. They're infiltrated. Yeah. They're subverted.
Subverted. Absolutely, Douglas. And that's what's important to note is the reason why it is banned in your nation. It is banned. And they give you the most irrational explanation. Because if you go online, for instance, the first thing anyone will tell you is, well, it's universally adopted. It's universally recognized. But they will tell you, no, but now forget what it once meant. It is now a symbol of hate. It's a symbol of hate speech. It represents hatred. That is the propaganda that they've basically indoctrinated the entire nation. Your people, the people of our own nations, of Britain, of the United States, of nation states in Europe, in not the majority of the world. The majority of the world still recognizes it, still universally recognizes it. But in your nation states who are still legally in a state of war with the Third Reich, as well as they've turned on part with it. And after World War II, it's important to note that the British themselves were already diabolists. They were already worshippers of the anti-gods. They understood.
So to put this into perspective, so that people understand that George Knight is not on some trip of self-loathing at all. Understand that the British had been ruled for hundreds of years by their elite, which had gradually integrated itself into what was called the Hellfire Club. Now, the Hellfire Club is actually, there are books written on the Hellfire Club. The original book that was actually released in the West was by Daniel P. Mannix. And Daniel Mannix wrote about the fact that the British Empire, since it controlled the majority of the world, the original one world empire, this was that meant the world was effectively under the rule of Satanists, practicing diabolists. And so all anyone needs to do is look up the Hellfire Club. There are, of course, now psyops to provide confusion in the form of Marvel Comics, which then took the Hellfire Club and turned it into a group of X-Men villains. So you have to filter that out. But in reality, don't filter it out completely, because the Marvel Comics actually is imbuing a certain sense of reality into what they're conveying, because of the majority of the villains in the Hellfire Club they're portraying are British, or certainly the most notable or popular villainess slash heroine, depending on which direction the wind is blowing her, would be the Emma Frost character, which was originally a member of the Hellfire Club. So there's something that Marvel Comics does that at least popularizes the concept, so people are aware of the term. The problem is it causes them to dismiss the historical references, and this is likely intended. But the thing to point out that about our stars that is incredibly distorted, and there's a campaign to distort this, is the fact that, as my late and sainted mother showed me, from the background she came from, where she had access to this knowledge, the Occult Bureau of Japan, of course, and thousands of years of tradition, understand that when you take a transparent northern hemispherical star map, and one that has the constellae upon it, and when you superimpose that over an azimuthal equidistant polar projection map of the Earth, meaning a polar projection map like the United Nations uses on its flag, with the North Pole in the center and the rest of the continents projecting outward, then you have the Stella Polaris, the pole star, that's placed over the terrestrial North Pole. Then you have a celestial clock that's making one revolution daily. This is, of course, where you see the images of the Ursa Major, the Great Bear, or the Greater She-Bear, in the north sky on any clear night, just making its rotation around the Arctic, the entire northern hemisphere, really. And so when you go further and you take that astrographic map and you place it with the 7 starry Atlantic sisters of the Pleiades, the 7 sisters of Atlantis, as the Pleiades are known, over Egypt, specifically directly above the apex of the Great Pyramid, that's when Taurus falls over the Taurus Mountains of southern Turkey on the Anatolian Peninsula of Asia Minor. Ursa Major, the Great Mother Bear, rambles over Rossia. The head of Draco, the dragon, coils up over Zhonghua, or the China. The perennial suitor of the Atlan sisters, the Orion, the hunter warrior, he stands over the ancient rival empires of the warring nation states in failure, Iran and Iraq, as opposed to his belt being girded by the 3 pyramids of Khufu, or Cheops, which is Herodian transposition. In other words, this is what Graham Hancock and Robert Bauval and all of these revisionists are trying to claim. But if you ignore them and you instead maintain the reality of where the constellae align, then the Aryan ram, Aries the ram, which just derives from the word Aryan, leaps over Rome, and the capital of the Roman Catholic Church, the Vatican city-state, and Capricorn, which is identified with the Sartor guard, Pan, the great god Pan, with the goat's horns and legs, who saved himself from the monster Typhon, where we get the word typhoon from, by giving himself a fish's tail, becoming half animal and half aquatic, sea goat, the immortal father of all the sea goats, the Pricus, and the sea goats are, of course, the Capricorn constellae. They fall over the Panama, Panuco, Mayapan, the old name for Yucatan, and Aquila, the eagle, spans over the United States. So all of this is quite obvious when you see the parallels. All of that is eliminated by the agents of chaos, the people who tell you that Orion's belt aligns with the pyramids as opposed to the ladies he's chasing, the 7 sisters of Atlantis. Then that fucks up the stars. And what they're trying to do is make stars wrong in the minds of man, which would make them right for the anti-gods. If they can't physically change the stars themselves for millions and millions of years, then they can change the stars in the minds of man. But you see, this is where things already begin to spiral because of the Three Gorges Dam, which has generated so much water in one area, collected so much water in one area, that the Earth is wobbling in its orbit. So the communist
Wow.
Chinese have endangered all of humanity by collecting so much water in the northern hemisphere that the Earth is threatened with toppling, which would then change the stars. That would basically, the stars in the sky would appear to be falling. We would see new constellae emerge. We would no longer be under the protection of the Hakenkreuz circling in the northern hemisphere. It would unleash, or rather, the stars would be right for the anti-gods. So this is something that the Americans have capitalized on, and therefore their HARP, which are not able to generate earthquakes in and of themselves, but they have HARP installations throughout the Earth. If they press the right button at the right time, all they need to do is unleash their Tesla-developed scalar weaponry, and then that can rumble the Earth enough where, with the combined weight of the Three Gorges Dam, the Earth will topple in its orbit, and the stars in the sky will change. And then the stars will be right for the anti-gods. They'll no longer be held back by the ward in the heavens. This is something that the Americans have planned for generations by now. Therefore, it's something to understand. This is the level of danger that we're facing. We're in a time of great danger, one in which the human species itself can be exterminated. Nuclear war was nothing compared to this. Nuclear war was just nothing but a canard, a myth. It was something that the Americans and the Russians and everybody else launched so many nuclear weapons in their tests that it was the equivalent of an all-out nuclear exchange. And we're all still here, albeit with much higher cancer rates. Cancer is pervasive and ubiquitous, but other than that, we're all still here. Something like this, however, is far more threatening. So back to George. You take it from there, George.
Yeah, thank you very much, Douglas.
Wow.
And also, it's important to note that the original Buddha, the Bodhisattva, was born with the horrid swastika on his chest. And it's important to note that Michael Aquino also was, when he was born a blue baby, he was born dead, still birth when he was born, when he was incepted. He was also was born with the horrid swastika on his chest from the hair follicles of his chest.
Like an anti-Buddha. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And this is why Michael Aquino was very antithetical towards the Third Reich. It's because of the power of the swastika. And
yes.
that was what I wanted.
Important point to make here. The reason that Michael Aquino was so proud of that horrid swastika on his chest that the baby that was born dead was born with, it was born a blue baby. He felt that he was a demon who had inhabited the baby's body, that he was not human, didn't live by human standards, but his body enabled him to have an enormous degree of occult invulnerability because he was born with the ward of the swastika on his chest. This made him much more adept at handling the servitor races of the anti-gods, or what he summoned in terms of the anti-pantheon, because of he's born with natural protection, a natural ward. So that doesn't mean that he's pro-Nazi at all. It simply means he's better able to hold the anti-gods he summons at bay, just so people understand the reason for his pride. Otherwise, it's going to seem very paradoxical. So take it from there, George.
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Thank you for just clarifying that. That was the point that I wanted to present, is the fact that he had a natural when he was born.
Natural immunity, a natural occult immunity.
Yes, a natural occult immunity.
So that was a swastika going in the opposite direction?
You know, that's an interesting point. I'd have to look into that again, but my understanding was it was going in the right direction, the Nazi direction, which is why it would be much more protective.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at images of the statues of the original Bodhisattva, the original Bodhisattva, the original Buddha, had a horrid swastika on his chest as well. That's important to note as well. So it was given a natural immunity to occult magic, and so it was the same with Aquino. Yeah, when he was born blue, he was. And it's important to note that he was. I would go into that direction, Douglas. I was about to, but I will hold back for today's transmission. I'll go into that another time with Aquino. But any other questions Ariana, about the Reich in exile or anything like that before I do make a move? I've got about 10 minutes, I believe.
Yeah. So Ariana, go
Do you
ahead,
have any?
please? Yeah.
Well, actually, a question came up.
Yes.
Let's see. I don't know how old Aquino was when he died, but did he know Jack Parson?
Certainly knew of him. That's, I don't believe he
He
knew him
maybe wasn't
personally, but it's not
alive when
impossible.
Jack Parson died.
Yeah, he was definitely, he was born in 1946, and Jack Parsons died when he was just about a few years old. Jack Parsons died in 1952 or something like
I
that. He
see.
was at that point, Jack Parsons was already a traitor and was selling America's military secrets to Israel, which tells you everything you really need to know about the state of Israel. That's all. So it's not like Aquino knew him personally, but he certainly knew of him. Just so people know, JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratories, for NASA, was originally Jack Parsons Laboratories. That's where the JPL was originally from. And also the original man that was developing the rockets was Robert Goddard. But Robert Goddard was replaced by Jack Parsons, not because Jack Parsons had developed the solid fuel chemical rocket boosters, which everybody will say, but they wouldn't have given a shit about that. The Americans only put him in charge of their rocket program because he was a Satanist. It's not like he did anything to put America ahead in World War II with its rockets. The evidence speaks for itself. You could take a look at the rockets the Germans developed, and the Americans had to steal everything from them. It's not like the Americans developed anything on their own under Jack Parsons. So,
oh, wow.
Even though Peter Moon has a kind of, shall I say, kind of a romantic sentiment about Jack Parsons. I don't mean that in a homosexual sense. I just mean he has a romance of the Jack Parsons mystique because of his heavy involvement with magic, as well, being a true alchemist as opposed to simply a scientist. He was an actual alchemist. It's when you take a look at what happened, the Americans self-sabotaged, as they always did in the name of Satanism. Robert Goddard was trying to tell them to develop rocket technology, but instead they went to Jack Parsons, who put all their energy into occult pursuits. So, yeah.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yes, and just so people understand, when Robert Goddard was launching rockets that were blowing up other people's houses, then it was the man who was running for president we spoke of earlier. Help me out here, George. The guy who crossed the Atlantic, Charles Lindbergh. Charles Augustus Lindbergh helped finance Robert Goddard relocating to the highest altitude in the United States. And just so people understand this, the occult history involved in this, which we actually should have brought this up in the book, but we actually didn't. So hopefully we'll bring that up in the Roswell Deception, a revised, expanded edition. But understand that the highest altitude in the United States is Roswell, New Mexico. So since it's the highest point in the United States from which to launch rockets closest to space, that's where Charles Lindbergh relocated. He paid for the relocation of Robert Goddard to Roswell, New Mexico. So that's where he was launching his rockets. You can still find, if you're very lucky, remnants of his crash rockets in the Roswell area of New Mexico. And then every fucking ignorant ass alien worshiping Aquino cultist American will say, those are leftovers from UFOs. Seriously, this is the insanity that you're dealing with here. I should have brought that up to all the MUFON cargo cultists who ambushed us. Was there anything about that interview that particularly stood out to you, George? I mean, by all means, please bring it up if something stood out to you about that.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, go on about that for hours. Actually, about the MUFON interview, that was conducted. But yeah, that's an important point to make. Is that if you go to Roswell, New Mexico, it's engraved this, it's alien grade that, it's all extraterrestrial. It's the new Magus Gloria of newfound religion that Aquino cultivated, and that was the reason for that. The whole deception. And it's important to note, I wanted to make up some important points about Robert Goddard. He died on August 10th, the day the Nagasaki bomb was dropped.
Yes.
He died by a heart attack. Yeah, because, and this is where it goes into the whole, how the Japanese forced the United States to sue for peace. He died on the day of the Nagasaki. Within 24 hours of the Nagasaki bomb, the plutonium bomb being dropped, the Fat Man bomb being dropped on as a terrorist attack. It was a terrorist atrocity. That's conducted.
Because
and
by the way, he's not saying
died.
this out of just some kind of moral emphasis. He's pointing out the fact that it didn't have any military, it didn't award any military benefits. It simply was attacking a civilian population without any real productive military result. So go on, George.
Oh.
Exactly. There was no repercussions of, any assets of the military ever being compromised in any regard, because it was atrocity committed against civilians, against women, children, and seniors. So, when that happened, when they conducted that atrocity, the man recognized as Robert Goddard, he was basically, as Douglas pointed out there, he was recognized as the rocket engineer, the main appointed
the father
for the
of
military,
rocketry, basically.
The godfather. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And he died on August 10, 1945, the day they dropped the Nagasaki bomb. So they tell you that it was dropped on the 9th. Within 24 hours, he died. That was because of the Japanese launching the Emperor Hirohito launching the Super Crane massive dirigibles over the area. What we know today, at the time, it was Tonopah Army Airfield. This is where Robert Goddard was stationed. Well, was he stationed there, Douglas? Sorry,
he was in the area, definitely, because, like I said, he'd been relocated to Roswell.
Exactly. So he was in area.
Wow.
Thank you. So he was in area, and he had a phone call saying, Robert Goddard, the Japanese Supermassive dirigibles are flying over Tonopah Army Airfield. Yeah, we need to send our rockets. And this is what Robert Goddard predicted, and this is what he warned the United States high military command, that this is what the Japanese are going to do. Our rockets cost thousands. The Japanese can produce these supermassive dirigibles, which cost literally hundreds of dollars. Nothing. It's just pennies to the dollar. And this is why he had a heart attack and he died. He died on the day of the Nagasaki bomb, because that was when Emperor Hirohito launched the Super Crane massive dirigibles.
Actually, he launched them on the day of the Hiroshima bombing, and they reached America on the day of the Nagasaki bombing. Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor. Wow. It took several days for him to reach across the Pacific to the United States. So that's important to note. So after they dropped the first, it's important to note the uranium bomb, which is the German-produced Axis bomb. The little boy bomb, when they dropped that on Hiroshima, that is when Emperor Hirohito ordered the Super Crane massive dirigibles to be deployed across the Pacific to the United States. When they arrived, it was the day they dropped the Nagasaki bomb, and that's where Robert Goddard died on August 10th. So that's the reason for that. That's important to note. And also with Jack Whiteside Parsons, he has a crater on the backside of the moon, on the dark side of the moon, that was named after him. Dedicated because he was the man who was the JPL, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, was originally recognized and named Jack Parsons Laboratory. Yeah. So this is why he had a crater dedicated after himself. He is a recognized alchemist. He recognized himself, and his title was he was an alchemist, but it was basically a hardened Satanist. Yeah. So that was why the United States transitioned from Robert Goddard's. Was he working with, solid fuel or liquid fuel?
He was working with the solid fuel, which was much more efficient.
Solid fuel rocketry.
And Robert Goddard started with liquid fuel. But Robert Goddard, of course, had done much more with rockets than Jack Parsons, actually, practically. Yeah. But go on, yes.
Yes, thank you. And that is the reason. And he died of a mysterious mercury fulminate explosion in a laboratory. He was just basically, which was more likely he was assassinated.
Well, they killed him because he was a traitor who was selling secrets to Israel, military secrets to Israel. Yes.
That's also important. Just to note. That's important to note as well. But Anyway, I could go into that.
Yes.
Thank you for hours. Thank you, Douglas. So Any other do you have any other questions? Because that all equates to where we are at this point in time today. So all these do take in consideration, are all factors that take place. So when it comes down to anything more to do with the Reich in exile, do you have anything anything that I can certainly help you with?
So, if they're in exile, where are they?
Thank you. That's an important question. Very, very important question. The actual government themselves, what's important to note, they actually, in all due respect, it's important to consider, they actually relocated all over the world. That is what's important to note. When the government relocated themselves, many of the higher end technology, this is what I think that's the main question that you're asking, is the advanced aerodynamic, the anti-gravitic technology was relocated to what was the equivalent to what you call today, where you have the area installation of Area 51, which is where they conducted all the high-tech military basically development of the stealth craft, the SR-71 Blackbird or the stealth bomber. That's where they produced those, but the equivalent to the Reich was in the Antarctic continent, which was basically a stronghold, an impenetrable fortress from Allied basically invasion or penetration or advancement. They could not, so they basically established a colony on the South Pole region of the Antarctic prior to World War II. That's what to note. And many of the advanced technology was relocated there. And so remnants of that government in exile were stationed there after 1945. They simply took several years for them to relocate all the remnants into what is referenced as Unterland, or in the German translation, the Deutsche Sprache translation, the land below. It's in these underground cavern systems, which took millions of years for water to corrode and erode to form basically tunnel systems underneath throughout the Earth's crust, above the Earth's mantle. So it's throughout the crust region, the crust level. And so they took massive advantage of this. And so it took about several decades for them to do so. Then what happens, this is where I don't have a lot of time. It does take, I do need to contextualize this. It will go into things, very important factors like Operation Argos and basically many of the Antarctic expeditions. These are all important factors that took place in order for you to understand what was going on, what the United States was contending with. And this is what's important to note is, there was several expeditions to the Antarctic, which all failed miserably. But in 1958, there was a series of three nuclear strikes that were launched in the upper ionosphere of the Earth, above the stratosphere of the Earth. That was conducted in the south region of the Earth, in the south, beneath the horizon, beneath the equator.
The entire world.
Equator, yes.
It affected the entire world by creating an artificial Van Allen radiation belt. Tell them about that. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Douglas.
Being artificial.
Yeah. Thank you, Ariana. The United States approached a man that didn't hold a physics degree. His name was Nicholas Christophelius. He presented to the United States, we can create an artificial Van Allen radiation belt, which will be lethal to the Reich's technology and circuitry of their technology, of their craft. Because for whatever reason, the United States was, with their intelligence that they were gathering, the information they were gathering, they were concerned about them colonizing establishing a colony on the South Pole region of our moon. So for whatever reason, now this is important to note. It doesn't matter what I believe or anyone else believes. This is what they believe. So what I'm telling you is what the reasons for the operation.
You pay your taxes to are operating on facts that they understand, and these are the men with the guns, and they understood the Reich was escaping through Antarctica into Unterland. Go on. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. And sorry, and thank you for reminding me. The important to note, if you take a look at a map of, and Douglas mentioned this earlier, if you take a look at the map of every single nuclear above ground test that they conducted using atomic or nuclear weapons, any type of nuclear explosion that they conducted, if you take a look at all of them around the world, now thousands were deployed and detonated, thousands. Yikes. And if you take a look at that map, you'll see one speck in the Atlantic they launched, and that was a series of 3 strikes on the Reich in exile. They launched, it was called Operation Argos. It was above top secret military operation. It was completely covert. They later had to admit to the public, but then all the data was then completely destroyed. Every data that they established, all the research and the intelligence gathering they had that operation was completely, they destroyed it deliberately, like what they were doing with, like what they got Douglas to do, for instance. Destroying, destroying information. That's what's important to know. They launched a series of 3 strikes, nuclear strikes, and they detonated above the ionosphere of the Earth, which created a Van Allen radiation belt. And when they conducted the research initially, they saw that the cancer, it was basically causing cancer rates to basically inflate astronomically. And so, this is why they completely scrambled that operation, because they realized, shit, they fucked up, so to speak. Sorry if I'm being facetious, but they did. And that was the 3 series of strikes in the last months of 1958. They conducted Operation Argos, which was to be detrimental towards the Third Reich in exile's technology, the circuitry of their technology, which impacted them, and it was successful. They actually did. It was a successful mission, comparably speaking, compared to the expeditions they conducted in the Antarctic using conventional military craft, military operations, excuse me. And so this was so detrimental from the Reich ever establishing. They did establish a colony on the South Pole region of the moon, and to this day, they have established several colonies on that moon. They have strongholds on our moon itself. They are extant still in the moon, and probably throughout the rest of the solar system, which I have evidence they have done. Yes. But unfortunately, I'm not, I have no communication or evidence gathering from the Reich in exile. But every single station on the Antarctic continent, so basically several nations have scientific studies conducted, or what do you want to call it, stations on the Antarctic. They receive enemy transmissions every now and then. That's the whole point of them. They're listening into any transmissions that they can get across. So that's one of the points of them being there. And they have a massive military presence on the Antarctic. And it's the same reason why you have Marines on Navy ships. It's to prevent mutiny and defection. And so that's the reason why the military on the Antarctic. It's to prevent people from defecting to Unterland. And for several reasons for that. Yeah, so this is the reason for that. But if for the main question, where are they? They are simply, underneath these. They're living a.
You explained that, of course, Unterland is not simply under the Arctic. It's the caverns that stretch across the crust of the Earth. So they're basically under the crust of the Earth, but in 17 major caverns and hundreds of smaller ones that extend throughout the crust under the surface of the Earth. That's
exactly.
Yes, it's
no, thank you, and that's what's important. So it's not exactly underneath, but entrances. Several entrances. They actually established one in Tibet as well. There was one that was discovered in Tibet many years prior to the belligerency of prosecution of hostilities. So that's important to note. The reason why they have such a connection with Tibet. Why the Reich were allied with, so there is actually there's a entrance in Tibet, and throughout the North and South Pole region there are entrances into Unterland, and it stretches throughout the Earth's crust, for miles, thousands of miles. So that's important.
So was it Alan Shepard who went to Antarctica?
Okay, is that Joe snoring?
I think he's sleeping.
Jesus,
Joe, wake up! Wake up!
At any rate, so yes. At any rate, that's delightful. Go on, honey. What you? Alan Shepard. What? Tell us about Alan Shepard. None of us are really ringing a bell. We know the name, I'm not. And very little else is coming to us.
Well, it was an astronaut who went to Antarctica. And then he recently, within the past, 5 years-ish, and then when he came back, I think he was just like scared or something like that. I don't even know.
We'll look it up.
I think it was I think it was a different astronaut. In other words, one who went to the moon, and so I was just seeing some YouTube videos about a year or so ago, and they were interviewing him, and he seemed to be scared. He seemed to have been scared about something, but he didn't want to talk about it or something like
Well,
that.
that makes
And then
sense.
Clinton, I guess
No,
Bill
no, no, no.
Clinton maybe went to Antarctica too. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important. Yeah, sorry, Douglas, you
Yeah,
carry
go
on.
on. No, go on.
I was going to quickly say, yeah, no, I do have to make a move. Probably
Yeah,
about another
okay.
5-10 minutes. I will make them. I will. Yeah, that will be the latest. But thank you. It's important to note that when the astronauts, when they originally the Apollo 11 mission, when they went to the moon, you had Neil Armstrong and oh fuck, I forgot his name's Buzz Aldrin, but I forgot his actual first.
Oh,
His
Buzz Aldrin. Yeah,
yeah,
sorry
what's
about
his
that.
first name? Yeah, he's got.
That was the person.
I mean, nobody
Oh,
knows.
yeah, yeah, I
They
think
only
you're
know him as
referring-
Buzz, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I got
God.
the astronauts mixed up.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Do
So
you know
it's Buzz
what?
Aldrin that was scared, is what you're saying.
Yes, but I
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, that'll
Do you know
help
what,
us.
Ariana?
You're looking it up.
And then also Phil Schneider, you know, he was doing some underground stuff, but I mean, how long have these underground caverns been around? They've
No,
been
I
around
think-
probably before Phil Schneider was born.
Yes.
Phil Schneider, I think.
Yes,
what
millions
he
of
was,
years.
I-
Yes.
Yeah. What Phil Schneider was
Yeah, he
talking
was-
about was the man-made
Yes.
underground systems that the United States were producing, these underground installations. So that's what he was referring to.
Okay,
Yes.
that's Ian.
These
That's
won't.
Ian
These
West
won't
territory.
interland. These won't. Yes, that was continental United States. Yeah, with what Phil Schneider was referring to. But yeah, no, I the reason why I mentioned that is because I think you were referring to Buzz Aldrin, because years ago I did know that he did take an Antarctic trip. Now, by the way, it is forbidden for civilians to. You have to be invited to go on the Antarctic continent unless you're
right.
there for scientific purposes. It's forbidden for civilian. You can't just take a visit there or take a trip there. You have to be invited or be there for scientific purposes. That's what's important to know. But Buzz Aldrin did go there, and yes, that is true. He was frightened, and more than likely, he was presented with what he was when he went to the moon in the Apollo 11 mission. The Reich were up there warning them to get the. They knew they were up there because of what people colloquially know as Operation Paperclip. These were basically the people, the scientific advisors. They weren't just scientific advisors or engineers or physicists. They were actually diplomatic interpreters, and they were considered foreign
They're basically
adversaries
minders, the Reich's minders for
Yes.
the programs of the Allies, to make certain they don't
Yes.
interfere with Reich space. But just so,
Yeah, exactly.
right, and you might explain a little bit about what comes to mind with this when it comes to the while you're going on your way out, or something that we'll continue next time to speak about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, there was something that I read on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. But at any rate, dealing with multiple things at once, I think that you've gone a long way towards explaining this. But when we were talking about Unterland, the various caverns, we were talking about Ian West territory and tunnels being built and all that stuff. I guess we'll get back into this, but you might leave off by saying basically with the surface world becoming more uninhabitable because of global burning, this is why they
Yes.
are programming people for war with the Reich. This is why the war is still extant. You might emphasize that as usual. It's an important point.
Yes, no, absolutely, Douglas, and this is exactly it. This is the reason for that, and basically, when the Reich have, and I've got conversations between various people that have actually had conversations with the Reich in exile, because they have interacted with the surface dwellers. They have forewarned them that the surface of the Earth is burning, and this has been going on for decades. So they know that it's not sustainable for basically a future environment in the future will be unsustainable for maintaining a population or civilization. So the purpose, what the government, their solution is to mobilize and indoctrinate the population to eventually go to war against the Third Reich government in exile. But they know they're so technologically so advanced that there's nothing they can do about it. So more likely they're going to use biological weapons against them. But this is for the reason for behind the video games, such as Killzone. If you ever look at this video game called Killzone, it was produced several years ago when they start to realize that global warming was evident and it was extant and it's real. They started to, through the Dutch, create this video game franchise, which basically is a first-person shooter video game where you're fighting the Third Reich government in exile. So they're representations of the Reich in exile. So if you ever take a look at snippets of that video game, that is what they, through their intelligence community, that's what they've gathered. This is the representation of what they
in other
look
words,
like.
they represent the 1,000-year Reich in exile as they appear in Unterland. This is how they look. So they present them in that game Killzone as this is what you'll be fighting in order to program, Westerners to shoot on sight. Any young Western men playing that game and getting indoctrinated. Very important point to bring up there. Anything else we'll talk about soon, but definitely thank you so much, George. Always a blessing to have you here. Glad that you're here to speak of these things, and it's honestly wouldn't be possible without you. You do so much.
No, thank you so much, Douglas, and thank you for having me on. And it's great speaking to everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak about these matters because it is so important. And I'm more than happy anytime in the future to go over anything else in more detail as well. This is all just from memory, so I have the actual information saved, so I can actually present it to you in far more detail for yourself.
You do really well from memory.
I'm looking forward to it.
You do really well from memory.
Thank you, Michelle.
I tried to.
And please do thank Michelle for being so
I remember
patient.
Buzz Aldrin's real name. Sorry, Douglas. Sorry.
I'm impressed.
Yes. I was saying thank Michelle for being so patient and allowing you to take this time what time you had with us. I just want to make certain that you were able to talk with what time you had with us.
Yes, thank you so much, Michelle. And thank you for your patience as well. And prayers for you, Michelle. And how are you doing? Prayers to yourself, and I do request anyone to send their prayers and any support they can to Michelle.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
No, absolutely.
Yes. I've tried to devise us a group project.
Nice.
For the listening audience and, whoever wants to participate.
Nice.
So, my family has a history, of course, I talk about all this stuff that I grew up with. So I have some stigma about money and donations because I've had relatives that have embezzled and gotten away with it. And it just gives me this cringe, although I know how to attract money. I know how to make it stretch. As my grandfather used to say, to make the penny squeal and work for you. I know how to do that, but when it comes to like mass donations, I'd rather people give into projects than rather just me. So that's what I'm working on.
Nice.
Thank you. Okay, so love you dearly, Church. Take care of yourself. Have a blessed
all my
day.
love reciprocated, Douglas. Yeah, and thank you for having me on, and all my love to all of you. Thank you so much, and take care of yourself. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Okay, so
all right.
Yes, our man in England, our correspondent there. I'll try and put some of what's going on with Ireland into perspective soon enough. I do want, since our man Joe Ty is asleep, let's see if Mark H has joined us. Mark H said he was going to try and join us when he was done for work. There he is. Mark H, how long have you been sitting there? I haven't been able to take a look inside of the call itself, so how long were you sitting there?
Just sitting here for just a little bit, Douglas, and long enough to hear some great conversations.
Oh my God!
Thanks for having me.
You're here now. Let's take a look at our wonderful Mark H has contributed, and I do want to thank everyone who sent care packages. Those are extraordinarily important. So I'll get along with thanking everybody and crediting everybody I can before the monologue. I'll do that later when I get started in the monologue. But thank God we've got Mark H with us now. How long do we have with you, Mark?
Probably just, probably till like the end of the hour. Probably around that time.
Okay, good. First off, one thing I'm curious about is I have no idea. I'm trying to give you a much more respectable title, so to speak, than what I've been saying, which is just whenever I reference that you're part of the roundtable, I will say in the credits that our gambling man, Mark H. To
I'm
provide
fine with
you a
that.
bit more dignified title than that, like what you actually do, what title would you prefer? What is it that you do? I mean, I know you're working with this list. Like, you're not a bookie. What do you call what you
No.
do?
I'm just somebody that fixes problems in the property. It's kind of a awkward. It's not really a title that explains what I do.
I
But
mean, how would
you can. I
yeah? Would you prefer me
no, I
to
was
just
gonna
keep
say I
referring to
kind
you
of
as
like
our
I kind of
gambling
like the
man,
title.
or would you like fixer? Would you
I
like the term?
do kind of like that, to be honest with you. Yeah.
You can't hear me
Yeah,
laughing, but that's the first thing that came to my mind.
Fixer? Yeah.
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 I actually do like that a lot. So please do keep using that if you're okay with that.
It gives him a lot of street cred. I'm
Okay,
telling you.
yeah, fixer or
I'm
gambling
down for
man,
that.
or both. Our gambling man, the fixer, Mark H. How's that? Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Fixing
Okay.
those problems.
Okay.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah, what's up?
Shaking hands with you long distance from one to another.
Yes. Yes.
Very good. Very good. Appreciate that.
Thank you. And I want to thank both Mark H. and someone who prefers to remain anonymous, basically referred to as KP. Both sent 30 United States dollars each. So that's 60 United States dollars right there. There's a wonderful individual named Dave G., who sent half a hundred United States dollars, and that was with the Christmas gift that I finally opened last night. And the care package from our lovely Clarice Claudette. I'll give them all credit before I go into the monologue, but I just want people to know that these incredible people make life possible, without which it's just impossible to keep myself even supplied before rent comes due. So all of this is very important, and these are all wonderful, wonderful human beings. So with that, do me a favor, Mark. Leave, I said March because of H, Mark H, and I combined the two into this conflation. March, yeah. So, Mark H, do me a favor and lead the conversation with these two lovely ladies for a few minutes while, I take off for a few minutes yet again and, come back and try to just further breathe, I'll and hang out with all of you till the top of the hour, and we'll see if I dive into monologue from there or how I feel about it. But so glad to have you with us. I'll be gone for only a few minutes. But before I go, tell us a little bit about whatever you're willing to share about how your week has gone, your day. I mean, has work been too demanding, or anything with, anything in particular stand out that you feel compelled to cathart or vent about?
So pretty much right now, not really. I mean, it's been pretty stable. Our sports book is pretty. It's well in effect in our state, and so people, we at first we saw a big jump as far as people coming inside to our actual property. So now that they can stay at home pretty much and use the app at home, we're seeing less traffic, so to speak, into our property. So it's kind of nice because we're not getting swamped. When they first started this, people were just going nuts and just kind of confused in how to use the system and how to use the app, which is extremely easy to use. So I think I think we've acclimated to it, and we're pretty much back in business. And it's kind of interesting to see where this whole sports gaming thing will go, because it's just nonstop. It's just it's a nonstop thing.
Wow. And how are bookies adapting, if they're adapting at all?
Well, when I remember before we even opened, bookies were furious, for good reason. But everyone found their little niche as far as where they're going to be, and that kind of thing. it's I'm not really sure what how the underworld is dealing with it as far as that goes.
Right.
But
By the
we
way, we
seem to
have the
be.
lovely Viviana Sanchez with us. So, hi, honey. Welcome aboard. Say hi to Mark.
Hi, Viviana.
Yes.
Hi,
Viviana.
hello.
Welcome aboard.
Yes. Oh, she's turning her
Hi.
camera on. Hey, honey.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
Yes. So good to see you. Looking
Hi.
lovely.
I know. I didn't mean to. How do I turn that off?
The camera. Oh, just take your cursor down to the. There we are. You found it.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so, all right, Mark, I'll leave you leading the conversation with these three lovely young ladies. And I think that there's well, and how about the witchcraft activity in your neighborhood? Everything going well in Salem with any bizarre appearances by the Temple of Satan or any of these other kinds of actors that show up all too often?
No, but it's kind of cool that when we mentioned it before, our man Ian West, did his own little research on it. I mean, the guy's like, he's a machine when it comes to researching things and looking stuff up, just in a different way. So he found some stuff he sent to me about it. I had no idea about the people that run it and things like that. So really nothing too crazy around the area. I would say, some of the things to be interested in about the witchcraft thing, most of the people that were involved in the witchcraft, or the families that were involved in it, I believe they migrated a little bit to the Metro West area of Massachusetts. So some of those descendants of the people that were part of the witchcraft hangings, I believe those family members are in that part of the state. And I used to talk to some of their families. But there's a lot of people that, in Salem, right in Beverly, right on that line there, which is like Cabot, which is Lori Cabot, which is one of the high witches in the area. They all still do it. I mean, they all still practice it. It's the old religion. They're still practicing to this day.
Wow.
So it's kind of interesting, yeah.
That's incredible, and thank you so much for that. That actually brings some hope that can survive. So that being said, Viviana, Dave G, who is your Dave G? When you say, is that my Dave G? Certainly somebody sent me this wonderful Christmas package of Vietnamese oolong tea. Along with that money order, and he definitely wanted to remain as anonymous as possible. Sent me the money order without filling out the other half, so I had to fill out just at least his name, as given, Dave G, on the other half, so that it can process. So who is Dave G as you know him?
Dave G is someone in our community that is just extremely supportive. He's a wonderful mod. He mods for many Facebook groups and YouTubes. You won't ever see him on panel or hear him talk. Oh, well, I've seen him on a true crime panel, but he's just really supportive.
Okay. Wow. Well, it sounds like he might be our man. So hugs to him. He's a wonderful individual, and and you are as well, as is Mark and Michelle and our dear lady in Mexico, Ariana. By the way, Michelle, do me a favor, and you could start off the conversation by engaging in a little venting. You were quite furious. Don't be afraid. Do a little venting, a little cathartic. Express some of that rage.
Oh, I would love to, but it's not time yet.
Okay. Well, channel it into something else. Vocalize something else you're angry about. That always helps to start a conversation. You got plenty of that.
You're such a good brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I have a question. For Mark.
Oh yes.
So
go on. I'll go mute.
So the casino where you work, is that indigenous owned, or is that private owned, or community owned?
It's privately owned.
So it's like a corporate corporate owned.
Yeah, so it's basically it's a split off of, if you've ever been to Las Vegas, It's a spinoff of the Wynn Resorts Group.
Oh, wow.
Which was the founder was Stephen Wynn, or AKA
Yeah.
Steven Weinberg, who was pretty much one of the pioneers of Las Vegas.
Well, I worked for the Grand
Oh,
in
okay, so you
Mississippi.
know. Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
I was there when, I was there working at the Grand when they built the stage for Celine Dion.
Incredible. That's incredible.
Yeah, and we were all very angry that they put that much money into somebody that was only going to be there for a year.
See, that's what I think you picked up on before. Is that, if it's something it's incredible how much money they'll spend on things for certain reasons.
Yeah, we were having to take cuts just so they could.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
And I tell you what, I can't listen to her music now. It really burned me that much about that situation that I didn't even want to listen to her music.
I could see they doing that.
Yeah, for real, right?
Yeah. Well,
But I actually was wondering if how you described the casino made me think of the Beau Rivage in Biloxi, which is kind of sort of I think is of the same what is the so the Grand is more like the Wynn, but there is it the Bellagio?
Bellagio?
Yeah, in Las Vegas, that the Beau Rivage is more like that, where they have the mosaic tiles on the floor. Oh my gosh. I used to go there and pretend that I was, when I missed being rich, I went there.
Oh yeah,
I would try on the gold, the jewelry that was worth, like put on the bracelet that was worth $100,000, and one of the sales ladies, she caught on to what I was doing, but she said, as long as you don't steal it and stay here. And then she realized that it was help boosting sales because people would come in and say, oh, I would put it down and somebody would say, I might take a look at that watch. I might take a look at that bracelet, or, so it was like a throwback to the days where, when, in the 1940s and 50s, where a woman could go, when she went dress shopping, she didn't just go into a grocery store. She didn't just go to a store to get something off the rack. She went to a tailor. She went to a fashion house, and the women paraded the gowns. Or even if it was just a simple type of house coat or whatever. So, her sales went up, and then I started getting a commission, and all I had to do was pretend that I still had money.
No, that's pretty good. That
was a happy memory.
When I was selling watches there too, it was, you would see people come in and, it would just it's kind of awkward most of the time that not everybody's just going to walk in and buy a $12,000 watch. So, you got to deal with a lot of people who just kind of like, we call them rock kickers or whatever. So we would sort of devise a little way to qualify people, and be like, hey, listen, anybody who walked in the door was like, hey, do you have an appointment? It's kind of a snobby thing to do, but it sort of qualified them. If they actually were serious about spending the money, they would, sure, I'll give you my information. If they weren't, and they would just sort of like, I don't know, they just wouldn't, they ended up leaving. So it was sort of a way to like tell who was serious and who wasn't, so you didn't have to waste. I used to waste 2 hours with people sometimes.
Well, if they were money, they would have set an appointment either for the store so they could have a private consultation, or they would have whatever they were interested in sent up to a location within the hotel.
Oh yeah.
For a private consultation. So, because otherwise it would be ill-mannered and gauche for people to see And that was the other thing, the other trick that she would do is she would bar the customers until I was ready to leave. So it was another air, putting another layer of air that I had money, and people would then come in and see what I had put down. And to help her, I would go to some of the most expensive items, or at least, you know, several of the most expensive items, so that the other ladies or gentlemen shopping for their significants would go to those, so she could get some good markups in her commission. The other thing I would do was, a friend of mine that she was a dealer, the only way I could visit her was to go to her table and sit there.
Right.
And so I ended up, I forgot the name of that. It is basically the same thing I did at the store.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, I had a question for you, Michelle.
Yes.
I've noticed, you know, just speaking to you in the past, that, you know, you're really compassionate and you really care about other people, and
thank you.
You're really worried. Yeah, of course. And you're really worried about other people. But my question is, do you do the same thing for yourself? And I
Yes.
don't mean that in a facetious way.
No, I appreciate you asking that. That is really amazing that you to ask me that. But oh yes, I do. I have a saying that all my humanitarian work comes from me being selfish for myself. Because it's just that everybody else benefits from me doing what I do for myself.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah.
Yeah, by healing yourself, you heal others, you know?
Exactly.
You have to heal yourself to heal others.
Yes. Yes, you do. And there was one time when the first time it was the second time I was director of the shelter, and they were taking advantage of me, this mega church. So I called the IRS on them and had them audited.
Jesus Christ.
And
you're vicious. Holy shit.
I am vengeful. I mean, I'm like ferocious about things.
Yeah.
I can't say I'm vengeful. I'll say I'm ferocious about it. About if it needs to be done and it's going to benefit me, I'm going to be ferocious about it, especially if it's on the side of right. I've already been a slave in my life. I wasn't going to be a slave again. So it turned out that the IRS agent discovered that I worked 85 hours a week, and that I worked the most hours out of everybody there, and was doing way more than just my job. And so worked it out that I was now a paid volunteer over and above any stipends that I was already getting. And they had to pay for my college. That's how I ended up going into production school, and it was free for myself. Although we were being hired out for do you remember that HBO series where they had celebrities and their security guards? It was very short, but anyway, I was a camera operator for that when I was going through production school, and it was pretty interesting. So I got paid $600 a week for that. So I got to keep a lot of that money, because the shelter or the ministry that was funding the shelter and had founded it, and they were funding it and all that, they had to pay for whatever I wanted, because it was the IRS agent worked out for me a salary, and But then I did better because instead of a paycheck, I had them put it on. He called me up like a month or two later and he goes, I don't have a paycheck for you, because everything had to run through him to make sure that I was getting paid. He was overseeing them for 6 months to a year. And I said, well, I have it on prepaid debit cards because I don't want to pay taxes on it. I worked for it. And he says, and I said, and I gave you this assignment, and it's in the middle of winter, and you got to leave the East Coast and get a paid vacation already on tax dollars money. And he goes, oh, you're ruthless.
Yeah. There you go.
He goes, what? Were you from the mafia or something? You know what? Just
You would be great in finance
I said, you
department.
have a good day. You have a good day, sir. I didn't let him know, but I neither confirmed or denied, but he pegged me. That I pulled a mafia move. He pegged me.
So what is the story like? So is it just because you did you get adopted into this family? Is that what it is? Or
My grandfather was recruited at age 5.
yeah.
And he grew up, they trained him, and they trained him well. He almost was about to be a made man, but then he married my grandmother, who was German, and so they didn't know whether to make him or not. He did go through some kind of ceremony but I was. It was long in his career because I was there to witness the ceremony. I actually sat on. I don't know why. I don't really know why they did this, other than maybe it was part of my training. Because they had me pegged to be a consigliere. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna trip over this.
Consigliere. Yeah.
Thank you, consigliere's wife. But what a lot of people don't know is that there are some positions in the mafia world where the women or the wives need to be trained, so they can also be keeper of the secrets or help to run a very household that is full of discretion. My grandmother, we did not know what secrets she kept and how much she knew of everything until she developed Alzheimer's, and then she was just spilling the beans. And we're like, oh my gosh, she knew a lot.
Incredible.
If I had a tape recorder, we could have had probably 10 more episodes of The Godfather just off what she knew. And she was so quiet about everything she knew. But we also found out that she was very participatory in the efforts, and I didn't know that. And I was active.
Yeah.
See, this is a lot of the secret people is.
They got the best. Sometimes the women have the best perspectives on decision making. Sometimes, and that's a lot of times that's what you don't realize who's running things, because the guys will go to the females for the most rational ways to do things sometimes, and that's a huge contribution. I mean,
It was
people
a lot of the time. I came across some Donnas that they ran it. It was my grandpa had a plaque that said, "I'm the king of my castle, and I have my wife's permission to say so." And there was another saying of my grandma's was, "The man might be the head, and the children the body, but it's the woman, the wife, that's the neck."
That's funny.
And she goes, "Neck and the heart, neck and the heart." The other was um, they were, even though they might know some things, they were pretty much involved and there to take the fall. I mean, a man would protect his mistress, he would protect his wife and children. He would give his life for his wife and children before he would give it up for his mistress, no matter how much she knew. And the other thing was, at least in the Italian culture, you did not disrespect your wife. You did not bring shame to your wife, no matter what you did.
No.
You did not dishonor her in any way. There was
Beautiful. A lot of these
well,
guys
because
have
people would get afraid. I mean, there's this inside joke about The Godfather when you see them cooking, and they're and the woman's in the kitchen, and she kind of looks out of place, like, "What are these men doing in my kitchen?" He's cooking most likely because he pissed her off. And so he got in trouble with her, and he has to cook.
Make it right.
Otherwise, she's going to put something in his food to give him the runs for a while. Not to poison him, but to make his stomach
Teach him a lesson.
uncomfortable. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you remember that? You remember in Goodfellas when what's his name there, Henry Hill's character, when he went and he fucked up, he was just fucking around too much on his wife, and he got caught, and they they brought him into the hotel room with one of his mistresses, and they were saying, you know, hey, listen, you got to make this right. You're gonna smarten up. You got to make it right.
Yeah, exactly that. My grandfather, my papa, my mom's dad tried to run away with a woman for a while. And my grandmother, the German that the Italians did, you know, the Italians didn't like, and they tried to ban her from the Sons of Italy club. She marched into a meeting. She knew a lot. She knew when they had their meetings and where. She marched into the meeting and said, "Holidays are coming up. I have 4 daughters. We're running out of food. We're running out of clothes. And he's allowed to do this, that, and the other. You're breaking your own codes. Do you want? I can talk. I can talk. You want me to talk? I'll talk. You either make it right or I'll make things right." When I heard that story, I was in awe because everybody just she loved to be underestimated, and she would always tell me, because I was constantly being underestimated, she goes, "Honey, being underestimated is saving your life.
Wow.
Look at where you are, where they allow you to be. It's saving your life." So the last time I talked on air, I spoke about the geishas a little bit, but not to give them the proper honor that was due to them. But in a sense, when I started working with the triad, the one lady, she made me cry because when she heard a little bit about my story from myself, but she also did her own research, and she said, "You are no longer a prostitute. You are no longer a woman of sorrow. You are now my apprentice, and I consider you." She said, "I think you have already gone through the stages, and we will make you a young geisha." And I said, "Well, what is that?" So when she just started describing that it was a businesswoman, she was a keeper of secrets, she made men feel comfortable and safe. She embodied, I'm almost going to start crying. She embodied womanhood. She was very empowered, knowledgeable, and she said, she is a woman of the arts, but she is living art. She knows the art of being.
Wow.
And when she told me that a geisha is the embodiment of everything that is good of a woman and is the very essence of the art of being. You know, I still get emotional about it. But she herself, when she had a cousin that her family would talk poorly about, and that the cousin was a geisha girl, but my friend, she didn't know what a geisha girl was, but she knew what a geisha was. And sorry, my earbud fell out. She took it upon herself to learn. She wanted to go where her cousin was, and she wanted to learn. Then when she had an idea of what her cousin was, she was so confused. And somebody found her and took her to, when she explained to them that she wanted to be geisha, they took her to a house. And she went through her dues. You know, she went through the levels. But she decided this when she was 8 or 9 years old. She ran from home to do this at 8 or 9 years old. I was just marveling at her story. She went up through the ranks, and at some point, she got involved with the triad. And when her boyfriend was abusive to her, and it got back to the house from which she was from, it didn't go for him well, because the mother that ran the house from which she was from always kept tabs on her and always protected her. And the mother sent somebody to send him a message of she is of my house, and you're not going to do this at all. And then he paid, because the mother made arrangements for financial recompensation. I think is the word. My brain right now is fighting for several words. And when it does that, I get really confused. But with that, she went to college and studied to be a civil engineer. And she still worked for the triads, but she also worked for the government designing buildings. And whenever she had so much respect, she was no longer considered a geisha, but she still had so much respect that whenever they set up a new enterprise, she was one of the people to go and oversee that it was going to be done right and done well. And that's how she and I met, was that she was, now it was still a legal operation, hiding behind something that was legal, but she was there to oversee that nothing went wrong. And that's how I met her. She had graduated to a position that she was free to travel the world and help run their international operations.
Okay, thank you. That was it. Just kind of stopped all of a sudden. Are you all right?
Yeah, I mean, I said that. I could go into detail on it another day. I just wanted to give her honor and due, and I wanted to say that much at least, because I felt, the last time we were talking, it was more about the international trade and the contracts and how it allows organized crime to flourish. But
this is what you meant about trade agreements. that you were dwelling on?
Well, when I was speaking about the trade agreements, I had mentioned a little bit about the prostitution and things like that, but in no way at all is a geisha ever. I felt bad because, and then when I listened to the later end of the program, I thought, yeah, I definitely do need to clarify, because it is true. There is no way a prostitute and a geisha are not related. That would be saying that day and night are the exact same thing, even though they are the same day, same 24 hours. Or to say that a belly dancer, which is a sacred dance type of dancing, is like a stripper. It's not. They're both. It's just, it might be on a spectrum, but the highest thing, I think the highest epitome that anybody should strive for is being a geisha. I mean, even a woman that is a housewife. I think it would just behoove everybody.
Thank you. Yes, very, very important. Thank you. That's very touching. And
Well, the power that they have is, I mean, the power that Amy had was incredible.
Thank you. And so in terms of everybody else with us, Viviana, Mark, Ariana, I'm not going to count Joe in because I think he went unconscious.
That's funny.
He's just breathing very shallowly or something like that. Thank God.
Oh man, I wanted to say what's up to Joe.
Yeah, well, we could ask. I don't want to say it too loudly and wake him up, really, because I'm afraid to do that. I think he's doing fine. He said he's like, yeah, he seems to be meandering along as usual. That's always appreciated. And
Yeah.
I remember now that I didn't add Sammy in, but he's been so busy lately that I just forgot. I mean, he can always, of course, call in. Then that would tell me that he wants to be on, and then I can add him to the call. But he's been so busy lately. That may be the way it is for a while, simply because of responsibilities, the managerial job that he does. I remember now what I was going to say to George Dyke, and then it totally escaped me while he was still here. So maybe I could timestamp it later, I guess, or something. But I don't know how else I'll remind myself to bring it up again if he's able to join us on Sunday. But he was talking about, oh yeah, Antarctica. You can't just go down to Antarctica. You have to be invited to Antarctica, and it's definitely the case. And in general, I guess you can somehow or another find out there's a job opening and apply. So it's then you wind up invited down there, I guess. But we had, I don't know if you remember this, Mark, but you're the only one who was with us more regularly at that time. Do you remember an individual who was on this program who was named Aaron Cregan, who was a janitor or a plumber? I think he was a plumber down in Antarctica. Do you remember that guy?
I don't remember him. At least I don't remember the name.
Wow.
I may be listening, but
He was only on once. And then he started getting all uppity and really snappish about, he just said they've got mind control arrays down in Antarctica. And it's just this insane claim that they had the ability to control our minds from Antarctica with this huge array of antennae and all the rest of that stuff. You might notice that when I brought up Scalar weapons earlier, if anyone thinks that that's along the same lines, that's we're talking physics as opposed to something that's imaginary. The physics of Scalar weapons is quite real and has been proven beyond dispute. I've talked about the attacks. It was used in Osaka Kobe by the Aum Shinrikyo cult. I've brought this up in the past, and all the evidence behind that when it comes to something like mind control antenna array or something like that, then at that point you're just being absurd. I mean, it's just most people can barely control their own thoughts. The idea of anyone trying to control someone else's thoughts, there's several things wrong with this concept. Well, I mean, there's an infinite number of things wrong with the concept, but at any rate, Aaron Cregan was an idiot, and he started getting very hostile. And the only thing that really saved my having to slam down on him and just boot him off was Sean Bond happened to be there and probably did one of the most impressive things I've ever seen him do, which was basically talk the guy down by refocusing everything on himself by saying, yeah, it's really all about you, Aaron. It's all about you. And once he appealed to the lunatic's narcissism, then Aaron Cregan was all happy and shit, and then bowed out on a much more pleasant note. So there didn't need to be a confrontation. With Sean
Nice.
Bond, of course, have had this one woman who's friendly lady who's morally supportive, who's in the chat a lot, and she might be angry with me because I haven't really gotten around to doing it. She was telling me to get back on Sean Bond's interview, get interviewed by Sean Bond again, and I've been saying, yeah, I look into it. I have nothing against Sean Bond, but I do in a sense, only in the sense that when I did conduct an interview with him. And just in those days, thank God, which wasn't all that long ago, people can look at the date of the interview just on my channel just by looking up the videos. And when you go to the videos, then you'll see that it's one of the more recent videos that's been uploaded. But in those days, the Skype would still automatically record when you conducted a call. And it would automatically record, and then it would keep the recording for a few months before it let go of it, or dispensed with it, or dropped it. And that was what saved that interview. Otherwise, that interview would not exist, because with Sean Bond, for whatever reason, he was never going to publish that interview. I was waiting for him to publish that for weeks. And he just was completely unresponsive. And now, of course, there's if you see the interview, you might understand why. But John Warrington simply felt that Sean Bond was embarrassed by how he looked or was behaving, and just didn't want really that to be published. But basically John Warrington and I just went into Skype and we recovered the interview and we published it ourselves. And it was only after that he uploaded it completely separately on his own, because at that point there was no reason for him not to. He could, in fact, he had to at that point, because people would ask about it. And so it was only then that he published it, but he published it as if it were live. Like, that's what really annoyed Brooke Gibson. That was actually how Brooke Gibson actually knew about me. She only found out about it because Sean Bond published that interview, and she happened to run across it with some other thing she was looking for. Then she ran into the Sean Bond publication and kept trying to talk in the chat room because he published it as if it were live on right now. So she presumed an active chat room, and she kept trying to communicate, but nobody was responding. And that's when she realized it wasn't live. So he published it with a misrepresentation that it was live. And but then she found out about myself, and then that was how Brooke Gibson became involved. And so in a sense, I don't know, maybe at that point people might think that I owe Sean Bond some kind of vendetta. But with that being said, it is what it is. But I've got nothing for or against Sean Bond, but I am leery of an interview, only in the sense that I'd record it from my end as well. I know he wouldn't mind, but it's just not foremost on my mind right now. There's so many other things going on, and there's been so many other interviews being conducted. But when it comes to the reason I'm bringing that up was because, of course, Sean Bond had helped calm down Aaron Cregan. And what was interesting was, this is why I wanted to bring that up while George was here and talking about Antarctica. And I hope I remember at some point in the future to bring this up with him, because I don't know how aware he is of it. But the other lady who you might remember, Mark, that was on here was Marina Sarin, which none of the ladies who are here tonight remember her. Because so Marina Sarin, who is a she's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic Aryan in Spain who has basically suffered what we might call MILABs or military abductions, and this goes on both sides, meaning that she's been abducted by basically elements that have been harvesting her eggs. So this is she's said she's experienced this with both the Greys and the Nordics, meaning that she's basically getting it from both sides. So what happened is she was suddenly invited to an interview. And by the way, again, to put some further perspective on this Aaron Cregan idiot, to understand the mania of this person, so that people don't think I'm just being cruel or somehow just judgmental. Understand this man was a fucking plumber. He's a plumber in Antarctica. He's a plumber. I can't overemphasize that. And the guy was like going around fixing stopped up toilets and shit. And he couldn't understand why nobody would talk to him. And just said, people treated me like shit. Well, no shit. You're not a scientist. You're not military. You're not intelligence. You're a plumber. Nobody cares. They just want you to unplug the toilet and get the fuck out. Nobody would date him. Nobody would dance with him. It's like, he's a plumber. It's like, if you go down there to Antarctica with that kind of job, you have to be realistic and expect, I'm here for the pay. I'm here for the pay. That's all I'm here for. You're not there to socialize or be accepted or be understood because you're a plumber. You're doing something that is the absolute bottom of the food chain. And so you're not there to expect that anyone is going to appreciate you as some kind of hero who's advancing anything for humanity. It's like so he came back completely embittered, and it even says that on his stupid Facebook timeline. I noticed, still trying to make sense of my experience in Antarctica. I mean, there's nothing to make sense of. You're a fucking plumber. You went down to Antarctica and you're there to unplug shit in a place that is a shitty place to live, and nobody sane wants to be there except for the extraordinary amount of pay that they get. So it's like that's all you were there for. And if you think of anything else based on what you would never. He never left McMurdo. That we know for a fact. McMurdo is the big base. That we know for a fact that he never left McMurdo. There's no way that he's not going to be, we need the plumber to go with us on an expedition to another base or something like that. It's just basically he's stuck in one place, and it's not like he sees Antarctica. You're going to be in a building all the time you're there, a massive facility, and that's it. That's your life. So the idea that he was so embittered by what he saw down there, and therefore decided he was going to expose to the world that they have mind control grids down in Antarctica. This shows you his level of psychosis, where he couldn't stand being rejected and ignored, and so decided he was going to tell the people they were up to something completely evil in Antarctica. Now, when he brought that up with me, this crazy concept, and I just kind of said, okay, and tried to put something in some perspective concerning current riots that were ongoing at the time, because obviously this shows, just by the situation I was bringing up, how fallacious his claim was. Because obviously if they can control everybody's mind from Antarctica, we wouldn't have riots. We wouldn't have wars. We would just have everyone under mind control, and we would be an ant colony because they could control us. What benefit would they have by us rioting, by us doing anything other than producing for them in unition?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a really good point, Douglas. Yeah.
Wait, I mean, let me be facetious here. Have you not seen Solid Green?
Soylent Green.
Yes.
Yeah, but what would be
Solid Green is us.
I mean,
Oh my
kind of, I get
gosh.
it, but it's like Soylent Green, by the way, just so people know, they were eating people, but it's like if they're harvesting us, all the more reason to have us at least placate it. We would just be in constant placidity like sheep rather than
Well, you would think the meat would taste a lot better.
yeah.
But he lived in a giant deep freeze
Yes,
for months.
for
That
what
he
must
put
have been
it.
a fairly short
He
period
put
of time.
himself. He put himself there.
Thank you. And
I
it was
mean,
just a short period of time, comparatively speaking. It's not like this guy's very old and had a career down there where he was embittered by, decades of people ignoring him.
he could have had the same experience being in Pennsylvania or Alaska.
Thank you.
Or
Thank you.
Montana or anywhere where there's snow.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
Yeah, going to Antarctica is cool, but nowadays it does not have the Admiral Byrd type of cool anymore.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
it
still
just
a bitch
doesn't.
to be there. It's still a bitch to be there in terms
It
of
doesn't.
yeah.
But it's basically people are putting themselves through hell now. It's not
yeah.
like
But just so
it
people
doesn't have it doesn't have the allure or the mystique that it once did.
Yeah. Just so people understand this. It's not like Antarctica. It's still a bitch to be there, but not in the sense you might think. It's not a bitch to be there in the sense of, oh, we're cold. Oh, so everybody's indoors. Everybody's heated. They have schools in Antarctica. Just so people understand this, kids are born in Antarctica to the point where they're raising them and educating them, and there is an Antarctic what you'd call an accent. There has developed an Antarctic accent. So this is how they've got a thriving community down there. So some stupid idiot goes down there, serves as a plumber for a few months, gets all pissed off, comes back and says they're trying to control our minds. And I'm pointing out casually different riots and whatnot just to show that obviously they're not. But of course he won't stand for it and start shouting, oh yeah, so you're just gonna ignore it, that I said they could control our mind. And I'm like thinking, well, obviously if they can control our minds, how would you be able to say this? How would you be able to come here and say they're controlling all our minds? Are you somehow immune? And even if they are, what can we do about it? It's a totally insane proposition because there's nothing you can do. What are we going to do? Go down to oh God, let's go down there now. Rip down the tower. I mean, it was anyhow. So I was stuck with this. And it was Sean Bond who turned it back to him and calmed him down. So what happened was this idiot offers to interview Marina Sarin. Now the first thing I'm thinking was, what is your show? Like, what show would this idiot have? Like, hi, I'm the Antarctic plumber. Like, what is his show? That was a strange thing. And then he ambushed her. So she was telling me how upset she was, how she was ambushed by, and she was very lengthy about this. This was a horrible experience for her, where this guy apparently was shitting all over her and just saying, oh, you're a liar, you're a fraud, and all this stuff. But what I'm thinking of was, why would she shouldn't even be concerned in the first place, because I can't imagine more than two people, or maybe at the most, how many people would listen to this idiot who's interviewing her, and then the fact that he's driven to verbally assault her. That's what I wanted to bring up while George Knight was here, simply while we were on the topic of Antarctica. But it's like the dynamics of it were so bizarre to me, and of course. She's been attacked a number of times simply because of her Nazi background. And so people keep attacking that. And it's predictable and it's horrible. It's something that, is one of those things that shouldn't be happening. But what do you expect in this world full of brainwashed idiots? A bunch of indoctrinated losers. But let me see if I can find this here, and of course she couldn't come on after that because she basically fell asleep, which was odd. She was able to come on a few times, and then after that it became, oh, here we are. So the guy called himself, it wasn't Aaron Cregan. Maybe he goes by a different name. I could have sworn it was Aaron Cregan. So Aaron Cregan, if you're not the plumber from Antarctica, my apologies. Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. I am guilty. I am 1,000 times guilty. I swear to God, I could have sworn it was Aaron Cregan. I'm going to share a screen now. So this was Marina Sarin. This is so you ladies can see, basically. Anyhow, Eric Hecker, at least he went by that name when he was interviewing her, and I guess that was the name he went by here, Eric Hecker. Now I remember that was his name. So yes, my apologies to Aaron Cregan. My apologies. He's still a friend on Facebook. Maybe he won't be after this. The Eric Hecker guy, the self-entitled disclosure specialist. Nobody gave him that title, just recently tricked me. And so she went into some detail about this. And, obviously this upset her. She went on for a while So she was like saying that nobody gave him that title. He would share with me another kind of information. Turned out into a confrontational call, which he persistently insulted me, bullied me, was harassive and aggressive. Was claiming that he does not believe my testimony, that in his own judgment I'm a scammer. Like, he should fucking talk. He traveled to a non-restricted part of Antarctica where he gathered some data that's not really considered classified. Actually, you know what? I really have to breathe here and just have to apologize, because here's where I would say something that just sounds awful. I'd say, wow, that's a pretty sophisticated thing for her to say.
Oh,
Jesus Christ.
Wow. I apologize for that. I didn't expect her to say that. That's pretty astute. Yes, I got to give her more credit that I do. By the way, just so people understand, I do give her credit. I try to have her on here whenever she's able to show up, but she keeps, like, falling asleep on me and shit. I mean, it'd be different.
Douglas.
I'd rather have her sleeping on me and hearing her breathe than Joe Ty any fucking day. But you get what I'm saying.
Douglas, I remember that you.
Me.
What?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, ladies. Speak one at a time.
I said she is stunning, and she looks like a walking anime chick.
Oh yeah,
she does.
Yeah, she does, and she does have her own. She basically does the what can I say? She basically does video sex. Yeah, and I don't say that as anything judgmental at all. It's we all have to earn a living, and really, it's the most effective way for her to earn a living is basically use her assets. Really,
I remember you mentioning her to me when we first spoke about me coming back on air with you.
Yeah.
And you wanted me to meet with her. I'm still looking forward to meeting her.
I hope
and
that's possible sometime. Look at this shit. Look at this. I mean,
I did catch her interview with Carrie Cassidy.
Oh, okay. Look at this crap. Happy Equinox, she says. Some idiot. This is exactly how you want to meet some blonde chick. You just want to get into her panties. This is the first thing you say. John Churchill says, "Do you believe in Jesus and be born again, Marina Sarin?" Yes, that's it. Then he starts quoting scripture. That's the way to get into a lady's pants. Yeah, that's how it's done. This is why guys are involuntarily celibate.
So irritates me.
He's just trying to proselyte her. It's not the opposite.
Yeah, it's
a little both, actually.
By the way,
I could say that.
This is like, anybody recognize this?
Yeah.
Linda Moulton Howe?
Yeah.
Now, by the way, this is not a cardboard cutout, but this looks exactly like one. I swear to God, Linda Moulton Howe does not look like a real person. She looks like a cardboard cutout that Marina's standing next to. It's very eerie.
Maybe I need to check. Maybe it was her. Maybe it was Linda Moulton Howe's interview. But
yeah.
Either way, I did see an interview with Marina.
Yeah, there you go. And
it was either Linda's or it was Carrie Cassidy's. Either one.
Yeah, there you go. It's one of those things where anyhow, so I felt bad for her, of course, and then but it's so hard to communicate with her because she's in Spain. But the reality is, she's only an hour ahead of George Knight, and so there really shouldn't be as much problem in communicating as we've been having. So I think it's really just she's exhausted. She does a lot of these. Obviously, with the work she does, it's got to be exhausting. So I suppose she just really falls asleep later on. But such as what it is, I just thought I'd bring that up there because it had the Antarctica connection, the Nazi connection, the kinds of people that try to take advantage of that to bring some kind of attention to themselves, so aside from all of that, how's your day been, Viviana? Tell us a bit about what's been going on with you.
Oh well, can I just add to the interject on the Antarctica?
Oh, of course.
It has been stated that Antarctica is the perfect map for interdependence. They practice the interdependence methodology, and this is what the framework of interdependence is also being either tested out on or as the framework.
Okay. Yeah. And so,
also,
yeah, go on.
Remember what was it, Carrie and Kirill? Patriarch Kirill, and they all went to Antarctica, and the Pope.
Oh well, they went. Honey, I know that. Wasn't it Cuba? I thought they met in Cuba.
Oh, they went to Antarctica and they went.
No, they went to.
It was
I remember that.
They
it was like
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
And it was having it. It's like having to do. Was it September 23rd? I mean, I'm just saying it's memorable to me because I've heard it stated that Antarctica holds the major key to interdependence as a framework and the envisionary of what they are wanting to create as a governance. So therefore, it was indicative to see them all there. I just thought it was like a ritual, having to do with this thing.
Carrie's actually been there many times.
Who? What? Who's been there many times?
Carrie.
John Kerry.
John Kerry. Okay.
Yeah.
John Kerry. It was John Kerry, Patriarch Kirill.
Okay.
I can't remember, but it was like a huge event, and then the Pope.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what they were trying to solidify, but I just remember it was like that's like a ritual.
Okay, so I
have it somewhere in my records. I'll try to find it, but
okay,
yes,
so apparently
I could verify that.
Apparently, His Holiness, and I just use that title out of formality, His Holiness Patriarch Kirill apparently has gone to Antarctica, and this is, of course, in keeping with the fact that they had a bunch of Russians stationed there for a while. So, so because they have like a little Russian Orthodox church down there in Antarctica that was set up by the Russian stations that were for the long time isolated because they were enemies with the United States during the Third World War, the so-called Cold War. So because they had these isolated communities down there that were not part of the West, they had their own little church down there. And so that was obviously the most isolated Russian Orthodox church in the world. So Patriarch Kirill did go down there. So, okay, that is, I understand the dynamics there. However, from what I see, I think that during the time that Pope Francis began his Mexico trip and then had the historic meeting in Cuba with the Russian Orthodox Patriarch, that might be getting conflated. And it could be no fault of anyone here, but rather the reporters. It was probably misreported because my understanding is the Pope has never visited Antarctica.
He was there, and I think it was 2015. It was pre-signing of the climate change agreement, where 196 nations signed on September 23rd, 2015. So therefore, I think this occasion occurred before that because I was marking the interdependence, everything. And so the Pope did go to Antarctica, and it was like they weren't in the same place at the same time, the Kirill and Pope, because that would be historically legendary, right? Just like Cuba. But it was like the Pope went and then Kirill went.
Well, I'll look into that. So far, what I'm getting is, they may have, for all we know, he may have gone and then they scrubbed it. I mean, that's possible.
No, there's photos. They were there. They were like going in the huts. You can see them together. It was on the State Department's website. I mean, it was official.
Okay, and as for John Kerry going there, that'd be like something like, who gives a shit? I mean, it's John Kerry. I mean, nobody cares where he goes. I mean,
well, again, I think the whole significance is the ideology of how this has been an interdependence experiment, and they used Antarctica for that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, the term interdependence I know is kind of like a trigger word for you.
No, I'm saying that. Like that is like, I'm just saying they actually said that they believe.
Oh,
that.
I believe they said that. Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, no, I believe they said that. What I would ask is, but the interdependence, of course, is Antarctica would be the place to do that because obviously you've got a hostile environment, you've got all these people down there, it's all international. The Cold War is theoretically over, though it's probably a hotbed of espionage. But they've got all these people living in the same fucking Quonset huts together. So, yeah, it'd be an example of interdependence in the sense that like I said, they got schools down there. They're developing an Antarctic dialect, not intentionally. It's just something that develops with time. So no matter what language they're speaking, they're going to have like a particular inflection. But that being said, I know interdependence does not sit well with you. It's something that you find ominous, sinister. You find it sinister.
Well, I, as you know, probably a spirit of Rome reconverging.
Okay.
Empirically.
Okay.
Spiritually, in all these aspects.
Right. Right. But by the way, Ian West has joined us, and Ian West, tell us a bit about what you know about Antarctica. In your memory, has the Pope ever visited? We know the Russian Orthodox Patriarch did, but what do you know about the John Kerry and the Pope in Antarctica, perhaps? By the way, any weird noises people hear, that's Joe Ty. That's Joe Ty. He's he's like shuffling or something. Ian?
I don't.
Where's Ian?
He's probably, we're gonna hear. That was interesting. Then he left because he couldn't. He uses this shitty equipment. He builds his own computers out of like bits and pieces that he, like, I don't know, harvests from junkyards or something. And, so then he tries to make it work, and gotta admire that. And sometimes it doesn't. I mean, it's like trying to talk to somebody on a ham radio or something. I mean, he may as well be in Antarctica. Ian West is in fucking Florida. It's the same thing, except it's hot. And he thinks that, Eden was there and Swanee and shit. But like Brooke Gibson said, if Swanee was Eden, the rest of the world is fucking hell. I mean, Florida is like, it's like, it's indescribable. Honestly. People wind up in Florida because they throw a dart at the map and it falls into the wastebasket and shit. But aside from all that,
tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I remember whenever my dad was alive and we'd see the news, and then there'd be some other news from Florida. It'd be like, yeah, this guy just raped his own daughter. Yeah, this other guy just killed everybody at the shopping mall. And, and my dad would say, oh, there's something in the water down there. That's what he would say. Yeah, I mean, it just...
yeah.
I mean, fuck, just look at Ron DeSantis. Shit, what else do you need to know? I mean, they're obviously insane. And oh yeah, taking away Disney's sovereign status. So brilliant. Then everyone's taxes went up by $20,000 a year. Fucking brilliant. Yeah, now they all have to pay for all the police and other shit that Disney was paying for itself. Really smart move. Stupid, dumb motherfuckers.
Wow. I didn't know all that.
Oh God, yeah, just lunatic shit. All because Disney's gay friendly. Oh yeah, fuck the faggots, man. Take their sovereign status away. Oh shit, my taxes went up by 20 grand. Oh my God, now I'm fucked up the ass, and I'm not even gay. Yeah, life is hard. Oh, what the fuck is Joe Ty doing? Joe, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, what, just curious. I mean, like, so what's existence like for you? I mean, you just kind of sleep, then wake up and walk around, and like what? I mean, like, what were you doing? I was just curious.
Joe Todd.
Hey, what's up?
He's being Joe Ty.
Yeah, you're right. That's inexplicable. Oh my God.
He's doing what Joe Ty does. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I do what I do. I do what I want.
Yes. So Ian has joined us. So Ian, yes. What can you say about? Can you all hear me now? No.
No.
What's going on, Ian?
That's poor bastard.
He's gone again.
Oh,
he's gone again because he can't get his computer to work. You see, Brooke would have a field day with this.
I know. Would. Oh my gosh. So at least he got the computer put together enough to work.
To a degree. It was working earlier. It actually was a good thing that I have to tell him, it was actually a good thing he had that stupid Whitley Strieber shit on, because that was kind of like an intro to what we were saying about the show later. But what was it aside from him? What was the other thing that brought to mind? There was that. And there was, oh yeah, Brooke had like bone grafting on her jaw for, I'm presuming it was a tooth implant. So she couldn't be here tonight because, you know, she said, what did she say? Basically, I had bone graft yesterday for tooth, and so I can't. I couldn't sleep all last night due to pain. Finally starting to ease up and my eyes are closing. Oh my God. Like, what the fuck? Is that, this is a tooth implant, right? Well, why else would they have that?
Well, it sounds like she was inflamed as well. Like, was her eye shut because of inflammation? Or?
Oh, no. She said starting to ease up and my eyes are closing. She couldn't sleep all last night due to the pain. She's talking about the pain in her jaw.
Oh, okay. That sounds so grueling and excruciating.
Yeah, she's gone through a lot lately. Poor dear. Oh, everybody maintain her in thought and prayer.
Oh my gosh, definitely.
Yeah,
Whoa.
Ian West said, yeah, she's getting to rest her mouth finally. Yeah, that's it. They had to graft her bone because she keeps flapping her jaw so much. Yeah.
That's a lie.
Dang.
That's a lie.
We can hear you, buddy. We can hear you.
You can hear me now? You can hear me now?
Yeah, there he is. So, Ian, you
Okay,
can give
go
us
ahead.
your medical diagnosis.
Yay.
Why do you think they gave Brooke a bone graft?
I have no idea.
Oh, I
have
thought you
no
were going to
idea.
say something more clever, like because she wore her bone down by jawing so much.
No, the joke says now she gets to calm her mouth down. Now she does. It wasn't until then. I didn't say build up to it.
Dude, you're gonna make her come on here and like rip the.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Doug, don't tempt her. Jesus. How's everybody's night going? Are y'all okay?
Yes, thanks for asking.
Yes.
Hi, Ian.
I will.
So
How are you?
Yeah, Ian.
I'm good.
Yeah, what do you know
Doug, could you not talk over Viv and them, please?
Viv, go on, Viviana. Yes.
What?
Oh, please continue talking, Viviana. Ian wants to hear you.
Oh, I was talking earlier. I don't remember, but why does Ian want to hear me talk?
Because tell him about the interdependence and the Pope and John Kerry and Patriarch Kirill going down to Antarctica.
Well, let me just go pull it up. I'm pretty sure it's still on the State Department website. It was quite a historic event.
Okay.
As far
Did you see all the new pyramids and statues they got down there?
No.
Oh, let me send you the thing. Yeah, I got a video of the New World.
Oh, wow.
The world on the other side of the ice wall.
That the other side of the ice wall, yeah.
Yes, complete with research laboratories and everything. They've got reptile skulls in display cases in this one lab.
Wow.
Here, let me pull it up. Hold on.
It's a lot better than what I'm watching. I'm watching time-lapse photos from their lab. What's their lab called again?
Oh, down in Antarctica?
The Global Monitoring Laboratory. It's boring as all get out. If you can't sleep, this is what you need to watch.
Right?
Oh, that'll help.
It's the same thing. It's the same angle. For more than a year. This is it covers 1, 2. Yeah, it's several years, and it's the same thing. It could be the same video that they just play over and over again.
Well, I heard the dinosaurs are eating all the scientists down there, and that's what the big problem they're having is down there.
That must be.
Oh, that's what it is.
That's what I hear. Yeah.
Yeah. No way. Yeah. I don't believe it.
Oh, I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
I swear, I go on freaking YouTube Shorts or something, and I'm really intrigued by it.
Yeah.
But I'm questioning 90% of those freaking videos because they're just CGI, and it's really good and it's fascinating. But oh my gosh, people are really trying to fool us.
I think it's wonderful. I think it's I think it's great. I'm trying to copy this link and send it to you guys. Okay. So you don't have to do the screen share shit. All right, here, I got it. Okay, here's the first link. Okay, right here, and then go to Skype.
And we've got. Here's the chat. All right, here's the first link.
Okay. Well,
Bam.
Ian, while Ian does this, Viviana, perhaps you can tell us, what does interdependence mean to you?
Okay.
Well, there's variances because interdependence means to various aspects as far as ecologically, food, the way trees operate. It's a basic understanding.
Wow.
We can all agree
It
with.
says
Right?
these people went to Antarctica and the
Beyond
just
the
gotta
ice
watch
wall.
it.
Yeah, I noticed that there's yeah, there you go. It's and this wonderful black guy, he went down there and came back without any frostbite.
No, he's talking. No, he said these people. These people. I don't know if that's a racist thing, but he said these people. I don't know that.
So he's actually going through all these white guys that went down there, and so it's like anyhow. So okay, this is fun stuff. It's fun. It's cute. It's and this interrupted, of course, what our dear Viviana was saying about interdependence.
But look at all that. Look at all that shit. There's like like they got smokestacks and shit.
They got something. Yeah, they're like it's the most convincing thing about it is how the black guy stands in front of the green screen and vanishes in and out. Yeah, that's like yeah, like he's an Evanescer or something. Yeah,
like he's trying to repress his image or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at that shit. You see the shit with the statues and shit?
Yeah, Ian, it's like
have you ever seen an iced up pyramid? That's amazing. Anyway,
it's cute.
Is that
I'm very happy.
Statue? Is that a statue in the photo, Ian, that you sent?
Yeah. Oh no, it's a video. It's a video.
Okay.
That's just one of them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm so ready to go to the New World. I'm so ready. I told everybody here, fuck you. I was like, you guys suck.
You're in a nice warm place. I know it's loaded with mosquitoes, but
no, it's warm there too, and they got dinosaurs. I'm going.
Why would you want to go to a place with dinosaurs? Aren't you afraid of being eaten? You just said all the scientists are being eaten.
Yeah, I know, but that's a small price to pay, for like peace and quiet,
Dude, you've got gators where you're at. You're already in danger of being eaten.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I think I can handle myself down there,
I mean, you can stay home and be eaten without all this effort.
Anyway.
Ian, I just want to distinguish. Are the dinosaurs different from reptilians, or are they similar?
I don't know. I don't know too much about them. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I really don't know. I just it's just the shit that I hear from these people. That's all.
Admiral Byrd said that there were dinosaurs there.
No. It's the scientists down there now that are like going through that Suarez Strait or whatever it is.
It's Suguru Strait.
Yeah, Suguru Strait. Yeah, they're like like the morgue person. What are they called? The people that work the morgues, the morticians. Yeah, he's like bitching about it. He's like, yeah, this one scientist came back with half a leg and all this other shit, and they're getting eaten by these dinosaur things.
Okay, just
that's
so
what they say.
I'll share screen now, just so everybody can see the cursor move. But okay, so just so everybody knows, the fact is quite true that Japan has doubled in size by 14,000 islands, whereas before there were 7,000 islands. The most recent count had 14,000 islands in Japan. Now I explained what I could about this in the past. Now, basically, so people know, Japan proper are the three main islands where the majority of the Japanese people live, and Hokkaido was where they drove all of the Ainu, who were the indigenous population that were Caucasian. These were Caucasus.
Yeah, they were the white people. The white people.
So the white people are like their version of Native American Indians, and they're basically on this giant island reservation of northern Honshu. So this is like cowboy territory to the Japanese. It's where you have bears and their version of Indians, but their Indians are all white. And so between Japan's Asianized islands and the more white indigenous population, which they live like Indians, like Native Americans, very similar to that, you have the Suguru Strait. Now, the islands that have increased have been, they're too small to be on the map, but there's 7,000 of them that had to be added and tabulated, and double Japan's size and overnight almost in terms of the new counts. But as I said, I tried to explain the reason for this in terms of Japan's kami and their religion, etc. But the Suguru Strait was where the Chinese and the Russians recently did this mad dash through it just to show that just to taunt the rest of the world. And because of many people interpreting Japan's doubling of its landmass as being an example of finding new lands, many people have assumed that the Japanese have gone beyond the ice wall and have claimed new islands beyond the ice wall, and that the Suguru Strait is where it's kind of like a dimensional portal to these people, where then you suddenly find yourself in the new lands. So that's to explain that concept. So it's basically a different paradigm. It's certainly cute. But somebody's phone rang. Was that Ian's?
Yeah, that was me. My neighbor's texting me.
Oh, cool. What do they want?
I don't know. I just told them to fuck off. Oh, there they go again. God damn it. Anyway.
Doug, what else could they want at this time of night?
Yeah.
Well, I am pretty popular, you know.
Because I know.
Yeah, good point. I mean, good point. Ian makes himself popular by he's the candy man.
So here, I got you guys some docs about, because I was talking about the what do they call that end times programming and all that shit. So here's some. I got some actual like some paperwork about the dumbs, and not like maps and all that bullshit.
Yeah, deep underground military bases. So Our Lady Michelle Carmela Saldana sent us an article about dinosaurs and are they reptiles, because that is a scientific question, is that obviously dinosaurs seem to be different from reptiles, and many of them have been concluded to be actually warm-blooded. So which would explain quite a bit, because that's how they maintain such large bodies. Because if they were cold-blooded and had such large bodies, it would be extraordinarily difficult.
Yeah.
So there we are. I mean, interesting. Scientific side note.
Thank you, Michelle, for sharing that.
Yes. And Ian, so with what else you're going to share with us? It's aside from that. So have you heard about potential?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, John Kerry and the Pope and the patriarch.
No, what are they doing? Are they fucking something up? What are they doing?
Wait, just a minute. Okay. So it's not on the State Department website anymore, but I used to save all these photos from the State Department because I was everything John Kerry did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
he's a piece of shit too.
I have all these photos on Facebook, and it's probably in a zip file on my other computer. But I've had photos that I saved from there disappear. Like when John Kerry and Obama went to the tomb where they laid Jesus, and that was like the first thing they did after the inauguration or something. And I was like, wow, this is historic because it's May 1st. And so I saved it, and I started making a photo album of it all. And then when I needed the photo to show where they were on May 1st, so it was May 1st, so it wasn't after inauguration, but it was a May 1st thing. And I was like, oh, they're in Jerusalem. So I saved the photo, and then I was doing something. I needed the photo. I went to go find it. It was gone.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, okay, but I know it happened.
Yeah.
I know.
I agree with you, Viviana, because I keep track of all of that too, and whatever I could print off, I do print off.
Yeah, me too.
Because for that same reason that things disappear.
Yeah.
And
I
if
actually
you guys
had that same thing with me too.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is that? I didn't
Say
hear.
that louder, Mark.
I was going to say I had the same thing around. It had something to do with something political. This was like way back, and I was back and forth with something, and a text got deleted or something with a text. I got sent a message, and it was immediately erased right away, so there was no trace of it. It was just something really weird that had something to do with like a political statement.
Okay.
Yeah. And so I recall it being a monumentous because at the time I was studying all things interdependence. So I saw the Kirill and John Kerry. And I know that the Pope also went, but he went prior to the Kirill visit. And it was symbolizing something concerning their viewpoints with interdependence and how all this would, and I don't know. And they were like in a hatch and going into some underground thing. And I was like, wow, this is incredible. So I know it happened. I just can't remember verbatim, and I don't have that information at hand right now.
Okay.
Well, that's okay.
I had information on Lindsey Graham about him having to do a press conference in the South because he was filling with his page boy, and the parents were behind him while he was giving this public apology. The little boy was standing right beside him, embarrassed as all get out. The parents were accepting of the apology when he should have really been up on charges. And all of that went away from the internet when he started running for president.
Interesting.
Wow. Yeah.
Everything, because up to that point, I could easily find whatever I needed to find. I could refresh the links if they were hidden or moved somewhere else or erased, because nothing on the internet is ever. I've been trying to remember what programs I was trained to use to dig up all this stuff. And when my mind was wiped in that 2015 attempt, sometimes I can remember it, and sometimes I remember things and know how to research and pull up that stuff again. But other times it's really difficult. Just even if I'm starting to wheeze, I'm sorry. Even if I remembered it from like a week or so ago, and I try to look it up again, it doesn't mean that I'm going to remember what I remembered the week prior. So one of the first things I learned when I was doing CPS family court reform was they taught me how to embed messages within pictures or memes and spread them throughout the internet. So it just looks like a meme or an e-card or some cute little poster.
You mean memes?
And
Memes.
Yeah, memes. But they actually are encoded messages that get reposted and reposted and reposted. And then if the people know how to, and I'm constantly trying to bring back to my remembrance how to do it, because it's really not hard.
Could you tell us a bit about this mind swipe? Who wiped your memory?
When I had that 2015, I had a heart attack, and 6 hours of seizures was induced. And that was quite a night because it was pointed out to me that it was an assassination attempt. It was pointed out to me by several medical friends of mine in the medical community. I didn't know that that's what it was at the time, but I knew that it was a very horrific situation that I survived, and that it was a scary night because I found out that the doctor that gave me the medicine was a Mossad, and then when I was moved to another hospital, it was somebody from now I can't remember. but he was Pakistani. And when we got into the ambulance, he told me, "You're my reason for coming to the United States. I have to thank you." I said, "What?" He said, "Oh yes, about 7 years or so ago, I was sent here to fulfill the fatwa on you." He says, "Aren't you glad that I became a Christian instead?" I went, "Oh my God. Oh my God. This is,
Why was a fatwa declared against yourself?
I had several reasons. One was, if you remember, I had made mention that I had done some work against the Taliban. So there was a school, one of the organizations I'm a member of is called Vision for the Kingdom, and we have branches all over the world. One of the co-founders was first founded World Vision, and then later on he founded Vision for the Kingdom. So they had a girls' school in the area of Pakistan that was just desecrated with it just turned into rubble. The Taliban did not want. I think it was Pakistan. They didn't want the girls going to school, but the people running the school, it was just a husband and wife. They wanted to know what to do, and they wanted to be extracted out of there. But the founder, he said, "No, we need to keep a presence." This is exactly how he said it. I was right there. He goes, "No, we need to keep a presence there. Jesus said, occupy, and as long as your life is not really in danger, stay there. If it is in danger, we'll get you out. But it seems like you're doing well, so stay there." I said, "They're terrified." He goes, "Yeah, that's part of the process of being here on Earth." And he said, what do the girls want to do?" And the husband said, "Well, the girls still want to go to school." He says, "Well, this is what you're going to do. The girls are going to go to school." Then he turns to me and he says, "Now, Michelle, how are we going to make this where the girls are going to school and get an education, but they're not? How are we going to appease the Taliban?" I said, "How about if the girls learn how to sew and childcare and cook and clean?" I said, "There's a lot of math, science, and history and all of that." And so that's how we got around the ban on the Taliban, banning the girls from receiving education. The girls weren't, in the Taliban's eyes, the girls were not receiving actual schooling. They were receiving education on how to be submissive daughters and wives. But that wasn't what they were learning at all. They were learning the same things that the boys were learning. We just had to be a little bit more discreet and demure about it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Well, that caused a fatwa.
Okay. I see.
That was the first fatwa. And then another time I got a fatwa because I was complaining about all the sex abuse that was happening at these at the schools. And why was Mossad angry with me? Because at one point, I was calling out Israel for the abuses of what they were doing to children. And so I had all of Abraham's children angry with me. The Christians, the Arabs, and the Jews were all angry with me. And that led to 2015. But as I shared, I had the pleasure of having a conversation with Peter Moon, and as I shared with him, my own mother has successfully attempted to take my life 5 times, and I'm still here. One of my friends tells me that I have more lives than a cat, which is true. I do.
Wow.
My goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, so
God
suspect.
has planned, that saying, God has plans for your life, really irritates me, but I can testify that that is truth.
Amazing.
Yes. Thank you.
And
So definitely appreciate you sharing that, honey, and glad that
I
we're.
want,
Yeah, go
I'm
on.
sorry.
No, no, please, by all means, Ariana.
I wanted to thank you, Michelle, for your humanitarian work for those women. And I specifically remember, was that 2015 when they were allowed to go back to school?
Yes, we were, it was, but this was in 2005, that we first did this. Then, we got, there was a Christian school in 2009 that, I believe they were in Afghanistan, and they actually gave me, they requested I come over and be the director of their school there. And I did prepare for it. I learned Urdu. I learned the customs. I screened with caliphs. I wrote protocols and programs that had to be. I've learned the Quran several times, yet I've also forgot it as many times as I learned it, unfortunately. But at that time, I had to prove to the caliphs that I do the Quran, and that I wasn't corrupting the ways. And they wanted to understand why I wanted to educate the girls. And so what I rested everything upon was that mothers raise the children until they actually raise the boys until they actually go to school. So when they get a better caliber of young men, if the women were trained better, and they liked that, so they approved. We almost went through it, and then I had another crazy health issue setback, so
Maybe it
had to
saved
be
you.
I would have been it would have been foolish, but I just didn't want to live in the United States. I saw a lot of bad things that were coming whenever I dreamt and slept and prayed.
Was this
And
kind of like an Edgar Casey kind of vision, like
yeah, it
prophetic
was.
kind of apocalypse?
It was, because there was a lot. I keep journals of my dreams. I especially if they're lucid, I write down the dreams, and then when they happen, I write down the dates that they happen. Beside the incident of where I dreamt it.
So you were speaking of Haiti earlier. Your work in Haiti involved what?
In high school, I went to Haiti, and I, at one point in front of the Capitol, there was supposed to be the eternal fire, and I saw that they didn't have the fire going.
So you set one yourself.
I wish. Instead, I looked down and I said to the translator, I said, "Are those human bones? Are those finger bones?" And he goes, "Oh my gosh, how do you know that?" I said, "We're not going to get into that." So there was that, me meeting with a witch doctor and meeting with somebody that fit into my family tree, and it's led to me doing work for Haiti spiritually, and networking wise, on and off over the years. So I've actually been doing work for Haiti on and off since 1990.
Excellent.
1980, 1989, 1990, but it's at this point, it's not anything that I can talk about on air.
Well, you heard me speak the other day about transphobia, the transgender side that led to this young individual going on the shooting spree. I brought up the context of transgender side being affected in Uganda, in particular by American evangelical missionaries, and how they're going to carry out that pogrom here in the United States.
What's going on there is just, again, it's horrific. But
this is where I want Michelle to speak to what she did to help the situation in Uganda as much as she could. Understand what, for people who haven't heard this, the American evangelicals like Scott Lively, who wrote the book The Pink Swastika.
Thank you. I was trying. Who was the other one, Douglas?
Oh fuck, the other asshole, I forgot. They're a couple of co-authors. I mean, they're basically a gay couple themselves, and
that's the whole intensely insane evil of it.
Thank you. Yeah, just so people understand that Uganda was the nation where Idi Amin Dada had a statue erected of my biological sire Adolf Hitler, because he was an anti-colonial hero to the Ugandan peoples fighting the British colonists. Originally, that entire area of East Africa was German, and they did very well under the Germans. And then after World War I, the British came in and began to slaughter the people. So when Hitler fought back against the British, he was viewed as a great liberator by many black Africans. I've gone into the story behind this about how in the Congo they wrote letters to Hitler to rescue them. And all of this is historical. It's none of it is rumor or something that I'm making up. So understand that for those of you who have no knowledge of this, this was how the Germans got their atomic bomb, was through the uranium from the Belgian Congo, which many of the resistance fighters were digging up to give to the German espionage agents who were able to go down there and collect it from them. So all of this is very important, but in terms of a way that the Americans fight back against that to this decade, the Nazi sympathies in Black Africa, they send over white faggots who basically say Hitler was gay, write books about it, and after Idi Amin Dada, people are so ignorant in Uganda, they sprayed the Hitler statue pink, knocked it down. Then they, began to kill each other by the thousands, because the faggot couple from America of evangelicals told them that now you've got to find the gays among you. The gays are the Nazis among you, and you've got to kill them. And so they began to shove bottles up each other's asses, and if the person was flatulent after the bottle was shoved up their ass, then that proves they'd never been fucked up the ass. But if the bottle didn't produce a fart, then they figured he's been taking it up the ass, and that's why he's got such a smooth anus. And then they would machete him to death. I mean, this is what was going on down there. This is all while the white evangelicals jack off over it and talk about how stupid niggers really are. It's maddening. This is the kind of stupidity and insanity in the world that you see propagated. By the way, from the Belgian Congo, the heart of Central Africa, it was Simon Mpadi, Mpadi, the leader of the Christian pagan religious majority of the Belgian Congo that suffered millions slaughtered under the Belgian king, that asked for Hitler to come and save them. And of course the Germans launched the African campaign, and Rommel did what he could to penetrate as deeply into Africa as he could, but the espionage agents of course were able to go down to the Congo while he fought as well as he could up north to retrieve as much uranium as they could from the Congo resistance, the black resistance. So understand the blacks are very much in Africa during World War II on the side of Adolf Hitler, unless they were house niggers who were simply sucking colonial cock. But now with the return of evangelicals to Black Africa, it's like they're colonized twice. Now they're colonized in their minds, the space between their ears. where they're being brain fucked by a bunch of evangelical pricks. So take it from there, Michelle, what you did in this situation, the best you could do.
First, I have to say, I would never have been involved in any of it unless it was for this little schoolgirl that was at a private school, and she got on Facebook. We happened to have the same middle name, and she was just so lonely, and she was reaching out. She happened to send a friend request, and I had told her, I said, I don't make it I do not friend anybody under 18 unless I have their parents' permission. So I need to talk with your parents before. I know you're 16, but you're still under my rule, too young under my rule. So I need to talk with your parents. And so then she introduced me to her mother, and it turned out that they were royalty from Uganda. And we got into conversations, and they explained to me the hardships that were going on over there, the complications that certain organizations and individuals and were working over there. Not just the United States, but other countries that were trying to stir up the people, even create a civil war so that they could swoop in and get the riches eventually. And they were explaining to me how peaceful the country was, how lovely.
It used to be, yes. Especially under Idi Amin Dada, who they make movies against. By the way, Scott Lively's gay lover and co-author is Kevin Abrams.
That's who it was, yeah. And then they recently had a death. The father of the mother of the I'm not going to say their names for their safety. They live a fairly peaceful life, so I'm going to keep it that way. Anybody who's listening from that part of the world is going to know anyway, probably. But for the sake of discretion, so they explained to me that their father had died, and that there was a ceremony, and because he was the king, they were actually the king, his wife, and the immediates that I was speaking with. They believed in the Bible, and they were turning the more wholesome ancient practices they were keeping, but the ones that did not seem so healthy, they were foregoing. And when they heard me writing about cannibalism, they contacted me and said, our father died of, I believe it was E. coli or Ebola, probably Ebola, I think. Yeah, Ebola. It was Ebola. And they said his one brother wanted to make himself king. So in order to do that, they wanted to bury their father at a regal ceremony, but instead the oldest brother next in line to the king wanted to take the throne and to assert his position and let everybody know that he was now going to be the new king. He had to have a cannibalistic ceremony and feed the king's body to everybody. And they were like, we have to stop this. So we ended up praying. I got people that I knew that were very strong in their spiritual technologies, and we just focused all on this. And it rained. It didn't happen. It ended up raining. They couldn't do the ceremony. And then the part of the family that had been interacting with me, they were able to take the body of the king and properly bury him according to their new traditions, with still upholding some of the other traditions that they felt were healthier. Well, also, I was learning, the more that I delved into what was happening in Uganda, and the more of the conversations we were getting into, I gave them scriptures about what the Bible says about homosexuality. That there's a difference between homosexuality and versus perversion. And so I was giving them the scriptures that separated the one from the other. And so when they saw that God doesn't mind, God celebrates love, and even if it's two people of the same sex who love each other, that's not what he doesn't come against that. So, they started explaining to me more and more, and then other people from Africa, different countries, not just Uganda, started contacting me and friending me on Facebook. And I started learning more and more about the dangers that homosexual people were under. And it was horrific. I mean, people burned alive. They're, what is the word? Their dicks cut off. Castrated.
Emasculated.
Well, I wish it was just castrated in public and left to bleed to death.
They're synonyms, just so you know. Emasculation means castration. Yes, but go on. It can be metaphorical, but yes, go on.
Yeah. So it was just horrific what I was hearing about. And then these pastors, and that Scott Riley, and that, what is it, Keith, whatever?
Kevin Abrams.
This is long before I even knew Douglas existed. They would try to tie up my days and hours, trying to discredit me, trying to, the harassment. And I told them, I said, on your best day, I said, don't ever sleep. I said, I will get you. On my worst day is better than your best day. I promise you. I am more powerful than you. Don't sleep. Because you might not wake up sane. Take that risk. Go ahead and take that risk. And I wrote that on I mean, people were watching this. And the people who knew me for years in the Christian community had never seen this side of me. I mean, they didn't know me operating in spiritual gifts like this. And then there was people from Africa saying, this woman is showing up in my dreams. I mean, because I was promising these pastors that I was going to be in their dreams. I was promising these pastors, go ahead and put so-and-so in prison to have, I mean, there was people being arrested to be put in prison and beheaded the next day. I said, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it, because their shackles will be free like Peter's were. They'll be able to sing the praises of Jesus and put you to shame, I promise you. I said, Jesus is going to have his holy army, and it's going to be men and women and children that were suffering at the hand of you. Because you think you know love? No, love lives love. Remember, Jesus said, just because you call Lord, Lord, doesn't mean that you know me. And you will know a tree by their fruit. You'll know somebody by their actions. Yes. You are the walking devil. They They are the children of God. You watch. Go ahead and watch and see what God really does for his children. I dare you. And that was the beauty of it. It wasn't me. It was me being pissed off. It was me encouraging people to let Creator have his freedom and show the devil. I mean, it was gorgeousness. It was just such gorgeousness. I had people praying and fasting around the clock. I had people from every religious. I mean, I said, I don't care what spiritual technology you use. If you're proficient and you operate in love, then we got to get on it. And that's what happened. It was around the clock. It would not let up. And we got to the point where Scott Riley?
Scott Lively.
Scott Lively.
Kevin
Okay.
Abrams, yeah.
No, because there's.
Just say the faggots. That faggot.
I need to apologize because there is a Scott Riley and he is homosexual. He was a supporter of mine. I mean, I still hold him at high
called this poor
regard.
Aaron Cregan guy. The name that I was supposed to use was Eric Heckers. So go on.
Anyway, yeah, I would never want to put Scott Riley anywhere in
the category of Scott Lively. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So, but they had to go into hiding. They had to go into hiding. They had to shut up for a while. And people didn't come after them. Nobody doxed them. Nobody harassed them. It was me. I told them, I said, the rest of the world is going to be coming after all those pastors. I would assign names to certain people. I said, but you two are my favorites. You two want me to be your special friend? I certainly am. I said, because you're not homosexuals. You are predators. You are monsters with skin on. You are demons with skin on. You're pretending to be humans. You're my favorites because of all the things that your kind did to me and taught me, I get to do to you now. And I certainly did. I played with their mind like it was my own trampoline. I loved it. They were my own gymnasium. I loved it.
Thank you. And
yeah. And then when they started trying to tell me, they came along again later to warn me about Douglas, and I'm like, do you remember?
Thank you.
I mean, a lot of the time I was like, I said, we're all messed up. I don't always agree with Douglas, but you know what? Douglas has free reign to work himself out. I don't want Douglas to tell me how to live my life and work myself out. I'm certainly going to do that to him. He's my brother. But some things that Douglas didn't know, but I would get into more private conversations with them, and I say, do you remember when? I said, I came across this. Do you remember this? Do you remember that? And then eventually it just, oh, well, we just wanted to protect you from his hubris. I'm like, oh, you mean that same, or the hubris that you are exuding right now? I said, you just miss me. That's what it is. You miss me. You want attention. I'm listening. I'll read it if you need me that much. But I'm still going to continue doing my work. Right now, you're just like that little puppy that needs to nip at my feet. But nip me a little too hard, and I might kick you across back to oblivion.
Incredible. I mean, these people thought that that you were certainly some kind of asset that they could take advantage of concerning propaganda.
I won't let anybody. I went through way too much, and there's certain times a year that I will not. Still to this day, I will not sleep at all. because there's certain times of the year where there's activity that happens all year round to for assignments to and they need people they need to access certain people, and it just like I said, I work on my mental that helmet. There's a scripture in Ephesians 6 or Ephesians about the full armor of God. I take that as an actual form of spiritual technology that is, and I study it, and I believe that is why a lot of things like such as MK Ultra and Montauk and so many other things exist, is because these governments, these the military, they too see the ancient texts and know that these texts are technology. They are the recordings of ancient technology. It's not just guides to a moral character and how to get along with everybody. It's actual technology.
Yes. It is an armor that gives a right of way to certain things that you access in the spiritual realm and thwart. So it's very important that your armor's on at all times.
Okay. Thank you. By the way, Ian says, so Ian, could you describe this? You said you've got the MK Ultra End Times Army. You mean Amy? Video up. Let me know when you're ready.
No, the Army. It's what Michelle complimented on last week.
Okay. So how long is this? Just curious.
It's 30 minutes, but you'll get it in 5.
Okay. Go ahead and start playing it, and then if what we can do is, if I get tired of it, what I can do is say, let's save it the remainder for the opening hour on Sunday, so we can at least start it tonight. Let's do that, and then I'll feel obligated to start trying to do my monologues soon, just to earn my pay, so to speak. So yes, sure. And I want to thank Our Lady Toulouse, Nancy.
It's really.
Yes. I just want to let her know that I gave you the link to George Knight's Facebook timeline. I gave him the link to yours.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Can we have the link to this, Ian?
Oh, yes, Ian.
Yeah. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
You guys ready?
Sure. All
right.
D. Dar. What do I remember about this guy?
Sit down when you hear this.
Related to 2 Thessalonians 2, when it says about the day of the Lord, the parousia, that day will not occur until the apocalypse of the Antichrist and the apostasia, the word rebellion or revolt. That's all really defined in the prophecy of the red horse. But here's where the term came from and why I used it purposely. When I started dealing with ritually abused individuals, then we dealt with military-oriented, highly trained, programmed shooters and assassins inside of them. When we began to deal with them, I dealt with someone from Fort Bragg for quite a while and a few others. We're sitting in a lake, Conneaut Lake. They reached over, ripped over my shirt to see if I was wired.
Let me wait. Pause it a second.
Yeah, they ripped over his shirt. It's just getting good. This is where the homoerotica starts. I'm sorry. Go on, Michelle.
I've been to Conneaut Lake numerous times. Conneaut Lake is not far from where I grew up.
Ooh.
Okay.
And you saw this guy walking around with a hockey mask and a chainsaw, right?
You're quick.
I used to fall asleep during those movies. My friends and I would go to the movie theaters, and I would Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm snoring away while my friends are trying to watch a movie.
Okay. Well, back on with Ian.
Yeah, let me back it up because you guys kind of cut into the dramatic.
It's not like that, dude. He's quoting scripture, for Christ's sakes. We don't need it. We don't need it back.
There we go.
It's all right.
There we go.
Why are you roasting Rustin's
Dealt with
daughter?
someone from Fort Bragg for quite a while and a few others. We're sitting in a lake, Conneaut Lake.
They reached over and ripped open my shirt to see if I was wired, if I was wiring and recording them. And they were the most sophisticated satanic warrior type person. They knew 5-6 languages. They knew the ancient Twilight languages. They knew how to conjure. They knew how to use Belteshazzar, Okwam, all these old Pictish languages of the Druids to summon.
Okay, I can't watch
They were
this.
the real Luciferian. They've been through many human sacrificial.
You all watch it. I actually know Rust is Dar from long years ago. You all could continue watching it, but I'm going to remove my earpiece.
Okay, but could you share with us the reason why? Does this trigger you or something? Honey? She removed her earpiece. Okay, go on. Yeah, go on.
So they sat there to tell me some of those things, what they've been involved with, how they sacrifice a human. I'm listening to all this stuff from them. And then they said to me, you have no idea, Russ, how many of us there are out there. How many satanic they use the term chosen.
It's some yikes.
You have no idea how many. You have no idea what's coming. We smell Christian blood. We are waiting for our day. And when the call is given, millions of us will be released. And they looked at me and said, you believe in revivals and you believe in Pentecost and the power of God. You believe in all that. We believe in the black a multi-continental release of power to activate the program demonized, where they've weaponized the demonic powers to these super soldiers.
And yeah, that's the end times programming that I was speaking of last week. And they literally say that like 1 out of every 14 houses has one of these super soldiers in it throughout the United States.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So
yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, go on with what you're articulating.
Okay. Well, we blew up the TV signal generator thing that triggers them. So that's what I was going to tell Carmel about that. We destroyed the little the trigger. We destroyed the building.
Okay.
What building?
So there we are. You go on. I mean, so you can go on playing this for a little while longer if you wish. I mean.
Yeah. There's like another the next 2 minutes are important.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Are they waiting for a specific time to unleash their power?
Yeah, they are, because they have to do it at the moment the Antichrist is, like you read in 2 Thessalonians 2, that it's caught to echo, the restrainer is holding back the apocalypse of the Antichrist, the unveiling in his movement. So right now he's held restrained. Soon as he who restrains is removed, soon as that occurs, we have White Horse, the release of the Antichrist. Instantly, we have the release of the red. It says the whole earth. Arena, peace is taken from the whole earth, and all of a sudden, it doesn't give the details, but all of a sudden, on a global scale, people are released to begin to, and the Greek word is sladzo, slaughter, begin to slaughter people. It's used of animal ritual butchery to begin to slaughter individuals. That's exactly how they defined it to me back in the 90s. And we've heard this again and again and again. So that scenario fits the Masonic version of Chaos Before a New Order. It fits Father Meradon from the Cathedral of the Black Goat, his book, The Devil's Bible. It fits that scenario too. So some of the oldest, darkest occultists, the idea of chaos first, a collapsing of everything so that a new order can rise, that's all by design. And we've been given the heads up in prophecy, but all prophecy has boots on the ground. It'll all eventually happen. So I do believe that millions and millions of these trained, programmed, altered, demonized super soldiers, whether we want to say it or not, they believe they're being raised to help bring the Antichrist in. When I was in England just a few months ago, their top guy that deals with SRA, Wilfred Wong, 25 years. So first time I meet him, I pull him aside and I said, listen, you've been doing this 25 years, yeah? I said, you know all about programming and demons, all that? Yes. I said, I looked right at him and I said, Wilfred, why are they here in England? Instantly, he said, they are here to collapse our government. They're here to help bring in and usher in the Antichrist and new order. He didn't know. He already knew. That's true in Germany when we were in Germany, when we went to Wedelsberg Castle. That's true in Poland when we went there. That's true in Switzerland. It's true in Canada. So when we talk about our research in 38 years worldwide, there may be well over 100 million generations of them. And if even half, or even if 10% were intact, like say the United States, remember the shooter in Vegas? Look what he did. Look what that guy did. Okay, notice what would happen if 10,000 of them, or like Colorado Holmes, or like Jared in Arizona. What if 10,000 of them were released in 1 week? That's their plot plan, and biblical prophecies ahead of that to say here is what is going to happen, and from that a global monetary collapse, and from that's all that chaos is coming. So Revelation 13, a whole new order with the Antichrist can come.
Scary stuff.
Yeah, can be.
Anyway, that's that. That's the psychiatrist dude who's like, spent his time fucking deprogramming these kids. What'd y'all think of that?
Yep. Rest is dar. I've actually, I love his idea and concept. And he's freed a lot of people. So I mean,
Okay, I would like to respond though.
Okay, go ahead. Let me hear you.
So I knew him in the 90s, in the 80s and 90s. A lot of people that we listen to now, when I was living this stuff, I was very much a hypocrite because I was still going through all of these things, but I was trying to also make sense of it and get out of it. And I was talking about it very publicly, knowing that in a couple hours when I go back to my family that they could kill me. Or anybody in that audience could kill me. Everybody else would be going home. I sat down with a lot of these guys, and I want to tell you, their information, yeah, I could say it's true, but at the other end of the spectrum, I could say that they would not have this information if it weren't for the people like me wanting to be free and working on our freedom. He has deprogrammed a lot of people. I actually helped him deprogram some people, and he helped me a lot in the early years. But I just need to say this because I still have people terrified of me. A couple years ago, there were dozens and dozens and dozens of people in Sacramento that attacked me and still try to follow me because they're targeted individuals. Some of them I think are just flat out crazy, but some of them I do think are targeted. But they had this woman come to this meeting, and she told everybody there. She explained everybody. No, listen, these people, they invited me there and stay with them for several months because they heard me speaking on the podcast. So I went there in good faith. But this woman goes to one of these UFO conferences and MK Ultra conferences, and she tells them, and then she comes back speaking to one of the members of this group, and she's at a grocery store or something, and she says, "You can't let her live there. You just invited a time bomb in your home, into that house. What do you think you're doing?" So they brought her to confront me, and it was horrible. It was like a nightmare. There was like 30 people ready to tear me apart.
Jesus.
Wow.
Convinced.
Because of Russ Dizdar?
Wait, do you feel that Russ
No.
Dizdar set up this ambush?
It wasn't Russ Dizdar. It wasn't anything to do with Russ Dizdar. It was to the fact that, yes, what he's saying is true.
Okay.
But it also needs to be acknowledged that the people like myself we gave him and people like him the information so they could take it to the public, so they could help us and help stop this coming. Do you hear what I'm saying? I hope you do.
Yeah,
Oh, so
but
you mean like you want props?
Oh, yeah, that's gosh. Ooh,
do you feel like being exploited?
It's that I want everybody to know that the danger is real, but also it's not props. I don't care about props. I just care that stuff gets stopped. But the fear, I don't want people to be afraid, because and these are the people that I'm trying to reach also. Why was I able to say what I said to Scott Lively and whatever? Is because I do know how to do these things. I know how to do these things, but I use them to stop the chaos and the destruction that they want to come. And the more people that we allow to get out of that life and use and not be afraid of themselves and afraid of their gifts and their talents and what they know, and to be able to use it in love, the more that we can get society to not be afraid
Oh, I see what you're saying.
of those who walk among us. Because, look, Black Lives Matter is activated just as well as the Proud Boys are activated. They're not just raising people like me. They're causing programs going on. The Super Soldier program is nothing. It's just one of the forms. There's so many different forms of programming out there that's causing chaos and destruction. But it just seems to be that particular group, the super soldiers, that are the, oh my God, we're the, like the Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminators. You got to be afraid of us. That's the part I don't want people to get caught up in. Because nowadays, I have mafia people, I have government people, and I have targeted individuals who think that I am this person, like he's describing, that I'm always going to be the bomb that goes off. And they make my life miserable. Not just my life, other people that I know that went through all of this stuff.
So are you saying you're a super soldier?
Wait, so I totally understand what you're saying, because I'm kind of in the same atmosphere, and I actually have had kind of like encounters where I'm thinking, can I trust to have these certain people? I mean, because it's all for Christ, right? He'll do his will. So wait, let me finish.
Also,
so the point is, like, is it safe to minister to them or have them in your home? Because I believe that you would probably need a deliverance, or some absolute covering for that individual soul.
There is a lot of work that goes into it, into remaining free. But it's also generational.
Right.
And when when I'm telling you about the work that I did in my mafia years, yes, I'm explaining to you certain aspects of this very thing that Russ Dizdar is talking about.
The intense programming.
But I'm explaining to you what is socially acceptable. And what was socially acceptable is still pretty bad. And what's socially acceptable?
He's describing it disrespectfully? Or half-assly?
Yes, half-assly.
Okay,
yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, there was another 28 minutes of that video, but I mean, You know, I figured he squeezed what he could in that, first
Well, I
5.
mean, we could always do that during the opening hours when I'm, desperate to have somebody cover the stage while I tidy up. But hey, it's. I'm glad both of you ladies have put this into perspective. Viviana, bring up some more about Russ Didar. How your encounters with him over, what do you know about him? I know you probably haven't met him personally, but what?
Yeah, I would love to hear some stories about this.
Yeah. How you found out about him would be
I
interesting.
studied. Well, I was doing his studies.
Okay.
And,
Yeah, I did too.
Then I encountered, and continue to encounter, these broken souls, and feel the plight of their terror and fear, and that she's right. The only thing that will combat this is to walk in love and have the love of Jesus and pray for them and know that he will set them free. So I guess in ministering, I'm always cautious though, because I just want to be walking in love, but also wise not to.
Well, that's why you're still alive. I mean, Michelle Carmela Saldana is determined to get herself killed. She goes out there on the street and does this street ministry shit to put herself in as much danger as possible to maximize her chances for death.
Well,
kind
I'm
of a
talking
Russian roulette
on
there.
it. I'm talking on a personal level where you connect with these people, have relationships, and love them and care for them. But at the same time, you know that the brokenness, a part of them could still be triggered.
Yeah.
Or that part that he's talking about. And
absolutely.
How do you work with them through that? How do you?
Because they know what they are. They know what they are. They're terrified of themselves.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I agree with you.
And to have other people, then it's like Frankenstein. Who was worse, the monster or the doctor who created the monster and gave the monster his name?
That's a good analogy. It's really good.
The question still stands for me, and do you consider yourself a super soldier?
Hell no! I've never been in that shit. No, no. But that
not you. You asked Michelle.
I like talking about me myself. I like talking about me.
We know that. Thank God. I mean, God knows there's enough of them already out there to deal with. Carmi, he asked you. Do you care to answer that?
It's not that I consider myself one. I am one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering.
No, I figured since you went through the programming,
Okay.
And it's not just me that recognizes it. When I have a lot of friends in the military.
Mm-hmm.
That all I went through, I didn't even finish basic training. But they include me. I've been included on all kinds of things.
Yeah, just so people understand, many people who don't finish basic training get shoved into MK Ultra programs, and that way the government denies that they ever made it through boot camp, and then classifies them as failures and wannabes. So that's the way that
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's how it's handled. That was that Phil Cunningham guy that I was speaking about in the last transmission, and we'll probably speak about in the next transmission. And what happened with him. It's very common for these people to not make it through boot camp, and then they're the washouts, and then they put them into these MK Ultra programs. And a great example is Jambo the Reese Monkey. Jameson Reese, who was working with myself in the past, was a failure out of boot camp, a washout from boot camp, who then obviously had, as Sammy Romero put it, nevertheless, it's obvious that's where they put the sugar in his tank, as Sammy Romero puts it. And, he came out of that as a totally warped, crazed, satanic, diabolic individual. By the way, Mark H., help me out here. None of the people here really dealt with Jameson Reese, but you certainly knew when he was around. You were witness to some of his behavior. If any of it comes to mind as to what particularly stood out in regards to what I've just said, please share it. Let's see if Mark is still with us. Yeah.
Doug, can you hear me?
Yeah. Now we can.
Yeah, I just remember I would kind of feel sort of bad because I just remember him saying some really like horrific stuff, and I don't know. I just that's pretty much all I remember. A lot of the things that he would say, and I don't really know too much about it. I know George, I think, would speak sometimes with him, right?
Yeah. Well, everybody did because everybody felt sorry for him. That's the whole point. They all felt sorry for him and tried to find and draw out of him redeeming features that simply were not there. That's like trying to reason with a rabid dog. This is something that, honestly, he's one of these things that was thrown at me that I worked with simply because this is what I was stuck with. I needed to take my T&P breaks, and this is what the enemy threw at me by which to do that. That way they retain control over as much of the situation as they can by scaring away as much of the audience as possible. This is actually quite premeditated. It's something that I've dealt with throughout all my years of just being a public informant. Understand that the majority of people who surrounded myself are the enemy. This is the way it's been for the longest period of time. When they finally felt that I was completely suppressed and began to fail in other ways, in the sense that they just were intoxicated with overconfidence and decided to go in for the kill, when you started seeing all of them jump in at once, when they all did that and just started this campaign of now's the time to take Douglas Dietrich down, it's actually in the videos that they released. Salman Sheikh and the Jambo the Reese Monkey, all the rest of these clowns are saying, we've got to take down the Douglas Dietrich's YouTube channel. This is where they thought that this was it. This was the decisive battle. And that's when I contacted the authorities about their various crimes and just called in for the various things that they were doing. The sexual assaults against their own parents, which were investigated by the Adult Protective Services in the case of Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh. The sexual assaults against children performed by Lena Shea, which was investigated by the Child Protective Services. It just goes on and on. I mean, these are the worst of the worst. When it came to the man who was going to give Salman Sheikh his own radio show called The Anti-Dietrich Show, which was just going to attack me on a daily basis. That was Daryl Neely, who was one of the guys on January 6th at the Capitol stripping a dead cop of his uniform so he could try and portray himself as an officer. When I turned in that footage, he's going to spend a good deal of his life in jail. These are the kind of people that we're talking about. Penny Bradley, the idiot who sided with all of them. Now she's nowhere to be found. This is the, after all I did for her. So these are the kind of people we're talking about. And all the people who, believe me, they took a great deal of the quote-unquote fan base with them. Of course, now the fan base has nowhere to turn. They're no longer to be found. So let's see. What are you trying to tell us here, Ian, in the text?
No, this is for Michelle.
Okay.
This is the broadcasting location for that End Times programming, and it's been destroyed.
Okay.
That is, well, I thank you for destroying that building. But you need to also the other buildings. There's other buildings yet to be destroyed.
Well, in terms of, there are, of course, just so people understand it, there are experiments that are conducted with trying to alter people's thought processes by long distance.
There's constant things.
Sorry?
There's so many things going on,
Yeah.
There are. You're right.
You remember what I said about the guy down in Antarctica who was saying that they had giant grids down there that are controlling all our minds, etc. Obviously, this is more of an art than a science, and they haven't perfected anything, but go on. Yes.
It doesn't even matter. There's, it could be a simple thing like narcissistic abuse. There's always going to be somebody that is going to try to manipulate a person to their will.
So let's see what Ian wrote here so that we can share this with the public. So this is near Rifle, a place named Rifle Boulder, the headquarters for EMC, a type of electromagnetic mind control broadcast to modify the thinking of Americans. That gives credit to Americans as if they actually thought. And to control MK Ultra slaves, genetics, geology mining, geology/mining, as related to tunneling and underground construction. That's a lot. That's a multifunction facility there, if ever there was one. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if they're just set up a satellite there, they could be doing other shit. You know, they don't have to pay a bunch of people standing around looking at the goddamn satellite all day.
Well, I believe that there's programmed individuals, and I believe that a lot of us are meeting in this journey so that we can continue to proclaim the freedom that is only in Christ, and that is the only answer and the only way for it to. That's the main message.
That is the
I
message.
believe it. I believe it.
It is.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
Yeah. Just so people understand, the term they used to use back in the old days, just so the public could have a better grasp of it, was brainwashing. The proper term is behavior modification. There are behavior modified people, and all too many of them. They're definitely out there. Controlling them remotely was usually done more effectively simply by a telephone call and whispering a trigger word like circus 3 times in their ear or something like that, rather than via a remote tower. But understand we're operating along the same basic assumptions. So that's but the difference comes when there's say when we take it too far with just certain concepts where you give the manipulators this kind of sense of omniscience or omnipotence. That's where
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah. That's what I'm really that's what gets hyped up.
Thank you.
And praise on people's emotions.
Yes. So
you know,
well, I understand coming from when you are discussing Russ Dizdar and that whole movement, because it was a bit outlandish and propagandized to be this where it does bring fear, and but
and there's people who make lives off of this. They've written books. I've contributed to movies, but that money went to promote Once Upon a, to help free people around the world who were programmed through, and to stop, So anyway,
but at the same respect, I'm running into people from Russ Dizdar's camp who esteem him as, someone who did lead them to freedom. So he did do his work here.
I'm not saying that he did. I'm not saying that he never did, because I like I said, he helped me in my early years. It's that there's a lot of time where people from my background will think that, oh, they did something for a few weeks or a few months and now they're fine, and or they end up having it's a lifetime process is what I'm saying. It's not just something that and it's the network that we need to bolster each other up.
Donna, I agree.
Well,
and then thank you, Ian.
I would go on, Viviana.
And to embrace them rather than to fear.
Thank you. Yes. Because what I experienced in Sacramento, I mean, they welcomed me. They had me there because they were going through what they believed, they were going through their hell and torment. They wanted to know how to stop it. So I thought that I was going to be there to help them. And it just took this one woman that she hears about this, 1 or 2 seminars, and I had enough money to buy a plot of land and to start my tiny home. What I had been dreaming to do, my own little farm, go into retirement, or at least someplace that was quiet and safe for myself. I invested my money. I invested my money into them and into helping them over those months. And what happens is this woman comes in with this fear. And all those months and years of them listening to me on podcasts, or at least months listening to me on podcasts, and the months that I spent helping them all went out the window in one afternoon. And they were every day until I actually was able to move out of there, were threatening my life every day. They were threatening my life every single day until I was able to move out of there. And they were accusing me of crimes. That the police were called to the house several times and the police were like, don't worry, we're just looking at you. We could tell. We're sorry, that you're going through this. How much longer is it going to be before you can leave? And I'm like, just 1 or 2 days more. And it was just horrific.
Wow.
Well, definitely you've survived, and at least you're able to share that now. So, is there anything else?
It was
Yes.
It was on par of what I experienced when I was in Mexico.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get the feeling.
I want to say
I
just
really thought I was going to be disappeared or worse.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go on, Viviana.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but
No,
I'm gonna get off after this. I got to get up early and do
Jesus.
something. So, but I wanted to say though, this is one thing I sort of had a vision about, because in encountering people, like I have been shown certain people they will continue to serve the darkness, or they will pretend in order to garner or hold a position in someone's life and control them. Like the person that's coming free is trying to get free will encounter other people who are going to continue to enslave them and trap them. So my heart is always to love and embrace them, but understand also some of them will choose to continue to serve darkness. And that's where I guess I would have to be careful, or an individual would have to be careful in ministry.
As is with any other person.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yes. But they're, it's just it's about discernment, I guess.
It is. But thank you, Viv. Yay, somebody gets it.
Yeah, and I like how you said, the monster could be the actual whitewashed tomb that's showing up like your minister and doing all the good work.
Well, I encountered that with Doug Millar, and when I was on his radio show, and I just bitched out his co-host, and in that I found out that Doug Millar and this guy were part of a large at least a national ring.
Yeah, that's right.
And I wish I would have known Doug and other people at that time that I know now. We could have brought that ring down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'd love to know so much more, and thank you, Douglas, for allowing me up here.
Of course.
And Michelle and Ian and all you wonderful people. But I am going to log off for the night and pray you all the best.
Well, Viv, before you leave, I was going to let you know I found another survivor with the same story that you have about falling asleep and then feeling pain and it's real and shit.
Yeah.
Really?
Go on.
Yep, I found one. No, I don't have it queued up. It'll take me a minute. I don't want to, but we'll save it for next week.
Okay.
Oh, also, Viv, when you have time, please call me. We have to call yet.
Probably like Friday. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that's good.
All right. You all have a good,
All right.
good rest of your
All
night.
right. Good night, Viv.
Thank you.
Good night.
Have a good night,
Viviana. Wonderful. And to all of you, by all means, I do want Marquesh to say a little something before he retreats into the gentle night. Do say, as well as, of course, Ariana in Mexico. I was going to say, I get the feeling that you don't get all of this feeling of incredible, intense fear of your mind-controlled neighbors in Mexico. Do you, Ariana?
No. Well, I mean, I am in the house. I share a house with young ladies, and I do wonder, you know. Well, no, they seem to be okay. But still, I practice a bit of caution around them because I don't know them, you know. Like I live in a house filled with people who I don't know. So,
Wait, are you sharing
but
kitchens or a bath or something?
well, there's a little tiny bit do I share a bathroom, but yes, we share the kitchen. They seem kind of nice, so I'm not
Oh,
worried. But you know, all the stuff that I do listen to and watch on YouTube and stuff that's similar to what you've been talking about tonight, it causes me to maybe be a bit cautious or something. Like in other words, when I'm in the kitchen, I have a cleaver, a big like sharp cleaver, and I cook with it because like I'll take my rubber mallet and hit the cleaver onto say something called jicama, which is a hard fruit vegetable that you really have to it takes a lot of energy to cut it up. So I'm careful to not let them see my cleaver. Things like that, silly little things like that that kind of cross my mind. But generally, I don't worry about it.
Wow, I guess it's always good to be cautious. That's
Yeah.
wow. Well, maybe it'll change after, you spend a longer time there. You haven't been there very long.
No, no, yeah, you're right. Maybe it will change. I noticed a lot of them don't like to acknowledge that I've walked into the room or into the kitchen or, they
What the
don't
fuck
want to
is this?
say
A
hello.
community home? Are you living in a female barracks? What do you mean they don't? How many are there?
There's 6 ladies and plus me, 7 ladies. And, I just find that really strange,
Come
but I
on, rents
figure
can't be that high in Mexico. What the fuck are you doing in a place like this?
yeah, well, it's actually a nice house and a pretty good neighborhood, and but
What are you
but I,
paying? You must be paying $20 a month for that setup. I mean, I would have someone would have to pay me to live like that. This is like a reality television show. Fuck that
yeah,
shit.
it actually sounds like what I'm doing.
Yeah, well,
Those
we
odds are good
already
for
have
having
been
women.
through that. I
Those
thought you
odds
were
are really
living in
good.
a homeless shelter.
Yeah, I know.
I never thought that
yeah,
about you,
it
Michelle.
is.
Thank you, Ian.
You like how Ian
It's
takes
kind of
advantage of that to do that
reminiscent
suck
of a
up
homeless
plug-in?
shelter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
good. Wasn't
never
that good?
thought
Wasn't that good? That was
Homeless
great.
You
shelter.
know what? I'm going to let him too. Douglas.
Yeah, what I, yeah.
So like,
Sorry, Ariane.
well, we know Michelle's been
Douglas.
through the ringer, so she wound up where she's at. We know you've
Oh,
been through the
shut
ringer.
up, you. Shut up,
Yeah,
you.
what I find strange is, because I grew up in a different time and a different era, and these are all young ladies who like go to college, and I just see that there's been a retro, like stepping backwards in abilities to socialize. I just see that they are behind,
Well,
One
I
lady
take it
is
they're probably
missing.
buried in their cell phones.
My
Exactly.
great.
That's it. That's it. So that's all.
Well, that's probably a plus. That way they're not intent on killing you.
Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. So tell us, Mark. Tell us about the 20 guys you live with in the prison barracks or wherever, what the fuck you've gotten into. Jesus Christ.
I have one towel. No, I'm just joking.
I love that. Yeah, they
Douglas,
use
you
that
are a
to
brat.
wedgie each other. They use that to
You are
wedgie
such
each
a
other.
brat.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. That's insane. I mean, that's incredible. If you share that and you can be okay with that, I'd probably kill somebody first night.
Yeah.
That's like the Golden Girls Deluxe right there.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark.
Yes.
Douglas?
Yes, honey. Yes, I know. You chastise me. I should imagine a better scenario for you. Yes, I know. Oh my God.
I'll go with that Golden
right
Girls
now,
route.
right now, I'm thinking you should even think better of me. I have no words for you,
honey,
right? Well, I
Miss Salzano, he's just picking on you. It's like his way of giving you a flower. You know,
Yes,
come on.
there we are.
Well, he is my brother. I understand the brother sister dynamic that we have where we pick on each other. But let me tell you right now, I'm not wasting my words or my breath on you right now. But that's where I am with you.
Oh, you know, you got to pick up Brooks' slack somehow. You know.
Yes.
Oh no, he earned with me. He earned it.
What was she bitching about today?
Brooke?
Yeah.
Well, something odd did happen. You were all talking
or...
about the different things going on in your computers. What happened was I was unfriended on Facebook by Brooke.
Isn't that great?
She swears she did not do that. And I don't know.
She was drinking again, wasn't she?
You know, all I can say is that we're friends again now. But I certainly didn't unfriend us. So somebody got into our accounts and unfriended the two of us, which tells you that, you know, we're targeted in that sense.
I think she got drunk and just unfriended you, to be honest.
I can buy that too. But she swears. I'm just telling you what she said. She swears up and down.
She swears she's sober too.
Hopefully she'll be on at some point to respond to you, because I know that her response will be much sharper, much more acerbic, that acid wit and commentary. Michelle has her own level of that. Like she said, she just doesn't have the energy level to really go at it full swing right now. But oh my God,
Doug, like Brooke could be out cold, passed out, sleeping, you know, getting some rest, and I swear, her mind's eye will pick up on Ian talking shit about her. She'll just jump the fuck on the call.
Yeah.
She'll jump right on there.
I swear, you're right.
She's got him on speed dial, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I got that feeling. Yeah, I know. That's the kind of feeling I get. It's definitely what it is. So, but oh my God, both of you dear ladies, living in these group homes, it's just, you know, I'm so glad both of you have adapted. Our lady, Ariana is still adapting. Michelle, however, is very adapted to where she's at, in general, kind of. I mean, we'll talk about what makes her angry later, maybe Sunday. Then we'll get an earful then. Yeah. So Mark, you just like go home into your single unit dwelling and kick your feet up on the ottoman, or what? Your situation, I take it, anything you're willing to describe? I mean, we all know Ian's. I mean, we see Ian's on the camera and we still can't believe what we fucking see. It's like neon lined couches and shit. I mean, you'd think his furniture was some kind of Christmas tree or something. He doesn't really sleep in a room like that. He just goes into this hypnagogic state under various repetitive blinking lights, kind of like a self-mind control.
Oh, Doug, no, you see what I did today? Oh yeah, I redid the lights on the couch.
Oh shit! It's like,
here, hold
on. It's like, oh God, he might show us. It's like, so what does this do? It's like when you sit your butt down on it, it screams help, right?
Oh, look, it's so much more sexier. It's so much more sexier.
It forms an SOS whenever he lies down on the couch. Yes.
Hold
on. He's getting ready to turn the camera on. He's got to get dressed first. What he's doing right now is getting his clothes back on.
He looks like he's got the hookup over there. He's got like stereos.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right, cool. Here, check out what I did. Hold on. Okay. Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get a flash of penis now. That's it's his head, but it's damn you scary. Okay, so what are you showing us?
How do you flip the screen on here?
I have no idea.
There should be like a screen flipper.
Okay.
Shit, they're not. It's not share screen.
Is this like one of those technologies where then our screen begins to be a camera that you see us with, or?
This is terrible. How do you flip this thing? Hold call, invite people, allow, share screen. Oh fuck. Anyway, here
I'll just turn. Thought of shaving? I mean, like you don't really grow a beard.
But no, I've shaved recently. Okay, here we go. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, here it is. Hold on. I want to set it up. Okay. That's the couch, right?
Okay.
Watch this.
Yeah. Okay. Oh wow. Oh wow. This is the closest he's ever going to get to a halo. He's got a halo that shines out of the crack of his ass. This is incredible.
I took off the bottom lights, and now I got the top lights, and then I finished my here, hold on. I finished here. Check out. Yeah, I finished my little AI setup. All right, here. I don't know if you can see it or not, but yeah. So check this out.
All right. Wow.
So I got all this, and it just slides in and out, and then I put lights underneath it.
Okay, so do you remember that horror film, The Phantom of the Paradise, which was the rock and roll version of The Phantom of the Opera? This is kind of that on a budget.
I've never seen it.
So you record music, do you, Ian?
Yeah. It's on all my songs are on all my links or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. I want to check them out.
So send her some. Send her some of this music.
What do you want to hear? What's your style do you like?
You play different styles? Like classical, there's nights when you do classical, and then there's nights that you do folk.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Especially when I get broken up with. Yeah. All folk songs.
Oh my God! Well, just send all like a medley to her, like a different like a selection, like those cereal boxes where you'd get the different types of cereals, the little tiny cereal boxes, all in a single pack. Send her like that, something that crosses the spectrum. Then we'll see if all those Mexican chicks she's living with finally kill her. They'll be coming in all at once. Yeah, they'll just break into the room with their knives. She'll find out what kind of blades they've been hiding. Yeah. Oh my fucking God.
So yeah, that's what's going on. I mean, for me, I don't mind being in a house where there's other people because in the past I've suffered from depression. I've been hospitalized a couple times for it, and I've gone through dark moments in my life where I was tempted to take my life. So when there's people in the house, I don't feel so like lonely. So I might complain about them, like by saying that they don't talk to me and stuff like that. But at least I know that there's people in the house. And you're right, Douglas, that probably eventually they'll warm up to me. And there's one lady who has warmed up to me. And she's a sweet lady, and we've done some activities together and stuff like that. So I kind of prefer to be in a house with people rather than be by myself. That's just my own personal preference.
Wow. Okay. And so there's some that are they all college girls or some of them are not, a little bit older perhaps?
One lady, she's a college student, but she has her either boyfriend or husband. She's got her 5-year-old daughter. So she's older and she's training to be a veterinarian. And it's interesting.
Her 5-year-old daughter lives there?
No, they just come and visit because this is only supposed to be a house where it's ladies.
Right.
Yeah, so they come and visit though, like right before. She spends every weekend over there with them, but they come and visit her like on Friday, and then they all leave on Friday. So they spend some time here, visiting before they leave to their house. She's the one who's nice to me. She's the older one, but yeah. So the other ladies just seem so young, and so it's okay. I just let them, yes. One lady who was very shy, she's finally says hi to me. So I think you're right. With time, they'll warm up and it should be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. Just make sure you keep that cleaver hidden and none of them see that, and things should go smoothly.
And the rubber mallet.
Yeah. And Ian West placed into the text box here. Can you see that, honey? You can download that. Yeah, that's Ian West. So look, so that is like a selection of all your stuff, right?
Right.
She can access all your stuff from there, right, Ian?
Yeah. What's left of it? Yeah, what's left of everything?
What's left of it? What happened?
Well, the first two albums got lost in Santa Barbara on some PlayStation 1 memory cards.
Jesus.
The third and fourth album were destroyed on a computer in Santa Barbara. Okay. And just recently, the new album, the entire thing, I accidentally formatted over it, and I lost the whole album after we were just getting down to the mix, the mixing process.
Yeah. That's just got to be devastating.
Yeah, especially because I paid all the copyrights and publishing and all the music fucking fees, and I lose everything.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This is
$100.
What did you say? How many $100?
900.
Good God. I'm
really sorry to hear that. Yikes.
Yeah. Oh, that's but I'm glad that you've got this music activity. And before we turn towards Mark again, so Carmela, like I take it that she's on mute. I take it, honey, that sometimes the way you spoke or described it, like you said, the night that you got very passionate with your subject, and the landlord came and said you woke everybody up. That's why I had this image of you all, separated by hospital curtains or something, but we're all sleeping in bunks in the same big room or some shit like that. It's like, your situation, these are men and women living together?
Yes.
Wow. And how, wow. I mean, it's like, sharing the same bath and kitchen?
Yeah, it's possible.
Damn, that doesn't make it that doesn't make it tolerable. Holy hell.
Dude, Michelle is fucking fearless.
Yes.
Fearless, you can just tell.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we know that. Yeah, oh my God. So I'm there you go. I don't know what to say. What happens? Don't some of these people develop romances, or some of these people go at each other's throats, or it's got to be some drama.
Sure, it's all the above.
Yeah.
It's very little, actually. Very little. And what it is, it's quickly taken care of. But yeah, I've had a couple people form crushes on me, but that's also where I met the one man that I was dating last year. Not in this system, but in another Airbnb. It used to be called boarding houses.
Or like halfway houses.
Like, no, halfway houses are
between a house or a shelter and your own house, right?
No.
But by the way, just so you know, Ariana, I don't know if you knew this, but back in the day when I asked my dad what a halfway house is, and he explained it. It's basically a rehabilitation center.
Oh yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Yes, I've been in a halfway house.
Well, I'm not, and I have never been.
And I've been in homeless shelters.
Oh my God, it's just, I'm so sad to hear this about both of you. Oh my God, so
Douglas. Douglas.
Yeah, honey.
This is a boarding house, like when they turn Victorian houses into places to stay.
Yeah, like you said, an Airbnb. Yeah.
Or the closest thing that people can relate to nowadays is like Forrest Gump.
Right, like a boarding house. Yeah, you're right.
I've been in
one of those too. Because then I got my Section 8. I had to stay there for 11 months, and I did, and that qualified me for a Section 8 voucher so that I could get my own apartment. So that I did have that experience about 6-7 years ago. Yeah.
Wow. Holy shit. Okay. So Mark, tell us, feeling better about your life? I mean, things must seem easy now, whatever problems you've had. You go home and it's your home,
Yeah,
right?
must be cheered up now.
No, it really is. I mean, everything puts in that perspective. I mean, it's everyone's got their own little thing, and that's part of the best part of life for me is literally everything. I think I spoke about it a few times before. Is just when you appreciate every little last moment and everything, that's when you get reminded of how wonderful what we're in is and it gives you that boost. So yeah, I mean, I try to do that anyway, not just compare or anything like that, but that's hearing things like this, of course. Yeah, I mean that's not easy. That's not easy at all, and I'm
Yeah.
extremely grateful for whatever I've been given and have.
Yeah.
100%.
It's like you never dream it will happen to you. That's my situation. I never dreamt in my wildest dreams that these things would happen to me. But it's just interesting how other people's poor choices, can have repercussions on the lives of other people. And that's what happened with me. I was married, and he just, his behavior was, I was unable to stay there. And so that's when just things went downhill for me because I had a health condition that did not allow me to work. And I had no place to go and all that sort of stuff. So that's how it ended up, that I ended up like that. And it was extremely scary at first. I thought the fear alone was going to kill me. And then I thought, well, I looked around. It was in Santa Barbara, as a matter of fact, and I looked around and I saw other homeless people, and I thought, well, God has been keeping them alive, so, I'm sure God will do the same for me. And I asked that of God as I understand God, and that really helped. It really calmed me because I was very afraid. Yeah, at first, started, yeah. But
Well,
it was, in a
thank you.
way, it was a better situation than where I was when I was married. So, the fact that I survived it definitely helped to increase my faith in God and draw me closer to God as I understand God. And that's what my YouTube channel is about. It talks about God a lot and stuff like that.
So when Michelle Carmela Saldana, when Carmela was talking about her husband and all the crap he was pulling in Mexico, your husband, was he abusive on any level like that or physically?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
Yes,
shit.
yes, my life was in danger, and I had to make a choice. I could stay and maybe not survive, or I could leave. And at the time that I left, my back was in such a bad way that I could hardly walk. And so that's why I ended up the way I did, because I was unable to work at that time. And I was in a new town, new state, didn't really know people, and I ended up like that. But then that's when I learned that there is help available, like through the Health and Human Services department, and it really inspired me, so much so that I studied it later. I got my associates in Health and Human Services,
Great.
and was helping people before and after I got my degree. The elderly and the mentally handicapped, I chose those communities. But when you study Health and Human Services, you can choose whatever community you wish to work with. It could be the elderly, the mentally handicapped. It can be the poor, maybe coming from other countries. It could be people with mental illness. It can be people with drug addictions. There are other groups as well that I'm not remembering right now, but yeah, they train you and teach you all these sorts of things, when when you go to get your associate's degree in that topic. Yeah, so that's what I chose. And I was helping people before and after in that same way. Uh, with the elderly and the mentally handicapped. I had been helping them off and on for years, working in other words, in these environments. And
Wow.
that's
really awesome.
and it's been a while since I mean, well, I kind of had a recent bout of homelessness when I was in Florida, but prior to that, it was years. I had not been in that situation for a while, so that was good because it takes time to bounce back mentally, emotionally. When you go through something so drastic like that, it can take a long time. In fact, I remember meeting other homeless people, and they finally got housed. Their problems were usually mental illness and drug addiction. And it was interesting to note that when they finally got housed, so many of them died because they could not make the change from being homeless to being housed again. It does that much of a number on a person's head when they become homeless. So when you see somebody out there who's homeless, I mean, now I have a very different perspective on that topic whatsoever. I am completely, because I used to get like nervous and angry if people would rush into my car at a red light to like clean my windows, and I'd get so angry and irritated about homeless people, or I'd be very afraid if I was riding the train late at night. I'd be so afraid. And, it's still good to always practice caution and keep your distance and stuff like that. But now I have such a different viewpoint about homeless people. So, like, when you see homeless people, you can understand now that this is like when a person is pushed over the edge and they're in an experience that's beyond what they can. You can pretty much look at just about everybody who's homeless. That's pretty much the state of mind that they're in at the time, because nobody wants homeless, So everybody has a story as to why and how they ended up that way. The more you get to know people, that are in that condition, I believe that your compassion for them will increase, as did mine very much. It changed.
Wow.
And then I have so many stories about my experiences with people who are in that condition and different people who I've met. Talk about if I felt sorry for myself. My troubles didn't happen until after I had been married for 21 years to the man who I was married to. That's when my troubles started. But a lot of people who are homeless, their troubles start from a very young age, like, like stories that we listen to. Michelle, there's a lot of people out there who have experienced these sorts of things, and from a very young age, just difficult things that are so difficult mentally to handle, and they've survived. Like Michelle has survived, and I admire that very much, Michelle, and I have a lot of respect for you and a lot of love for.
You said the husband you were married to for like 21 years, and then your problem started? Like, what did his behavior just suddenly flip over a period?
Well, yeah, no, they were there. The problems were always there, but his choices that he made over the years drove him to be like more crazy, until it was a totally different person that compared to the person who I married. Yeah. So, yeah, he would threaten to kill me in my sleep. It was just weird shit,
Jesus.
So I'm like that comedian. She was just like, I don't think he likes you anymore, because she was doing a story about, the man was downstairs sharpening knives in the basement.
Yeah.
I wish I could remember the name of that comedian. She was so funny, and she was telling stories about how I think it's time that you should go.
She was probably
So I
murdered by
laugh
her
about it
husband.
now, but yeah, it got to that point where it was. I definitely did not feel safe there anymore, and it just so happened that all of it came crashing down in the sense of my health. That I wasn't able to walk, therefore I was not able to work. Things like that. It all kind of happened at once. But I'm past it now. In the sense that My back is a bit better, and I've been able to work, and I've been housed for a large portion of the past 10 years. So I feel like healing mentally, emotionally has been taking place. It does take some time, and
Well, let's let Mark say goodnight. Mark's going to go for the day. So, Mark, do say good day to everyone, okay?
Okay.
Yes, everyone have a great day. Thank you very much for talking, and it was great to speak with everyone tonight.
All righty. You too, Mark. You too.
You
Nice
too.
to meet
Take care
you.
now. God bless. Bye bye.
Yeah,
God bless.
You too.
Yeah, and you have a great day. Thank you.
Yeah, bye, Mark. Sorry, buddy. I was off mute. My bad.
That was really cute. What the hell was that? He was like, it sounds like he was in the bathroom and he took the toilet paper roll and he's talking through it. That's the image that comes to my mind. It's kind of like Roger Rabbit. You never know where Ian West is coming from. So
What, is it echoing?
what?
Is it echoing?
Dude, it sounds like you're in a fucking, I can't describe it, a tin can somewhere out at sea or something. It's, yeah. Like you're
How
talking
about
through
now?
a Dixie
Is
cup
that
and a
okay?
string. Yeah.
Oh.
Better now. Yeah, what the fuck was that?
All right. Sorry about that. How about that? Is that better?
Yes, much
Sorry
better.
about
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So,
that.
okay.
I know it's tough.
What?
Nothing. Just fucking with you.
Yes, so he's been keeping us up to date on various things that his affiliates have been purportedly destroying. Our man Ian has been giving us lists of places that have blown up or something like that. What is this?
Yeah, that's a list of all the dumbs in most of the dumbs in California.
Okay.
It's an incomplete list, but I didn't know if you've been to any of them or knew of anything.
Right. Is it just me or is it like I didn't mention this because I figured it was just, she's in Mexico. She might be on a cell phone or I don't know with It Comes Ariana, but now Ian's doing it too. They're all kind of fading in and out when they're talking.
Oh, right. He might be on a cell phone.
No, I know what it is. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's like a noise compensation effect that they have in Skype.
Oh, is it really?
Turn it
Jesus
off.
Christ.
Yeah. It's
Well,
in
it
Skype.
sucks.
Skype.
It sucks ass.
All right, hold on. 1 second.
Yeah.
So sorry.
So we all have to bear that in mind. And yeah, I didn't say anything with Ariana because I thought it was unique to her situation. But thankfully, Ian's helping us realize that this is actually a Skype issue.
Yeah,
So-
if you go to settings and you click audio, I guess you hit general here. No, not general. Where's it on the goddamn phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have like an audio tab on your phone somewhere, and it'll tell you you can adjust the noise level.
Okay.
And I'm not seeing it. Shit.
Yeah.
But anyway, how's your week, Doug? What did you do? What did you do?
Oh, just so people understand, so they have a better idea of just how busy I am for future reference. Let me do the screen share here. So here we are, share screen. And Michelle, you there, honey? Okay, let's see if she's able to respond. So basically, here's the calendar, just so people understand.
Wow.
Basically,
Calendar, eh?
yeah, the Hanami, the flower viewing season, was peaking in some parts of Japan, but the 56th annual Northern California Hanami Festival, the Cherry Blossom Viewing Festival, was this weekend and next weekend, meaning this last weekend and the coming weekend. We had National Siblings Day, Easter Sunday, but the Eastern Orthodox Easter Sunday, Good Friday and Easter Sunday is basically tomorrow is Good Friday in the Julian calendrical system, meaning the Eastern Byzantine Orthodox Christian calendar is going to be tomorrow's Good Friday, and this will be Easter Sunday for the Eastern liturgical churches. So I will be involved with that along with the 56th annual Northern California Cherry Blossom Festival Grand Parade and cosplay show that will be on the weekend. And then we've got the Patriots Day commemorations begin on the 17th. I have a dental appointment on the 18th. April 19th is Patriots Day. Now, for all of you, raise your hands if you can tell me what Patriots Day is. Next day after that is Hitler Day, Hitler's birthday. So my biological sire's birthday. So with Patriots Day, who can tell me?
I failed. I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, it could mean so many things because a patriot is a patriot, but you may have
just so everybody knows, this is the birthday for Brooke Gibson's son, whose name I completely fucking forget. But Brooke Gibson's son was born on this day, and then I explained to her what this day was, and she wanted, I forgot what it was. She wanted to make sure her son wasn't born on Hitler Day, and wanted to make sure he wasn't born on the 18th for some reason.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
She gave birth to him on the 19th, and then I told her what the 19th was, and that sent her spinning. But just so people know, April 19th in 1775 was the shot heard around the world. That was Lexington and Concord, the first shots that started the American Revolution. But it just goes downhill from there. That was bad enough. Every revolution in the world, in one way or another, traces back to those shots. From that point forward, it was pretty much the age of revolution. But in terms of that day is also the day for the Ruby Ridge massacre of the family at Ruby Ridge. And that is also the day of the Waco massacre of the people at Waco. It is also the day of the Oklahoma City bombing in retaliation.
Yes, I was listening to you, Douglas, one of your videos, either today or yesterday, and you were mentioning that, and I thought, wow, what are the odds, unless it was on purpose, right?
Yes. And of course, my biological father's birthday was the day of the Columbine massacre. So these are clustered for a reason. They conducted the Columbine massacre specifically because it was Hitler's birthday. When it came to the Ruby Ridge, Waco, and Oklahoma City bombings, this is all, of course, part of their plan of basically it's kind of an occult holiday, deeply satanic. This is why the shots fired that were heard around the world took place that day, because the original founding fathers were all deeply satanic. So understand that much about the American Revolution, and you begin to understand a lot more. Don't forget, that was also the day that Franklin Delano Roosevelt took America off the gold standard.
That was when you were mentioning that.
Yes, stole all of America's gold, demanded
and then convinced the people to give them their gold.
Yes, that's right. You must have been listening to a really old episode.
I was. I want to listen to them all, so that's what I was doing. I was just listening to one today.
There you are.
Or I was listening to several over the past several days. Yeah.
Yes, there you are. And then I see, of all people, a Dr. Epstein on Good Friday for my sinuses. Yeah. And so then on the 29th, this is when the Golden Week begins. This is Japan's version of the Asian Lunar New Year, effectively. This is basically the Spring Festival. So it's called the Golden Week in Japan. It transitions April into, what is it? What comes after April? May. And so first will be the Emperor Showa's birthday, Emperor Hirohito's birthday, which is a national holiday. And like I said, Japan's been around 6,000 years. Whichever emperor is in power, their birthday is a holiday, but Emperor Hirohito is the only emperor out of all the emperors who gets a permanent holiday for eternity because he won World War II. And then, of course, then after that, you get the Constitution Memorial Day. Fuck, no wonder I don't remember it. And then after that is the Greenery Day, which is Japan's version of Arbor Day, the environmental day for their ecologists. And then after that is Children's Day. And Japan used to have a Boys' Day and a Girls' Day. The Girls' Day came first and then a Boys' Day. Then they put them together as Children's Day, which I dislike. And so this all takes place in a single week's period of time. So Japan's Golden Week. So I'm going to be very busy. Now, for those of you who don't understand, who don't get it, are just completely haven't known my story, just to explain basically to our lady Ariana here, you
Yes.
must know by now that I'm a quarter vampire, and so I take advantage of these holidays to visit my son and drink blood at the estate of the harem of boys that are kept by his husband for blood transfusions. So if none of that makes any
Ah.
sense to you, or that was too much information at once, just let me know.
Well, no, I remember I was listening to one of your podcasts or whatever they're called, the transmission, and from a while back, and you were saying that you were out in the sun too much,
Yeah.
and after about 3 days, that's when you were not feeling well, but you were like talking and you were dry heaving, and people must have thought you were coughing or something. I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. So just so you understand, I am vulnerable to sun sickness when I'm exposed to the sun for too long. Now, when it comes to my primary difference between myself and a true vampire would be vampires actually prefer the cold, whereas it flipped to the other direction, and I'm like a lizard that doesn't produce its own body heat, so I need constant external sources of heat. So when it comes to
Huh.
the situation with the Blood Boys, you're familiar. Maybe you've heard me on different episodes talk about the Silicon Valley moguls and parabiosis.
No, I'll have to be looking out for that one.
Okay, well, it's different episodes, but just so you know, the Peter Thiel got caught, so to speak, and exposed for being gay. He was outed, and it turned out, of course, that it was much more complicated than that. It was that, but it's also a bit more complicated than that. Basically, he's very, very interested in young people's blood. And so he was the first to be kind of outed and identified in that sense. But it's common throughout Silicon Valley in that the parabiosis is very real. A great example of this, just so people understand who haven't heard this before, as quickly as possible so they understand it. Parabiosis is the fact that when a athlete at peak condition wants to avoid using steroids, but wants performance enhancement, then what they do is they take their own blood at peak condition and they put it in refrigeration. They store their own blood for quote unquote emergency use. And before any major sports event that they engage in, they simply transfuse that blood back into themselves and they get an
Wow.
enormous boost in performance. Now, this you can do in front of the judges and laugh at them, and they can do absolutely nothing about it. It's your own blood. But it has an organic stimulant effect that other people take steroids or synthetic hormonal drugs and
Wow.
various things for. You don't need to do any of that. You just make certain you train yourself, and at your best, when you're in your best state of health, you draw blood and make certain you store it. And you do this every time you're at your best state. And that way you've got plenty of pints of blood saved up. And then whether it's professional or Olympic sports, you can transfuse it back to yourself in front of the judges and enhance your performance, and there's nothing they can do about it. It's completely legal. So
Isn't that
parabiosis has been,
something?
yeah? What's that?
Yeah, I never heard of that.
Okay. So parabiosis is used by those who can afford it. What they've discovered is that the younger the blood, the better from people in good health. You take it, and you have to have the same blood type, of course, and preferably the same gender. Then what happens is you basically enhance, you rejuvenate yourself. It has a rejuvenative effect. Of course, you've got to be doing this more and more constantly as you get older and as you get more and more basically kind of addicted to it or kind of dependent on it. And so the Silicon Valley crowd, the moguls, the elite, they effectively, in the majority, it is the norm for them to have transfusion affiliates. And a transfusion affiliate is young people of the same gender who they take blood from. Now, obviously, when the wealthier you are, the more you can afford a selection because you don't want to overdrain one person. You can really
Right.
safely only take a pint from somebody, really, just to be safe and to be
A
cautious
week,
about it.
right?
I'm sorry?
A week?
Approximately, but
Yeah.
obviously, no one, your average person, is not going to need a blood transfusion a week. Some people might do that. Some people do get to that point, and where at that point it's kind of an addiction. You're getting high off it, and you're basically so. This is essentially where everyone eventually heads, really, to tell you the truth. So the Silicon Valley moguls maintain harems of young boys that they adopt, and they raise them, give them education through homeschooling, tutors. They hire tutors, and that way the reason they have to adopt them is because you want to keep them in a environment where you can make certain they're not going to get sexually transmitted diseases.
Yeah, contaminated.
Yes, contaminated with drugs. So
Yeah.
you keep them at home. So you adopt them, you monitor them. In exchange, you give them an education. And it's a best deal for everybody involved. Most of these young boys who are adopted, so people understand this being the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region, most of these young boys adopted because most of the moguls of the Silicon Valley are almost exclusively, effectively 100% male. There's very few females in that level of income and who get that opportunity to enrich themselves. It's a very sexist environment. They don't want estrogen from females. So they take young boys who are runaways, or parents kick them out of homes. These are usually young gay men. They otherwise would be left with prostituting themselves. So instead, they're allowed to live in a clean environment. They are provided an education, given a start in life, and all the benefits that help them basically have a future. But in return, they do give their blood. And so I take advantage of every holiday, thanks to my son having married this man, and who we met through my having done security for the man in the past. Now, I have to barter in exchange. I teach these young boys, I tutor them history. So I am the history tutor. He hires other people to teach math. I couldn't do that. He hires other people to teach science and other elements, but I teach history. So I teach this, and in exchange for that, I have access to their blood during the holidays. So thanks to the fact that I'm half Chinese and half Japanese, and I can't give the background of my benefactor in this regard, but rest assured he honors the Asian holidays and respects them. So during the Asian holidays, both Chinese and Japanese, I go to the estate, as well as the Eastern Orthodox holidays, as well as the Western holidays. So I take advantage of all the holidays that I can to have access to blood. So without that, truly, I would be like I was at the time that I was taking care of my parents for 10 years. I was completely malnourished and almost died. So that was a horrible time, horrible period. And effectively, sometimes I had to literally ambush people and take their blood involuntarily at times like that. So that's not something I ever want to have to do again. So when it comes to what I'm doing now, a much better situation, much more tenable. My mother thrived off hunting in the wild. So she was half vampire, while I'm just a quarter. And the term is dampfire, and you can look this term up. It's a very real term. It's been around historically for thousands of years. And the term for a half-breed vampire is dampfire, Dampire is one spelling. The more proper spelling would be Dhamphyr, but you probably won't find it. But dampfire instead of vampire, Dham, and then the vampire word, essentially. So dampfire.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're explaining it to me. This arrangement, the way it's happening at this point in time in your life, is definitely a good way. I mean, I see it as humane because I know that what they recommend for older people is to donate blood, because it helps their body to kick in to make more blood, and it actually helps older people to be stronger and healthier. I don't know if you've heard about that, but
that's
yeah,
based on the old philosophy of bleeding. You remember the old philosophy was bleeding people.
Bloodletting, or
bloodletting. They would, they simply called it bleeding back in the day, but bloodletting was another. It was just people would get rid of excess toxics by bleeding themselves. So this is something which may help the elderly, but what would really help them would be if they donated blood and then received a transfusion. You see, that's actually how many of the millionaires work it. But there's a side effect. You see, here's the difference. I drink the
Wow.
blood. And because I drink
Yeah.
it straight, I digest it,
Oh,
which means I don't get any side effects other than I nourish
wow.
myself. But with
Wow.
the multimillionaires and billionaires who are taking it by transfusion, what happens is they're impacted by the blood they take in. So this is not superstition. This is not some kind of hypotheses. This really happens. You're dealing with young, runaway, gay boys who, well, it's genetic. And you get it by blood transfusion. You keep taking it from these young lads for a long enough time. Overwhelmingly, the Silicon Valley elite are gay because of these blood transfusions. They turn gay through these
Oh,
blood
interesting.
transfusions.
It like has some sort of an effect. Like, in other words, I've heard some things about blood that has been discovered recently, but I'm not remembering exactly what I had heard. So, but it does have to do with it does more. Blood does more than what was believed before, something like that. So this
Well,
might be
you
an
can just look
example
up
of that.
Korean personality blood types. Look up Korean blood types. The Koreans pioneered the fact that blood types produce a different personality. So just look up.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Japanese as well.
Yeah.
They will, like, if they're going to go date somebody, they might want to know what their blood type is.
Yes.
And that there's personalities that go along with that. And
Yes.
it is interesting how they do have similarities. Like, I checked my blood type with it, and I was just like, oh, really? Yeah, yes. So I was surprised. And then when they described the other blood types, I was like, nope, that's not me. Nope, that's not me. Nope, that's not me. So I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. So now you have kind of a better understanding of why these holidays are so important to me. As a matter of fact, what I
Okay.
can do is kind of email you maybe some of the teaching
Oh,
tools that
thank
I
you so
use
much.
for the young lads. This is something that I could send to Ian too. Ian, are you afraid to
Yeah,
give
yeah,
your
send it to me.
email publicly?
Yeah. It says ernieballsuperslinky@gmail.com. I'll text
All
it to you.
Why
right.
am I not surprised? Okay, is it Ernie Ball Super Slinky? Holy fucking shit. Why don't you just call it Sex Monster Big Balls or something like that? Ernie Balls Super Slink. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like I feel violated. I feel violated.
I was late to the whole Google thing. Everybody took the Ians and the Wests before I could get there, so I was pretty much, left to my own devices.
Oh my God, yeah, that's it's well, you did well. One thing, you can't forget this shit, or actually you kind of can. It's so Ernie Ball Super Slinky. Let me type this out because I can't cut and paste this shit. Slinky on slinky at gmail.com. Gmail.com. Okay, Ernie. Why Ernie for? Is that your real name?
No, those are my favorite guitar strings.
Oh, what the guitar strings have names?
Yeah.
And what are these latest images? Is this supposed to be Unterland?
No, this is some new. These are some new tunnel, real tunnel pics that I scored this week. This is just the new shit. Wanted to put it in there for you guys.
Thank you. It's eye candy. It's eye candy. Is what it is. Yes.
Yeah.
So let me put this and Michelle Carmela
it's like,
Sultana. Do I have her email? I can't remember. No.
I'll type it for you.
Yeah, type it here for me, and then I'll have to retype it so I can send it to you too. Some of the teaching. So here's Ernie Ball. Oh God, his face comes up. It's so scary. You just automatically you shudder. Okay, so let me see now. What was the one again where I was emailing Ariana? What's your email begin with?
Are you talking to me,
Yeah.
Sir Douglas?
Yes.
No, the other Ariana.
You want to know what my email addresses?
No, I know it, but I forgot. Just give me the first letter, first 2 or 3 letters.
AI?
Okay, I'll find it that way. But right now I'm typing in once upon. Oh.
Oh.
Well, we know our website. Yeah, come on, everybody knows it. It's yeah. So there you go. So there we have that, and making certain that I got it. Yeah, there we are. And then let me lower the screen again, and then let me look up. Why doesn't this go in? Oh, at gmail.com. That's right. Yeah, here we are at gmail.com. Oh, you got Gmail, right, honey? Yeah, that's
yes.
it. She's got Gmail. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So AI. Okay, there we are. Okay, got it. Okay, then Nancy Toulouse comes up.
Yeah.
Okay. So
that's my Nancy Toulouse one, and then I have an Ariana one, but right now I'm not using that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so let me do these attachments, and these are, of course, very dear to me. I have these actual charts so that people understand the screens. Now, some of you may not be able to. There's so much information in these charts. By that I mean there's so much data, so much pixelation, so much megabytes.
Details.
Megabytes of information. Yeah, you may not be able to open it. So if you have problems opening it, then you'll just have to look it up and find it online, and you'll find it. I mean, it's out there, but it's one of those things that it takes some work. And actually, I can start having you all help me find some further examples of these charts out there that that exist, that I've been looking for. And,
yeah, send them my way.
Yeah, and
yeah.
So
I mean, if you would like to email that to me as well, just say, hey, can you help me with this search, that search, whichever other search, and maybe between Ian and me, we can find something that you have not found yet. I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't guarantee.
I'll do that. Yeah, I'll introduce you to the topic first by just sending these to you, the 3 basic ones that were originally produced by this brilliant individual who they've done everything they can to character assassinate this person because they hate the work that he did.
Wow.
And of course, let me see if I can find the third one here, the histomap of religion. And this is like 3 of the basic tools that I use, but let me see now. In the meantime, how about you can provide some background noise, burn bandwidth while I look for this.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear one of Ian's songs, if that's okay. I don't know.
So long as it doesn't get us a copyright strike.
You got me. You stole it from me. You got me. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. You beat me to it. That was so good.
All right. Yeah. No, I would love to hear it. Yeah.
All right. Here, I'll play you the folky one. I was rubbing my pussy hard this night. I was rubbing it so hard, It almost bled. I was rubbing it so hard when I wrote this one.
He's so romantic. It's just like
thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess that means it's a good one, huh?
Yeah, I was very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. Or do you want me to play you like my #1 hit song?
Yeah.
I'll play you my #1.
Go with the song that you think is going to be the best, because I'm a songwriter too, and I learned that when you present your song or shop your song, you're supposed to go with the one you think is the best. Yeah.
Shit. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Well, I'll just play the new shit that's going to be on the new album. All right. Here we go. Oh, I forgot I got to do the share screen shit. Hold on. My bad. Hold on. I forgot I got to do this. God damn it. Okay. Hold on.
Then he swears. That's a big part of his act.
I'm terrible. I know.
It's an essential part of his act. It's like Brooks said, when you call him up, the first thing you hear is, fuck, shit, son of a bitch, goddamn asshole.
People dislike me because I am not completely like them.
And in what way are you different?
I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do.
Okay, it's in your email box now.
Good. Say it again.
Hey,
Well,
you
keep
stopped
going.
it.
You stopped it.
I was just kidding.
When I look into the sky, I see it all go by. Tomorrow's gray. Wish it all fade away. The night begins. Goodbye, my friend.
Now, this is just the demo. This is just the demo, you know.
All right.
Tomorrow's gonna change, and no one seems the same. And if this was a game, I'll always love you. So kiss.
So yeah, that's just like a little thing of it. I'm not done with it yet. That's one of the tracks I got lost when the hard drive crashed.
Wow. And
Yeah.
so it's like in terms of you know that, what else do you have? That's
Here's one that's done. Here's one that's done. All it's pretty and polished. It's got all of its makeup on it. I just gotta find it.
And I'm thinking I'd like to hear the lyrics.
Okay, yeah, you'll get to hear it. Yeah, here. Hold on. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, the volume. Shit.
Throw this away again, so we cannot pretend I'll never see you again. So this is how things end. And you chewed me up and spit me out like you've done a million times before. And I guess that's why I took your things and threw them out my door. Throw this away again, so we cannot pretend that maybe we would never end. Oh, look, I lost my sweetest friend. As you chewed me up and spit me out like you did a million times before. And I guess that's why I took your things and threw them out the door.
Well, thank you.
But yeah, that's the only song that got saved from the new album.
We're definitely.
I liked it, Idiot. It was good.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, that's
Sounds
the only.
it's
That's
very
the only one I got
melodic,
saved.
very nice.
Yeah, I was trying to go for that campfire, gather around kind of
Yeah,
vibe,
it's
you know?
nice. I like that.
Like,
I like the soothing feeling of it.
Yes. Thank you.
yeah, I used to write all like the hardcore techno shit back in the days, but as I got older, I was just like, I don't want to be a DJ anymore, you know? So I just went back to the folk.
So, thank you. And so what I did was I sent all three of you 2 emails. One of them, the maps might be more accessible if the other ones are not. What you might have to do is download them, and then you should be able to enlarge them. If you can't enlarge them just by opening them, you'd have to download it first and then enlarge it. Also sent the image of the man who created them, John Sparks, who, like I said, was someone who is vilified in today's world for whatever people even know of him. They tend to vilify him because they feel that, of course, his charts are racist, but of course, it's complete and utter bullshit. If you take a look at his charts and you have any questions, you can ask myself. Obviously, he's no longer around to answer the questions. But as you get to take a look at these charts, I'll explain some of the historical background behind them as time goes on, and then maybe Ian and our dear friends Michelle and Ariana can help me find some of these other versions of the charts that I'm looking for, because there's some examples out there floating around that were variants on these that are just harder to find. Yeah, but these are the primary basic tools that I use for teaching history. There's others, of course, but these are basically the foundation, really, the 3-legged stool on which my teachings tend to stand. So aside from that, let's take a look at the time we have remaining. We have 2 hours left. I should, Peter Jansen says, well, this was a fun listen. Have a great day. He's taking off just before I go into monologue. So I'll start the monologue. What we'll count on is Joe Tai staying asleep. That way I can maintain the call, and that gives me a way to monitor the quality of sound. Just so people know, it's always good to be on call rather than just working with a microphone, because the Skype tells me when the computer stops registering the microphone as existing or rejects the microphone, so to speak. It's kind of iffy with these microphones, and the computer glitches and at times rejects the microphone. So then of course, no particular hurry in a sense. Why don't
This is nice, Doug.
What's that?
These system apps, these are awesome.
Thank you.
I've never seen these a day in my life.
Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. That means a lot.
I didn't get them.
What's that? What's he talking about?
Yeah. What did you say, Michelle?
I didn't get them.
You didn't get them?
Shit, you get the maps.
Oh, honey, check your spam. Check your spam.
I just did.
Oh.
Did you give them the right email?
Let me see if I've used the right email. Okay, so let me try this. I'll send both to the email. For some reason, I can cut and paste hers. I couldn't cut and paste yours. So let's see now. Let me open this up. Go to the mail. Go to the sent mail. And let's try this and see if it works. Going to forward it. And going to use the cut and paste of her email. Oh, now her face comes up. Okay, it should work now. Initially, it didn't. So there's so let's take a look at, see if you got that, and then this one. Okay, and then see if you get that. Okay, honey, so I just sent them. They should arrive theoretically instantly, but we know better. Reset your page and see if they showed up.
Who are you talking to?
The
one who didn't get the email.
Didn't get them. Did you get them?
Oh, let me check.
Yes.
Let me check.
I mean, you heard Ernie Ball Super Slinky say they were awesome. So
Yeah, I got them. Yeah, they look good.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, let me take a look. Ah, that's funny.
And
Let's see.
of course, by the way, we're all impressed by
I have it
U.S.
now.
music and his
I
skills.
got them. I got them.
Good, you both
I'll
got
look
them.
at them
dear ladies.
tomorrow.
And
There
like
you
I said,
go.
you might need to download them in order to open them because they're very, very large. And so,
Oh, wow.
you know,
Okay.
and they'll keep you up all
yes,
fucking night.
I'll let you know tomorrow that if I was able to get into them or anything like that. Yeah.
Sure.
JPG.
Yes. Then I'll tell you all the funny stories about the different variants out there. There's not that many, but the few that I was trying to get a hold of and the difficulty I had doing that, it all gets very bizarre. It gets very bizarre. The history
wow.
behind these charts and then what was done with them. And the man himself, of course, was brilliant and basically certainly one of the greatest intellectuals I feel that humanity has produced, to tell you the truth. Understand, he did this before computers. This was a man who, before computers, graphically arranged the historical pattern of the development of human evolution and religion and history in graphic format to provide us a sense of the space of history, the space that history takes, and that alone is profound. There's very few minds that's equivalent to Einstein conceptualizing the universe. Really, it's
Well, that's not saying a lot there, Doug. You know.
Of course, Ian sees like this when he's on the right drugs. He also sees in these patterns, and everything in the world looks to him something similar to this and flows down a similar stream where it all suddenly makes comprehensible sense to him. So, all that being said, say good morning to our listeners, and I'll start monologuing, taking us towards the end of the program. I'll stay on with Joe Ty because I'll assume he's asleep, and that will enable me to monitor the quality of sound. Or I can start monologuing while all three of you
God
hang
bless
on.
Joe Ty. I love Joe Ty. I gotta say, I love Joe Ty.
He's something else. He's definitely something else.
That's just a straight shooter with upper management written all over him. Let me tell you.
He had Brooke Gibson screaming. He had her screaming at the top of her lungs. It took several people explaining to her about him for her to get it.
When was this?
It was in the early days when she first started hanging out, and then Joe Ty wound up calling her, and she took the call, which was her more naive days, and
couldn't turn down that attention. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he started repeating himself incessantly, and so she started screaming. This is how she described it to me, and I know for a fact she's telling the truth, because this is along the lines of, the kind of conversation that would develop. He got me to the point, of course, at times himself where it was kind of different, but the effect is ultimately that same kind of tar baby effect, because you're just in awe of the senselessness of where he's coming from. I mean, just the things that happened to him. First off, he wound up like in this incredible situation on the roof of a public school where he was trying to earn extra money by roofing, and he wound up spilling this incredibly powerful adhesive over his entire body, slipping and spilling the container, and it wound up while he's sliding down the roof with his clothes coming off and his hanging on the edge of the roof, saved by the adhesive, naked with big enough boobs, man boobs, and a small enough penis where he's of indiscernibly identifiable gender. People couldn't identify which gender was hanging off the roof, so they took this to be some transgender protest. And it just basically started hurling invective and tomatoes and mud at him. while he's adhered
Oh.
to the side of a roof, screaming for help. But they took that to be
Oh.
part of the protest, thinking that transgenders just demanding help, like full sexual affirmation surgery being paid for and on our tax dollar and shit. And so people began to protest under him, and
Wow.
it's like it's just you're left in awe, and then the just the
Hey, you really know how to
That's
fabricate
horrible.
stories.
He woke up.
Oh.
I am so sorry that he went through that.
Oh, honey,
Yeah.
I didn't ever told you about when Ian West was depressed as a young man and he hanged himself. And then all the girls came into the room and they thought he was a piñata, started beating him with baseball bats while he was hanging there. And it's just like Brooke Gibson said, there was no candy coming out of that asshole. She said it was just cocaine powder started flying out of his pockets. And this gave the girls a new high. So they just started beating him more. It's just these are tragedies that you just don't know whether to laugh or cry. But,
Yeah.
they're a kind of saga in and of themselves. These two gentlemen just are examples of things that can go wrong in life.
Oh, yeah.
But such being said, Ian's writing a song about it right now. I've inspired him. He's writing that song about, and while I was hanging, yes. Then they came at me with sticks. Yes. Oh, okay. So that being said, Joe, good morning, dear sir.
Good morning.
How was your sleep? Pleasant dreams, I take it?
Yeah, I heard my name and
That's your cue to come on.
Yes. Yes. That's why I'm so surprised Brooke didn't come on the times we were speaking about her and her jaw. Just so in terms of all of that, what can I say now? So Joe, in terms of what's been going on with you lately, with all these restaurants, how's your son doing? His son ran off and joined the Navy.
oh, he's in the Pacific now.
Okay.
Let's see, getting heat. He was in Singapore. He was in Thailand.
Jesus
and he finally
Christ.
got
I mean, it sounds like he's
Lots-
enjoying himself. I mean, is he getting to stop off at these places?
Yeah. Finally, was on one of the longest ship deployments.
Okay. Yeah.
Since the Cold War, so because of the COVID.
Wow.
But thank God now he gets to do what he planned to do, travel the world.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so,
That's
like, how's he? What does he say it's like?
Oh, he's not. He can't say too much, I can't say too much, but
Wow.
I'm saying that he's in the Pacific now, and loose lips sink ships. So I gotta.
Understood. Yeah. Understood.
I only tell you what where he was like a month or so ago. Yeah, that's about it. I'm trying to plan things.
Yes. Yeah. And in terms of what about your work? There hasn't been any other problems with any other personnel or staff?
No, I'm just trying to figure out how to do things, The restaurant I'm working at, she doesn't know what she's doing,
Yeah.
She doesn't even have a aquarium for the restaurant. So
Yeah, no, that's so sad. No, that's wrong. I hope you correct her on that. This is a Chinese restaurant without an aquarium is basically not a Chinese restaurant, just so people know.
Oh, she did win the best sexual Chinese restaurant like 10 years ago, but she doesn't know. She just lucks out. She just bought the restaurant, fully functional. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would put I would put an aquarium so I can charge more money for the fish.
Yeah, there you go.
And it does protect from the bad karma. You know what I'm
yes,
saying?
you've got to.
And
Just
it's
so people.
supposed to bring us into wealth too. Having an aquarium means water means money. You know what I'm saying? And the fish means money. So
Yes, that's quite true. That's quite true. Just so people understand, in Chinese culture, the aquariums are maintained because any spells cast at you or ghosts that enter the spirit of death, etc. The goldfish are like the canary in the coal mine. The goldfish or the tropical fish, whatever fish you're maintaining, saltwater fish or otherwise, they absorb the negativity and they die. In other words, they take the fatality for you. So that's the.
Well, it also helps with your own house too if you have an aquarium.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, it's not about just the restaurant. It helps the restaurant, but it also, if you have an aquarium, you know, that's what everybody should have to deflect the bad energy and to maintain wealth.
Mm-hmm. So, what I'd like to do, Joe, is, unless the rest of the people want to stay here, I was going to ask them to take off and maintain the call with you while I go into monologue. That way, of course, I could maintain the call.
No idea I was on mute.
Yeah,
I was chiming in.
Yeah. Oh, there you are. So Ian was chiming in. He was talking, and he didn't know he was on mute. So do let us know what you were trying to say.
I was saying hey Joe and everything.
What?
Going through the Suez Strait.
Dude, get your head out of your pillow.
Stop eating it like a marshmallow.
Yes. He's eating that pillow like a marshmallow. Ian, get yourself near the microphone. And then
no, that's not me.
What? No, yeah, I know. Michelle's vaping really hard. She's on that.
Oh, sorry.
I think like the ghost of Boris Bank or something.
What is with your?
I thought it was on.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I thought it was on mute. I'm typing and I didn't know I was on mute.
Well, we're both fucked up.
Yeah. Ian, what is with your audio? It's all fucked up. Do something about it.
Can you hear me now?
A little better. Yeah. Okay.
Hear me now?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, better than before. We can ascertain what you're saying at least. Tell us what it was you were trying to say all the while that you were on mute.
Oh, I was asking. I was telling Joe hi, and then I was asking.
What's up, Ian?
Yeah. Is your son going through the Suez Strait?
Nope.
All right.
Yeah.
Nope.
That'd be cool if he's on one of those missions, though.
Yeah, well, is something happening in the Suez Strait in particular, or you were just asking to see if he got stuck?
No, like if he might have been on that Encircle the U.S. mission.
Encircle the U.S. What would going through the Suez Strait in Africa have to do with encircling the U.S.?
Sugaroo Strait. The Pacific.
Oh, the Sugaroo Strait. Oh, well, God, no.
I have no idea. I can't say nothing. I don't know it.
Oh, well, anyhow, he's being very protective of his son, and that, his sons can only share so much information about where they're at because the location of the ship needs to be protected, and then they, it just is what it is. No. Yeah, but the Sugaroo Strait is a fascinating concept, and I think it's adorable, and somebody needs to start writing short stories about it or something. But that being said, so I should start in the monologue, and I was thinking everyone could say good morning, but I did want Joe to stay on so I can maintain the call and that way monitor the quality while he goes back to sleep again. While I go into monologue.
Did you need somebody to stay on for a minute to make sure that
I need somebody to stay on with me till the end of the show, which would be like approximately 2 hours, a little less, be less than 2 hours.
I can do that if need be.
Okay. If you can, you're all welcome to do so. I mean, you're even welcome to interject. I just figure I might as well get some. Yeah.
I'm thinking I should get some sleep tonight, even if it's 1 or 2 hours.
Oh yeah. Oh, honey, get some sleep. Yeah, get yourself some sleep. Say good morning to everybody. Say good morning to everybody and go to sleep.
Alrighty, because I do look forward to listening to the recorded version of your monologue. So I'm looking forward to that for tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, honey.
All right. I say good morning to everyone, and have a good rest of the day for everyone.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Take care.
Thank you, honey. Yeah.
Good night.
Yeah. And up to you, Michelle. You want to hang on or say good morning?
No, I'm going to say good morning and good night to everybody, too. Thank you for having me on.
Always an honor.
Blessings.
Yes, blessings be unto you. Take care. Good night. Have a blessed day. And Ian, you can hang out as long as you want. Interject when you feel the need. So what certainly want to start doing is have both of you gentlemen say good morning first before I start monologuing. So do say good morning, Ian.
Good morning, everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you. And that was a wonderful song. A few examples of music. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. Yeah. So Joseph Toy, say good morning to everyone.
Good morning, guys.
Wonderful. So just do me a favor, Joe. Sit back, leave the phone on the charger so that it doesn't die on you. I wouldn't want you left without communication, so make certain you have it plugged in so the battery doesn't bleed out. And that way I can maintain the quality of the call, which is easier to monitor. I'm sorry?
It's plugged in.
Okay, great. I can maintain the quality of the stream that way, because then I have the call to check on. So with the amount of people that we have out there, I want everyone to know that the people I want to give some credit to are the latest contributors. One is Mark H. With 30 United States dollars. The other is, of course, KP with 30 United States dollars. I want to give special thanks to Dave G., who as Our Lady Veronica Barrera, or I'm sorry, Senorita. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm forgetting. Viviana Sanchez. How could I forget that? I have a few Latin American ladies that I deal with in context of this show, and sometimes I conflate their names, much to my embarrassment, and I apologize profoundly. So the lovely Senora Viviana Sanchez, I want to thank her for her contributions in the past in terms of her time, and I want to thank the lovely Clarice Claudette for her care package. It's just profound. She packed a lot of dynamite in a small package. This was incredibly helpful material and stuff. It's all kinds of preparations for the cold season, which is always, as far as I'm concerned, potentially there. And definitely meat, a lot of preserved meat that is exactly what I need, because, I never get enough from Meals on Wheels. It's mostly all vegetables, which it's just not what I need. So understand that with your average human being, they should be eating much more vegetables. It's much healthier for baseline humans. Not the case for myself. I'm not baseline human, so I don't need all those goddamn vegetables. Plenty of vegetables I enjoy. I do like vegetables, but the meat's much more important. And but beyond that, of course, far more important above all is blood. So all of that being said, thanks as well to Dave G., who, as was stated by Viviana Sanchez, is a very supportive individual with her group. So she is apparently familiar with this wonderful human being. And Dave G sent me what are we looking at? A tunnel. Oh, are those bones? Let me take a look here. So we've got a screen share going on with the Ian West, I presume. Bones. Oh, a tunnel full of bones. So intriguing. Where is this? What is this? Or what do they say it is? It's real. By the way, all this shit's real. Real bones. The catacombs. Catacombs under Paris, right? Ian? And the guy's on mute. Must be the catacombs.
All right, sorry about that. I'm an idiot.
Catacombs under Paris, right?
No. Listen to this language. I can't figure it out.
Сука, я туда не попаду. Видно, не видно, я не знаю.
It's like Italian.
Ладно, бля.
I think it's under the back.
Ебать, пока там шляться нахуй.
I'm joking.
Не полезу. Туда, блин, еще целый километр идет такая хрень. Пиз. Ой, блядь.
Sounded Slavic to a degree, maybe.
I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure out what the what thing was. So I got that one, and let me get the one with the
Slavic.
the
Slavic. Digger Ivan.
Where's the new one with all the kid corpses?
Kid corpses.
Yeah. Which one is this one?
Under Ocean Explosion. Cool.
Yeah. This is when they blew up the Biden portal to hell.
The Nord Stream. Nord Stream 2?
No. This was before Nord Stream. This was everybody thinks it's the Nord Stream. No, it's before the Nord Stream. This was like shit, a month and a half before the Nord Stream off the coast of Florida. It's like somewhere in the Bermuda.
Good God. Are you sure this wasn't the BP oil disaster? You glitching out.
I think they're putting on fire so they don't have to put Corexol on it.
Wow.
They're screwing up again.
Holy shit.
You got me. I don't know.
Right?
You don't know.
Like
it makes
what
sense.
happens.
Sounds like something they might do. They seem to try everything else.
And that's why the seaweed's growing in the Florida area.
Yeah.
I was up about that. Right in time for spring break.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I should explain to people a bit about that. All right.
But it's a blessing. It should be a blessing. I mean, seaweed is a free nitrogen that puts, and we have Russia that can't export things, and we're not taking advantage of the seaweed. We should be collecting it.
But that's a thought.
Right. I've only heard like one or two people complain about this. You know.
Mm-hmm. You mean the seaweed?
Yeah, about the seaweed situation. Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know why.
It's stinking up the shores, that's why. But, I mean, they should be cleaning it up and bringing it to the farmlands, I mean.
Oh, here's a... Yeah, no, I agree with you. Here's another thing they blew up.
Child Museum. So why is it called Child Museum? It's a museum for children?
That was just how they titled the video when I found it.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that last.
Oh my God.
Tired?
Yeah, a bit, because, when I went into that long dissertation on the Chochoa, that's what killed me earlier in the show. It's like I did that.
Oh, that was a good answer.
What's that?
That was a great, understanding of the Chocho.
Thank you.
Deeper history. I mean, we never get that.
Thank you.
Anywhere.
Bless you. Thank you. It's
as
like
Peter Moon said.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
As what Peter said. I mean, you're not gonna get it anywhere besides over here on this program. I mean, you should be on the top, YouTubers, but.
Well,
the thing I think is that it's just too long.
Yeah, they can't. You mean they don't have long enough attention spans to absorb it? Yes.
Yeah, everybody's like dumbed down. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
From our history to our information, but I realize that I can only hear you so much once in a while without having some, sometimes the information, when you talk so much, it blurs out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, like an overload?
Talk about the Chocho, then it brings back, my attention. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's great.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And with that, what are you looking for, Ian? What are you looking for?
I was going through my folders to find that new video of the kid crypt.
Well, I sent something out to Brooke on Instagram where they were talking about how they clone all these Disney stars.
Did
Oh
you
yeah,
really?
was it the Onion?
That's a humor paper, of course. So no, I don't think Joe sent her the Onion article. What did you send her, Joe? Maybe you could
I
send it
sent
to
her.
us.
Yeah, I tried to. You're not on Instagram, so I couldn't send it to you. But
Oh, okay.
I could have sent. But it's just to make her think about Eon's clips.
Okay, yeah,
But yeah, but they were talking about how they programmed these Disney stars and how they were cloned.
Mhm. Wow.
They were.
Yeah.
No, I'm dead serious. My buddy that lives on that lake where that MK Ultra facility is, his sister was like this world famous fucking water skier, and they did this like celebrity swap place or TV show at Disney. So this actress, I forgot her name, she had like her own TV show at Disney. She swapped places with my buddy's sister, and they filmed it and had a good time and everything. And he told me like when they were leaving on the final day of shooting from his house, like she started crying and she looked at the whole family and she said, "Do you guys really live like this?" Yeah, I mean, it's fucked up, right?
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Dude, I mean, the chick was such a clone that she had no sense that there was a reality where families really actually did live together.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah, she just balling in the fucking living room on the final day of filming, and she ran back off with her handler, and then his sister came back home.
Oh, wow. Wow. So like, all right. She definitely, yeah. I'll check into. Is there something you can share, like a link that shows this behavior? Maybe I'll get a better grasp of it.
Yeah, let me see if I can just find her, like old TV show on Disney. But I think it was like Lizzie McGuire or something that was cloned and all this.
He said they can clone the talent into them. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, they just put it in there with a computer.
Holy shit!
They dance and sing.
Like Lawnmower Man. Remember Lawnmower Man?
Yeah. Remember that movie from the '90s? Yeah. Just like that.
Oh my god. Oh.
Well, we'll let her start developing when she hits 12.
Okay. So, I guess I'd better get started and talk a bit about what I was going to talk about. Maybe what I can do is, I mean, the bike's been behaving pretty well so far, and the problem is being with these gentlemen, it's very tempting to get lost in conversation. So I'm afraid I might lose my concentration by being on with them. So
okay, I'll get off.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm gonna be put on mute. I'm gonna listen to Douglas's.
Oh, okay. Thank you, both of you. Hugs. Love you both. Okay, thank you. Okay, so our man's gonna get off soon, so I don't have to see his cursor moving, which is maddening. And what I'll do is begin to monologue. Our man Ian West is retreating into the day. Good man, does his best to do good by the world, and with that, I think he's still see him there, but okay, and I can't seem to delete this one thing I was supposed to be. Here we are. Let me delete that. There we are. Okay, that takes care of that. All right. So I'm kind of at a loss with what little time we have as to which direction to go with this, because was tempted to talk about the seaweed, the sargassum bed of seaweed that we were just talking about. I mean, it bears talking about. So maybe I should start with that and go on about it, because it's something that is, since we brought it up, honestly, it's something that should be discussed. So when I think about it and try to remember what I can about it, which is quite a bit when I think about it, look up some of these articles that people have written on it, or better yet, look up some of these meteorological sites. NOAA's good. It's the oceanic version of NASA. Instead of the National Aeronautic and Space Administration, it's the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric administration. So NOAA is always a good source to go to their website, check through various things that they have going there to try and explain these kinds of phenomenon. Or I could just say, fuck it and go on to something else. But all right, let's try and put this into some perspective. The Sargassum Belt is a 5,000-mile long snake of seaweed circling Florida. It stretches over 5,000 miles. It weighs over 10 million tons. And it's circling around the Gulf of Mexico and the mid-Atlantic, where the right combination of currents and wind could push it ashore. If you haven't heard of the Great Atlantic Sargassum Belt, and even if you have, chances are high that you'll see it pop into your news feed at least once this summer in particular. After a decade of record-breaking blooms, 2023's sargassum mass is again shaping up to cause headaches, literally and figuratively, for beachside towns and tourists. So by headaches, I mean it literally will give you one, the stench. Here's what you need to know. If people are asking what exactly is the Sargassum Belt, well, aside from what I've already told you, for more in-depth exposition, sargassum is a type of leafy, rootless, and buoyant algae that bunch up in islands and floats around the ocean. In the open sea, healthy patches of sargassum can soak up carbon dioxide and serve as a critical habitat for fish and crabs and shrimp and turtles and birds. But if sargassum moves closer to the coast, the seaweed can wreak havoc on local ecosystems, smothering coral reefs and altering the water's pH balance. Once ashore, clumps of sargassum can choke local economies by closing tourism sites, cutting off marinas, and constricting fishing yields. Now, sargassum begins to rot after about 48 hours on land, releasing irritants like hydrogen sulfide, which is a hazard to anyone with respiratory issues like asthma. Oh, and the resulting smell resembles manure or rotten eggs, a sulfuric shit smell, which, as you can imagine, is not a great spring break aroma. Now, it used to be that sargassum rafts were disparate, sporadic bodies causing little disruption to beach going, but scientists noticed a change in sargassum levels in the year my late and sainted mother was slain, the term they use for vampires or damn fires. That was, of course, the year of Fukushima Daiichi. She died pretty much the same week, just days after Fukushima Daiichi. When masses of the seaweed multiplied, gaining in density and size, becoming so big they were captured on satellite images. Now, whether this was a result of the Fukushima Daiichi Big One cluster of nuclear reactors in meltdown or not, today these patches comprise a 5,500-mile long 5,500 miles long, 10 million ton belt that circulates annually, starting near West Africa and snaking through the Gulf of Mexico back into the Atlantic. More than double the width of the contiguous United States. This mass fluctuates in size from month to month, with the high point generally landing in the summer. So, what's behind these monster blooms? One hypothesis is that it has to do with how humans are altering the nitrogen cycle. We're using more fertilizer, we're burning more biomass, we're cutting down more forests and increasing wastewater from cities, all of which sends ammonium, nitrate, and phosphate down major river systems. Those elevated nutrients then shoot out over the surface of the ocean, acting as a fertilizer for sargassum patches. Now, what makes this year's bloom exceptionally alarming is that the University of South Florida's Optical Oceanography Lab which tracks the mass using NASA satellite imagery, well, the latest bloom has already doubled every month from November to January. And thanks to ocean currents, the belt is continuing to migrate westward, threatening beaches along the Florida Keys, along with Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula and the Eastern Caribbean. An estimated 200 tons of sargassum have already begun washing up on beaches along the Yucatan Peninsula, well, earlier last month, yestermenses, spurring local authorities to jump into cleanup operations. Now, Key West, Florida, the Florida San Francisco, effectively their gay community, is also seeing large early amounts of sargassum piling up, restricting beach access just a month after beaches were closed in other parts of the state during a toxic microalgae bloom known as the red tide. So you might wonder why they mobilize people to clean this stuff up and not just let it disintegrate, rot and melt away, which it doesn't do. If sargassum isn't removed from the beaches, well, local officials in Florida and elsewhere sometimes use heavy machinery to clear beaches, but scientists say that can threaten local sea turtle nests and cause shoreline erosion. So last year's record bloom offered a taste of what could happen without proper planning. Following yesteryear's record sargassum levels, the United States Virgin Islands declared a state of emergency and requested assistance from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to handle the masses of red weed. A desalination plant on St. Croix became so clogged with seaweed that local electrical generating capacities were threatened. In Barbados, local governments employed 1,600 dump trucks daily during the peak season to clean the beaches for tourists. Now, in terms of what it's like to even harvest this seaweed, the Associated Press reported that desperate officials in the Cayman Islands tried a pilot program to pump the seaweed directly out of the water, but swiftly suspended the efforts after realizing how difficult it is to decompose the material, as well as evidence that necessity is breeding invention. Private companies as well have experimented with using the sargassum in the way that Joe Tai has just suggested. The sargassum as food, fertilizer, biofuel, construction material, and medicinal products. In 2018, doctors on the islands of Guadeloupe and Martinique also reported more than 11,000 cases of acute sargassum toxicity during an 8-month period of intense beach buildup. So, is this just the new normal or what? The hassle and danger of living with sargassum yields from the sea is only complicated by how tricky it is to predict where these patches will wash ashore. Bloom sizes vary based on wind, river flooding, droughts, and temperature. Qualifying that the trois oceanographic events are totally unrelated while emphasizing that it's a good year for those elements, Brian Barnes, a researcher with the University of South Florida's College of Marine Science, is hoping his team can get better at predicting sargassum beaching with precision, in large part because he doesn't see this excessive bloom cycle winding down anytime soon. In his words, "It's only getting bigger and bigger and bigger each year. They both run on the same principle. You need a seed population. You need fertilizer. You need light and the right temperatures. The low season of the cycle is now higher than the high point of the cycle 5 or 6 years ago. What we thought was just a massive bloom has only gotten bigger and bigger and bigger each year. Now, cautioning that keeping the biomass at bay might be the safest long-term option, while advising that cleaning up major rivers from the Mississippi to the Orinoco would be the best step for mitigating excessive sargassum bloom, Brian Lapointe, a research professor with Florida Atlantic University, who's been studying sargassum for over 40 years, agrees with Barnes, framing it another way. To quote his T, "I remember seeing The Blob as a movie when I was a kid, and it scared the you-know-what out of me. This blob of seaweed is scarier. It's the real deal." Attesting that the field of study is young and that the exact drivers of the growth are still a bit, in Lapointe's words, shrouded in mystery. What we found in studying these plants over the last 4 decades is that the ratio of nitrogen to phosphorus is going up, and that's exactly what's happening to all these major river systems. It's almost like sargassum is a barometer for how global nitrogen cycles, or levels is what he says, are changing. We're finding sargassum can contain heavy metals, including arsenic. It has fairly high concentrations of the toxin. There's a concern that, through leaching, that could impact groundwater. But once the seaweed is grown, patches, in his words, aggregate where the currents push them. We can see it out there in the open ocean, and we can track movements offshore with accuracy. But once you start getting into the scale of an individual beach, it becomes much more difficult. But in the meantime, the blooms continue to get bigger and bigger. Both the aforecited Barnes and Lapointe both concur that this year is already on track to break records. Now, what's to fear about warming oceans? Aside from the toxins these blankets of biologicals bring, flesh-eating bacteria. Pfiesteria. While Vibrio vulnificus infections are still rare, the findings provide further evidence of how human health and the health of the planet are inextricably linked. Healthy planet, healthy people. Perverted planet, perverted people. Potentially deadly infections from a type of flesh-eating bacterium could significantly increase in the decades ahead as a climate catastrophe. Global burning causes oceans to warm and helps the organisms spread into new coastal areas. Now, there was a study published yestermensis last month in the journal Scientific Reports that found that infections caused by Vibrio vulnificus along the eastern coast of these United States could double in the next 20 years, particularly as warmer sea surface temperatures enable the flesh-eating bacterium to thrive in waters farther north than ever before. While the vulnificus infections are still rare, the findings that I'm citing provide further evidence of how human health and the planet, well, one impacts the other inextricably. We reside on the bosom of Mother Earth, and when she's sick, well, we get sick because we live off her milk. So this study also adds to a growing body of research on the public health risks that are associated with changes to ecosystems and the environment. The vulnificus bacteria thrive in warm and shallow coastal waters, and infections typically peak in the summer months. People can become infected through cuts or other lesions in the skin that come into contact with seawater. Qualifying that he and his colleagues focused on V. vulnificus because it responds to even small shifts in temperature in its marine environment, while emphasizing that 1 in 5 cases is deadly and that many patients require amputations to survive. The study co-author, Lane Lake, a professor of environmental sciences at the University of East Anglia in the United Kingdom, called V. vulnificus a nasty little bug because infections spread rapidly and the bacterium can severely damage a person's flesh. To quote his Ian Lake, to quote his T, it has been termed a sort of barometer of what's going on in coastal areas because it is so environmentally sensitive. Now, the researchers used data from the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to track V. vulnificus infections from 1988 through to 2018. The scientists focused on reported cases along the East Coast, which Lake said is known to be a global hotspot for such infections. The study found that infections increased from 10 to 80 a year over the 30-year period, and that cases were occurring in new regions. In recent years, the flesh-eating bacterium appears to be migrating north. That northward expansion is heightened by climate change because warmer waters allow the bacterium to proliferate. Concluding that it's an example of how changes to the environment can have wide-ranging ripple effects, the lead authoress of the study, Elizabeth Archer, herself a postgraduate researcher at the University of East Anglia, said infections in the late 1980s were mostly seen in Gulf Coast states and areas along the southern Atlantic coast, but rarely north of Georgia. To quote a she, now the upper limit of our range is around Philadelphia, so it's a real expansion of where people are being affected. There are these complex interactions between the environment and agents of disease, and it's important to be aware of the way the world is changing and how these changes are driving risks to human health. So in their study, the scientists used different models of greenhouse gas emissions to gauge the effect on V. vulnificus infections in the decades ahead. One model envisioned a future with medium to high levels of emissions, while the other projected lower emissions as a result of various interventions to slow the pace of global warming. The researchers projected that V. vulnificus infections will continue to move up the coast and that by the 2040s they may spread to encompass densely populated areas around New York. The researchers said that in the higher emission scenario, around 140 to 200 infections could occur every year and that the bacterium may be present in every state on the East Coast. Amy Sapkota, a professores of environmental health at the University of Maryland School of Public Health, who also was not involved with the study, said the findings should be used to raise awareness among the public and healthcare providers, particularly in parts of the country where such infections may occur in the future. To quote a she, it's critical to get out public health messaging, such as when it's not advisable to swim, or when you should avoid these waters if you have an open wound. We need to get these types of messages out to recreationalists, as well as people whose livelihoods are based on being out on the water. Advising that such research needs more investment for experts to understand the direct links between ecological disasters and human health and how to mitigate the risks, Dr. Louise Ivers, the directoress of the Harvard Global Health Institute, who also was not involved with this study, said that while V. vulnificus infections are extremely rare, they are often devastating. Such infections are also difficult and expensive to treat. To quote his T, sometimes the rarest of illnesses can cost the most to the healthcare system, especially if they're unexpected and very aggressive. We need to ensure that public health systems are resilient and that we understand the connection between what's happening with the changing climate and what it means for human health. This study is focusing on something rare, but it's connecting bacterial microbiology with what it means for the public health community. So the study found that V. vulnificus infections cost more than 28 million United States dollars in treatment per year. Well, with that, we can turn towards geopolitics. I think I've done my public health service for the transmission. In the final hour remaining, let's do something that I enjoy. Not that this isn't fascinating. Massive, semi-sentient blob entities that are invading the seas and blanketing the surface of our ocean and blotting out the sun for the life underneath, increasing flesh-eating bacterial infections. It's basically man-eating seaweed blankets that come in tidal waves and wash up on the beach to melt the flesh off your bones. I mean, that's pretty exciting stuff in the most negative possible way. But, all right, let's try and remember my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, my legal father. I always try to put myself in his shoes, think like him. He taught me so much. And it draws me to conclude, I'll speak as he would, that America's true special relationship is not with the United Kingdom. There's nowhere in the world Joe Biden should have been today but Belfast. Now, a proud descendant of Irish immigrants himself, our president of these United States of America was yesterday by now, in Northern Ireland, commemorating the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. It makes sense. The Americans were intrinsically involved in negotiating the deal which ended 3 decades of sectarian violence between the Protestant Unionists and Catholic Nationalists. The Good Friday Agreement stands as a triumph of American diplomacy and a global blueprint for ending civil conflict. Now, as this timeline of American involvement in the peace process shows, the United States was able to play such an important role in negotiating the Good Friday Agreement because of its unique history. Many of the key instigators of American involvement in Northern Ireland were Irish Americans themselves, from House Speaker Tip O'Neill in the 1980s to President William Jefferson Clinton in the 1990s, who famously granted a 48-hour visa to the Sinn Féin leader, Gerry Adams, a watershed moment that kick-started the peace process. This should be no surprise. While we often talk about the special relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom, that relationship exists mostly at the government level. In the hearts and minds of the American people, however, the true special relationship is with Ireland. To understand why, one must understand American demographics and American history. A nation which broke from Britain in the 18th century, only to become its staunchest ally in the 20th, we are also a nation in which 31.5 million citizens, including the man who raised and guided myself, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, retired George Joseph Henry Dietrich, claim Irish ancestry. That is a population nearly 7 times that of Ireland itself, accounting for 1 in 10 Americans living in every county of these United States. Beyond that, however, exists a kinship that many Americans feel with the Republic by dint of our parallel histories. Both Ireland and these United States are erstwhile colonies of the United Kingdom. Now, as I've spracketh of in past transmissions, we have Lexington and Concord. The Irish have the Easter Rising. We have our Revolutionary War of American independence. Ireland has its War for Independence. We have George Washington. The Irish have Michael Collins. In the 19th century, immigration to America from what is today the Republic of Ireland proliferated, thanks in large part to the oppressive laws instituted by the Greater British Empire and, of course, the potato famine, engineered to exterminate the Irish people. Sadly, the Irish did not find any warm welcome in these United States. Exempli gratiae. In an 1855 incident that would become known as Bloody Monday, at least 22, though some Irish Catholics estimated the number was more than 100, Irish were massacred in Louisville, Kentucky. The stigmatization meant that the Irish and their descendants were not assimilated into mainstream American culture, that is, WASP, or White Anglo-Saxon Protestant culture, as quickly as immigrants from England, and even Scotland and Wales were. Whereas the Scots-Irish, that is, descendants of Ulster Scots who immigrated to North America in the 17th and 18th centuries, were thoroughly Americanized by the time of the American Civil War of rights between the states. The more recent Catholic Irish immigrants from the South were marginalized in ways that kept them insular and therefore promoted cultural retention. Over time, however, the Irish began to be more accepted into polite society, particularly as lace curtain Irish began to attain a level of economic affluence and respectability as opposed to the shanty Irish, who were stereotyped as lazy, drunk, and violent. As they began to exert more influence over American life, including American politics through political machines in cities like New York, Boston, and Chicago, the culture began to become ingrained in American culture, to the point where even Americans who were not of Irish descent proudly participated in Irish traditions. Most Americans will know at least the opening lines of Danny Boy, not even realizing that it was written by an Englishman. In the 1970s and 1980s, the soap opera Ryan's Hope focused on the trials and tribulations of the Irish-American working class in New York City, while more recent shows like Roseanne and its sequel, The Connors, have centered around an Irish-American working class family. Not coincidentally, one of the stars of the latter also starred in the American version of Shameless, which centered around an impoverished Irish-American family on the south side of Chicago, a city that dyes its river green every St. Patrick's Day. A secret formula that's been kept secret for hundreds of years at this point. Indeed, most traditions related to St. Patrick's Day originated in America. Now, these Irish Americans form the backbone of the white working class, and they vote in numbers that make them a bloc neither party can ignore. There is a reason politicians and presidents of both parties have felt a vested interest in not only courting Irish voters, but also promoting peace in Northern Ireland. The affinity of the American people, that the American people feel towards the Republic of Ire transcends party lines. It is a kinship forged by shared blood, but also shared struggles for independence and self-determination against the British. Some even see the British as an occupying force. One friend's mother has a bumper sticker on her car that reads 26 plus 6 equals 1. That's a not-so-subtle indication that she supports the 6 counties of Northern Ireland uniting with the 26 counties of the Republic. This is all worth remembering as President Biden visited Belfast, what is yesterday by now, today when we started transmission. In 2020, Joe Biden tweeted, "We can't allow the Good Friday Agreement that brought peace to Northern Ireland to become a casualty of Brexit. Any trade deal between the U.S. and U.K. must be contingent upon respect for the agreement and preventing the return of a hard border, period." Biden's visit today, but yesterday in effect, underscores that warning to Westminster, as the Conservative Party has not given up hopes that a post-Brexit trade deal might be reached. Ensuring the continual free flow of goods and people across the border is essential from the American perspective, not just because the American empire rightly sees the Good Friday Agreement as a triumph of American diplomacy, but because so much of these United States is skeptical, at best, of British involvement on the island of Ireland. For its part, the American empire must continue to strike the right balance. The Northern Ireland Protocol, agreed upon by the British government and the European Union, ensures there will be no hard border between the Republic and the province. However, under the Democratic Unionist Party has been reluctant to adopt the Windsor framework, which would create 12 lanes of traffic for goods heading from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, fearing that it cuts off the province from the rest of the United Kingdom. The DUP, the DUP, the Democratic Unionist Party, pulled out of the power-sharing agreement in 2021, collapsing the Northern Irish Executive. President Biden has called for a return. He's called for a return to the power-sharing agreement at Stormont, but his words are less likely to be heeded by the DUP, as many of its members view him skeptically and as favoring Dublin, the capital of the Republic of Ireland, and Brussels, the capital, erstwhile, of Europe. This could show the limits of American influence in Northern Ireland. Alternatively, it could be the chance for a reminder that the American Empire and the Ulster Scots share a kinship as well. There is a statute in Lairn commemorating the voyage of the Friends' Goodwill, which carried 52 passengers, most of them Ulster Scots, to Boston, beginning a migration of some 300,000 Ulster Scots to the New World in the 18th century. The descendants of these early immigrants today populate every state, but are especially found in and around the Appalachian Mountains, where earlier some lady, the wife of that sleazy judge, thought our dear Carmi was from, and apparently was right to a degree. Now, these ties are already being explored and strengthened through organizations such as the Ulster American Heritage Symposium and the Mellon Center for Migration Studies. We should, if the parties in Northern Ireland ask us, consider using these ties to help bring about an agreement on the post-Brexit settlement. The Good Friday Agreement, after all, stands as one of the United States' greatest diplomatic achievements. It was negotiated in large part because of our shared kinship with the nationalists. Today, our kinship with the Unionists could allow us to play a similar role in the mediation of the post-Brexit crisis. But for the Russians and my son's people, he being of majority Armenian descent, with a touch of Asian, the firefight at the Armenian-Azerbaijani border may spell bad news for Vladimir Putin. We've got a renewed military conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan that's causing more headaches for the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and its dictatorial president, Vladimir Putin, in a further destabilized region. Now, considering myself an expert who has analyzed the territory's history, I'll do my best to exposit. By the way, a shout out to Ire Lee, love you dearly, honey, who says, I love Sakura trees. They love you in return. Yes. All right. Such being said, when it comes to the situation at hand, I'll try and bring my attention back there. On Tuesday, yesterday, but the day before yesterday, in effect, the militaries of both Armenia and Azerbaijan engaged in a firefight that left countless dead, as each side blamed the other for initiating, then escalating the border firefight that began north of the village of Tig, reportedly, near the Lakin corridor in eastern Armenia. It was the most recent example of both countries exhibiting military aggression as part of a combative history that included the 6-week war in 2020 over the Nagorno-Karabakh territory. The Lechkin corridor essentially provides the only access to that territory. A Kremlin report stated that on Friday, into last weekend, Good Friday, on the Gregorian calendar, prior to the combat on the border, Vlad Putin himself had a telephone conversation with Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan at the Armenians' directive. This is the same Armenian who is threatening to arrest the son of a bitch should he ever step foot in Armenia. So our man, Pashinyan, has balls. The parties reportedly discussed the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh and reaffirmed the importance of the consistent implementation of the fundamental agreements, quote unquote, reached by the three countries' leaders between 2020 and 2022. Discussed among that agreement was the ensured security and stability of the Armenia-Azerbaijani border, in addition to laying the groundwork for a peace treaty between the two nations. After the Russian peacekeeping force went in after the 2020 ceasefire between both nations, it was essentially unable to open the main route, the Lachkin corridor, and has brought Russia's value way down, emphasizing that Russia is knee-deep in mud in Ukraine and has its own security interests and priorities while remaining heavily isolated. Ronald Grigor Suni, professor of history and political science at the University of Michigan, told the press that the war between Armenia and Azerbaijan never really ended, even after the 2020 ceasefire. To quote his team at length and verbatim, "But once war with Ukraine started in February 2022, the Russians obviously were occupied elsewhere. They were not as friendly toward Armenia as they might have been, even though Armenia is probably their best and closest ally in the region, because Armenia is a popular democratic state and Armenia had a popular democratic revolution in 2018. People literally rose up against a ruling mafia and overthrew it, made several changes and reforms. Those democratic norms are at odds with Russia's governmental philosophy, while Sunni concludes that Azerbaijan is a repressive autocratic state with no open civil society. Russia also does see itself periodically as the arbiter in other conflicts through the former Soviet Union. It would like to be their hegemonic power in the former Soviet space, and so it has regulated and manipulated relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan, supplying arms, by the way, to both sides. So it does play that role, and it did settle the First Karabakh War in 1994 and also ended the Second Karabakh War with an armistice. But now, given the involvement in Ukraine, Russia is clearly preoccupied somewhere else, and it's not particularly favorable for Armenia, given though Armenia is literally its closest ally in the region. Now, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, who is part Armenian himself, may have a bigger role now in dealing with both countries as Putin has his hands tied with Ukraine. In turn, it may further alienate both nations in a diplomatic sense. Russia's stock, as it pertains to its relationship with Armenia, is probably its lowest it's been since independence. As Ian Kelly, ambassador in residence at Northwestern University and U.S. ambassador to the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, from 2010 through to 2013, told the press that it's a region Russia has declared to be part of its own sphere of influence. He goes on to say, and I will quote he at length and verbatim, "I think that the problem for Russia is they're perceived by the Armenian side in particular as really being pretty ineffective in guaranteeing the security of Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh. For Armenia, that is the most important thing. They see any takeover by Azerbaijan as potentially at best wholesale ethnical cleansing or at worst genocide. This is the way they think about it. Armenians see Russia as basically a security guarantor. Russia's real advantage was deep and long connections with the region as part of the Tsarist Empire and the Soviet Union. I think their biggest advantage was they had top-level attention. Putin was really involved in negotiating directly with the 12 presidents from Baku, capital of Azerbaijan, and Yerevan, capital of Armenia. But for understandable reasons, he's not able to give that kind of attention. If Putin is not involved, they're not going to take Russia as seriously, particularly when they haven't shown by their actions that they're willing to really lean forward and open the Lachkin corridor, take stronger action against these ceasefire violations. Ukraine is a huge factor because Putin can't hop on a plane down there and he can't invite them up to Moscow because he's fully engaged in the tragic war in the Ukraine. And on the Pacific side of the Eurasian continent, French President Emmanuel Macron's comments in the Communist Chinese Empire, within the belly of the dragon beast itself, have caused concern for everyone, but particularly in my island China, on Taiwan, and the Empire of Japan. Well, in the time we have remaining, which is actually a lot longer than I'm really psychologically prepared for, I'll do my best to exposit. I understand I may stop early because, like I said, I kind of blew my wad with the monologue I effectively conducted on the Chochoa earlier in the evening with Peter Moon. You'd be amazed at just regurgitating memories of an unpleasant subject, what that can do to you. Bringing out, copying to the fact, admitting the fact that I'm a cannibal by no will of my own. Should give you an example of, I've got a bit of traumatic flashback going on right now. Now, Japanese analysts concur the French president's suggestion that a Chinese communist attack on my Taiwan would not be a crisis requiring European involvement, undermines the Empire of Japan's diplomatic efforts to preserve security in the Indo-Pacific. This is a grave error on the French president's part. Tokyo may be keeping a diplomatic silence in public, but Japanese political analysts are confident that the Empire of Japan is seeking clarification on comments made by the French President Emmanuel Macron about my Taiwan during his recent visit to Beijing for talks with the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. The Empire of Japan has been leading efforts to build a coalition of like-minded countries to resist Red China's expansionist ambitions in the South China Sea and my Taiwan. Accompanied by European Commission Presidentess Ursula von der Leyen, Macron arrived in Red China on April 5th for a 4-day visit that had been described as an effort to encourage Xi to intervene to halt the Russian war in the Ukraine. Von der Leyen reiterated the EU's position on my Taiwan during a press conference in Beijing. We have a very clear interest in preserving the stability, the peace, and the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. The threat of the use of force to change the status quo is unacceptable. Yet, France does not support accelerating on my Taiwan. Because, however, Macron told the Politico news magazine in an interview on a French government aerocraft that Europa as a whole should avoid getting, in his words, caught up in crises that are not ours. The question Europeans need to answer, is it in our interest to accelerate on Taiwan? No. The worst thing would be to think that we Europeans must become followers on this topic and take our cues from the U.S. agenda and a Chinese overreaction. Now, he's still pissed about what the Americans did to the French, fucking them over with the submarine deal they had with Australia, taking over the project and selling the Australians American and British nuke subs as opposed to the conventional subs the French had to offer. But of course, the Australians were just bum-fucking racists who took the French simply because they were whites over the far better deal they would have had if they had bought Japanese submarines. So, it's everyone's fucked in one way or another, but the French were, they were butthurt the most about it. Let's just say that, because they lost billions of dollars of income. The Japanese did too, but they can afford it. They could write off the loss. Now, the Taiwanese government has said, we are contacting the French government to determine the meaning of Macron's remarks. At the same time, the 200-strong Interparliamentary Alliance on China, a body made up of lawmakers aimed at reforming how democratic countries approach Red China, accused the French leader of ill-judged remarks, good term for it, if a bit understated, that give the impression of indifference over the future of my Taiwan, just as it comes under increasing pressure from the Communist Chinese Empire. Now, the day after Macron left Red China, Beijing commenced 3 days of military exercises around my Taiwan that included simulated assaults on my island China, which Xi's government insists is Communist Chinese territory that will one day be reintegrated into the greater Communist Chinese Empire by force if necessary. As well as demanding that my Taiwan come under its control, Beijing has occupied atolls and reefs in the South China Sea and defied international pressure to leave, and has provoked confrontations with the Empire of Japan, Asian India, and the Republic of South Korea on the Korean Peninsula over territorial claims. So how could the Empire of Japan respond? Ryo Hinata Yamaguchi, an assistant professor of international relations at the University of Tokyo, said he believes the French leader's comments are disturbing and very disruptive of a lot of the work that has been done between NATO countries, the Quad Security Alliance, and individual countries like Japan and South Korea to get together and make sure that the international order is based on law instead of unilateral actions. Hinata Yamaguchi told Deutsche Welle, German World magazine, that Macron's comments were odd, given that France has in the past been proactive in working with the Empire of Japan to support the concept of a, in his words, free and open Indo-Pacific. To me, these comments sound indifferent to the fate of Taiwan, as if he is shying away from the problem that really lies at the crux of the entire question of freedom and peace in our region. This weakens the countries that have been working to constrain countries like Red China, Russia, and North Korea, that are all about upsetting the status quo and only serves to benefit those governments. Hinata Yamaguchi said the Empire of Japan said nothing in public about Macron's visit to the Communist Chinese Empire, but expects leaders will ask whether his comments reflect an official change in France's policy toward my Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific region. The Empire of Japan seeks international consensus on the Communist Chinese Empire. The EU, European Union, and governments around the world have also condemned Beijing for human rights abuses of its Uyghur ethnic group and the demolition of civil rights and freedoms in Hong Kong. However, Macron's conciliatory tone could serve to weaken European unity on Red China policy and send the wrong signal to Asian allies directly affected by Communist Chinese aggression. Emphasizing that Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida only traveled to Paris for talks with Macron in January, with the statement issued by Japan's foreign ministry stating that the Trois leaders expressed their opposition to attempts to unilaterally change the status quo by force in the East and South China Seas. They also stressed the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. Hiromi Murakami, a professores of political science at the Tokyo campus of Temple University, said, "Obviously, the Japanese government will have been badly shaken by these comments. Macron's comments appear to be out of step with the consensus that Japan has been trying to build and would appear to be quite a shift from France's previous stance on the issue of peace and stability in the Asia-Pacific region. Historically, France has pursued a foreign policy that is more independent of the United States, and I imagine China would have wanted some sort of expression of support from Macron while he was in the country. But the reasons for what appears to be a radical switch in France's policies are not at all clear. Japan and other countries in the region, like South Korea and Taiwan, will be watching what France does next very closely. Now, in recent conversations, Russians have mentioned to me about connections, like, for instance, an aunt who was a Soviet dissident or a close friend in Ukraine to explain why they hope their country experiences a decisive military defeat. These connections are the product of chance and accident, but chance and accident explain why Lena Neborovskaya's modest goal, I spoke of her in the transmission before last, to make Russia a little bit more civilized, were not entirely naive. Because there is nothing inevitable, nothing genetic, nothing predetermined about any nation or its government. Only dictators believe that there are laws of history that have to be obeyed. Democrats, by contrast, know that the state will eventually adjust to society, not vice versa. And society, by definition, is always changing. The cultural weight of the past is heavy, and the habits of autocracy, especially the habit of living in fear, persist. The attraction of power is also strong. The people who have it will not want to lose it, and the next government of the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire might well be even more repressive than the one that runs Russia into the ground and beneath it even now. But accidents happen. Unexpected events occur. Countries evolve, sometimes creating better governments and sometimes worse ones. Empires fall. The Russian Empire fell. The Soviet Empire fell. And sooner than later, Putin's new revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire will fall as well. From his prison cell, Karamurza, who has pointed out that the more than 17,000 detained anti-war protesters far outnumber the 7 people who were arrested in Moscow's Red Square when the Soviet Union invaded Czechoslovakia in 1968 to stop that country from changing. And Nemirovskaya, from her exile in Riga, the capital of Lithuania, recently said that her efforts were not in vain. She still believes that the 3 post-Soviet decades left their mark. Whatever happens next, she says, we will never again live the way we did then. Leonid Volkov, the leader of Navalny's organization in exile, told the press yesteryear that he believes the most important thing he and his colleagues can do is simply be prepared for change whenever it comes. Now, I myself have argued before that there is no guarantee that American democracy can survive, that what happens to America tomorrow depends on the actions of Americans today. But the same is true of the Russian Empire. The country of Russia's future will be shaped not by mystical laws of history, but by how its leaders and citizens absorb and interpret the tragedy of this shocking, brutal, completely senseless and unnecessary war. The best way that outsiders can help Russia change is to ensure that the Ukraine takes back Ukrainian territory and defeats the Russian Empire completely, irrevocably, and irreversibly on the field of battle. We can also keep supporting those Russians, however small their number, who understand why defeat is the only path to modernity, why military failure is necessary for the creation of a more prosperous, open society, and why, once again, the Russian Empire must die. We don't need to search for idealized good Russians. No savior will emerge to fix that country, not now, not ever. But Russians who believe the future can be different will keep trying to change their country, and someday they will succeed. In the meantime, no one should ever concede to Putin the right to define what it means to be Russian. He doesn't have that power. For our own part, this side of the Atlantic, irrational fear of nuclear war has warped the West's Ukraine strategy. So, know this much as we enter the last half hour of transmission. Leaders mustn't give in to Putin's nuclear rhetoric. Most of the time, when heads of state talk about nuclear war, they speak in careful, measured tones, acknowledging the gravity of the nuclear taboo and the consequences of breaking it. The Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, takes a different approach, one based not on measurement, but on mania. Speaking at his annual foreign policy conference a few years ago, Vladimir Putin reflected, without smiling, on the consequences of nuclear war. He said, "We will go to heaven as martyrs, and they will just drop dead." At the same conference, in October yesteryear, a regime insider, Fyodor Lukyanov, asked him about that remark. "You said that we would all go to heaven, but we're in no hurry to get there, right?" Putin did not answer. The seconds ticked by. Lukyanov said, "You've stopped to think. That's disconcerting." Putin responded, "I did it on purpose to make you worry a little." I did it on purpose to make you worry a little? Why does he want anyone to worry? Because fear is not just a feeling or an ephemeral emotion. It is a physical sensation. It can grip your stomach, freeze your limbs, make your heart, make your heart beat faster. Fear can distort the way you think and the way you act. Because it can be so paralyzing, human beings have always tried to make other human beings feel fear. If you can make your enemies afraid, they will not oppose you, because they cannot oppose you. You can then win the argument, the battle or the war, without ever even having to fight. Putin is a KGB officer who knows about the manipulation of emotions, fear most of all. For 12 decades, he has sought to evoke fear inside Russia. Unlike his Soviet predecessors, he doesn't shoot or arrest millions of people. Instead, he uses targeted violence, specially designed to create fear. When the investigative reporter Anna Politkovskaya was gunned down in her Moscow stairwell, and when the businessman Mikhail Hodorkovsky was sent to prison for a decade, other journalists and other businessmen got the message. When the opposition politicians Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny were murdered and poisoned, respectively. Those incidents sent a message too. This isn't mass terror, but it is just as effective. Fear keeps Putin in power by rendering people too frightened to report news, protest government actions, or conduct independent business or even independent activity of any kind. Putin also seeks to create fear in the outside world, especially the democratic world. He does this, above all, by bantering about nuclear weapons at conferences and everywhere else. Indeed, this has been a central subject of his public commentary and of Russian propaganda more broadly for many years. Pictures of mushroom clouds appear regularly on the evening news. Threats of nuclear strikes against Ukraine have been made repeatedly as far back as 2014. Russia's armed forces practice nuclear strikes as a routine part of military exercises. Back in 2009, they played out a war game that included dropping a nuclear bomb on Poland. This constant, repetitive nuclear signaling, which long predates the current war, has a purpose: to make NATO countries afraid to defend Poland, afraid to defend Ukraine, and afraid to provoke or anger the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire in any way at all. Let me check with our man Peter Moon here. He invites me to bring him on, so let's do that, give my voice a rest. We can talk about not giving in to Russian nuclear blackmail on Sunday again. All right, let's give a try with this. Okay. Okay, Pete the Moon Man here. There we are. Press the call button, then the add button. He should be on any moment, I would think. And that'll give us a break. Give me a break. Let me tell him that I'm calling. See if that works. Okay. Calling. Ew.
Hello.
There we are. Good man. So, good morning. Any dreams to share with us?
Yes, I do. And you know, my computer's acting a little funny, but as long as I don't click on it, I should be okay. I did have a dream of the Chichewa.
Let's do that. Give my voice a rest. Holy shit. Yeah, there's your computer behaving funny again.
Oh, excuse me. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to shut up your transmission.
Understood.
You know, my wife's like, what'd you do after, 6?
Okay, there we go. So I clicked it so many times, it's clicking on the past.
Interesting. Got it. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
backup.
So I dreamt of the Chichewa, and I was in a city, like a sort of downtown type city. It didn't seem to be San Francisco or New York. It was just some undescript city. And it was kind of an old time city, not too modern, but not in anyway. I think I was in, I'm getting a little bit more of the dream. I think I was in a restaurant of sorts trying to find my way around and negotiate whatever I needed. And then I remember walking out across the street. Now, crossing the street is symbolic in a dream because you're going from one side of the street to the other. And on the other side of the street, there were a lot of Cho, and they were sort of wrestling with each other. And it was, they were controlled by the mafia, or they were under the influence of the mafia. Oh, then there was this dream. Part of it was really weird. I'm out in some sort of big backyardscape. And when I say backyard, I don't mean a suburban backyard. It's like a backyard of a big place, you know, and there was this like, well, it would be sort of almost like like if you're walking through it, it's like theme parkish. Like say if you're walking through some museum tour, and this wasn't quite a museum, and then you got to this big finale of what the museum, well, the finale of whatever this was a big jet. It was like Rudolf Hess's jet that he flew to England on. Wow. Was that, I don't know, was it a jet or what was it he flew?
Well,
it wasn't
it was
a jet.
a propeller-driven, you know, a reciprocating engine plane, but it
was a real hot plane.
Yeah.
It was a hot plane, and he was an expert pilot.
Yeah.
And it had that plane, and it was like on a catapult that it was going to take off. And there was some incident where Rudolf Hess was a young boy, and he was like taking it on the chin, and he was crying or something, and his father came over to console him, and he was upset because he felt humiliated because he was crying and stuff. And the father came over to console him as a young, you know, 6, 7, 8-year-old kid, whatever he was. And that was some sort of history of Rudolf Hess. And then the plane took off. And this was like the great finale of whatever was going on to show off. This is our big thing. Instead of fireworks at the end, it's this catapult of this Hess's flight taking off. So all of a sudden, Hess is no longer a little boy, and now he's a, you know, that this was the flight of his life. This was the Rudolf Hess's career climaxed. That was the end of it in terms of him having any position as deputy Führer. He was now just became a prisoner. Yeah. And he jumped off in that plane, and the plane sort of turned into a glider, and it came around, and it was kind of a lame glider, but it was nevertheless a glider. And then it just sort of was able to negotiate itself and then kind of crash. It was not a crash landing because it was intended to land, sort of like a balloon might land. And it landed, the pilot sort of landed upside down on the grass. But when I say upside down, he was, you know, buffeted because the glider was kind of now like a big balloonish type thing. Mm-hmm. And it hit, and, you know, he wasn't hurt. It was all planned and very calculated. I think God, he calculated a fall that way. And that was a precursor to the Chichoa dream. And then I went over and saw the Chichoa, and they were like, I don't know how to describe. I gave you a picture. I don't know if that was a good show picture.
I think it's an excellent photograph. That's book worthy. Go on.
Okay, because there's a few of those pictures. I looked at deformed Chinese is what I looked for. And there's some disease that they call that, which could be, I mean, the disease is not, it struck me as choic. And by the way, Joe Tai, you know, he might want to do his screen name as Choke Tai. Because I heard you talking to him earlier. I've been listening for about an hour or so, and I was upstairs, and, you know, but Choke Tai, just to add a little humor. Yeah, so they were scrambling around like they were wrestling, and it wasn't very pleasant. I mean, they weren't being pleasant with each other. It was competitive. It was, and then there was just this nasty ambience. And I'm walking through this, and, you know, I suppose I should be rather happy that I was unscathed. I said, what the hell was I even doing in there? I walked in there, walked around, and walked out. I got the hell out of there. And only when I got out of there did I realize how important it was I got out of there. Yes. So that's symbolic of the fact that I, you know, we were talking about them last night, and then it's important because I'm going to do this dream workshop, and there are blockages on our dreams. The Cho are the influencers, if not the meisters or masters of our dreams. In many respects, they are the blockers, the blockages, the guardians of the dreams. And I don't mean that in any positive way. They're there to put the dampers on us. Yes. And so it's significant that I dreamed of this. I'll share this with my dream group.
Great.
And so that's actually, I was kind of like, why did I fucking dream of them? But and I say, well, it's good that I dreamt of them because now I can see it. And I have to say, what you said I said it last night when I, went off. It was just astounding. And then I heard you talking. There's sort of a fallback for you, or it's like it's visceral. But everything you said, I mean, it was coming out of the deepest part of your experience. And even what you said about the cannibalism, it's like and this is what upsets my I hate to call her my Republican friend, but because she says he's still tied to a Keno. Well, yeah, it's not but that's not the same as being a Keno. It's like it's kind of like blaming me for being part Irish or something. I don't relate well to the Irish that well at all. It's probably the biggest percentage of my gene pool is Irish.
Wow.
Like my mother was half Irish, so that makes me a quarter Irish. And I mean, I just don't identify with it very strongly. Although, yeah. So anyway, yeah. So yeah, you went through this experience, but this is part of the process of life. Is like you regurgitate. The story of Jonah and vomiting. He gets vomited up by the fish.
Yes.
And that's what happens. You go into the belly of the beast and you come out as a prophet or whatever. Yeah, I mean, the psychological stuff, I didn't know that was going to come up, and you just, you performed. Performance is maybe not the right word, but it was fantastic and obvious. I don't know whether it was Ian or Joe who said it. I think it was Ian. And it's so much to process. All that history of Tibet, it's golden. It's golden, and it's like I'm saying, God, this is not a half hour before. This is a lot longer, and it's a lot more intense, and it's a lot more academic, and it really shows us what a joke academics are, because they're going to sit there and they're playing a violin that doesn't have all the notes, or all the can't hit all the notes, rather.
That's true.
And that's just, this is the jokery, the mockery, and I would say there's a couple things I can mention here. L. Ron Hubbard, he totally saw the jocularity of the culture we lived in.
Yes.
And that's why he had no respect for, certain aspects of, like he just create a PR machine and say this, that, it's all bullshit anyway. It's all bullshit anyway. I'm going to out bullshit you.
Yes.
And it's like, that's, sort of the war reference he saw things from.
Yes.
And I guess the cream of his work is really doesn't have anything to new about, his biography, which is interesting in itself. But it's like, what can you do? How many thetans does it take to screw in a light bulb? It's like, but you said something about the Cho and the Pyrenees.
Yes.
And I don't quite get the relationship to the Basque, but I'll figure that out. You don't have to address that now. The Basque, of course, are Rh negative, but we go into the blood types of the Cho later. But the Pyrenees, Hubbard stated in one of his things, he says, there's only one implant station left on Earth, and it's in the Pyrenees, he said. He mentioned the Pyrenees. Why he would mention the Pyrenees, the hell if I know. Did he pull it out of his ass? And of course, when I discovered Montauk, I said, well, he's not quite right. He's not quite right. Because Montauk was an implant station.
Yes.
Of the likes which he was not aware of. And so this is a case when, he's your mentor, he's your teacher. I'm now out on my own studying the magic of Crowley and the OTO. And uh, I say, okay, well, this is the time when you say it's it's not quite, it's not Kansas anymore, or like Hubbard said Kansas was. It's just different, and it's a different environment. And I take what I learned from him, and I'm no longer subservient to him, but it's like a learning experience, and it's a new ball game. I would like to have him. It would be interesting to have him by my side as a colleague doing this investigation. And in a sense, he is, but I don't operate the same way he does. And that's not a criticism of me or a criticism of him. It's just a different situation. He'd have his e-meter out every day, auditing himself, boom, 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 boom. And that wouldn't hurt me,
right,
to be doing that, and seeing where the mental charge is registering on the meter. And I'm not talking about my personal self, my encounters with, somebody who belittled me at Home Depot. Not that that's happened, but whatever it might be. That's not such a big thing in my life, but it's like tapping into, like much as psychics do, they tap into the grid, and where do you get the biggest register? And I did tell you once before that when I was back, this would have been in the 70s, when I was doing those upper levels, that I tapped into the Southeast Asia, and that was the biggest. I said, this is the biggest amount of charge on the planet, and it would have been coming from the CHO. Of course, I haven't been able to connect it for some 40 years later, but that's okay. Time is time.
That's right.
So, yeah, so that was excellent what you did. I hope it wasn't too much, but man, it was just, it was like we struck an oar. Yes. I have some other stuff to share with you when we go off the air too, that I can't talk about publicly.
Okay. We'll be going off the air soon enough. We only got a few minutes left anyway, so we might as well kind of tell people good morning and thank them for joining us, those that have been with us. And we always have a number who are with us throughout the show. We always have at least a core, well over a dozen.
Not the show, the CHO.
Yeah, yes, that's right. I mean, that's what it turned into.
Throughout the CHO, there's no business like CHO business.
Yes.
There is great magic in reversing this with this word. There's no business like CHO business.
Yeah, true enough. I mean, it's still, there's still fun to be had with the weirdnesses of these different businesses that literally use their name. It's like you could, for instance, use the term, again, just so people understand. I'm not coming down on Nazism. People understand my position on that as being far different from your average Americans. But you could probably get away with like some Nazi product, some kind of Nazi line of service in Asia where the word does not have that bite. They would instead find it more like a novelty. But this is what they're doing with the term CHO here in this side of the Pacific. No one even knows what it implies. And so it's like they're trolling. It really is. And it's, yeah. And like I said, just it was like I delivered my monologue early. It really, I really realized as the night went on how much that took out of me, simply because, again, especially the memories of my cannibalism. You heard that. You were listening for the last hour.
Yeah. And it's like he, that's a very magical thing to do. Like they'll initiate you into the order without you knowing it.
Yes.
You are now a member of the order. You are now a fellow cannibal.
Yeah. That's right. Now, I do want people to understand, I wouldn't call it a fear, but I would say that I can easily see some idiot running with that and saying Douglas Dietrich is a cannibal without context. So,
Well, I want to say what this voodoo priest I met once, Luis Martin, and he talked about. He said the reason people eat the cannibal is it's symbolic of transcending the human condition.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the distinct impression, although he didn't say it, that he'd done it himself.
That would make sense. Yes.
It would make a lot of sense. But, he was he treated me very well. And I appreciated him and his knowledge. He's a very unique man. And because he worked with the negative of the negative in order to make it a positive. But he, yes, transcending. It's a different viewpoint. Now, if that is a doctrinal truth that has merit, and certainly he thought it did have merit, I would say that it's like Bruce Lee said, 97% of the martial arts out there is all bullshit. 97% or more of the people who go after that truth are gonna fall away from it. They're not gonna transcend. They're gonna be zombie bait.
Yes. Thank you.
And that because this is just the way it is. People get this